Chapter 1. The Wicked Maiden's Judgment System. The thatched cottage appeared ancient, with tiles hanging low and vines entwining around the eaves. The flames of war danced in the dim, yellow light. By the cracked earthen wall knelt a ragged youth, prostrated before several female cultivators. A woman in green, wielding a shimmering silver sword, clasped her fists and addressed the woman in white before her. I report to the sect master. This individual is Xiao Yu, a scoundrel from the Hehuan Sect, at the third level of body refinement. The white-robed woman's expression was frigid, her gaze upon the prostrate youth akin to that of an ant. What are the next plans of the Hehuan Sect? Xiao Yu, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, bore a look of defiance. Sect Master Bai Yue, you are a formidable golden core cultivator. Would you truly divulge the sect's grand strategy to a lowly disciple? Before he could finish, Bai Yue's consciousness shot forth, piercing through Xiao Yu's limbs. He felt his hands and feet turn cold, followed by an agonizing fire. Ah, damned bitches of the righteous path. As his tendons were severed, he collapsed helplessly onto the ground. In the courtyard, a girl in a coarse garment rushed forward. Please, don't kill Brother Xiao Yu. He is a good person. He is a good person. The green-clad cultivator cast a cold glance at the girl, unleashing a wave of consciousness that splattered her blood across the ground, ending her life before Xiao Yu's eyes. Xiao Yu was immediately consumed by rage. You vile wench. She was merely immortal, and yet you dealt such a lethal blow. Yijiro, I will ensure your demise in the most excruciating manner possible. Before his words could fade, Yijiro severed his right ear with a single stroke of her sword, her voice chillingly indifferent. Entangled with demonic forces, you deserve death. A mere waste at the body refinement stage, a dog of the Hehuan Sect. How dare you gaze upon us? I shall grant you one final opportunity should you remain silent. Bear the consequences. Xiao Yu erupted in fury. I spit upon you, righteous path harlots. Scum, a shameless woman seeking fame. I would rather die than utter a single word to you. Yizirus' veins bulged, her fingers stabbing forth. In an instant, she blinded Xiao Yu, leaving him with a pallid visage, blood streaming down his cheeks. He had traversed realms, originally intending to join the righteous sections. However, after meeting the required standards, he found himself rejected. The reason was simple. He possessed a pseudo-spiritual root of 4 elements, lacking background and spirit stones, rendering him unworthy in the eyes of the righteous sections. Thus, he joined the Hehuan Sect, which overlooked qualifications and had been there for a year. During this time, he worked diligently within the sect. After a year of arduous cultivation, he reached the 3rd level of body refinement, only to be dispatched to the front lines as a soldier. Months prior, after sustaining injuries on a mission, he was rescued by a peasant girl named Ashiang. The two shared a budding affection. Yet, he could never have imagined that today, the Yinu sect would find him here, leading Ashiang to his doom. Reflecting on his tumultuous journey, Xiao Yu's heart brimmed with resentment. What the esteemed righteous sects? What their hollow pretenses? They did not even spare mortals. They proclaimed their intent to eradicate evil and uphold justice. Yet they secretly committed such heinous acts, annihilating Axiang's family. An overwhelming hatred and bitterness consumed him. If he survived, he would ensure the demise of these hypocritical harlots. At that moment, Sect Master Bai Yue cast a cold glance at Yijiro. Disciple, remember, as long as we can slay demons and eradicate evil, sometimes necessary measures must be taken. Do not let the lives of 1 or 2 mortals hinder our grand endeavors. We must leave no trace. Our Yinu sect has always valued its reputation. Hearing this, Yijiro acted, die worthless waste. Xiao Yu's expression turned frenzied, with curses echoing around him. At the front lines of the Hehuan Sect, an elderly female cultivator, adorned in a seductive red ensemble, gazed dreamily at the unconscious youth before her. Xiao Shidi, why not yield to your Shiji? I have recently learned the dragon summoning technique and have longed to seek your guidance. Xiao Yu jolted awake, glancing around in bewilderment. What is happening? Was I not killed by Yijiro, Bai Yue's disciple? As he surveyed his surroundings, the elderly woman, seeing Xiao Yu's rejection, raised her eyebrows in displeasure. Why are you so cold, Shidi? Do you find your Shiji too old? In our sect, it is rare for someone at your body refinement stage to find a partner. Shiji, I am at the Qi refinement stage. If you cultivate with me, I guarantee you will reach the Qi refinement stage in no more than 10 years. Xiao Yu recognized her as Mei Chunlan from the Hehuan Sect, now 123 years old, her lifespan nearing its end, and still stuck at the 2nd level of Qi refinement. As Mei Chunlan spoke, she began to cough. Her weathered face, plastered with layers of thick makeup, was a sight to behold. Amidst her coughing, her dentures fell from her mouth. Xiao Yu's expression darkened. What was happening? Had he been reborn? Yet, observing his surroundings, it hardly seemed like rebirth. How goes the war? Mei Shiji? Mei Chunlan, momentarily elated, replied. It has been a great victory. Shitty, do you not know? In this battle among the 100 sects, our Hehuan Sect's master killed the Yunnu Sect's master Bai Yue. We annihilated 100 disciples of the Yunnu Sect, captured 33 female cultivators, and seized countless magical artifacts, elixirs, and spiritual herbs. The sect master is in high spirits and has arranged a lottery for the disciples today, and it seems there are even prizes among the female cultivators of the Yunnu Sect. Xiao Yu was taken aback. Bai Yue was dead? He had not been reborn, but rather resurrected. Resurrected the very next day? Noticing Xiao Yu's dazed expression, Mei Chunlan hurriedly added, I care for you sincerely. Shitty, do you not understand Shiji's good intentions? Upon hearing the lottery included female cultivators from the Yunnu Sect, Xiao Yu immediately thought of Yijiro, the one who had slain him in Ashiang. He disregarded Mei Chunlan's advances and turned toward the lottery area, where a crowd had gathered. He would acquire a female disciple from the Yunnu Sect, and then refine her into a furnace. Those despicable harlots would not escape his wrath. Just as he cued, a pale young man rushed over, panic-stricken. Shitty, it's bad. Mei Shiji is likely going to make a move against you tonight. You must flee. Hearing this, Xiao Yu frowned, recalling the half-buried old woman, causing him to feel a tinge of dread. While the Hehuan Sect accepted people of all talents, it was far from the paradise he had imagined. Men with good spiritual roots risked being refined into furnaces. As for someone like him, with a 4-element root, he had no chance at all. The only potential partners were either about to perish or possessed peculiar preferences. The man delivering the warning was Zhao Feiji, a 3rd-root cultivator, who had been ravaged beyond recognition this past year, his voice now laced with a tremor. Zhao Feiji looked at the silent Xiao Yu, his voice quaking, Shittering, the farther, the better. The Hehuan Sect is no place for us. I cannot run. Brother Ma has already refined me into a furnace. I am doomed. Xiao Yu nodded seriously. Indeed, I will leave once the lottery is over. I have had enough of this place. At that moment, an ugly elder took the stage. According to the merits of this battle, line up. Those who have slain 10 righteous cultivators may draw first. Others, please stand at the back according to your achievements. With that, several high-ranking cultivators stepped forward, their expressions proud. The elder waved his hand, and dozens of storage bags floated into the air, from which treasures spilled forth magical artifacts, talismans, elixirs, spiritual herbs, and spirit stones. Among them were even the garments of female cultivators, some of which were intimate items. The men below gazed in awe. Just then, the elder produced a blood-red jade gourd, grinning wickedly. Instantly, dozens of Yunnu Sect female disciples, devoid of their powers, were released from confinement. The disciples below widened their eyes in disbelief. The women, radiant as dawn, with eyes like autumn waters filled with stars, were a stark contrast to the mortal women they usually captured. At the forefront stood a woman with hair flowing like clouds, cascading to her waist, her skin as smooth as cream, lips painted in crimson. Among them were several whose eyes brimmed with resentment, captivating the hearts of all who beheld them. Though shackled and imprisoned, their elegance and beauty could not be concealed, leaving the Hehuan Sect disciples entranced. Such beauties! Elder Wu, are these female cultivators part of the lottery prizes? Elder Wu, grasping a black serpent staff, smirked. Indeed, these female cultivators are inner disciples of the Yunnu Sect. Whoever draws them is free to take them back and refine them into furnaces. Upon hearing this, the disciples erupted in raucous laughter. Ha ha ha! Righteous female cultivators. I have heard that Yunnu Sect women are fierce. I shall see tonight if they value their chastity as much as rumored. Others sneered. I reckon by tonight they won't wish to die. How many women have wanted to return after coming to our Hehuan Sect? The women's expressions turned to despair, scanning their surroundings, finding no escape. Xiao Yu exhaled slowly, anxiety creeping into his features, for he had spotted Mei Chunlan approaching. She was conversing with another elderly female cultivator nearby. Xiao Yu instinctively shrank back, shivering all over. Perhaps he should wait a little longer. If he could draw a Yunnu Sect harlot to take back and avenge his grievances, it would not be in vain. Soon, someone in front of him drew a disciple from the Yunnu Sect. That individual grinned widely, hoisting the female cultivator and planting a fierce kiss upon her lips. Ha ha ha! How delightful! Truly, it is splendid beyond measure. I pledge my unwavering loyalty to the sect leader. My brothers, continue to indulge me. I must take my leave for a matter of importance. As he spoke, the man prepared to carry the lifeless woman away from the cavern. The other cultivators watched with envious eyes. Gazing at the remaining women on stage, their thoughts wandered indulgently. One enchanting female cultivator, adorned in a rosy glow, chuckled lightly beside them. And as for our dear senior sister, I have recently learned a few techniques for gathering een to replenish een. Upon seeing that individual, a man instinctively recoiled, as if gripped by trepidation. Soon, a few more disciples received their rewards, while some, having drawn no female cultivators, expressed their dissatisfaction. Others suggested exchanging the selected female cultivators for spirit stones and cultivation techniques. Xiao Yu patiently lingered at the back, understanding that as a low-ranking disciple, it was wiser to remain unobtrusive. Much of the array of magical tools and spirit herbs had already been claimed. Only a handful of female cultivators from the Jade Maiden sect remained. Next, with a sharp command from Elder Wu, the individual in front of Xiao Yu slowly stepped forward. He was next in line. The man casually drew a lot, only to be taken aback. A joyful laugh erupted from him as he beheld the woman before him. "Ha ha, I have drawn a beauty." With that, he hoisted the woman and began to depart. Yet, before he could take more than a few steps, the female cultivator suddenly erupted in fury. In an instant, she shattered her restraints and blinded him with her fierce retaliation. Her face contorted with madness as she bellowed, "Wicked demonic cultivator, let him be slain by all." In a flash, Elder Wu unleashed a dark flame. The woman was engulfed in fire, her screams echoing throughout the cavern. Xiao Yu felt a chill run down his spine. He stared in disbelief at the woman, as if recalling the moment she had tried to take his life just the day before. She was burned alive before their eyes. The air thickened with acrid smoke. Had he drawn that woman, his eyes would undoubtedly have been lost. He might have even fallen victim to her wrath. It seemed that the low-ranking disciples who had drawn female cultivators were also not faring well. Surely there would be casualties. Elder Wu cast a displeased glance at the blinded disciple who had collapsed. "Bring him away for treatment." Then he addressed those below. "These are the only remaining prizes. Each of you may claim one." No sooner had he spoken than several individuals surged forward. Each was quick and agile, with some casting spells. In the end, only a corpulent female cultivator, weighing no less than 200 pounds, remained on stage. She was even adorned with leg hair. Was she also blind? Xiao Yu had never encountered a woman so grotesque in his life. Blind and scarred, her body was as round as a vat. Her skin resembled coarse hide, her face akin to the bottom of a pot. Especially her figure, reminiscent of a bloated pig, was nearly unbearable to behold. Nearby disciples from the Hehuan Sect erupted in laughter. "Ha ha ha! How did this hefty woman even join the Jade Maiden Sect? Is there truly a deadweight pig among them? One might mistake her for a man. Indeed, she is hideously ugly. One could easily mistake her for a monstrous beast." As the crowd chattered, Xiao Yu stood dumbfounded. What a jest! They had left him with a soft and plump maiden weighing 200 pounds and sporting chest hair. Suddenly, a mechanical system notification chimed in his mind. "Congratulations, host! You have bound the evil woman judgment system and unlocked a judgment chamber. Evil women can be gathered into the judgment chamber if their evil value reaches 100, subjecting them to 24 hours of unceasing eternal judgment. Detection indicates the presence of an easily shape-shifted evil woman, Bai Yue." Xiao Yu was taken aback. "Bai Yue?" After traversing through time for so long, the system had finally arrived? Just as he was reveling in this news, he noticed an information panel appear before the 200-pound woman. Name: Bai Yue. Age: 230 years. Cultivation: golden core, great perfection, now rendered useless. Appearance: 98 points. Height: 176 centimeters. Weight: 103 gene. Qualification: innate law. Body: supreme water spiritual root. Personality: to defend her righteous path, she is unyielding, arrogant, indiscriminately slaughtering innocents, ungrateful, and eternally unrepentant. Background: sect leader of the Jade Maiden Sect, holy maiden of the righteous path, the dream of countless male cultivators across the Xianyue continent. Evil deeds: in her quest to eradicate the demonic path, she has indiscriminately killed 4,399 mortals, viewing them as mere insects. System notification: initial privilege granted. The host may directly gather Bai Yue into the judgment chamber. Xiao Yu's heart soared with joy. "Bai Yue, just wait and see. I shall make you pay dearly." Bai Yue. Chapter 2. Sect Leader Bai. "Can you guess who I am?" Xiao Yu turned to face the 200-pound female giant once more. One could easily mistake her for a grotesque aberration. Instinctively, Xiao Yu clenched his fists, suspecting that she may have used some spell to alter her appearance. The onlookers continued to mock the female giant, and Xiao Yu hurried forward. He clasped his fists and said, "Esteemed brothers and sisters, if no one desires her, I shall take this female cultivator." Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in even more uproarious laughter. "Ha ha ha! Does this fellow truly fear that someone might snatch her away? How ridiculous! Quickly take her away if no one claims her. She might just be tossed into the blood pool." Xiao Yu approached the corpulent female cultivator. Her eyes appeared to be blind. The overweight woman seemed somewhat wary of Xiao Yu. She stood there like a lifeless statue, silent and unmoving. Xiao Yu noticed the iron chain around her neck, a cold smile playing on his lips. Amid the jeers of the crowd, he exited the sect's grand hall. At that moment, distant sounds of battle and cries of agony suddenly echoed. "Not good. Those female cultivators have rebelled and slain our brothers. Some of them have even taken their own lives. We are at a great loss. Weren't they said to be rendered powerless? How could they still rebel?" A few disciples from the Harmony sect fled in a panic. The hefty female cultivator behind Xiao Yu trembled at the news. She aimlessly scanned her surroundings, seemingly searching for direction. But being blind, she could only reach out, groping in vain. Seizing the opportunity amidst the chaos, Xiao Yu raised his hand and made a gesture. In the next instant, the woman vanished without a trace. Xiao Yu's heart leaped with joy. Gazing at the woman in his judgment chamber, he could hardly contain his excitement. The earlier group of women paled in comparison to her. Though she was a notorious femme fatale, her beauty was undeniable. She possessed an astonishing appearance. Her brows resembled distant mountains, her eyes like autumn waters. Dressed in a flowing white gown, with a pale pink ribbon cinched at her waist, she exuded grace and elegance, her form exquisite beyond measure. With skin as smooth as ice and bone, her beauty was unparalleled. The only flaw was that Bai Yu's eyes were blind, covered by a blindfold. However, for Xiao Yu, a modern individual, the blindfold seemed. At that moment, the woman was raging and cursing within his consciousness. Xiao Yu was eager to activate the judgment button. Yet the system suddenly flashed a prompt. "This evil woman is a gift from the system. To activate judgment mode, please raise her evil value against the host to 100. Current evil value, 0. Upon successful judgment, corresponding rewards will be granted." In the courtroom, Bai Yu continued to roar with fury, her eyes nearly bursting with rage. "You vile scoundrels of the demonic path. Reveal your true intentions. Do you think this is a place where your tricks will succeed? Scoundrels like you, deserving of a grave without a marker, should meet their end. Die. Just die." Xiao Yu's countenance darkened. He was indifferent to any system rewards. Revenge was his sole focus. Not even the arrival of Jesus could deter him. In a secluded area, he proceeded directly to the judgment chamber. Bai Yu was still there, cursing vehemently, her face contorted with madness. "Damn the demonic path. Even as a ghost, I will drag each of you to the netherworld. You shall face retribution. You shall face retribution." Bai Yu's expression was as cold as frost, her fury reaching its zenith. How could a dignified golden core stage master be imprisoned by a mere body refinement stage individual? She was oblivious to her surroundings. As the leader of the Jade Maiden sect, she was the embodiment of virtue, revered by all righteous practitioners. Born with an innate law body, her cultivation speed was unparalleled, if not the highest among humanity. How could this proud daughter of heaven end up as a captive of a demonic sect, reduced to the fate of a shattered golden core and the loss of her cultivation? Had it not been for her unique constitution, she would have perished on the spot when her golden core was destroyed. Her eyes were also injured by the opponent's techniques. Initially, she thought that transforming into an overweight form would allow her to evade disaster, yet here she was. It was too late for regrets. Sensing the presence of the man beside her, her complexion turned pale with panic. As an innate law body, she possessed striking beauty. Should the man outside harbor malicious intentions, she would be at his mercy. However, the thought of her deceased disciples hardened her resolve. If she perished, who would avenge her fallen students? How could she face her sect members in the afterlife? Just as these thoughts consumed her, Xiao Yu's icy laughter echoed. "It's been a while, Sect Master Bai. Can you guess who I am?" Bai Yu's heart raced with anger. The familiarity of his voice struck her. It was as if she had heard it somewhere before. Yet she could not recall from where after much contemplation. Xiao Yu chuckled coldly, his gaze fixed upon the figure as he advanced slowly. "Indeed. A self-righteous maiden of virtue like you would naturally forget about insignificant individuals such as ourselves. Justice is served, and today, fate has led you into my grasp. You shall spend your life here atoning for your sins." An hour later, Xiao Yu burst into a triumphant laugh, his face filled with arrogance. "Where is Yijiro? What about your disciples? Look at you now." Xiao Yu sighed softly. "This is what one calls self-inflicted suffering. Even the heavens cannot abide your ways. I shall not allow you to perish. You will remain here until the day of your demise." Bai Yu cursed vehemently, frantically stretching her hands, yearning to eliminate this scoundrel. At that moment, Xiao Yu suddenly froze, gazing at his own palm. His eyes widened in disbelief. Seventh layer of body refinement. After a year of arduous training, he had only achieved the 3rd layer. How could it be that within just an hour, his cultivation had ascended to the 7th layer? Overwhelmed with astonishment, he turned to Bai Yue. Is this the wondrous nature of the innate? Chapter 3. Sect mission. Glaring at the vociferous Bai Yue, Xiao Yu coldly inquired, I shall ask you once more. Where is that wretched Yijiro? Bai Yue, with her brows furrowed and in a state of furious exasperation, retorted, what a despicable act. How dare you? Aren't you that loathsome ant from yesterday? Why are you still alive? You worthless, incompetent fool. You better hope I do not regain my powers, otherwise I shall surely reduce you to mere fragments. Xiao Yu let out a cold laugh. Half an hour later, Xiao Yu, brimming with vigor, stepped outside. It was time to cease wasting moments on others. He needed to depart from this place as swiftly as possible, although he had reached the 7th level of body refinement. That senior sister Mei was at the chi refinement stage, and she was likely to seek him out by nightfall, before he could gather his belongings. He heard the sound of footsteps approaching outside the house. Xiao Yu's face turned pale. Mei Jia truly had arrived. Moreover, she was accompanied by an elder adept in the 2nd layer of chi refinement, evidently well prepared. In that moment, he dashed away through the back window. As he ran, he changed his attire and obscured his face. He then turned and approached the guards at the entrance. Upon reaching them, he clasped his fists, feeling immensely anxious, and said, Might you be so kind as to allow my 2 senior brothers to pass, as they are being pursued by Mei Shiji? I assure you, I shall return before the hour of the rat. The leader, wearing a bemused smile, replied, Surely you do not intend to descend the mountain without permission? The righteous path's enforcers are currently vexed at their inability to capture us. If you wish to leave, you must wait at least 3 months. I care not for your Mei Shiji or Hua Shiji. Xiao Yu, realizing he could not escape, turned to leave. It seemed that the only way to break free today was through undertaking a mission for his sect. However, this was fraught with peril. As many task locations were frequented by righteous cultivators, there was a genuine risk of losing his life. Accepting a task necessitated forming a team with others. Venturing out alone was simply impossible. It was indeed quite troublesome. Upon arriving at the bulletin board, Xiao Yu exhaled slowly. Numerous tasks and commissions had already been posted. Nearby, a few cultivators from the Hehuan Sect were observing. Xiao Yu stepped forward to examine the notices. A call for the purchase of a 1st-tier spirit beast, a phoenix bird. Offered a reward of a 2nd-tier, Hehuan Sand, and a subpar offensive artifact. For herbal gathering, there was a request to collect 10 plants of 50-year-old grass from Jiang Lushan, regardless of species, with a reward of a human pill. A task from the sect involved eliminating 3 righteous cultivators, which would grant 1 entry into the inner sect. Additionally, Sister Huang, a 70-year-old in the chi refinement stage, sought a young partner aged 18, regardless of gender, with a note to refrain from contacting unless genuinely interested. As Xiao Yu perused these postings, Bai Yue in the judgment chamber gradually regained her composure. Reflecting on her slain disciples, her expression darkened further. She needed to devise a way to survive. This imbecile in the body refinement stage was merely a youth of around 20. She could not afford to berate him further, lest her throat suffer again. Bai Yue exhaled slowly. Her Yuan Yin was depleted. The events had transpired, and she must find a way to escape. If she were to eliminate this useless individual, who would ever uncover her ties to the demonic path? She had to strategize her departure. Fellow cultivator, I may have spoken too harshly earlier. With the sect's destruction, I find it difficult to suppress my resentment. I observe that you possess a kind heart. Would you consider allowing me to accompany you? Once I return to the righteous territory, I shall undoubtedly treat you as an esteemed guest. Xiao Yu was acutely aware that this woman harbored ill intentions. How dare she attempt to deceive him? Was she raised on a diet of foolishness? Did she think this was a game? Very well, let the games begin. Yujiro murdered my dear friend Ah Xiang. If she wishes to survive, she must divulge her whereabouts to me. Upon hearing this, Bai Yu's voice softened considerably. Little friend, I understand your resentment towards me. However, you too walk the path of darkness, and what transpired yesterday may have been a misunderstanding. You have already obtained my primordial Yin, a treasure coveted by countless golden core cultivators. If your anger remains unresolved, I am willing to impart my cultivation techniques to you and scribe the methods for your benefit. Should I return to my sect, I shall ensure you are bestowed with boundless treasures. Xiao Yu pressed his lips together and leaned against the dilapidated fence after accepting a task to gather herbs. This foolish individual. He pondered slowly over the judgment of the other party. Was completing the system task not more appealing? Moreover, once the judgment value of the other party reached 100, they would become his maid, devoted to his service for eternity. Ah, the esteemed Master Bai is truly magnanimous. There is no need to rush. We shall engage in a leisurely exchange this evening. If you wish for me to take you away, then kindly inform me of the whereabouts of your disciple, Yijiro. Bai Yue softly exhaled. My disciple was dispatched to the Unisect's branch for a message before the battle commenced yesterday. She is likely not present here. Xiao Yu clenched his right fist tightly, recalling that it was that woman who had killed him and Ah Xiang yesterday. He vowed to capture her no matter what. It seemed she was at the foundation establishment stage. Once he honed his innate physical body through cultivation, he would seek her out to settle the score. Just then, 5 disciples from the Hehuan Sect approached from ahead. The leader, at the third level of Qi refinement, had disheveled black hair resembling a tangled mess. Casting a scornful glance at Xiao Yu, who was receiving a task, he sneered, "How dare someone at the 7th level of body refinement take on a mission? Aren't you afraid of dying out there?" Xiao Yu hastily clasped his fists and smiled. "I greet all esteemed senior brothers and junior brothers." The leader, displaying an expression of impatience, waved his hand dismissively. "Follow closely behind. Do not wander off once we are outside. Anyone caught by the righteous sect's hounds will bear the consequences." Subsequently, the group approached the entrance. The leading disciple released a long bamboo pole, suspending it in midair. Xiao Yu deftly stepped onto the bamboo pole, following the group as they took flight under the cover of night. The setting sun gradually faded, casting the world into darkness. The starry sky shimmered like a woven tapestry as the night enveloped the land. The moonlight spilled across the vast earth, and Xiao Yu stood behind the bamboo pole, surveying the surroundings. This place, shrouded in tranquility, echoed with the sounds of birds and insects, while the presence of wild beasts lurked in the shadows. Their destination for gathering herbs was known as Jianglu Mountain. Xiao Yu's expression was contemplative as he surveyed the disciples of the Hehuan Sect flanking him. He pondered when would be the opportune moment to make his escape and where he might flee to. The only nearby location was Jianglu City. But was there a more tranquil refuge? Uncertain of how long they had been traveling, one of the individuals ahead stretched languidly and remarked, "I wonder why we haven't arrived yet. Night has fallen. What if we encounter righteous cultivators?" Xiao Yu smiled faintly, choosing not to respond. The person in front, noticing Xiao Yu's indifference, sneered derisively, "I say, with your mere 7th level of body refinement, do you truly dare to undertake a mission for herb gathering? Surely, you must be hoping to take advantage of the rest of us. Do you think that merely joining the ranks exempts you from labor?" The leader, overhearing this, offered a thinly veiled smile as he interjected, "Hee, we are all from the same sect. Let us refrain from such disparaging remarks. Fear not, junior brother. I possess a life-saving elixir. Should you find yourself in peril and unable to fend for yourself, you may consume this." As he spoke, he produced a violet pill, which Xiao Yu accepted with a subtle smile. Did they assume he was Navi? This pill was a blood surge pill. While it could temporarily enhance one's combat prowess, it risked excessive blood loss, potentially leading to death. Recovery would require at least a month of rest. No wonder they had brought him along. It seemed they intended for him to serve as cannon fodder. Before long, Xiao Yu found himself accompanying them to the summit of Jianglu Mountain. The mountain was beset by howling winds and overgrown with wild grass. Xiao Yu observed the few individuals collecting herbs and began to imitate their actions. Escaping now would undoubtedly lead to certain death. He had to bide his time for the right opportunity. Suddenly, one of the men foraging for herbs let out a strange cry, startling the others and putting them on high alert. Xiao Yu instinctively crouched down, scanning his surroundings. In the next moment, he heard the man ahead exclaim, "Not good. There are footprints." Xiao Yu hastily crouched down, his gaze sweeping the surroundings, awaiting the opportune moment. In the next instant, he beheld 3 sword-wielding cultivators in white robes rushing towards him. The leader, upon noticing, let out a cold sneer and summoned his magical artifact, exclaiming, "Dogs of the righteous sect, how dare you 3 come seeking death?" The trio remained unfazed, raising their hands to unleash their enchanted swords, moving in perfect unison. The sword in their left hands pointed forward, while their right hands formed a fist at their sides. "I am Lin Su, the foremost disciple of the Xianling sect. How dare you annihilate the Jade Maiden sect, you brazen scoundrels? Do not hesitate to meet your demise." With that proclamation, he raised his sword, and the enchanted blade surged forth with a piercing cry. The 2 behind him readied themselves to flank the opponent, advancing in a coordinated assault. Xiao Yu, apprehensive of lingering in battle, observed several individuals rushing forward. He silently recited the spirit movement technique and swiftly retreated to a safe distance. Those adversaries not only possessed the ability to fly but also wielded spells, while he, with his mere 7th level of body refinement and lacking a magical artifact, would surely perish the moment he revealed himself. In an instant, several beams of light streaked across the forest, their speed akin to lightning, interwoven with golden radiance. They transformed into 3 sword energies that cleaved through the vast expanse of the sky. One of the disciples from the Hehuan Sect was pierced through, blood gushing profusely. Lin Su, executing a sword technique, soared high above and, with a flick of his hand, unleashed a jade pendant artifact. The Hehuan Sect members immediately exclaimed in alarm, "What? There's even a mid-grade artifact? This is bad. Run." However, before the shout to flee could fully escape his lips, Xiao Yu had already concealed himself. In that moment, those who fled would meet a swift demise. It was far wiser to remain hidden amidst the chaos. Crouched in the grass, Xiao Yu covered his mouth and nose with a grave expression, watching as the 3 righteous individuals pursued their quarry on flying swords. Daring not to breathe, even a whisper, fortune seemed to have abandoned him entirely, as he found himself entangled in the most unfortunate of circumstances. Before long, the pursuers had soared far away. Upon witnessing the 2 slain disciples of the Hehuan Sect sprawled on the ground, his eyes widened in astonishment. His first stroke of fortune had arrived. Fortune favors the bold, while the timid perish in hunger. After casting a glance around and confirming the absence of others, Xiao Yu executed a swift somersault, seizing the storage bags of the two individuals before dashing off in the opposite direction. His pace was not overly rapid, yet everything around him seemed to recede. At that moment, the system chimed once more, urging, "Please, host, expedite the increase of the wicked Bai Yue's sin value and bring her to judgment. Failure to do so within 3 days will result in the forfeiture of rewards." Xiao Yu was momentarily taken aback by the words he heard. How could he elevate Bai Yue's malevolence? How was this to be achieved? Wait a moment. Were there righteous cultivators nearby? What if he released Bai Yue to serve as a shield? Wouldn't the adversaries assume that the virtuous would come to her aid? Contemplating this, Xiao Yu raised his hand and set Bai Yue free. As she stepped into the light once more, an indescribable excitement surged within her. Although blind, she could sense the breeze and the warmth of the sun. Am I free? Where's this place? Just then, a thunderous roar erupted from the mountainside in the distance, as if something had exploded. Xiao Yu hastily quickened his pace while cradling Bai Yue, not daring to glance back. Bai Yue, with a face full of panic, exclaimed, "What are you doing? Stop hitting and slapping." Xiao Yu hurriedly exclaimed, "The righteous dogs have arrived. Do not move. I shall lead you to safety." Upon hearing this, Bai Yue became even more agitated. "Righteous allies?" she cried out loudly. "I implore you to assist me in vanquishing these thieves." Xiao Yu cursed under his breath and continued his flight. However, with each surge of speed, his vision grew increasingly blurred. What was happening? Suddenly, a figure emerged ahead, wielding a cultivation level of the 6th layer of body refinement. Xiao Yu's heart tightened instantly. As a figure slashed towards him with a knife, Xiao Yu hurriedly evaded the attack, narrowly escaping danger. Bai Yue was cast to the ground, and he turned to flee. Upon seeing Bai Yue, the knife-wielding man was momentarily stunned, his face flushing crimson. What a beautiful woman! Bai Yue, unable to see her assailant, could only discern his presence through sound. "Fellow cultivator, you must be from the Hehuan Sect, am I correct?" "I am Bai Yue, the sect leader of the Hehuan Sect. I have been trapped here due to the treachery of a villain. I implore you to help me escape this place. I promise to reward you handsomely once I am free." The man stared at Bai Yue in disbelief, noticing the black cloth covering her eyes. Was she blind? Wait, her cultivation level. Sensing Bai Yue's faint aura, his eyes brimmed with fervor. "Bai Yue, the sect leader? Are you truly the Bai Yue sect leader? Your cultivation level." Bai Yue sighed softly. "It's a long story. I beg of you, fellow cultivator." Just as she spoke, she suddenly heard 2 more figures approaching. One at the 7th stage of body refinement, the other at the 8th. A smile crept across her lips. Salvation seemed near. However, before she could utter a word, she overheard one of them exclaim, "Isn't that Bai Yue, the sect leader? My heavens, disciples like us rarely get to see her." The first man continued, "Indeed, the Bai Yue sect leader is blind now. Her cultivation diminished." The other one's eyes widened suddenly, whispering excitedly, "I heard she possesses an innate. If we capture her, we might directly break through to the Qi refinement stage." Upon hearing this, an overwhelming desire flooded the eyes of the other two. Bai Yue, feeling a surge of panic, stepped back. Weren't they righteous disciples? How could they? In the next moment, she turned and fled in the opposite direction. The 3 men immediately pursued her, laughing maniacally. "Haha, what incredible fortune. Today, my brothers and I are truly blessed." Bai Yue knew she could not outrun them. Anger erupted within her as she shouted, "Presumptuous! Stay back! Aren't you righteous disciples? How could you?" The leader of the group laughed heartily. "Indeed, we are righteous disciples, but we are also men. Rest assured, sect leader, we won't speak of today's events to anyone." Another chimed in, "Haha, I have often fantasized about the bisect leader. If I could just experience her beauty today, I would gladly give up 50 years of my life. Ha ha ha. The most stunning and unparalleled bisect leader of the righteous path. How delightful." Bai Yue found herself thrown to the ground, and in that moment, despair engulfed her. Her heart shattered as she realized how the disciples, who usually treated her with utmost reverence, had turned. Help! Would no one come to her rescue? System prompt. Detected that the notorious Bai Yue is about to face judgment from others. Please swiftly take her away to prevent her demise at their hands. Xiao Yu anticipated the emergence of an alert. At this moment, Bai Yue surely could not believe in the righteousness of the situation. Her survival depended solely on him, and she was still blind. The thought of escaping from this place seemed utterly impossible, and suddenly, inspiration struck him. He promptly consumed the blood fury pill offered by the previous individual and sprang into action. His cultivation level surged directly to the pinnacle of the body refinement stage. The others had already formed a queue before Bai Yue. However, at that moment, a piercing scream erupted from behind. Ah! Upon glancing back, he noticed that the arm of that individual had been brutally shattered. The remaining 2 immediately furrowed their brows in alarm. Who is that? In the next instant, they beheld a figure, emanating an aura of bloodlust, charging towards them. The leader raised his hand and swung a blade, striking fiercely at the assailant's shoulder. A demonic scoundrel? Quickly eliminate him. Yet, the speed of that individual was astonishingly swift. In mere moments, he dispatched them all. After escorting Bai Yue to the judgment chamber, he dashed out in an instant. At that moment, Bai Yue's tears ceased. She realized that it was that rogue from the demonic path who had rescued her. But how could he possess the essence of the blood fury pill? Wasn't consuming that supposed to be fatal? Under the influence of the blood fury pill, Xiao Yu's vital energy surged violently within him. The scalding blood that spilled onto the ground soon began to rise in vapor. Xiao Yu fled at a rapid pace, surrounded by the disciples of the Hehuan Sect. Even with the blood-boiling pill, he could not endure for long. Xiao Yu discovered a fork in the path and, following the rugged cliffside, soon stumbled upon a small burrow measuring 5 square meters. He quickly squeezed inside, sealing the entrance behind him. Though the opening was narrow, the interior was spacious. Upon entering the burrow, Xiao Yu suddenly coughed up blood. Gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain, he slowly pushed stones to fortify the burrow's entrance. Then, he lay on the ground, gasping for breath, hastening his way into the judgment chamber. Noticing Bai Yue's dazed expression, he called out softly, "I have saved your life. Allow me to borrow your innate physical constitution." 4 hours later, dawn broke. With the aid of the innate physical constitution, the side effects of the blood-boosting pill dissipated, and his injuries healed. Upon detecting that the wicked Bai Yue had been rescued by the host, but still harbored intentions to attack him, her ingratitude caused her malevolence value to rise to 40. Chapter 5. Escape in the tranquil night. Silence enveloped the surroundings, with stars twinkling delicately and moonlight cascading like water over the mountainside. In the valley, several wild rabbits frolicked in playful pursuit. The morning breeze swept through, intertwining clouds and winds in a gentle embrace. Xiao Yu cast a glance at Bai Yue, who lay on the ground beside him. At that moment, Bai Yue's face resembled a lifeless ash, as though she had lost all vitality. Moreover, her cultivation had regressed to the 2nd layer of body tempering since last night. Xiao Yu's cultivation had reached the 8th level of body refinement. As she listened to Xiao Yu, who had already awakened, Bai Yue instinctively tugged at her clothing. It seemed as though the once radiant glory and pride had vanished completely. Slowly, she rose to her feet, her expression increasingly melancholic. Just yesterday, those from the Hehuan Sect had turned a blind eye to her plight. Where was she to go now? What was she to do? Whether it was the Hehuan Sect or the righteous path, all were but ravenous fiends. What righteousness was there? Those who had once treated her with the utmost respect now reveled in her misfortune, casting stones while she was down. And that wretched individual, once she escaped this predicament, she would ensure he met a fate worse than death. She would see him annihilated without a trace. As Xiao Yu donned his garments, he swallowed hard, a cold smile playing on his lips. Yet, upon observing the demeanor of the other party, he found himself intrigued. After all, they had weathered storms together. Do not regard me with such disdain. Surely, you do not genuinely believe that the righteous cultivators would still venerate you as their saintly figure in this state? While my understanding of the cultivation world may be limited, I possess a keen insight into human nature. The reverence and admiration others held for you stemmed from your previous high cultivation and status as a sect leader. You now face 2 choices. First, teach me the ways of cultivation. As long as I remain alive, you shall not fall into the hands of others. Do you truly wish to entertain the idea of having more suitors? Bai Yue remained silent, lost in her own thoughts. Xiao Yu grinned broadly. The second option is to follow me from now on. To become my cherished companion, my furnace of vitality. It's your choice. Upon hearing this, Bai Yue suddenly shuddered, her expression growing increasingly indignant. Delusional, she retorted, yet she found herself lingering in place, reflecting on the events of the previous day. Vivid and alluring scenes flashing before her eyes. Her brows furrowed deeply. As a righteous fairy, she had always prided herself on her virtue. How could this be? If word got out, what face would she have left to remain in the righteous sect? Some female cultivators from the righteous path had already resented her for attaining the position of the holy maiden. Now, to be entangled with the demonic path. If those women were to discover this, what fate awaited her? Xiao Yu may not be entirely wrong. She is no longer the revered saint of righteousness admired by the masses. Xiao Yu chuckled softly. Enough, relinquish any thoughts of escape. From now on, I shall be your master. If you wish to dine, you had better behave, or else you shall feast on filth. With that, he retrieved the storage pouch acquired the previous day and began to inspect its contents. Among the items were a subpar magical weapon, the eagle claw blade, harmony pills, bewildering incense, half a vial of blood-boiling pills, the upper half of the harmony technique, the phoenix summoning art, and 18 spirit stones. Upon discovering the phoenix summoning art, his eyes sparkled with intrigue. Meanwhile, Bai Yue, standing nearby, could discern nothing and felt an overwhelming sense of revulsion. Indescribable revulsion. Yet, she was also gripped by fear, fearing that Xiao Yu might divulge their secrets. As a sect leader, should it come to light that she had dealings with the demonic path, her life would be irrevocably altered. If she managed to escape, she would have to eliminate him. Only the dead can keep secrets. Xiao Yu held the harmony technique in his hands, his gaze growing increasingly earnest as he scrutinized each word meticulously. With their energy circulating throughout the cosmos, their blood flowing through the meridians, their spirit condensing the essence, harmonizing yin and yang, and the five elements nurturing one another. Xiao Yu meticulously examined the text, which was accompanied by illustrations. As he gazed upon the image of two figures seated in meditation, facing each other, he couldn't help but glance at Bai Yue beside him. Previously, while watching a film, he recalled that typical cultivators usually harness their own qi to circulate through their meridians during their training. However, the harmony technique utilized the qi of another. If he were to master this technique, coupled with Bai Yue's innate physique, his cultivation would surely progress swiftly. Noticing Xiao Yu's prolonged silence, Bai Yue felt a surge of anxiety and asked, "Can you take me with you?" "I wish to apologize." Xiao Yu nodded slightly. "Indeed. I shall first secure the ancestral artifact you received within my safe house." Bai Yue, unable to see, genuinely believed it to be some magical instrument, and thus was taken in without hesitation. Xiao Yu cautiously emerged from the cave entrance. Having reached the 8th level of body refinement, he was now capable of traversing the branches with ease. With an eagle claw knife held at his side, he dashed forward with ghostly speed. It wasn't long before he had left the mountaintop behind. The sky was beginning to brighten, and the distant sun slowly revealed itself. Meanwhile, in the judgment chamber, Bai Yu's stomach had been growling incessantly. She hadn't eaten in 4 days, and was parched as well. She was uncertain about the nature of this safety shelter and whether it contained any provisions. "Could you spare me some food? What do you wish to learn? I can teach you." Xiao Yu gazed at the berries on the tree and chuckled softly. "Do you wish to partake in the berries?" Bai Yue hurriedly responded. "I crave meat. Could you catch a chicken for me?" Before encountering you, I had been perpetually engaged in battles, with nary a grain to eat. Xiao Yu was momentarily at a loss for words. Did this woman still desire meat? It seemed she had not had her fill yesterday. However, at that moment, Bai Yue spoke with utmost seriousness. "I possess the 9 transformations spiritual technique, the Jade Maiden swordsmanship, the 5 elements divine maiden formula, the infinite blade method, the mysterious maiden's carefree technique, the divine essence technique, the 8-fold wave devouring measure, and the 9 styles of heaven's severance, among others." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu's expression immediately turned sarcastic. "Do you take me for a fool?" Chapter 6. The Moonlit 9 Provinces. The opponent possesses numerous martial arts techniques. Yet now is not the time to consider them. It is imperative to make the adversary face judgment and become a maid before proceeding. However, the thought of the system's cunning strategies, coupled with Bai Yu's character, brought a smile to his face. He could once again elevate her guilt value. It was akin to hunting a wild fowl. In less than half an hour, a roasted chicken was unceremoniously thrust into Bai Yu's hands. Xiao Yu also brought over a piece of bamboo cut into segments filled with water. He grasped the hand of the blind Bai Yue, unhesitatingly placing it around the bamboo. "This is water." Bai Yue instinctively tugged at her collar, uncertain whether he was observing her, as her sight was obscured. The savory aroma of meat wafting before her evoked memories of her time at the Jade Maiden Sect. Xiao Yu sat to the side, simultaneously eating while wielding a hawk's claw knife, inquiring, "Let's set aside the cultivation techniques for now. I have some fundamental questions. To be honest, my understanding of immortal cultivation is rather limited. Since I joined the Hehuan Sect a year ago, I spent 8 months as a menial disciple, and it has only been 4 months since I became an outer disciple. I don't even have a master. I want to know why I am currently unable to use magical implements. Those individuals can manipulate flying daggers from a distance. Why can't I?" Bai Yue took a bite of roasted chicken, her expression one of resignation. "Well, you are in the body refinement stage. This stage is merely the first step in immortal cultivation. To put it plainly, being in the body refinement stage means you are akin to a somewhat more capable mortal. You lack spiritual power, which prevents you from wielding the might of magical tools or employing spells. You can only rely on your physical skills, internal energy, weapons, or other such items. The body refinement stage is about enhancing your physique and expanding your meridians, after which you can attempt to draw in qi. Once you successfully guide spiritual energy into your body, you will enter the qi refinement stage, where you will be able to use spells." As Bai Yue spoke, she took another bite of the roasted meat. The texture was rather dry and devoid of flavor. During her time as the sect leader, she had dined on exquisite delicacies and sipped on celestial nectar. After chewing a couple of bites, she found it quite difficult to swallow. Yet, thinking of her deceased disciples, she forced the meat down her throat. Currently, her cultivation had reached the 2nd level of body refinement, but to recover her injuries, she needed pills and resources. It was certainly inconvenient for her to procure them, so she could only rely on others. At this moment, she needed to maintain her composure. She was unsure of what had transpired. The 4 hours from yesterday lingered vividly in her mind. Her ears were still flushed, and her hair was styled up. As if resigned to her fate, there was still a hint of fear within her. Whenever she scolded Xiao Yu, he would counter with a retort. She was genuinely intimidated. After swallowing another piece of meat, she spoke softly. "Beyond the qi refinement stage are the foundation establishment stage, the golden core stage, and the nascent soul stage. However, those are far beyond your current reach. If you wish to cultivate, seeking out techniques at this moment is futile. You must first refine your body and temper your physical form. You need to find a low-tier technique for body tempering. You must start from the very beginning. Establishing a solid foundation is essential for a more profound reservoir of spiritual power in the foundation establishment stage. I just reflected on this. And providing you with techniques now would be of no use. You must first reach the chi refinement stage before you can begin your cultivation. The system detected that the villainous Bai Yue had obtained food, but failed to reward the host with cultivation techniques, even resorting to deception, raising her evil value to 72. Xiao Yu's lips curled into a smile, for he had discovered a method to elevate the opponent's malevolence. It was simply to treat her with a modicum of kindness. After all, she was a wicked woman, and even when others showed her benevolence, she would still bring harm upon them. As Xiao Yu savored the roasted meat, he turned his gaze toward the other person and said, "Then assist me in tempering my body." Bai Yue momentarily froze, then stammered in response. Tempering one's body cannot be aided by others. It must be done alone. Xiao Yu's expression was tinged with mockery as he inquired, "How did you refine your body before? Were you not intent on restoring your cultivation? What is your plan?" Bai Yu's voice trembled slightly. "I was born with an innate. I have never undergone body refinement. To achieve that, one must engage in physical training and require the aid of herbs and elixirs. For me, the process could take a year or two at best, or merely a few months at the quickest. As for you, it may take a considerably longer time." Xiao Yu squinted his eyes at that moment. He had just come across the concept of body tempering in the book on the harmony technique. The method of body tempering described within the harmony technique was remarkably swift, yet it required two individuals to work in unison. Xiao Yu once again picked up the harmony technique, gazing at its description, and he immediately sensed a degree of difficulty. Opposite him, Bai Yue, momentarily irritated, let out a huff and exclaimed, "What are you looking at?" Upon witnessing her audacity to speak loudly, Xiao Yu immediately delivered a resounding slap. The sound echoed, slap. Bai Yu's face contorted with rage, her eyes widening in disbelief. Xiao Yu firmly grasped her hand and exclaimed, "Understand your own identity. Dare to insult me again." At that moment, Bai Yue was filled with trepidation, instinctively clutching the hem of her garment. Yet, despite her words, a profound sense of resentment lingered within her. How could she endure such treatment? Hadn't they been conversing amicably? Why was it that a mere disagreement could provoke such violence? Meanwhile, Xiao Yu contemplated the situation, drawing Bai Yue into his embrace. With a flushed face, she gently wiped the corner of her mouth and murmured, "You mentioned wanting to leave this place. You should actually head west. We are situated at the far western edge of Heshi Prefecture, with the sea to the west and south, Donghua Prefecture to the east, and Helua Prefecture to the north. If you attempt to flee directly east from here, you will undoubtedly be apprehended by righteous cultivators." Xiao Yu's voice was husky as he suddenly drew Bai Yue closer by 3 inches. "Did you not mention that the west is the sea?" Bai Yu's brows quivered as she replied, "Indeed. You may take the waterway south to Nanhua Prefecture in the southern part of Heshi Province, where there is no war. However, should you choose to traverse eastward on land, you would encounter nothing but a dead end." The map of the 9 prefectures of Tsangyue continent. Xiao Yu wore a somber expression, clearly skeptical of the route proposed by the other party. After tearing off a substantial piece of roasted meat, he washed it down with a gulp of water. Just yesterday, they had been gathering herbs in this vicinity and had encountered members of the Hehuan Sect. Had the conflict reached their very doorstep? Could it be that the Hehuan Sect had annihilated the Yunus Sect, only to be subsequently subdued by the Hehuan Sect? Xiao Yu stood up with a sense of helplessness, exclaiming, "This is rather troublesome." Bai Yue exhaled slowly. Given the current tense situation of the war, it's not just the rogue cultivators. Even those from prominent sects must undergo thorough questioning and verification of their identities to pass through the checkpoints. Someone with an obscure background like yours is highly likely to have their soul extracted. At that point, your identity as a person from Mazhou will be impossible to conceal. Xiao Yu leisurely lifted the bamboo bucket to his lips, contemplating as he drank. He then raised his hand, intending to summon Bai Yue into the courtroom. Xiao Yu gazed thoughtfully at the woods beyond, his expression contemplative. He dared not venture up the mountain. Who knows to what extent those creatures had escalated their activities? As he cast his eyes upon the distant Jianglu city, a somber look crossed his face. Let us journey to Jianglu city and see what awaits us. Chapter 7. Testing the spiritual roots. Xiao Yu ambled through the thicket, a blade of grass clenched between his teeth. Virtuous cultivators seldom intrude upon the lives of mortals. Despite their penchant for seeking fame and recognition, they maintain a certain regard for their reputation. In stark contrast, the practitioners of demonic arts revel in chaos, particularly those from the Hehuan Sect, who delight in wreaking havoc within human settlements, especially targeting the fairer sex and handsome men. As he continued on his path, he suddenly perceived a throng of people ahead. Instinctively, he crouched low in the underbrush, his face etched with anxiety. Peering up, he was taken aback to witness a veritable tide of refugees upon the winding path before him. A multitude, burdened with the frailty of age and the innocence of youth, made their way toward Jianglu city, their garments tattered and their faces smeared with dust. They appeared as forlorn as lost souls, while those behind them, some aiding the elderly and others supporting the young, wore vacant expressions. Their conversations were steeped in sorrow. punctuated by the cries of infants and the heavy sighs of the aged. Xiao Yu's gaze was somber, quietly contemplating whether to blend in. At that moment, a man treading upon a luminous jade gourd in the sky cast a darkened look upon Xiao Yu below. Subsequently, the man glanced toward the direction of Jiang Lushan. Xiao Yu remained oblivious to the fact that he had become the target of someone's gaze. He stripped a garment from the corpse behind him and draped it over his own body, applying layers of dirt to his face. Thus, he trudged along with the group of refugees, leaning on a stick and limping as he walked. The observer in the sky found this amusing and directly transmitted a message to Xiao Yu. What a cunning little rascal you are. How did you manage to escape the encirclement of the Xianling sect yesterday? At that moment, Xiao Yu halted in his tracks, his expression betraying intense apprehension. However, upon noticing that the observer was clad in the robes of the Hehuan Sect, he instantly regained his composure. He hastily drew the eagle claw knife from his storage pouch and, feigning fury, bellowed, "You righteous dogs! If you have the guts, come at me, even in death. I shall take someone down with me. Do not underestimate me." The observer in the sky was thoroughly entertained, and with a wave of his hand, he summoned Xiao Yu onto his gourd. Upon recognizing the individual before him as Elder Wu, the one responsible for organizing yesterday's lottery, Xiao Yu's face lit up with excitement. "Elder Wu! It is truly Elder Wu!" he exclaimed fervently. He hastily knelt on one knee, clasping his fists together, and respectfully declared, "Disciple Xiao Yu pays his respects to Elder Wu." Elder Wu, with a sinister smile as he stroked his beard, responded, "Where do you think you were running off to? Why have you not returned to the sect?" Xiao Yu, maintaining a composed demeanor, clasped his fists and exclaimed, "Yesterday, I ascended the mountain with several senior brothers to gather medicinal herbs. Unfortunately, we encountered Lin Su, a disciple of the inner sect of the Xianling sect. I was pursued by one of them down the mountain. My cultivation is still quite limited, and I dared not confront them directly. Thus, I fled for my life, only to find myself at the foot of the mountain. I intended to return to the sect, but I feared that there might still be righteous sect members lurking above. Hence, I contemplated mingling with the refugees." Elder Wu coldly scoffed, "You think you can just blend in with the refugees and enter Jianglu City? Do not underestimate the cunning of the righteous sect. They have stationed disciples disguised as ordinary soldiers at the city gates. It's quite possible that you would meet your demise upon arrival. Fortunately for you, luck has favored you, as you have encountered me." Upon hearing these words, Xiao Yu hurriedly clasped his fists in gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you, Elder Wu, for your life-saving grace. This disciple shall forever remember it." Yet, anxiety gnawed at his heart. If he were to return to the Harmony sect, escape would become an arduous task. Sister May had failed to intercept him yesterday, and she would undoubtedly harbor resentment. The thought sent a shiver down Xiao Yu's spine. At that moment, Elder Wu, stroking his beard, cast his gaze once more towards the direction of Jiang Liushan and remarked, "Now that the Jade Maiden sect has been annihilated, the scoundrels of the Xianling sect have emerged, slaughtering all our disciples hidden in Jianglu City and seizing Jiang Liushan. Tomorrow, we shall settle accounts with them. For now, return with me. I am in need of an assistant, and you seem quite astute. Consider yourself my disciple." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu's brows arched in surprise. Had he truly been elevated directly from an outer disciple to a personal disciple? Was there no need for him to first serve as an inner disciple? Wait a moment. There is no such thing as a free lunch. Why was this elder being so kind to him? Surely, there must be some hidden agenda at play. Upon contemplating this, Xiao Yu hastily knelt on one knee, clasping his fists and exclaiming, "Disciple Xiao Yu profoundly thanks Master for your great kindness." The Elder Wu across from him nodded in satisfaction. Thereafter, he soared through the skies with Xiao Yu towards the direction of the Hehuan Sect. Their speed of flight was remarkably swift, far surpassing that of the previous day's bamboo pole. It was akin to a roller coaster, with the wind tousling Xiao Yu's hair. Elder Wu, catching the fragrance emanating from Xiao Yu, grinned widely and remarked, "How is it that a mere eighth-layer body-tempering disciple like you can find a furnace? Why do you carry the scent of a woman?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu wore a sly grin, saying, "It cannot be termed as a furnace cauldron. I possess nothing of my own. Just yesterday, it was my senior brother who took care of me, and having grown weary of it, he allowed me to indulge." Elder Wu chuckled knowingly, then softly remarked, "Worry not. Once we accompany our master to the alchemy chamber, a furnace cauldron shall undoubtedly be reserved for you." Xiao Yu feigned a joyful grin, exclaiming, "Thank you for your great kindness, master." He was nearly at a loss for words. The individuals in the realm of cultivation resembled ravenous wolves, and here he was, a mere novice in the body refinement stage, utterly unprepared for their schemes. Was Elder Wu suffering from some grave affliction? Could it be that the other party was already aware of Bai Yue's circumstances? Xiao Yu is merely at the body refinement stage. What grounds does Elder Wu have to accept him? Throughout history, various sects have made exceptions to recruit direct disciples for several reasons. The first is significant merit, the second involves connections and personal favors, and the third pertains to innate talent. Wait a moment. Did that Elder Wu just mention heading to the alchemy chamber? This old rogue likely intends to refine Xiao Yu into a medicinal being or a human pill. At that moment, Xiao Yu felt an urge to curse. Just then, Elder Wu, with a single gesture, had him standing before the entrance of the alchemy chamber of the Hehuan Sect. Xiao Yu shivered slightly, though apprehensive. He wore a broad smile and clasped his fists, exclaiming, "Master, our alchemy chamber is truly impressive." Elder Wu, with a playful glimmer in his eyes, patted Xiao Yu on the shoulder. He then turned his gaze towards the alchemy furnace behind him, stating, "Come here, let me assess your spiritual root. If I am not mistaken, your spiritual root should be quite remarkable. The abundance of yang energy radiating from you suggests that you possess a golden fire spiritual root." Just as Xiao Yu was left in a state of bewilderment, Elder Wu had already produced a spirit testing stone. With a mischievous grin, he urged Xiao Yu, "Good disciple, place your hand upon it." Xiao Yu wore a demeanor of filial piety, his lips curled in a honeyed smile as he exclaimed, "My master has been exceedingly kind to me, even going so far as to assess my spiritual roots, affirming that I would be willing to traverse fire and water for him in the future." He then placed his hand upon the surface. As a surge of spiritual light erupted, Elder Wu's expression darkened ominously. "How could it be that you possess the 4 roots of metal, wood, fire, and earth? Why not 3 roots? And yet, you are burdened with a false root. What a pity. How can there be no water root at all? A water root would have been beneficial. Why must it be this utterly worthless 4-element false root? Truly lamentable." At that moment, Elder Wu's countenance fell. As he gazed once more at Xiao Yu, a glimmer of malice flickered in his eyes. Chapter 8. The Grand Disciple of the Hehuan Sect, Hualien. Xiao Yu undoubtedly sensed the oppressive aura of murderous intent. Swiftly, he knelt on one knee and clasped his fists, exclaiming, "Master, when I fled for my life yesterday, I stumbled upon 2 senior brothers' storage bags. This is all that I possess. I humbly beseech you to accept it." As he spoke, he produced the 2 storage bags. Upon witnessing Xiao Yu's display, Elder Wu, visibly irritated, waved his hand dismissively. "I have no need for your trifling possessions. Go to the back and refine the medicinal herbs. I shall be stepping out." With that, Elder Wu unleashed his jade gourd once more and soared away. With a smile adorning his face, Xiao Yu performed a courteous gesture, only exhaling in relief after the other party had vanished. It seemed highly likely that this old man had departed to seek new medicinal materials, leaving his fate once again shrouded in uncertainty. Recalling the reward for the previous herbal gathering task, it appeared to be a reward for a human pill. Could that task possibly have been assigned by Elder Wu? To err on the side of caution, it would be prudent to diligently gather medicinal herbs. However, he found himself utterly incapable of distinguishing between the various herbs, staring at the numerous baskets before him. In that moment, he turned to Bai Yue in the tribunal room for assistance. Upon learning that Xiao Yu had been summoned back to the Harmony Sect, Bai Yue's expression darkened. "How could you possibly fail to escape this time? What purpose do I have for you?" Xiao Yu, with a furious expression, raised his hand and delivered another slap, exclaiming, "Are you back for more, you bastard?" Bai Yue was about to plead for mercy and admit her mistakes. Xiao Yu. Half an hour later, Xiao Yu gazed at the speechless Bai Yue and reiterated, "That individual has departed, and the situation is dire. If I do not prepare the herbs before his return, I shall likely become part of the remedy myself." At that moment, Bai Yue ceased to conceal her intentions. "I am a 3rd-tier alchemist. I will teach you. If you have the opportunity, you must take me with you. Should a master of the Hehuan Sect discover me, you will undoubtedly be unable to keep me safe." Xiao Yu chuckled softly. "Of course, I am quite reluctant to part with you. Master Bai, please teach me the art of alchemy diligently. I still need to seek vengeance on your disciple, Yi Jiro." At this moment, the two had truly become inseparable allies. However, Xiao Yu dared not release Bai Yue, having witnessed the keen nose of Elder Wu. Instead, he described the herb's appearances and aromas while activating the communication function of the judgment chamber, allowing Bai Yue within to hear the happenings outside, enabling him to teach. "This is xianyin grass. Sort it and place it in a cool area. The fragrance that lingers in the throat indicates this is meixiang grass. Store it in a wooden box to prevent the scent from escaping." Xiao Yu's nerves were taut, his diligence bordering on anxiety, as he feared making an error in his studies. Just as he was wholly engrossed in his work, a peculiar sound emanated from the storeroom behind him. Bai Yue, in the judgment chamber, also heard the noise, and an inexplicable sense of familiarity washed over her. Xiao Yu initially had no desire to meddle in affairs that did not concern him. He merely wished to grind herbal medicine. Bai Yue, with her ear attuned, confirmed several times before her voice trembled with excitement. "Is it Lienu? Could it truly be Lienu?" She rose with boundless anticipation. "Quickly, let us go and see. It must be my disciple, Hualien." Xiao Yu was quite reluctant at that moment. "Am I daring to wander about now? If that old fellow discovers us, we shall meet our doom." Upon hearing that voice, Bai Yue immediately began to plead. "In my entire life, I have never sought anything from anyone. But that person must be my pitiful disciple. I implore you to assist her. I am willing to teach you alchemy. I shall guide you in cultivating immortality. I beseech you, help Lienu." Upon hearing the words, Xiao Yu glanced around, clearly reluctant to comply. However, at that moment, the system abruptly activated. "A new malevolent character has been detected. Please proceed to unlock the task." Xiao Yu immediately stood up, wondering if there was yet another visitor. As he listened to the sound, He traced it back to the storeroom behind him. Xiao Yu's expression instantly shifted to one of unease. Before even stepping inside, he caught a whiff of a metallic scent, a nauseating stench of blood. Upon entering the storeroom, his eyes widened in shock. Before him stood several enormous medicinal vats, each emanating an unusual aroma. At that moment, his gaze was drawn to the wall ahead, where a woman clad in a long azure robe hung. Her face was as exquisite as jade, her skin fair and beautiful. Her graceful curves resembled a masterpiece. New evil female detected. Name, Hualian. Age, 18. Cultivation, 4th layer of foundation establishment, now rendered useless. Appearance rating, 97. Height, 172 centimeters. Weight, 48 kilograms. Qualification, exceptionalized spirit root. Personality, arrogant and unreasonable, willful and capricious, placing great importance on her reputation. She is capable of indiscriminate slaughter for the sake of her image and harbors admiration for the righteous cultivation clan's promising disciples. Background, chief disciple of the Jade Maiden sect. Candidate for the next holy maiden of the righteous path, and an orphan. The task to judge the evil female Hualian has been activated. The host must ensure her safety. Upon completing the judgment of Bai Yue, the second judgment chamber will be unlocked. Each judgment chamber can accommodate only one individual. Hualian. Xiao Yu slowly raised his head, only to discover that the features of the woman were smeared with blood. Her eyes, the corners of her mouth, her nose, were all stained with crimson. However, it seemed that the individuals who had attempted to take his life the day before did not include this woman. Xiao Yu gazed at Hualian and murmured, "Could it be that Elder Wu has fed her the prison phoenix pill? If she doesn't find a man, it is likely that she will burn through her blood and perish." Although Bai Yue could not see the outside world, her intuition honed over the years allowed her to vaguely sense what lay beyond. "What is beside you?" Xiao Yu gazed at the numerous medicinal jars, instinctively swallowing hard. "Your disciple's Peepa bone has been ensnared by 2 steel hooks, left suspended against the wall. The effects of the prison phoenix pill have likely manifested for quite some time. If not addressed soon, the consequences could be fatal." Blood from your disciple trickled onto the ground, flowing toward those jars. Bai Yue trembled uncontrollably at these words, her mind racing to discern the contents of the jars, which she could only begin to surmise. Opposite her, Hualian contorted in agony upon hearing the man's voice, desperately tugging at the steel hooks embedded in her flesh, blood gushing forth. Xiao Yu gazed at the scene with trepidation. "Don't move. If you stir again, you shall perish." Hualian screamed frantically in Xiao Yu's direction, as though deaf to reason. Bai Yue, in the judgment chamber, cried out in utter despair, "Help her, assist my disciple. Hurry." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu furrowed his brow, contemplating before ultimately taking action. Half an hour later, Hualian struggled to open her eyes, acutely aware of the excruciating pain inflicted by the steel hook that had pierced through her body. She was so engulfed in her suffering that she failed to notice what Xiao Yu had done to her. Upon noticing that the other party had ceased their movements, Xiao Yu hurriedly retrieved a hemostatic pill, as instructed by Bai Yue. Surely, the absence of one pill would go unnoticed by Elder Wu. "Do not move. Consume this hemostatic pill." Xiao Yu spoke as he retrieved the elixir. Upon seeing him, Hualian's expression twisted in rage. In that moment, she finally realized the truth. A scoundrel of the demonic path. The wretched lecher. How dare he? In a fit of fury, she attempted to strike him, only to be ensnared by a steel hook. The system detected Hualian's ingratitude. Despite the host's daring act of rescue, she retaliated, and thus her malevolence index rose to 15. Xiao Yu, devoid of any inclination to elucidate, forcefully pressed the hemostatic pill into the opponent's mouth. Hualian, whose cultivation had been rendered ineffective, was no match for Xiao Yu. She coughed as she swallowed the pill. In the judgment chamber, Bai Yue, her face etched with panic, exclaimed, "Lianer, quickly tell her not to move recklessly. And think of a solution. Inform her that I summoned you." Xiao Yu has become quite astute. The system merely assigns him tasks without regard for his personal safety. He certainly cannot rescue the other party so easily. Currently, he lacks the means to accommodate them, as a judgment chamber can only hold one individual. He must first pass judgment on Bai Yue to acquire a second chamber. Furthermore, in order to recruit Hualian, he must elevate her sin value to 100. The reason Bai Yue could be recruited directly was due to the initial rewards from the system. Xiao Yu immediately dismissed Bai Yue's suggestion, exclaiming, "Don't be foolish. What if she betrays us?" Bai Yue, in a state of panic, replied, "No. My disciple would never harm you. I have watched her grow up." Xiao Yu chuckled coldly. "I no longer wish to take risks. Who knows if she would betray us for the sake of survival? This is as much assistance as I can offer you. My apprentice, I must now return to grinding the medicine." Xiao Yu spoke as he closed the door to the storeroom. Inside, Hualian continued to curse, her shouts resounding incessantly. Xiao Yu meticulously ground all the herbs, and, in addition, he thoroughly cleaned the alchemy chamber. To survive, he had to appease that old man. After contemplating, he hurried to the boiler room to prepare a meal. Perhaps he could showcase his modern culinary skills? If Elder Wu were pleased, he might spare his life. He heated the oil and began cooking. In the judgment chamber, Bai Yue wore a look of melancholy as memories flooded back to the first time she met Hualien. When she was just a child, rescued from a heap of corpses in the mortal realm, Bai Yue had always nurtured Hualien as if she were her own daughter. Master, one day Liener will become an outstanding cultivator, admired by all. Bai Yue's expression was vacant as she reminisced about the past. Had she not misplaced her trust in her second disciple, their Jade Maiden sect would not have been ambushed. She had always regarded Liener as her daughter. She understood that the reason Liener chose not to take her own life was perhaps to seek revenge for her. Everyone believed she was dead. Yet how could she face the world again? The pain was unbearable. Many of her remaining disciples, unwilling to face humiliation, chose to end their own lives, while others might not even have the chance to do so now. As a master, she had to find a way to rescue them. At that moment, she caught a whiff of a delightful aroma wafting from outside. The dishes smelled divine. Although it was enticing, she lacked the appetite to eat. Her sole desire was to save Hualien. Listening to the sounds of cooking outside, Bai Yue trembled as she pleaded, "Please, help Liener. You have taken her primordial essence. Do not be so heartless. If you save my disciple, I will gladly teach you my techniques." Before she could finish, a sudden commotion erupted outside. Where are the people from the alchemy chamber? Elder Wu is in trouble. Hurry, someone. Chapter 9. Elder Wu is dead. Have I truly become a master's disciple? Upon hearing these words, Xiao Yu was momentarily taken aback, rising to his feet in disbelief. He gazed at the two approaching figures with a look of confusion. The moment they spotted Xiao Yu, their faces filled with panic as they exclaimed, "Elder Wu has just fallen victim to a treacherous plot by the Xianling sect while on official duty, perishing on the banks of Jiaglu Mountain. Are you the disciple of Elder Wu?" Xiao Yu instinctively nodded. "Indeed. I am Xiao Yu, the direct disciple of Elder Wu. How may I assist you?" The leader exhaled with some impatience. "Since you are a disciple of Elder Wu, the alchemy chamber of our Jiaglu branch of the Hehuan Sect is entrusted to you. The sect master has gone east to establish a new branch, and our affairs here are now overseen by the newly arrived Elder Zhang. Elder Zhang will arrive tomorrow. Given the urgency of the war, you must ensure the submission of 100 blood-stanching pills, 20 bone-washing pills, and 50 Hehuan pills by noon tomorrow. That is all. The task has been assigned. You must deliver the corresponding elixirs as specified." Xiao Yu was momentarily taken aback. "Wait a moment. This is excessive. The time is far too rushed." The other person, wearing an expression of irritation, retorted, "It is futile to discuss this with you. Elder Wu has surely accumulated a stock of elixirs from his frequent concoctions. You must figure it out yourself. The newly appointed Elder Zhang is not to be trifled with." Having said this, the two hastily took flight, anxious to distance themselves from any potential entanglement with Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu hesitated for 3 seconds before hastily addressing Bai Yue in the courtroom. "There is good news. Elder Wu has passed away. We can save your disciple now. The bad news is that another elder will arrive tomorrow, and we are likely unable to escape. You are a third-tier alchemist. Even without your magical powers, you should still be able to concoct some first-tier elixirs, correct?" Upon hearing this, Bai Yue's expression suddenly transformed into one of exuberance. The mere thought of rescuing her disciple overshadowed all else in her mind. She quickly rose to her feet and declared, "If it is merely first-tier elixirs, it should pose no problem." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu felt an overwhelming joy and swiftly secured all the doors and windows. Subsequently, he released Bai Yue, ensuring her safety by providing her with a set of men's attire. "You begin the alchemy. I shall rescue your disciple and, perhaps, unearth some treasures in this place." Upon realizing that Xiao Yu intended to leave her alone, Bai Yue's heart raced with anxiety. She feared that Xiao Yu might abandon her, leaving her in a state of blindness to her surroundings. What if someone were to approach? Upon observing her demeanor, Xiao Yu contemplated for a moment before leading her into the judgment chamber. "It's no trouble. We can spare a moment from alchemy. Let us first explore what lies within. Perhaps Elder Wu has some ready-made elixirs." Upon concluding his words, Xiao Yu hastened to the storeroom, swiftly releasing Bai Yue. Bai Yue, devoid of any hesitation, rushed forward and exclaimed, "Liener, is that you?" Upon hearing this, Hualien's eyes trembled with emotion. "Master? Master, your eyes." The moment she noticed the blindfold obscuring Bai Yue's gaze, a wave of sorrow surged within her. Bai Yue quickly reassured her, "This person is a friend of the master. She can no longer see and has lost her powers. Liener, do not be afraid. The master will find a way to take you away. However, the time is not yet ripe." Hualien glanced momentarily at Xiao Yu, who was rummaging through the items behind her, then turned back to Bai Yue, overwhelmed with joy, tears streaming down her face. She then surveyed the surrounding medicinal jars, and her tears flowed anew. "Junior sister, oh my junior sisters, I am so powerless." The two disciples embraced each other, weeping. Bai Yue, filled with compassion, gently removed the steel hook from Hualien and offered her a hemostatic pill. Xiao Yu observed the items within the storeroom. Here, the majority consisted of firewood, grains, herbs, and tools, lacking any treasures of significance. Xiao Yu soon directed his gaze towards the adjacent bedroom, which served as the residence of Elder Wu. After casting a glance back at Bai Yue and her companion, he proceeded towards Elder Wu's chamber. Upon pushing the door open and peering inside, a smile graced his face. The room was filled with an array of first-grade elixirs, blood-staunching pills, marrow-washing pills, detoxification pills, harmony pills, and meridian-opening pills, among others. Although the total quantity was modest, the diversity of the varieties was commendable. He realized that only 30 blood-staunching pills were needed to complete the batch for submission tomorrow. Xiao Yu continued his search. Rather than a bedroom, this space resembled a study. Upon entering, he was greeted by towering bookshelves lining the walls, filled with an abundant collection of tomes. Ancient texts overflowing like a treasure trove. By the window stood a long table crafted from redwood, adorned with the 4 treasures of the scholar, exuding the fragrant essence of ink. The walls displayed calligraphy and paintings, the strokes akin to dragons and snakes, imbued with a magnificent aura. The interior was arranged in a style that was both antiquated and elegant, with a pristine white leather drum quietly resting in one corner. After examining it for a moment, he decided to stow the white drum into his storage pouch. He meticulously searched through each drawer and finally discovered a storage pouch within a jade box. It appeared to be of lesser quality than the one belonging to Elder Wu. Upon opening it, he found the complete text of the harmony technique, alchemical practices, the yin-yang rebirth technique, an old alchemical furnace, 5 immobilization talismans, and a jade gourd. The sight of the jade gourd instantly reminded Xiao Yu of the scene during the sex lottery when Elder Wu had summoned a group of female cultivators using that gourd artifact. At that moment, he picked up the fist-sized jade gourd and felt an immediate rush of coolness enveloping him, an exhilarating sensation that was indescribable. Merely holding the gourd made him feel as though he were grasping a delicate jade hand. Upon closer inspection, he noticed 4 small characters inscribed upon the gourd, Jade Maiden Gourd. Xiao Yu naturally deduced the purpose of this item. It was a low-grade auxiliary magic tool discarded by Elder Wu. Its offensive capabilities were mediocre, and its defensive prowess was equally unimpressive. However, this object possessed the ability to absorb living beings. It was likely that the other party had acquired something superior, hence setting aside this inferior jade gourd. Xiao Yu gazed at the gourd, his eyes lifting with anticipation. He surmised that Bai Yue had likely divulged something to Hualien by now. With this thought, a grave expression settled upon Xiao Yu's face as he clenched his fists tightly. It was prudent to exercise caution, otherwise, he risked falling victim to the machinations of this master-disciple duo. Observing the alchemy chamber before him, he contemplated remaining there indefinitely. With Elder Wu now deceased, this place stood as the most ideal sanctuary for cultivation. He was now the sole steward of the alchemy chamber. Mei Chunlan would undoubtedly hesitate to trouble him. Furthermore, having acquired the complete text of the Hehuan Gong, he could delve into its mysteries and subsequently cultivate alongside Bai Yue. Within a fortnight, he was certain he could transcend to the qi refining stage, at which point he would wield magical artifacts. To be on the safe side, he would also master the art of alchemy, aspiring at the very least to become a first-grade alchemist. With the enhancement of a secondary profession, the Hehuan Sect would surely regard him with greater esteem. For now, he resolved to stabilize his development. He would not flee. Once he had subdued Bai Yue, persuading her to compose a letter to Lure Yizhiro would surely be a trivial matter. With this in mind, Xiao Yu concealed Elder Wu's storage bag within his garments. He then took a separate storage bag, gathered the various elixirs within, and made his way toward the storeroom. Upon arriving, he observed Bai Yue engaged in conversation with Hualien, who was glancing about with an expression of palpable indignation. Xiao Yu entered with a light chuckle, saying, "These are the only pills I have discovered. This old fellow must have carried all his valuable possessions with him. Perhaps you still need to refine some alchemical concoctions." Xiao Yu finished speaking and began to take out the bottles of elixirs from the storage pouch, one by one. Hualien, with a face full of sorrow and indignation, supported Bai Yue and moved forward. Xiao Yu glanced up briefly before softly stating, "It was your master who urged me to rescue you. As practitioners of the Tao, there are matters that need not weigh heavily upon our hearts. Your master has likely informed you of our current predicament. We find ourselves in the alchemy chamber of the Hehuan Sect. An escape seems improbable. A new elder is expected to arrive tomorrow, and if I am unable to present the elixirs, I may face grave consequences. Rest assured, as long as I am here, neither you nor your master will be discovered. Surely you understand the principle of mutual dependence." Hualien nodded in response, saying, "I am profoundly grateful for your life-saving assistance, my friend." Despite her words of thanks, she did not perform the customary bow. Xiao Yu was acutely aware that the other party looked down upon him, a practitioner of the demonic path. Were women from the righteous sect always so haughty? Observing the 2 individuals before him, Xiao Yu wore a benevolent smile and said, "Shall we proceed to concoct some elixirs? Miss Bai, let us go. You shall teach me." In response, Hualien offered a gentle smile. "I am grateful to you, Xiao Daoyu, for saving me. This immense kindness will forever be etched in the hearts of my master and me. Leave the alchemy to me. There is no need for you to trouble yourself." A faint smile graced Xiao Yu's lips, for he sensed that these 2 women were harboring ulterior motives. He cast a glance at Bai Yue, who had just endured hardships alongside him. How could she entertain such thoughts after he had rescued her disciple? The nature of women. What could they possibly be plotting? Perhaps they wished to seize this place for alchemical practices and healing? Once she regained her powers, would she then flee? Or was there a more sinister intention to silence him? Such possibilities loomed large. After all, a revered saintess of the righteous path would surely regard him, a mere insect of the demonic realm, with disdain. As I contemplated, a thought struck me. Allowing the two of them to concoct elixirs outside would indeed be perilous. What if the Hehuan Sect were to arrive unexpectedly? Hence, I declared, Bai Yue, it would be prudent for you to remain within my magical artifact. Miss Hua, you shall assist me with the alchemy outside. In that moment, Hualien, feeling a surge of anxiety, clutched Bai Yue's arm tightly. After a brief period of contemplation, Bai Yue ultimately acquiesced. Xiao Yu instructed Hualien to turn her head aside, and then he raised his hand to put away Bai Yue. Upon entering the judgment chamber, Bai Yue spoke softly. At present, you possess no magical power, making the alchemical process quite arduous. You can only employ spirit stones combined with mundane fire for your concoctions. Moreover, the entire process must be performed manually, which significantly increases the likelihood of producing a flawed first-grade elixir. To refine a slightly flawed or flawless first-grade elixir, you must at least reach the 5th layer of the qi refinement stage. Xiao Yu nodded slightly. Indeed, let us commence the alchemical process. The sun shall set in merely 2 hours, and time is of the essence. Chapter 10. The Art of Alchemy. Xiao Yu sat cross-legged in the alchemical chamber, the flickering flames of the furnace casting a soft glow. Hualien, standing nearby, carefully arranged the firewood made of spiritual wood, her face adorned with a gentle smile as she tended to the flames. In the judgment room, Bai Yue, upon hearing the crackling of the fire, murmured softly, ordinary alchemists, when refining elixirs, typically employ flames catalyzed by magical energies. At present, none of us possess the ability to summon and transform qi into fire. We can only use spiritually infused wood to ignite the flames. We must then manually grind the spiritual herbs into the appropriate shapes and combine them with the powdered spirit stones in the alchemical furnace along with the medicinal ingredients for the refinement process. This method is rather misguided, as it severely diminishes the value of the spiritual herbs. Yet, in order to prepare for tomorrow's evaluation, we have no other choice. Xiao Yu, adhering to the instructions provided, procured a selection of spiritual herbs and materials that had aged for several decades. He then retrieved the medicinal ingredients he had meticulously ground during the day. Contemplating the situation, it appears that Elder Wu is aware of the arrival of a new overseer tomorrow, hence my task of preparing the medicinal concoctions. Throughout the process, Hualien remained by his side, carefully managing the heat. With a beaming smile, she assisted Xiao Yu in sequentially placing the herbs into the alchemical furnace. The flames danced and intensified, while within the cauldron, the herbs gradually melted, transforming into a bubbling elixir. Bai Yue closed her eyes in deep concentration. The next step requires manual intervention, reminiscent of the methods employed by mortals in alchemical practices. Allow my disciple to demonstrate. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu called out, Miss Hualien, your master requests that you demonstrate the subsequent steps. In response, Hualien began to act, skillfully retrieving several pieces of spirit wood and adjusting the size of the flames. Then, she utilized a metallic alchemical spoon to guide the elixir, astonishingly condensing the medicinal pill into form. The pill radiated a gentle glow all around. Xiao Yu, with an expression of astonishment, stroked his chin. It is important to note that the three of them were currently unable to wield any magical powers. Yet these two individuals were indeed masters of the Jade Maiden sect. Even without their powers, they could still refine elixirs. However, the more skilled they appeared, the more apprehensive Xiao Yu became. From this moment on, he resolved to prevent them from conversing as much as possible, and he would not allow Bai Yue to be alone with them again. If the two of them were to take advantage of his inattention to concoct elixirs that could enhance their cultivation, or even poisons to harm him, he would find himself without any means of defense. Should they attempt any clandestine schemes, he would not hesitate to abandon any principles of martial ethics. Just then, Xiao Yu suddenly noticed Hualien picking up a type of spiritual herb he did not recognize, poised to throw it into the alchemical furnace. Xiao Yu quickly rose to his feet and snatched the two spiritual herbs. Hualien, with her brows raised and eyes sparkling, softly inquired, What seems to be the matter? Benefactor? Xiao Yu gazed at the two spiritual herbs, a hint of perplexity in his voice as he inquired, Are we not concocting a hemostatic pill? What are these two plants? Hualien exclaimed without hesitation, These are blood-solidifying herbs. When combined with the hemostatic herbs used in the preparation of the hemostatic pill, the efficacy will be greatly enhanced. Detection has indicated that the malevolent Bai Yue intends to concoct a poison pill to harm the host, raising her malevolence score to 98. Furthermore, the detection has revealed that the wicked Hualien seeks to brew a poison pill to endanger the host, escalating her malevolence score to 50. Xiao Yu nodded in a manner that suggested he understood, then turned his gaze towards the herbs behind him and said, I would like to attempt refining some pills on my own. Could you kindly assist me by grinding some herbs? Let us strive to complete the alchemical process before nightfall. I have significant matters to discuss with you all this evening. Hualien's expression tightened, Her right fist clenched tightly around the hem of her skirt. Stealing a glance at the alchemical furnace, she offered a reluctant smile and replied, "Certainly. If you require any assistance, do not hesitate to seek me out." With that, she proceeded to the back to grind the herbs. Xiao Yu cast a cold glance at the woman, then retreated to a corner where he retrieved Elder Wu's alchemical tome. After flipping through several pages, he discovered the very herb that Hualien had just mentioned, toxic blood herb. This herb could be combined with hemostatic grass to concoct the toxic blood pill. A user would experience a toxic episode each day at noon. If the antidote were not taken within the hour, they would succumb to a fatal rupture of their blood vessels. Upon witnessing this, Xiao Yu's eyes brimmed with a more intense murderous intent. Should he truly consume the poison blood pill, he would become a mere pawn in their hands. He certainly would not concoct an antidote. Alas, it would be unfortunate. Xiao Yu despises wasting food, particularly food that appears quite appealing. Bai Yue, in the judgment chamber, listened for an extended period without hearing Xiao Yu ignite a fire, and her concern began to mount. "What is the matter with you?" Xiao Yu, feigning deep contemplation, held the freshly concocted elixir crafted by Hualien and remarked, "I am examining the imperfections of this potion. You are truly remarkable, employing methods of mortal alchemy. You have managed to produce a first-grade elixir with but minor flaws. Truly, the Jade Maiden Sect deserves its renowned reputation in the art of alchemy. Allow me to take a turn at it." Xiao Yu imitated Hualien's actions and successfully kindled a fire. Bai Yue exhaled deeply, her expression melancholic. Reflecting on her disciple's earlier words, her heart was a tumult of emotions. Initially, she had no intention of taking action against Xiao Yu, for he had indeed saved her. Yet her disciple warned her, "Master, do not be deceived by him. You are the foremost female cultivator of the righteous path, and countless men have schemed to win your favor." Wasn't he merely fleeing for his life at that moment? He knew he couldn't escape, which is why he risked his life to save you. All men are deceitful. If the righteous ones are like this, one can only imagine the wicked ones. He has quite the audacious plan, thinking he could obtain our primordial een and expect us to teach him cultivation and alchemy as well. Bai Yu's face contorted with conflict. But what if we are not his match? If we provoke him, "Master, obtaining our primordial een is already a fortuitous blessing for him. Even if we were to kill him, he would still have profited immensely. Master, you are a saint of the righteous path. If this scoundrel were to reveal our entanglement, we would be the laughingstock of the world. If you hesitate to act, then I shall take the lead. Just provide cover for me. Once he falls victim to our poison, he will be at our mercy." Bai Yue hesitated. "But where can we go? We must find a way to leave." "Master, you have simply not encountered a worthy ally. Why not head to the branch of the Hehuan Sect? Didn't Sister Yizhiro go there? We can seek out the elders of our branch. Surely, we would be safe. I understand there are conflicts between you and the elders. But is this not an extraordinary time? The most pressing matter is to subdue this demonic scoundrel and have him lead us away. Once we are in a secure location, we can eliminate him. Who would know of our connection to the demonic path? Righteousness and evil cannot coexist. Even if he saved us, what of it? The demonic path is the demonic path, and he must meet his end." Bai Yue pondered the words of her disciple in the judgment chamber. Her companion was not wrong. While she could not trust other righteous sects, the Hehuan Sect had its branch. As long as they reached Donghua Prefecture to find her rival second disciple, she could recover to the Golden Core stage within 50 years. When that time came, she would have the strength to avenge her fallen disciples. Losing her primordial een was but a minor sacrifice. How many cultivators of her generation could truly maintain their purity in the pursuit of immortality? Such matters of men and women must be cast aside. If she did not obliterate the Hehuan Sect, she would surely develop a heart demon. Without avenging her disciples, her thoughts would remain obstructed, and her cultivation in this lifetime would reach a standstill. Just as Bai Yue was lost in contemplation, a plume of black smoke suddenly erupted from the alchemy furnace. With a resounding boom, Bai Yue was startled, and Hualien, who was grinding herbs, was rendered speechless. Upon seeing Xiao Yu, covered in soot and dirt from the explosion, Hualien could not contain herself and let out a cold, mocking laugh. Xiao Yu's face was clouded with frustration as he gazed at the 3 elixirs in his hand, feeling a pang of regret. Just moments ago, Hualien had successfully refined 10 flawless elixirs in a single attempt, while he had toiled for half a day to produce merely 3, and of inferior quality at that. This was purely a consequence of his insufficient skill. Bai Yue, filled with concern, inquired, "What is the matter? Did you fail?" Xiao Yu shook his head, murmuring, "Well, I suppose so. I only possess a flawed hemostatic pill. Let me give it another try." Bai Yue, in a gentle tone, responded, "The art of pill refinement for mortals primarily hinges on the control of fire. The mere fact that you succeeded in crafting a single pill on your first attempt speaks to your innate talent for alchemy. Do not rush. The age of the hemostatic herb varies, and thus requires different conditions for refinement. At present, without spiritual awareness, you must rely solely on your eyesight to make judgments. And the temperature can only be controlled through your sense of touch. For a 50-year-old hemostatic herb, you must use less spiritual wood to kindle the fire, and the essence of the spiritual stone must also be diluted. Patience is key. Xiao Yu nodded and continued with his alchemical practice. This time, he did not imitate Hua Lian's techniques. Instead, he discreetly examined the art of pill refinement. Hua Lian's methods were exceedingly sophisticated, far beyond the grasp of a novice like him. After reviewing the process twice, Xiao Yu resumed his work. This time, his success rate significantly improved. He produced 5 blood-stanching pills. 4 of them were of flawed quality, while 1 was slightly imperfect. He pressed on, tirelessly refining. Hua Lian occasionally approached with freshly ground medicinal ingredients. Unbeknownst to them, the evening had arrived. Xiao Yu gazed at the elixir vial before him, a look of satisfaction gracing his features as he stowed it away in his storage pouch. Bai Yue, taken aback, could scarcely believe the extent of Xiao Yu's alchemical talent. After all, she herself was a third-grade alchemist, effortlessly crafting first-grade pills without the aid of mana. Yet, Xiao Yu had never before dabbled in alchemy, nor had he even reached the qi refinement stage. How could he possess such an acute understanding of pharmacology and the nuances of fire control? Was this individual truly a prodigy in the art of alchemy? Meanwhile, Hua Lian, witnessing Xiao Yu's accomplishment, approached with a beaming face and exclaimed, "My benefactor, you have worked hard. Why not release our master? Together, we can heal his sight, and then devise a plan to escape this place." Xiao Yu's lips curled into a faint smile as he swiftly locked the door behind him, declaring, "It appears we are unable to leave." Chapter 11, Ninth Layer of Body Tempering. Hua Lian gazed at Xiao Yu, who had suddenly closed all the doors, instinctively clutching the hem of her skirt. Xiao Yu, with an unwavering demeanor, spoke calmly. "You may be unaware of the schedule of the Hehuan Sect. Despite the darkness of night, the practitioners of the sect are often more spirited at this hour than during the day. Closing the doors and windows is merely to prevent others from discovering your presence." Hua Lian feigned admiration, nodding thoughtfully. "Is that so? In that case, should we not release our master? Let us convene and devise a plan to escape from this place." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu slowly settled into his chair. I pondered for a moment and concluded that we might not be able to leave just yet. Hua Lian, somewhat perplexed, approached him and inquired, "What? How could that be?" Xiao Yu sat in the chair, pouring tea. "Indeed, I am now an alchemist. Given the current state of war and Elder Wu's demise, do you think they would allow me to leave? I suspect that if I were to request to gather herbs, they would certainly send other disciples in my place. I am now a crucial strategic asset, and one could say I am a semi-first-tier alchemist. They would undoubtedly not permit my departure." Xiao Yu placed the brewed tea onto the table as he spoke. Hua Lian, upon seeing the tea, instinctively swallowed. She certainly lacked the courage to drink it, for she had never trusted this individual from the very beginning. Contemplating this, Hua Lian sat down across the table and feigned nervousness, saying, "How about we release the master and consult him? With his vast knowledge and experience, I'm certain he will have a solution." Xiao Yu nodded slowly, then gently closed his eyes, feigning a conversation with Bai Yue as he uttered a couple of phrases. "Oh, I see. Your master says she is weary and wishes to rest." Hua Lian was momentarily taken aback, perplexed. In the courtroom, Bai Yue had already sensed something amiss. Her face filled with panic as she abruptly stood up, exclaiming, "What do you intend to do? Please, do not harm Lianer. What are your intentions?" Xiao Yu completely disregarded her, turning instead to the unremarkable Hua Lian. "Indeed, your master once mentioned that you should become my woman, for I saved your life. She instructed you to be grateful and not to forget kindness." Hua Lian felt a pang of anxiety. She sensed that Xiao Yu had undergone a transformation. However, she dared not make her stance too firm and could only force a smile. "Rest assured, benefactor, I shall forever cherish the life-saving grace you have bestowed upon me. Your kindness shall remain etched in my heart." No sooner had she spoken than Xiao Yu presented her with a cup of tea. "Here, have a sip of tea." In the judgment chamber, Bai Yue was utterly flustered, her face alight with agitation as she shouted, "Xiao Yu, do not lay a hand on my disciple. Do not touch her. Whatever grievances exist, direct them towards me. How dare you treat me this way after I generously taught you the art of alchemy? What do you truly desire?" Xiao Yu paid no heed to the other party, his gaze fixed intently on the flustered Hua Lian. Sensing the tension, Hua Lian instinctively recoiled, stammering, "I am not thirsty. Thank you for your kind intentions, benevolent sir." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu nodded and said, "Well, then come and sit down. Since you are aware that I saved your lives, you should come and repay me." Hua Lian, hearing this, stood up abruptly, her expression filled with panic. "What do you mean by repay?" Before she could finish her sentence, she suddenly leaped up and turned to rush out. However, in the next moment, darkness enveloped her vision. What was happening? She had not consumed that tea. Could it be the black smoke resulting from his failed alchemy explosion? This fellow. With that thought, she let out a cry and collapsed to the ground. Xiao Yu smiled wryly, expressing, "There are certain words I prefer not to repeat. Master Bai, you shall decide the course of action yourself." The following dawn, it was detected that Bai Yue had just attempted to eliminate the host, resulting in an increase of the malevolence value to 100. The judgment mode has been activated. The judgment value has been unlocked, with Bai Yue's current judgment value at 3. Congratulations to the host for successfully adjudicating the wicked woman Bai Yue. receiving as rewards a judgment chamber, the rare constitution of the 9-yang divine body, and the heavenly grade technique, the blissful harmony art, 9-yang divine body, a physique as robust as a demonic beast when paired with the blissful harmony art. It aids female cultivators in breaking through realms, cleansing their marrow, enhancing their constitution, elevating their comprehension, and hastening recovery from injuries. Its strength escalates as the host's cultivation advances. Blissful harmony art, a divine dual cultivation technique, pursuing the path of ultimate ecstasy, transcending myriad laws. The higher the cultivation level of the opposite sex practitioner, the greater the benefits to the host. At that moment, Xiao Yu felt a surge of immense power coursing through his entire being, akin to the cleansing of marrow, invigorating his spirit significantly. With a single punch, the wall cracked. Xiao Yu's lips curved into a smile. If he continued at this pace of body tempering, he would likely break through to the qi refinement stage within 3 days at most. As for Bai Yue, her cultivation remained at the second level of body tempering. Xiao Yu glanced at the time. Dawn had already broken. It would not be long before Elder Zhang arrived. Xiao Yu stepped outside, where Hualien was still hurling hysterical curses. Scoundrel! I swear I will kill you. Damned beast! I vow to make your life a living hell. I will see you dead. Dead! Before she could utter another word, Xiao Yu delivered a powerful slap, silencing her with a dazzling pain. As she staggered, still intent on her tirade, Xiao Yu struck again, admonishing her, understand your current position. I saved you out of goodwill, yet you dare to poison me? This is your own doing. Did you think I had no contingency plans? From this day forth, you shall not leave. Resign yourself to your fate. Xiao Yu delivered another resounding slap, leaving Hualien momentarily stunned in place. Gritting her teeth, she glared at him with blood-red eyes, fixated on Xiao Yu. Ever since her master had brought her to the sect, everyone had addressed her as senior sister with the utmost respect. Yet now, she found herself being treated like a mere plaything by this scoundrel. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu stood confidently in the grand hall of the sect's outpost, clutching medicinal pills. He needed to reach the qi refinement stage as swiftly as possible. The thought of that ungrateful master-disciple duo made him exhale with renewed vigor. It wouldn't be long before they wished to abandon the righteous path. Just as Xiao Yu was lost in contemplation, a disciple approached him from behind. Accompanied by an elderly woman. Junior brother Xiao, exclaimed Mei's sister, her voice filled with excitement. I've been searching high and low for you. Upon hearing her voice, Xiao Yu's expression transformed into one of disbelief. Lu's sister, standing beside Mei's sister, gazed at Xiao Yu with admiration, remarking, indeed. He is the junior brother favored by my sister, so young and handsome. Mei's sister, her excitement almost causing her dentures to slip, hurriedly pressed them back into place. Junior brother Xiao, you cannot refuse me today, no matter what. Once the newly arrived elder in charge assigns the tasks, you must come with me. Otherwise, I shall be forced to take drastic measures. As she spoke, Mei's sister brandished a substandard magical artifact, one intended for attack. At that moment, Xiao Yu raised his voice in alarm. Someone intends to harm our outpost's sole alchemist. Outer sect disciples are plotting against the direct disciples. Xiao Yu's voice grew increasingly agitated as he gestured emphatically to the pill bottles on his person, exclaiming, where are the disciples in charge? Is no one concerned? Lu Shiji felt an unexpected surge of anxiety, questioning, alchemist? Mei Shiji, why do you not mention that he is an alchemist? Mei Chunlan, unable to suppress her amusement, chuckled. Young men do enjoy boasting. Does that not render them even more charming? I am utterly captivated by him. Ha ha ha. Her laughter was reminiscent of the oldest goose in the fields, sending a chill down Xiao Yu's spine. If I do not obtain him today, I shall surely ruin him. Ha ha ha. Just then, a woman clad in a purple robe entered from outside. With flowing black hair and mesmerizing violet eyes, she exuded an enchanting aura. The surrounding disciples promptly clasped their fists in greeting, exclaiming, Greetings, Elder Zhang. The woman surveyed the room before fixing her gaze upon Xiao Yu. So, you are the alchemist here? How is it that you possess only the cultivation of the 9th layer of body refinement? In the next instant, Xiao Yu's system chimed in, and he instinctively assumed it was regarding the purple-haired elder before him. However, upon glancing at the information board, he was left utterly dumbfounded. Detected a new villainess, Mei Chunlan. Host, please proceed with caution. Before the system could finish, Xiao Yu uttered a curse. Damn it. Chapter 12. Elder Zhang Xiling of the Hehuan Sect detected a new villainess. Please host expedite her judgment. Name, Mei Chunlan. Age, 123 years, nearing the end of her lifespan. Cultivation, 2nd layer of qi refinement. Appearance, aesthetic score of -7. Height 152 centimeters, weight 68 gene. Qualification, mixed spirit roots of the 9 elements. Gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, ice, and darkness. Personality, self-serving. Willing to commit heinous acts to win the affection of her beloved man. Background, outer disciple of the Hehuan Sect. Xiao Yu gazed at the sudden appearance of the system panel, his face a picture of irritation as he pressed the close button with fervor. What the hell is this? He exclaimed, his anger boiling over. Just as he was cursing and reaching out, he felt a sudden impact. Elder Zhang, standing across from him, swung a hand with great ferocity, exclaiming, "What audacity! You dare to challenge me?" With a loud crack, Xiao Yu was sent crashing into the wall, which fractured and crumbled under the force. Debris fell, burying him beneath the rubble. Dazed, Xiao Yu rolled his eyes, nearly losing consciousness. That single blow nearly led him to despair, and had it not been for his 9 sons' divine body, he would have been utterly incapacitated. Feeling the sharp pain radiating from his back, Xiao Yu clenched his fists in frustration. Who dared to ambush him? As he extricated himself from the fallen stones, he looked up to find Elder Zhang blushing furiously, her left arm covering her collar while her other hand brandished a magical artifact. At that moment, he felt a surge of trepidation. The formidable presence of a Foundation establishment expert was far beyond his capability to provoke. A nearby attendant hastily interjected, "Elder, this individual seems to be an alchemist from the pill refinement chamber. With Elder Wu having perished yesterday, please temper your wrath. He is our sole alchemist." Upon hearing this, Elder Zhang's brows furrowed in anger as she glared at Xiao Yu, who had dared to mock her in front of so many witnesses. When she noticed that his cultivation was merely at the 9th layer of body refinement, her grip on the magical artifact tightened once more. A mere novice, not even in the chi refinement stage, dares to claim to be an alchemist? Do you take the Hehuan Sect for fools? Sister Mei, observing from the sidelines, was momentarily puzzled. How had this boy progressed to the 9th layer of body refinement so quickly? Just a few days ago, he was only at the 3rd layer. Had he come into possession of some extraordinary treasure? Upon noticing the other party's intention to strike, Xiao Yu quickly stepped forward, presenting the alchemical elixirs he had prepared in advance. "I am indeed a first-tier alchemist and a direct disciple of Elder Wu. However, my skills in alchemy are rather rudimentary, allowing me to barely concoct a few first-tier potions. Elder Zhang requested these elixirs, and I toiled through the night, culminating my efforts at dawn, which led to my momentary lapse in focus that inadvertently offended you. I humbly ask for your forgiveness, Elder." Elder Zhang, visibly agitated, trembled with indignation. Yet he refrained from unleashing his wrath as he surveyed the surroundings. If this individual truly was the sole alchemist of this branch, he might be spared from death. However, you claim to be an alchemist, yet possess no magical prowess. Demonstrate your alchemical skills before me. If your words hold truth, I shall grant you mercy. But should you attempt to deceive me, I will ensure that you face dire consequences. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu hastily clasped his fists and exclaimed, "Disciple obeys. Thank you, Elder, for your benevolence." Xiao Yu followed the woman towards the alchemy chamber, keeping his head bowed, too timid to gaze upon her figure. Yet, even from a distance, he sensed that she was extraordinary. The fragrance she exuded was intoxicating, nearly ensnaring his very soul. He dared not raise his eyes. She was undeniably a cultivator of the Foundation establishment stage, and should she choose to strike him down, it would be as effortless as a flick of her wrist. As he walked, he felt the wounds upon his body gradually healing, a testament to his Juyang divine body. Strangely, he could not perceive any information regarding Elder Zhang. The system had not classified her as a wicked woman. Was it possible? After all, she was an elder of the Joyous Union sect. Could she truly be virtuous? Yet, reflecting on her earlier blush, he found himself uncertain. Did the Joyous Union sect harbor any normal women? He vaguely recalled that this woman was named Zhang Xiling, possessing a cultivation level of the 5th layer of Foundation establishment. She was one of the few female elders within the sect, rumored to have a heavenly fragrance body. One of the 7 beauties of the Joyous Union. Unlike the pure and virtuous demeanor of Bai Yue and Hualian, Zhang Xiling exuded an alluring charm that was difficult to articulate. A mere glance could conjure tantalizing images, stirring an insatiable yearning. At that moment, Zhang Xiling couldn't help but glance at Xiao Yu, her heart racing. This boy was merely at the 9th layer of body refinement. Her earlier strike, devoid of any magical power, was intended merely as a reprimand. She had not exerted her full strength, it was but a casual wave. Yet, the fact that he emerged unscathed was unfathomable. She cast her divine sense upon him, only to discover something unusual about his physique. An extraordinary constitution? His yang energy was remarkably potent. Moreover, his injuries had healed completely. To her astonishment, it seemed this small branch housed a disciple with a unique constitution. How had the others failed to notice? Why had no one reported this? Just then, Mei Chunlan approached Zhang Xiling with a sycophantic demeanor, saying, "Elder, this Xiao Yu was merely an outer sect disciple. He is surely deceiving you. I am Xiao Mei, and I am eager to serve the elder." Zhang Xiling nodded slightly, her gaze fixed on the alchemy chamber as she whispered, "I will give you half an hour. Go." Xiao Yu hurriedly clasped his fists in respect, and, under the gaze of the onlookers, approached the alchemical furnace. A few disciples who recognized him erupted in laughter. "Huh? Level 9 body refinement. Is he boasting? How many chi refinement disciples can't even concoct pills, yet he dares to show off? Indeed, alchemy isn't something just anyone can master. Look at him. He probably can't even identify all the spirit herbs." A chorus of derision ensued. Mei Chunlan was contemplating a strategy. If she could confine Xiao Yu to a cell and bribe the guards, she could extract his secrets there. His rapid advancement to level 9 body refinement surely indicated he possessed some treasure. With this thought, Mei Chunlan chuckled to herself. He can concoct pills? Huh. If he can, then I can too. Xiao Yu, I suggest you humbly bow to the elder and admit your faults. If the elder is in a good mood, he might spare your life. Before Mei Chunlan could finish her taunts, her eyes widened in disbelief as she watched Xiao Yu place the spirit herbs into the furnace. Zhang Xiling furrowed her brow. Mortal alchemy requires kindling with spirit wood and supplying air with spirit stones. Yet, she refrained from intervening, for she had already perceived through her spiritual sense that the herbs were liquefying within the furnace. Zhang Xiling raised an eyebrow, extending her spiritual sense to probe the alchemical chamber. Soon, she spotted the Hualian hanging lifelessly in the storeroom. She chose not to comment. Such occurrences were not unusual within the Harmony Sect. Just as she was pondering, someone in the crowd exclaimed, "He actually succeeded in concocting something? Incredible!" Hearing this, Zhang Xiling stepped forward, her gaze fixed on Xiao Yu, who had produced 5 grade 1 washing marrow pills. "For a flawed, and one is slightly imperfect? I never imagined you were indeed a grade 1 alchemist. Very well, I absolve you of your transgressions. However, I require you to report certain matters to me. Come to my study at sunset tonight. All others, follow me to the main hall for discussions. We are preparing to launch a surprise attack on the Xianling sect and reclaim Jiangliushan." With a wave of her hand, Zhang Xiling collected all the pills and led the way out. Mei Chunlan, now fixated on Xiao Yu's newfound alchemical prowess, felt a surging madness within her. An alchemist. If she could secure Xiao Yu, her worries about pills would be a thing of the past. Perhaps she might even persuade him to concoct some beauty-enhancing elixirs. A rare commodity indeed. With her eyes glinting with ambition, Mei Chunlan followed Zhang Xiling, her thoughts growing ever more tantalizing. Xiao Yu gazed at the elderly woman, his eyelids twitching. Even if Mei Chunlan's reward amounted to a staggering 100 million spirit stones, he would not dare to pass judgment upon her. The psychological repercussions would be profound. It could give rise to inner demons. Such matters are not trifling. Numerous cultivators have succumbed to these inner demons, rendering them unable to advance in their cultivation, relegating them to a lifetime of stagnation. Xiao Yu was genuinely frightened. He would wager that the old woman would return in the evening, without a doubt. She was a cultivator at the 2nd level of Qi refinement, adept in the use of spells, and armed with offensive magical artifacts. Furthermore, she had allies. The mere thought of this compelled Xiao Yu to instinctively secure all the doors and windows. This was unacceptable. He needed to devise a formation, a small-scale array to protect the alchemy chamber. Otherwise, there would be fatalities. Yet, upon reflection, he realized he had not yet reached the Qi refinement stage and lacked the requisite spiritual energy to employ such formations, leaving him somewhat speechless. In haste, he glanced towards the storeroom, intending to ask Hualian for assistance in body refinement. After the burning of a stick of incense, a voice interrupted, "Please cease all coercive measures. The wicked woman Hualian may be in mortal danger." Seeing this, Xiao Yu hurriedly ceased his actions, recognizing that Hualian, lacking any cultivation, would undoubtedly struggle to endure. He then turned his gaze towards Bai Yue in the judgment chamber. At this moment, Bai Yue was already consumed by regret. "I am so sorry, Lianer. It is all my fault, the fault of your master. Damn Xiao Yu. I shall not rest until I make you pay dearly for this." Xiao Yu gazed at her expression, his face darkening with displeasure. He then directly entered Bai Yue's judgment chamber. Meanwhile, in the storeroom, Hualian slowly regained consciousness, exhaling weakly. She felt a profound numbness throughout her body. Strangely, however, she sensed an unusual stir within her. To her astonishment, her previously damaged meridians and spiritual roots seemed to be mending. She had been utterly incapacitated before, deprived of her master's innate body, and with her spiritual roots destroyed. She believed she would never cultivate again. Even if her meridians were restored, it would be of no consequence. Having resigned herself to a life devoid of any hope of ascension, she had resolved to risk everything to rescue her master, feeling indifferent to her own fate as a mere cripple. Yet now, she was bewildered to discover that her spiritual roots had indeed healed. Could it be due to Xiao Yu? A shiver ran down her spine, and her cheeks flushed. Unlike Bai Yue, she now harbored a strange sensation, finding Xiao Yu somewhat handsome. What on earth am I thinking? Chapter 13. The treatment of alchemists. Bai Yue raged in her judgment, unleashing a torrent of curses. How could she possibly surrender? She was the leader of the Jade Maiden sect, a paragon of righteousness. What tempests had she not weathered? There was no way she would relent over such matters. At that moment, her animosity towards Xiao Yu reached unprecedented heights. She vowed that if she ever escaped, she would undoubtedly reduce him to ashes. Throughout the afternoon, Xiao Yu remained in the judgment chamber. Bai Yue's judgment value rose to 3. 1. Bai Yue's judgment value rose to 3. 5. Bai Yue's judgment value rose to 3. 9. Xiao Yu gazed at the setting sun, a wave of panic washing over him. Throughout the afternoon, his cultivation had stagnated, while Bai Yue's had ascended to the 3rd level of body refinement. Time was of the essence. He needed to seek out Zhang Xiling. If he were to be intercepted by Mei Chunlan, it would spell trouble. Should she arrive and discover Hualien in the storeroom, her life would be forfeit. Women who are less conventionally attractive often harbor a deep-seated envy towards those who surpass them in beauty. It is an instinctual trait. Now that both Hualien and Bai Yue were under his protection, he could not bear the thought of losing them. Nurturing them into capable attendants would prove invaluable. Furthermore, Hualien's reward for judgment remained unclaimed, and he could not allow her to perish. A solution must be devised. Damn it, that wretched Mei. If only she would grant him a day or two, he was certain he could break through to the chi refinement stage. Perhaps enlisting assistance would be prudent? Xiao Yu immediately thought of Zhang Xiling, for he was the sole alchemist at the stronghold. Zhang Xiling was currently engaged in leading the troops into battle, and potions were an essential resource. Moreover, the other party had instructed him to seek her out at sunset. Perhaps he could simply request Zhang Xiling to arrange a formation for him? Upon contemplating this, Xiao Yu set off. Yet, before his departure, a twinge of unease lingered within him. Would Hualien not cause mischief in his absence? Upon arriving at the storeroom, he found Hualien already awakened and huddled in a corner. Feigning concern, he spoke. Well, I must take my leave for a while. During this time, you must remain here and ensure that you are not discovered. An elderly witch may be plotting against me, and if anyone were to find you here, the consequences would be dire. Do you wish to serve only me, or the entire sect? Reflect upon this carefully. I have brought you some clothing and necessities, but I shall not loosen this chain. Stay put. Do not wander. There is some food as well. Now, if you wish to avoid trouble for your master, you must behave and remain here. Xiao Yu departed after speaking, securing the doors and windows with utmost diligence. Hualien gazed at the clothes and food he had brought, instinctively scoffing. Did he still think to provide her with sustenance? She had been quite satiated these past few days, often feeling nauseous. Moreover, she would never consume what he offered. It must surely be poisoned. Was he truly concerned for her? Did he fear she might wander off and be captured? Hualien clenched her fists in irritation. Spare me your feigned sympathy. Should I find the opportunity, I shall not spare you. Yet, despite her protestations, she donned the garments Xiao Yu had delivered. Observing the arrangement within the storeroom, she noticed what appeared to be a hatchet among the firewood. Hualien tightened her grip once more. It seemed her spiritual roots had undergone some restoration, and her cultivation had reached the first layer of body refinement. That fellow likely had yet to enter the chi refining stage. She could only hope to rescue her master tonight. Although her cultivation was not as advanced as his, she had trained in martial arts since childhood. Disciples from prominent sects differed from scattered cultivators, many of whom embarked on their journeys without prior education. Most disciples from large sects practiced martial arts, weaponry, and combat techniques from a young age. The reason a chi refining disciple from a major sect could surpass a scattered cultivator of the same generation lay in their foundational training. Hualien was certain that Xiao Yu lacked proficiency in martial arts. He was merely stronger in cultivation. Fixating on the distant hatchet, Hualien kicked a piece of firewood, sending it flying and causing the hatchet to tumble to her feet. She swiftly picked it up, exhaling slowly, striving to banish thoughts of Xiao Yu from her mind. When he returned, she would surely capture him. The last time she had fainted was due to inhaling that black smoke. This time, she was fully prepared. You wretch, wait for me. I shall ensure you regret your actions. Meanwhile, Bai Yue, still undergoing her trial, experienced a shift in her thoughts. Astonishingly, her cultivation had reached the fourth layer of body refinement. Miraculously, her damaged meridians and spiritual roots appeared to be healing. It was utterly unfathomable. She had been grievously injured by a golden core stage master, and the resources required to mend her meridians and spiritual roots were astronomical. Why had her condition suddenly improved? Could it be due to Xiao Yu? Just then, the trial chamber echoed with the question, "Wicked woman Bai Yue, do you acknowledge your crimes?" Bai Yue scoffed, but her derision transformed into a scream the next moment. The trial chamber continued, "Wicked woman Bai Yue, ungrateful and treacherous, deserving of condemnation. Do you acknowledge your crimes?" Bai Yue's fury ignited. "Why must you incessantly ask me this? What crimes have I committed? Do you think I have lived without purpose? Is this all? Bring forth your methods." The trial chamber replied, "The judgment of the wicked requires due process. As long as you remain unrepentant, the intensity of the trial will escalate each day. On the third day, it will double, until your mind is shattered, your senses obliterated, and you forget yourself. Once more, wicked woman Bai Yue, do you acknowledge your crimes?" Bai Yue retorted coldly, "I am innocent." In the next moment, a multitude of bizarre mechanical wires and cables ensnared her. Bai Yue was instantly electrified, her screams echoing relentlessly. The judgment value for the wicked woman Bai Yue surged to 4. 1. I am innocent. What crimes have I committed? I seek vengeance for my disciple, to eradicate the demonic path. I have lived with integrity. What crimes have I? She lamented, to accuse without basis is a coward's game. I refuse to submit. I would rather die than yield. Xiao Yu, if you possess any courage, kill me. Do not expect my submission, for such is but a fanciful dream. I curse you. I curse you to a wretched fate. You shall descend to the depths of hell. Before Bai Yue could finish her tirade, she fell silent, as if she had heard something amiss. The rapidly spinning device before her filled her with dread. It appeared to be some sort of magical artifact. Wicked woman Bai Yue, your hatred has no connection to Xiao Yu. He saved you. Yet you have harmed him time and again. Do you claim innocence? Are those born into the demonic path inherently evil? Is the dichotomy of good and evil in this world defined solely by the righteous? Are all who join the righteous faction virtuous? You distort the truth, are ungrateful, and harbor a self-righteous arrogance. Do you acknowledge your crimes? Bai Yue remained silent. Soon after, a hauntingly melodic scream resonated throughout the trial chamber, echoing endlessly. In a study, Xiao Yu respectfully clasped his fists and said, Elder Zhang, your disciple pays his respects. Zhang Xiling, engrossed in reviewing various documents, did not turn around but continued reading the recent battle reports. Yes, I have summoned you. Our Hehuan Sect is expanding its frontline forces and requires a substantial quantity of marrow-cleansing pills and meridian-opening pills to enhance the new disciples' qualifications. We also need a considerable supply of hemostatic pills, energy restoration pills, and other strategic elixirs. I do not care how many pills Elder Wu produced previously. You are to deliver 1,000 first-grade pills to me at once each month. As for spiritual herbs and materials, I shall provide them. You will refine what I send. If even a single pill is missing after a month, I shall hold you accountable. Xiao Yu hurriedly clasped his fists and assured, Elder, rest assured. I will do my utmost. However, Zhang Ziling, upon hearing this, raised her head and softly inquired, Speak. What benefits do you seek? Xiao Yu, it is not so much about advantages. The disciple merely wishes to establish a formation that can safeguard the alchemy chamber. For there are numerous individuals within the sect who harbor ill intentions towards him. Zhang Ziling's lips curled into a subtle smile, her brows arched like willow leaves. Her gaze fixed intently upon Xiao Yu. Is it due to your unique constitution? I surmise Elder Wu is also drawn to you because of your pure young body. Fear not, I have a plan in mind. As she spoke, Zhang Ziling summoned a flying magical artifact, leaving Xiao Yu momentarily astonished. That was indeed a mid-grade flying artifact. It appears that Zhang Ziling possesses quite a substantial fortune. Allow me to assist you in setting up a protective formation. Furthermore, I shall issue a proclamation. Should anyone dare to lay a hand on the alchemists under my command, I shall ensure they return with nothing. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu felt a surge of joy. Thank you very much for your kindness, Elder. Following this, Zhang Ziling led him to the upper level of the alchemy chamber. As he gazed down at the alchemy room, Zhang Ziling gradually shifted her focus to the storeroom, herbal garden, and sleeping quarters. After a moment of contemplation, she turned her gaze towards a cluster of wells ahead. With determination, she produced 6 formation flags and cast them out in all directions. Xiao Yu gazed at the array flags that had been cast forth, momentarily taken aback. His opponent had indeed encircled him with a vast expanse of territory, including even the medicinal garden and the water well within the confines. As the flags settled into their designated positions, a shimmering blue formation instantaneously rose, resembling a celestial dome. The array subtly glimmered with the hues of a blue turtle shell, occasionally revealing the menacing visage of a serpent's head. This formation was a diminutive Xuanwu array. Though it was classified as a low-grade formation, it was more than sufficient to shield him from external disturbances. I have made the necessary arrangements. Only the 2 of us may enter or exit this array, so you may rest assured. With Elder Wu deceased and the sect providing no additional support, I find myself in urgent need of assistance. As long as you devote yourself wholeheartedly to my endeavors, I assure you that you shall not be neglected. Once you reach the Qi refinement stage, I shall take you as my disciple. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu hurriedly clasped his fists together and expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Elder, for your generous favor. I shall exert myself to the utmost and strive to enhance my cultivation as swiftly as possible. Zhang Ziling nodded in acknowledgement, saying, Indeed. Shortly, I shall grant you a personal puppet, possessing a cultivation level of the 4th tier of Qi refinement, to ensure your safety. As she spoke, Zhang Ziling produced a wooden puppet eagle from her storage bag. At that moment, Xiao Yu swallowed hard. Did this woman truly intend to take him as her disciple? The treatment he was receiving was astonishing. What delighted him the most was the unexpected emergence of a judgment from the system. Zhang Ziling did not meet the criteria of the malevolent female assessment, and thus her attribute panel could not be detected. Chapter 14. Elder, I yearn deeply to progress. Xiao Yu gazed in disbelief at the information panel hovering above Zhang Ziling's head. Was she not a villainess? She had immediately bestowed upon him formations and puppets, shielding him in her protective embrace. If it were anyone else showing him kindness, he might have found it suspicious. Yet, how could this woman, who was anything but malevolent, harbor such unprovoked benevolence towards him? Moreover, her beauty was utterly enchanting, with an allure that was impossible to conceal in her every gesture. Her skin was as delicate as jade, and her features painted with exquisite grace. As her eyes sparkled, they seemed to convey a multitude of emotions. Clad in ethereal purple gauze, her lithe figure tantalizingly revealed itself with each step, capturing the hearts of onlookers. Her voice resonated with a clear, melodious charm, akin to the sweetest of celestial harmonies, intoxicating all who heard it. Her demeanor exuded an air of nobility intertwined with seduction. Each subtle smile and frown seemed to possess a soul-stirring power. Xiao Yu instinctively swallowed hard, pondering why Zhang Ziling, one of the 7 beauties of the Hehuan Sect, was showing him such concern. Was she perhaps planning to take up residence here? Zhang Ziling continued. I just observed a dozen medicinal cauldrons in Elder Wu's storage. How Elder Wu disciplined you in the past is of no concern to me, but under my supervision. Do not engage in any heinous acts. The Hehuan Sect practices the path of harmony, not malevolence. I shall not restrain you regarding your cauldrons or partners, but I must not witness you harming children or mortals. And certainly, do not attempt to concoct any elixirs or human artifacts. Just as Zhang Ziling spoke, she suddenly noticed Xiao Yu across from her, staring intently. His mischievous eyes showed no hint of hesitation as they fixated boldly on her face. Zhang Ziling's elegant brows furrowed slightly, her voice carrying an air of authority. Do you comprehend what I have just said? Xiao Yu held his fists tightly, his gaze unwavering and intensely penetrating. He had already surmised the reasons behind the other's extraordinary kindness towards him. Firstly, it was due to his status as a semi-alchemist, making him a valuable asset for the newcomer who was in urgent need of assistance. Secondly, it was likely that the other had discerned his 9-yang divine body. While claiming an intention to take him as a disciple, there could be ulterior motives at play. The other party certainly had no intention of letting him perish. Zhang Ziling, upon noticing Xiao Yu's unwavering stare, felt her countenance tremble. Is there something on my face? How dare you be so presumptuous? Xiao Yu slowly lowered his head and spoke. Elder, please pardon my impertinence. I have never encountered a woman as stunningly beautiful as you, far surpassing those celestial maidens of the righteous path. For a moment, I was utterly captivated. Your beauty is simply irresistible. I beseech you for your forgiveness. Zhang Lingmei, slightly flushed with indignation, turned her body. How dare this insolent wretch speak so disrespectfully? She felt an overwhelming urge to strike him down. This mere junior in the body refinement stage daring to gaze upon her so boldly. Under normal circumstances, any individual in the sect who dared to meet her gaze would have faced dire consequences. Anger surged through her, causing her form to tremble and veins to bulge. Calm yourself. This individual possesses a unique constitution. He may prove invaluable. Moreover, he is a pill refiner from the Jianglu branch. If I were to eliminate him, it is unlikely the sect would provide another alchemist in his stead. She had originally sought to manage a branch on the front lines due to her dissatisfaction with the sect's numerous regulations. Ever since the Hehuan Sect established itself in the Demon Province, many have shown a change in character. Gazing at Xiao Yu, Zhang Ziling exhaled slowly. Your name is Xiao Yu, is it not? What prompted you to join our Hehuan Sect all those years ago? Xiao Yuhuan clasped his fists and stated, naturally, I seek the path of immortality. In the past, I visited the righteous sects, where many places emphasize one's aptitude, background, and even financial means. I, unfortunately, faced adversity. Despite my relentless efforts to pass a rigorous assessment of the righteous sect, I was ultimately eliminated due to my inferior 4-element pseudo-spiritual root. They require at least 3 spiritual roots to be considered worthy. However, our Hehuan Sect is distinct. We accept anyone with a spiritual root, particularly the young and aesthetically pleasing. Zhang Ziling stepped forward, her eyes glimmering with a hint of nostalgia. Indeed, our Hehuan Sect was once among the righteous sects, only to be driven to the demon continent later on. Our school advocates the pursuit of harmony and enlightenment, offering advanced techniques suitable for both genders, and even powerful spells designed for dual practitioners. Initially, we were the sect with the most couples among all schools, where love flourished. And there was a strict code of conduct. Each individual would only seek one partner. Do you know why it has transformed into what it is today? Xiao Yu gazed at the enchanting curves of the other party's waist, instinctively swallowing hard. We are beset by troubles both internal and external, he mused. The righteous female cultivators outside deemed the women of our sect as lewd and shameless, primarily because the enchanting disciples of the Hehuan Sect had captivated the hearts of those righteous men. Even if the Hehuan disciples had no desire to engage with them, the men would pursue them relentlessly. Over time, the righteous female cultivators banded together, branding the women of our sect as unworthy. For the jealousy inherent in women can be truly formidable. Xiao Yu, stroking his chin with a smile, remarked, as for internal troubles, free love is fundamentally prohibited within the Hehuan Sect. Essentially, every inner disciple's partner is assigned by the sect. Zhang Ziling nodded in agreement. Indeed, there was previously a case in our sect where a celestial seedling developed feelings for a pseudo-spiritual root disciple. After 50 years, the celestial seedling ascended to the golden core stage, while the pseudo-spiritual root disciple remained at the chi refining stage. The disparity in cultivation, magical power, and spiritual awareness became insurmountable, rendering them incapable of further practicing the Hehuan technique. Over time, issues arose, and some even fell prey to inner demons. Xiao Yu shook his head repeatedly, exclaiming, No, Elder, You must be unaware of the true circumstances. What you speak of is but a mere minority. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiling furrowed her brow and inquired, what is incorrect? Xiao Yu, brimming with confidence and exuding an air of experience, proclaimed, of course not. In our Hehuan Sect, there exists a saying, before reaching the shore, one must first sever ties with their beloved. Regardless of whether they are men or women, once they ascend to a higher realm, they will unceremoniously cast aside their partner. They then seek out practitioners of greater prowess to cultivate the art of Hehuan. Such individuals, who cling to power and favor the new while discarding the old, are abundant in this world. How could these people ever truly master the profound techniques of Hehuan, which necessitate a deep mutual understanding between partners? Many who join our sect do so merely for shortcuts, driven by superficial desires. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiling noticed the glint in Xiao Yu's eyes. This fellow was staring at her once more, utterly brazen. Oh, are you, young one, also seeking a shortcut? Xiao Yu maintained his composure and said, Elder, I am deeply eager to make progress. Zhang Xiling, with an expression of exasperation, pursed her lips and replied, focus on your tasks. Without my permission, you are not allowed to leave the alchemy room. In 1 month, I expect 1,000 pills. Xiao Yu continued to gaze at her intently, causing her face to flush a deep crimson that extended to her neck. Zhang Xiling's brows furrowed sharply as she exclaimed, do you seek to court death? Depart at once. Xiao Yu chuckled, grinning as he dashed away, exclaiming, the elder is indeed the most beautiful person in the world. Zhang Xiling, however, could not bear to remain for even a moment longer. This audacious individual was simply intolerable. Summoning his flying artifact, he took to the skies in an instant. Within the formation, Xiao Yu gazed in admiration at the figure of Zhang Xiling vanishing into the clouds. Even the scolding he had just received felt oddly gratifying. She was not a wicked woman. His perception had shifted entirely. Could it be that she sought to enlist him? With her frequent mentions of the Hehuan Sect and her praises of its past glories, she even forbade him from engaging in malevolence. Perhaps her differing ideals had led to discord with the other elders of her sect, resulting in her unwarranted deployment to the front lines? That seemed plausible. For the time being, he had found a brief respite. Over the course of the next month, he needed to concoct 1,000 first-grade elixirs, which meant he would have to produce over 30 each day. He was hardly inclined to undertake such a laborious task, as he had already devised a plan. Sharpening the axe does not delay the chopping of wood. First, he would pass judgment on Bai Yue, and then send her to refine the elixirs. His focus should be on punishing the wicked and removing evildoers, along with that Hualien. That little girl was far too fragile, constantly triggering death warnings. Enough of these thoughts. With the formation in place, that old witch mate Chunlan could no longer intrude. It was time for him to enter seclusion. Xiao Yu hurriedly made his way towards the storeroom, moving swiftly along the path. It must be said that the territory designated by the elder was quite expansive, resembling a private estate of 1,000 square meters. Gazing through the formation at the luminous moon above, one could appreciate a unique charm. Behind him, the puppet eagle gifted by Elder Zhang followed closely from the rooftop, providing protection throughout his journey. Before long, he reached the storeroom. The moment he pushed the door open, a glimmer of cold light flashed by. Hualien, concealed behind the door, struck with a blade. Yet, before the attack could reach Xiao Yu, the puppet eagle descended with lethal intent. Its talons, gleaming with a chilling light, aimed directly for Hualien's head. In that instant, Hualien was rendered speechless, bewildered by the presence of a first-tier puppet beast. Upon witnessing this, Xiao Yu hastily cried out, do not harm her. She is my maid. The puppet eagle, upon hearing his words, retracted its claws. However, its instinct propelled it forward. A fierce gust of wind swept through, causing Hualien to be knocked to the ground. Rising from the earth with an expression of disbelief, Hualien gazed at the puppet eagle circling above Xiao Yu, her face contorted with resentment. How infuriating. Where on earth did you acquire this puppet eagle? Xiao Yu shrugged, gazing at the figure before him with a raised eyebrow. The sky has darkened. Where do you think you can run off to? It's chilly outside. Shall we retreat indoors for a chat? Hualien's face instantly flushed crimson. How dare you? Do not think for a moment that I will speak with you further. Quickly release my master. My martial uncle is likely already en route with her companions, and she is an adept at the golden course stage. Be wise and release my master at once. Xiao Yu cast a glance at Bai Yue in the courtroom, admiring her with a sense of delight. Do you think the Hehuan Sect is merely idle? Since the demon province dares to wage war, it must have made preparations. You shall never return to the righteous path. I saved your life, yet you wish to take mine. I believe you are more suited for the demonic way. As their month of gradual acquaintance began, Hualien noticed Xiao Yu approaching and, in a flustered panic, leapt backwards. After merely a few steps, she suddenly felt something amiss. Why did she feel a bit lightheaded? Xiao Yu gazed as Hualien dashed into the woods, raising his voice to exclaim, Liener, have you still not learned your lesson? How dare you wear the clothes I gave you? I specifically soaked that garment in Hehuan sand for an entire night. In the forest, Hualien immediately cried out in fury, I will not let this go. Chapter 15. She was beginning to lose the desire to flee. Xiao Yu sauntered toward the woods with a mischievous grin. After all, the other party could not escape the formation, and with nightfall, it was as if the heavens were unresponsive and the earth unyielding in this place. Xiao Yu continued his forward march, exuding an air of nonchalance. Fear not. We are well acquainted, and I have no intention of harming you. What is there to dread? You have yet to consume what I offered you, and I must confess, there was nothing within that offering. Perhaps you overindulged a few days ago, and now find yourself hungry once more? In the depths of the forest, Hualian's eyes widened with fury upon hearing these words. She had never encountered such brazen audacity. How long would he persist in this torment? Tears of frustration threatened to spill as she finally freed herself from the chains, ready to retaliate. Little did she know, this scoundrel had a puppet beast at his disposal. He had even tampered with her garments. Infuriating. Infuriating. You wretched scoundrel, just you wait. You shall answer to me. Xiao Yu strolled leisurely. And it was no wonder he had previously pondered whether the villains in the films he watched were somewhat deranged, given their excessive dramatics. Yet today, as the situation unfolded around him, he fully embraced the thrill of it all. Observing Hualian, who was desperately fleeing in a panic, he found himself curious about her expression upon encountering the formation ahead. He imagined she would likely break down in tears on the spot. Moreover, due to her attire, it was evident she would not be able to escape very far. Xiao Yu called out from behind. Lianer, I have always found you rather endearing, even a touch amusing. How audacious of you to concoct such schemes. You, a mere invalid incapable of cultivation, still contemplate colluding with your master to bring me harm. Isn't that rather comical? How do you muster the courage to tamper with alchemy right before my eyes? Have you never received an education? Do you know why I enjoy your company? It is because you are still young and naive, unacquainted with many matters. Unlike your master, that esteemed elder who has lived for over 2 centuries. Her resolve far surpasses that of an 18-year-old child like you. I dare say it will take me no less than a year and a half to deal with her. Xiao Yu shouted triumphantly from behind. When she glanced up, she saw that Hualian had fallen in fright, her form unsteady. Upon hearing that Xiao Yu was closing in, Hualian's face drained of color. In a moment of desperation, she raised a machete and made a swift cut on her own arm, instantly awakening her senses. Today, she vowed to escape at all costs. Yet, before she could take more than a few steps, she suddenly collided with an unseen barrier. Raising her gaze, her heart sank. How could there be a formation within the Xuanwu array? How is it possible that a formation exists here? Her pupils constricted in horror, her complexion paling. Her once radiant face dimmed, her lips parted slightly, yet no sound escaped. The delicate skin on her cheeks took on a ghostly hue, and her terrified eyes flickered like a startled fawn, filled with helplessness and dread. How could there be a formation? Master! Master! Hualian's body trembled slightly as her hands clutched her skirt tightly, her fingertips turning white from the strain. Her disheveled hair danced gently in the breeze. Adding to her distress, there was no escape. Gazing at the imposing Xuanwu array that loomed above her, despair filled her heart. She could no longer bear to contemplate what was to come. Xiao Yu was not mistaken. Her master had lived for an exceptionally long time, displaying extraordinary willpower. Yet, how young was she? The mere recollection of her previous encounters with Xiao Yu sent her entire body into uncontrollable tremors. Upon closer inspection, she found her palms drenched in cold sweat. Xiao Yu approached with a heart full of sympathy, observing the terrified Hualian sprawled on the ground. With a teasing expression, he remarked, "Do not be afraid. I have no intention of harming you. In fact, I am quite concerned for your well-being. Have you not eaten in quite some time? Brother has prepared a plethora of delightful treats for you. If you behave, I assure you that this place is far superior to your Jade Maiden sect." As Xiao Yu spoke, he retrieved some grilled meat and tea, settling down beside Hualian to indulge in his meal. According to his understanding of the judgment system, in order to elevate the other party's evil value, one must first treat them kindly, thereby triggering an increase in that value. Observing Hualian's occasional glances at the grilled meat, Xiao Yu slowly produced a crystal orb, specifically acquired through an exchange for medicinal pills prior to his visit to Zhang Ziling. He placed the orb directly in front of Hualian. Startled, Hualian instinctively shuddered. What was the scoundrel up to? Upon seeing the orb, her complexion drained of color, leaving her pale. As the foremost disciple of the Jade Maiden sect, if he held any incriminating evidence against her, she would never have a chance to redeem herself in this lifetime. This rogue was indeed contemplating something sinister. Suddenly, Hualian's vision became blurred. Her heart raced as if it were about to leap from her chest, and her face flushed. Glancing at the wound on her arm, she felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, more intense than before. Could it be that the powder from the Hehuan Sect had entered her injury? This scoundrel! He was utterly despicable. How could anyone be so cruel? Why was he treating her this way? As she watched Xiao Yu nearly finish his grilled meat, Hualian seized a hatchet without a second thought and swung it towards him. However, the blade barely penetrated Xiao Yu's defenses. Xiao Yu gazed at his opponent with an expression of playful amusement, observing their renewed look of terror. I did mention that you were rather foolish. I am now the embodiment of the 9 suns, and you, with your mere first layer of body refinement, dare to challenge me? Hasn't your foundation been shattered? Would you like to come over so I may assist you in restoring it? Do not be frightened. I have no intention of harming you. What is with that expression you wear? Xiao Yu spoke as he took another bite of meat. Hualien immediately burst into tears, shaking off Xiao Yu and rushing to seize the last piece of roasted meat on the ground. She was simply famished, having been confined by Elder Wu for several days. And during her previous battles, she had scarcely eaten anything. How dare this scoundrel treat her this way time and again? She felt truly distressed. Xiao Yu held her tightly, and she ceased to flee, indulging in food and drink. For hours later, as the bright moon hung high, Xiao Yu embraced Hualien and said, "From now on, you shall be my maid, do you understand?" Hualien's eyes glistened with unshed tears, her heart filled with reluctance. Yet, her right hand instinctively pressed against her dantian. Astonishingly, her spiritual root had indeed been restored, even better than before. Not only that, but she felt as if she had undergone a complete transformation. Her entire being feeling remarkably clear and unencumbered. To her astonishment, her cultivation had reached the second level of body refinement. It was utterly unfathomable. Even more shocking was the fact that the wound she had inflicted upon her arm with a hatchet had healed completely, leaving no trace of a scar. Was this truly the legendary Nine-Yang divine body? Hualien found herself momentarily bewildered. Yet, inexplicably, she felt a sense of discomfort. Xiao Yu had been overwhelmingly kind and gentle with her. She couldn't help but recall the time she had been pierced through the peep of bone by a steel hook. Wait, how could she think such thoughts? It was entirely peculiar. Upon reflection, it seemed that they had been in the wrong. Had her master not encountered Xiao Yu, she might have met with a far worse fate, possibly being refined into a human elixir, instead of lying here gazing at the moon. Initially, the other party had not inflicted any harm upon them. Only after she instigated her master to conspire against Xiao Yu did circumstances change. Perhaps the other party merely sought to retaliate against them. She felt a sense of confusion. In this place, escape was impossible, and her only means of sustenance relied on this man. Her master was still imprisoned, and she had no idea of her whereabouts. What was she to do? Moreover, she was now bound to him. Everywhere she turned, she belonged to him. The thought of her beloved Xianling Sect's genius, Lin Su, filled her with helplessness. Shouldn't her partner be a righteous figure? How had she ended up with such a rogue? It felt surreal. She found herself less inclined to flee. Perhaps, for some reason, being with this man could lead to saving her master. No. What was she thinking? He was a nefarious rogue. How could she, a cultivator of righteousness, conspire with him? Yet, despite her thoughts, she found herself unable to distance herself from Xiao Yu. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu was on edge. His nerves taut. Are you going to conspire against me or not? Make your move already. Your master will surely kill me afterward. Why hesitate? What are you doing? Planning to sleep after feasting? Aren't you supposed to flee? Xiao Yu's eyelids quivered, pondering the intentions of this woman. She had yet to wield the knife, despite him deliberately placing it nearby. If she did not take his life, how would she elevate her sin value? Just as Xiao Yu was lost in thought, a pair of delicate, warm hands enveloped him. With a soft, weary breath brushing against his ear, Hualien succumbed to slumber in his embrace, her eyes still glistening with tears. Xiao Yu was momentarily taken aback. Had this woman truly fallen asleep just like that? Was she not going to flee? The system prompted. The wicked woman, Hualien, has commenced her own repentance, thereby unlocking the judgment mode in advance. The host may conduct automatic or manual judgment based on her contrition. Xiao Yu gazed thoughtfully at the sleeping Hualien in his arms. She appeared to be nothing more than a terrified young girl. If only her heart were a touch kinder. Or perhaps she was afflicted with Stockholm Syndrome, in modern terms, where the victim develops affection for the perpetrator and might even assist in their malevolence. It is a psychological ailment. Judging by Hualien's previous demeanor, she would likely not feel remorse. What reason would a lofty potential saintess have to repent? Her character is proud and unruly. Could it be that she has developed unusual feelings for him? Xiao Yu attempted to raise his hand, bringing Hualien into the second judgment chamber. He gazed at her as she slept soundly. Upon reopening her information panel, he was struck by the word orphan inscribed on her background, prompting a soft exhale from him. Yet, he was acutely aware that Hualien had slain countless demonic cultivators throughout her life. In her eyes, the inhabitants of the Demon Island, regardless of age, deserved death. Perhaps her childhood had been so wretched that it rendered her devoid of humanity upon becoming a cultivator. Or was it merely a matter of foolishness? Was her mind still salvageable, thereby allowing for repentance? Xiao Yu did not activate the judgment function of the second trial chamber. He merely allowed Hualien to peacefully slumber within. His cultivation had reached the pinnacle of body tempering, merely a step away from the first layer of qi refinement. Xiao Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement as he turned to enter the first courtroom. Gazing at the resolute Bai Yue, his expression lifted. Have you been waiting long? Chapter 16. Do you not feel the slightest bit at fault? Upon hearing Xiao Yu's voice, Bai Yu's previously weary demeanor suddenly shifted to one of deep resentment. Being an astute individual, she was naturally curious about what Xiao Yu had been up to outside for so long. You scoundrel! I swear I will see you dead. I, Bai Yue, vow that even as a ghost, I shall not spare you. Just you wait. I curse you to meet a wretched end. I curse you. Xiao Yu, far from being angered, instead appeared amused, resting his chin on his hand as he remarked, conversing with you is indeed fascinating. Your fiery personality is quite engaging. This is what makes it interesting, Master Bai. I too find myself somewhat perplexed. You have been here for quite a while. And do you not feel the slightest inkling of guilt? Is this truly how you perceive the situation? Bai Yue, in a fit of exasperation, erupted once more. What fault do I bear? What accusations can be fabricated without cause? You are all too aware of your own scheming. Dare you claim that you harbored no ulterior motives from the very beginning? All men in this world share the same nature. None are truly virtuous. Do not let me, Bai Yue, escape. Otherwise, I shall ensure your dismemberment. Dismemberment? I will methodically slice the flesh from your body, piece by piece. Slice it away. Xiao Yu shook his head in exasperation. It seemed that reason was futile. This woman had lived for over 2 centuries, and her way of thinking was likely entrenched. How could a cultivator at the golden core stage recognize their own faults? That would not be an easy feat. Observing the fierce countenance of Bai Yue, Xiao Yu instinctively swallowed hard. If I am not mistaken, in your and your disciples' eyes, I am nothing more than a dog of your righteous sect. My intentions in saving you are far from benevolent, and my efforts to lead you away are equally self-serving. You deem my actions as purging evil and upholding justice? So it appears that all matters are dictated by your righteous sect, is it? I am quite eager to see how resilient your words truly are. The following morning, Xiao Yu's cultivation had ascended to the first layer of qi refinement. Just as he pondered this, the courtroom suddenly echoed with a voice. Good morning, esteemed wicked ladies. The second day's trial is about to commence. At that moment, he could distinctly feel the flow of spiritual energy coursing through him. Though it was still quite faint, he had indeed become one capable of wielding magical implements. Stepping into the courtyard, he grasped the inferior-grade magical weapon, the eagle claw blade, and began to practice alongside the jade maiden gourd. Under the manipulation of his spiritual energy, the eagle claw blade moved about him as if it were a living creature. He then struck towards a distant rock, leaving behind a clear and resounding scar. Xiao Yu grasped the handle, manipulating the eagle claw knife with his magical prowess as it propelled him forward. Beneath his feet, he executed the divine movement technique. Xiao Yu instinctively frowned as he observed the ethereal waves of magical energy resembling the glow of dawn making another move. With his sword raised towards the heavens, a blade of energy, half a meter long, was unleashed in an instant. Could this be the enhancement bestowed by the blissful harmony technique? There was a hint of a sweet fragrance in the air. Xiao Yu spoke and struck again with his blade, the fierce energy slicing through the air, causing the nearby low trees to shatter instantly. The destructive force was undeniable. However, its other potential effects remained uncertain. We shall observe further developments. Xiao Yu spoke as he retrieved the jade maiden gourd once more. Feeling the exceptionally cool aura above him, he could not help but have a fleeting thought. He concentrated his attention and released his consciousness outward. The moment his awareness made contact with the jade maiden gourd, he sensed the presence of a living being within. There was indeed a person alive inside the gourd. Xiao Yu gazed with eager eyes, hastily extending his spiritual perception to investigate the situation within the gourd. It resembled a furnace from within. Soon, he beheld several women huddled together in the center, striving to shield themselves from the surrounding flames. Some of the women bore the marks of burns. However, after observing for a considerable time without receiving any notifications from the evil woman system, he found himself in a state of hesitation. Were those 4 women virtuous? Wait, why were there 3 mortals among them? Xiao Yu gazed with wide-eyed bewilderment. Only one woman clad in red was a practitioner at the 3rd level of qi refinement. This red-clad female cultivator desperately shielded the mortal women, her lips pale with fear. Behind her, a 20-year-old girl wept in despair, exclaiming, "Mother, I am so afraid. I want to go home. I will never ascend the mountain again." Xiao Yu cast his gaze once more upon the group of women. The foremost among them, a maiden clad in crimson, possessed a rather delicate beauty, though she fell slightly short when compared to Bai Yue. Yet, her visage bore resilience and integrity absent in Bai Yue, coupled with a hint of youthful innocence. The other 3 mortals appeared to include a mother and daughter duo, while another mortal woman exuded an extraordinary grace, reminiscent of a noble woman. In Xiao Yu's perception, whether righteous or malevolent, cultivators regarded mortals as mere insects. Given such circumstances, was it still necessary to employ magical powers to safeguard mortals? Upon witnessing this, Xiao Yu promptly raised his hand to release the 4 of them. The moment they appeared, they collapsed onto the ground. Xiao Yu intended to step forward and greet her, but the female cultivator collapsed to the ground, drained of her magical energy. The other 3 hastily approached, pleading earnestly. Xiao Yu approached with unwavering composure. Gazing at the unconscious female cultivator, he raised his hand and administered a recovery pill to her. Subsequently, he cradled her gently and made his way inside the room. "Do not be afraid, you lot. I am not that elder Wu. Go fetch some water from the well and tend to this young lady." The 2 women exchanged glances, hesitant to move. It was the young lady resembling a noble woman who stood up. After ensuring the female cultivator was comfortable, Xiao Yu entrusted her care to the 2 women. The noble woman hurriedly knelt before him, expressing her heartfelt gratitude. "Thank you, immortal, for saving my life. I am Li Qingyun, and I am eternally grateful. The two women at the back quickly followed suit, kneeling as well. Thank you, immortal, for your life-saving grace. I am Zhang Lan, and this is my daughter, Hehuan Sect. Xiang, do not forget to bow to our benefactor. The young girl promptly bowed her head in reverence, exclaiming, Thank you, immortal, for your life-saving grace. Xiao Yu couldn't help but furrow his brow. Li Qingyun, noticing Xiao Yu's silence, hurriedly whispered, This humble girl has been saved by the immortal. If the benefactor has any requests, this humble girl would willingly risk her life. I earnestly beseech the immortal to allow me a brief return home to reunite with my family and assure them of my safety. Afterward, I am willing to serve the benefactor tirelessly, seeking your assistance for my humble request. Xiao Yu pondered quietly, recognizing that although the system had not classified the four of them as malevolent women, it did not imply that they posed no threat to him. It was wiser to exercise caution. Indeed, if my conjecture holds true, there should have been more than just the four of you in this gourd, undoubtedly. Several others must have perished within. The likelihood of you being captured by Elder Wu was primarily for the purpose of refining human elixirs. Yet, what is the situation with you mere mortals? Li Qingyun quickly bowed in respect, replying, in response to your noble grace. We heard from Elder Zhao that the three of us seem to possess spiritual roots. They intend to refine us into human elixirs. And we have been trapped within for half a month. Had it not been for Elder Zhao providing us sustenance and selflessly protecting us, we would have surely become mere bones. Xiao Yu cast a sidelong glance at the female cultivator in the room. Li Qingyun, visibly anxious, followed closely behind, saying, Benefactor. Senior Zhao Hongye is a solitary cultivator without a sect. She is straightforward and kind-hearted, and she would surely not bring harm to you. Xiao Yu chuckled softly. That may not be the case. Otherwise, how could she be feigning death even after awakening? In Chapter 17, titled How Can a Young Woman Have the Face to Speak of Injustice, Zhao Hongye sprang up from the bed, her face alight with excitement as she assumed an aggressive stance. Observing Xiao Yu, her expression was one of utter panic. Qingyun, come quickly. He is of the demonic path. Do not be deceived by him. With terror etched across her features, Zhao Hongye cast a frantic glance at Xiao Yu, her eyes darting back and forth. The opponent's cultivation was at the first level of qi refinement, armed with magical artifacts, and there was a puppet in the sky above. This was not an easy foe to contend with. She was utterly defenseless, her magical energy depleted, and unable to care for herself. Xiao Yu regarded the other person with an amused expression. Although Zhao Hongye was not as captivating as Hualyan or Bai Yue, she exuded an aura reminiscent of a righteous maiden. In such a time of self-preservation, she still contemplated protecting three unrelated mortals. Li Qingyun, noticing the situation, hurriedly stepped forward and said, Senior Zhao, this young man has just rescued us and has not harmed us. It was he who healed your injury with his medicinal elixirs. This gentleman is our savior. Huang Xiang and Zhang Lan chimed in. Indeed, it was our benefactor who set us free. Zhao Hongye instinctively recoiled, stammering. What is your true intention? If you have grievances, direct them at me. Do not bully them. As soon as she finished speaking, Xiao Yu approached, raising his hand to reveal a pile of vegetables and garments, declaring, I have saved you. From this moment forth, you shall serve as my maidservants. You will assist me in the alchemical chamber, washing clothes, cooking, and tending to spiritual herbs. Do not entertain thoughts of escape. This is the Hehuan Sect. And should you leave my presence, there will be dire consequences. The battle rages outside. He continued, as for the young lady's desire to return home to assure her safety, she must wait. It is not prudent to venture to Jianglicheng at this moment. When it is safe, I shall visit the city again. Zhao Hongye gazed at the vegetables and garments before her, swallowing hard. Observing her reaction, Zhang Lan swiftly led her daughter in, bowing deeply, exclaiming, Thank you, benefactor. Thank you, benefactor. Xianger, go stoke the fire. Li Qingyun nervously glanced at Xiao Yu, then turned her gaze toward Zhao Hongye. Xiao Yu gazed intently at Zhao Hongye and inquired, I have rescued you. How do you intend to repay me? If I do not release you soon, it is likely that you shall perish within 3 days. Zhao Hongye instinctively clenched her fists, stammering, I. Upon witnessing the scene, Xiao Yu promptly stepped forward and lifted her into his arms, startling Zhao Hongye into an exclamation. Li Qingyun hurriedly approached, pleading, Benefactor, benefactor. This humble girl is willing to serve you faithfully. Senior Zhao Hongye has been unwell and has been safeguarding us within the gourd. I earnestly beseech you, benefactor. I implore you. Upon witnessing this, Xiao Yu could not help but chuckle softly. If one were to judge solely by appearance, Li Qingyun undoubtedly stood out among the four women. She exuded an ethereal charm reminiscent of a youthful muse, her extraordinary grace revealing her affluent background. Her beauty was captivating, with features that resembled a delicate painting. Her eyes sparkled like autumn waters, brimming with life and radiance. Her lustrous black hair flowed gracefully in the wind, cascading like a waterfall. Li Qingyun. Xiao Yu did not engage in idle chatter. An hour later, Li Qingyun looked at her palm in disbelief and exclaimed, How have I advanced to the first layer of body refinement? How have I gained cultivation? Xiao Yu, embracing the other person, remarked, You are quite astute. You wish to repay Xiao Hongye for the life-saving grace she has bestowed upon you over these many days, do you not? However, since you are willing to accompany me, I shall not treat you poorly. From now on, the household chores of this alchemy chamber shall be entrusted to your care. Are you of noble lineage? Li Qingyun shook her head, replying, I am but a humble woman from the Li family of Jianglu City, where we engage in commerce. I have studied a bit in my youth. Xiao Yu's lips curled into a smirk. Have you truly surrendered yourself to me without a hint of grievance in your heart? Upon hearing this, Li Qingyun felt a jolt within her, momentarily frozen in place for a good 3 seconds. Then, with a heavy heart, she lowered her head. I am but a dying soul. My life belongs to my benefactor, and I possess no face to speak of grievances. After bidding farewell to Li Qingyun, Xiao Yu turned his gaze back to the judgment chamber. Hualian had awakened, gazing pitifully around. Within a month's time, he aspired to concoct 1,000 elixirs, and his endeavor must commence with this Hualian. Should he fail to produce the elixirs, Elder Zhang Xiling would undoubtedly be displeased. Now at the first level of the qi refinement stage, he pondered whether he could take the other as his master. He would attribute his breakthrough to consuming the elixirs left by Elder Wu, claiming a stroke of good fortune. Thus, the coming month would require meticulous planning, ensuring Hualian's complete subjugation while simultaneously producing 1,000 elixirs. During this period, he also needed to address Zhao Hongye, Zhang Lan, and Huang Xiang. Each possessed spiritual roots, and with his 9-yang divine body and the supreme bliss union technique, their cultivation speed would certainly not be a concern. To be prudent, he resolved to learn a soul mark. Should they ever harbor thoughts of betrayal, they would face dire consequences. Xiao Yu vaguely recalled that he had previously discovered a tome on the art of borrowing life from Elder Wu's storage bag. At that moment, he began to rummage through it. Unlike the harmony technique, this book on borrowing life contained records of some unorthodox and dubious practices. Xiao Yu rummaged through the pages and soon discovered a secret technique nestled among the leaves. The blood refinement soul restriction allows the practitioner to nourish their servant with their own heart's blood, inscribing a restriction upon the very essence of the other's soul. It must be fed once during the day when the yang energy is at its peak, and once again at night when the yin energy is most potent. After a continuous nourishment for 7 days and nights, the recipient's soul will bear the inscribed restriction, granting the practitioner dominion over their actions and mind. A crucial warning: subordinates must never employ this technique against their superiors, lest they face dire repercussions. Xiao Yu could not help but glance at Hualian in the judgment chamber. It seemed that this blood-refining soul restriction would be ineffective against the wicked woman, for the system aimed to compel their repentance. Observing the several women outside engaged in domestic chores, Xiao Yu clenched his fists. Let us begin with them. Even virtuous women should not be underestimated. What if the seemingly good Li Qingyun were to jeopardize him to save Zhang Lan and her companion? In this melodramatic world, he had no intention of adhering to notions of righteousness or morality. Only his life held true significance. Just as Xiao Yu pondered how to impose a soul restriction upon them, the system chimed once more. It detected that the second judgment chamber had yet to commence its trial. The host must select a judgment mode. Only upon initiating the trial could the host obtain the reward for judging the second wicked woman. The system reminded him that he had forgotten, as Hualian had already been captured, and he had yet to claim his reward. Gazing at the 2 options above, Xiao Yu's expression brightened. Then let it be a manual judgment. In the next moment, he found himself within the second judgment chamber, observing the instruments of torture before him. A faint smile graced his lips. Upon seeing Xiao Yu, Hualian grew anxious once more. For how long do you intend to confine me? What about my master? What do you truly desire? Xiao Yu couldn't help but chuckle. What's this? Just yesterday, you weren't wearing such an expression. After a night's sleep, you wish to flee again? It seems you still fail to comprehend your predicament, Lianer. Hualian, feeling a tinge of fear, retorted, don't come any closer. If you do, I will show you what it means to die. Xiao Yu's lips curled upward, suggesting that yesterday's efforts bore some fruit. It seems you have ceased your scolding and instead resorted to intimidation. Have I ever wronged you? Fear not, for from this moment forth, I shall not leave this chamber. I will remain here with you. Hualian's gaze faltered as she realized something profound. An hour later, the nefarious Hualian was successfully judged, and the second phase of rewards was distributed. The reward was the third judgment chamber. Additionally, an exquisite magical artifact was granted, the Qinxiang Wanmei Tuesday. Chapter 18. Hualian's concerns. The Qinxiang Wanmei Tu, a supreme magical artifact, possesses the power to conjure countless breathtaking beauties to ensnare adversaries. As the scroll unfurls, ethereal melodies resonate, and the celestial maiden dances gracefully in the air. The enchanting women depicted each possess their unique allure, some gentle and charming, others alluring and seductive, while some exude a cold, regal elegance, shifting according to the enemy's preferences. When foes gaze upon the scroll, they become entrapped, losing all self-control. It serves both offensive and defensive purposes. One can unleash the divine radiance of Qinxiang, while simultaneously summoning the enchanting celestial formation of Wanmei for protection. Xiao Yu gazed at the exquisite magical artifact before him, his brows arching in delight. With a graceful wave of his hand, he unleashed several beams of radiant light, accompanied by the ethereal strains of music. As he looked again, the forest ahead parted in two. Xiao Yu was secretly astonished, even at the first level of qi refinement. He possessed such formidable power. He felt no fear even if senior sister Mei were to return. Subsequently, he re-entered the judgment chamber of Hualien, remaining there for 3 days and nights. Upon awakening, Hualien gazed at Xiao Yu beside her, her expression one of bewilderment. Reflecting upon the events of the past 3 days, it seemed as though she had been ensnared in a dream. For reasons unknown, she found herself reluctant to leave. This time, she truly did not wish to depart. Remaining here allowed her to mend her spiritual roots and restore her cultivation. Furthermore, she was now Xiao Yu's, with her master still in his grasp. If she were to flee again, would he not, in a fit of anger, harm her master? Hualien sought to persuade herself with another rationale. As she looked at Xiao Yu, she instinctively reached out to embrace him, speaking softly. Master, Lianer will not leave. Can you assist me in healing my injuries? Please, do not harm my master. I am willing to be your servant. With an expression that evoked sympathy, she spoke from within Xiao Yu's embrace. However, upon observing her judgment value, Xiao Yu could not help but smirk coldly. Over the past 3 days, her judgment value had risen to 90, yet it had stagnated there. Clearly, this woman had yet to fully comprehend her transgressions. Even though she presented herself in a pitiful manner, and despite her current belief that she had erred, deep within her heart, there undoubtedly remained a barrier of resistance. Xiao Yu couldn't help but press his lips together, embracing Hualien's delicate waist as he spoke. I am quite curious. Your Jade Maiden sect is so powerful. How could it be vanquished by the Forlorn Harmony sect? Hualien, softly nestled in Xiao Yu's embrace, replied in a hushed tone. This is primarily due to the betrayal of my master's second disciple. She sold us out. However, my lord, you must prepare early, for the Demon Island has dispatched your 4 factions to invade Hushi Prefecture, merely serving as pawns in this grand scheme. Xiao Yu chuckled softly, surprised that the other party had begun to worry about him. I understand your concerns. The Hehuan Sect, Qian Duomin, Zuelian Tang, and Lian Yazong, who have initiated this war, are merely small sects in the Demon Province. I estimate it won't be long before they are driven back. Hualien interjected, Master, did you not mention your intention to leave this place? I advise you to make preparations early. I do not wish for anything to happen to you. Xiao Yu embraced the other person with an expression of indulgence, his grip firm. Quite good, isn't it? By the way, aside from your master, do you have anyone else you hold dear? Upon hearing this, Hualien instinctively clenched her fist, then hurriedly shook her head. No, there isn't anyone else. Xiao Yu replied without a moment's hesitation. I see. I initially thought you were willing to accompany me, and if you had any wishes, I would help you fulfill them. If not, then so be it. Hualien momentarily hesitated, contemplating for a brief moment before ultimately refraining from speaking. Xiao Yu once again scrutinized the other person, examining their hair, attire, and embroidered shoes. At last, his gaze fell upon a crimson knot tied around their waist, and in an impulsive moment, he seized it. Hualien's eyes widened in shock as she exclaimed in a flustered tone, Give it back to me. Xiao Yu remained unmoved, with one arm embracing the other and the other hand carefully examining the intricate love knot. The crimson thread of the love knot intertwined delicately, a masterpiece of craftsmanship. Observing its hue, it resembled vermilion sprinkled upon, vibrant and captivating, akin to the radiant glow of the evening sunset. Xiao Yu furrowed her brows slightly. If I am not mistaken, this token of the heart is a pledge of love, is it not, Lianer? Hualien, momentarily flustered, tightened her grip on the hem of her dress, her fingers nearly drawing blood as she stammered. And no, it is not. Xiao Yu gazed intently at the intricate knot, contemplating the final bastion of a woman's psyche, love. After all, it is a manual endeavor, requiring a delicate touch to navigate the intricacies of another's heart. Although given a few more days, he felt confident in elevating the other's judgment to perfection. He had never been one to squander time. So, Lianer, which senior brother do you favor? Surely not one from your Yu sect? I recall your master mentioning that romantic entanglements are strictly forbidden among the disciples of your sect. Does this imply that you have concealed certain matters from her? If I were to divulge your secrets, I dare say she might be driven to apoplexy. Upon hearing this, Hualien's pupils constricted sharply, her lips paling. No, that is absolutely out of the question. Xiao Yu suddenly shouted, If you refuse to speak, I shall seek out your master. In that instant, Hualien's entire being shrank back, her face betraying the terror she felt towards Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu spoke with indignation. In terms of feelings, I have saved both your lives and that of your master. You would conspire to poison me, and yet, despite not having harmed you, I have chosen not to expose you. Is this how you repay my kindness? You are enamored with someone who can restore your spiritual roots? Are you contemplating healing here before seeking him out? Were it not for my 9-yang divine body, you would be destined to live your life as a mere mortal. Reflect on this. In any case, I have had my fill of this charade. Xiao Yu spoke as he donned his clothing, startling Hualien, who hurriedly stepped forward to say, Yes, senior brother Lin Su of the Xianling sect. I have made a private vow of lifelong commitment with him. Please do not be angry, master. Lianer acknowledges her mistake. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu immediately recalled something. Hehuan Sect, Lin Su? Wasn't he the one who had pursued him on Jianglu Mountain? It seemed that he was a prodigy of the Hehuan Sect, who prided himself on being a righteous figure, surrounded by numerous admirers. Moreover, he incessantly proclaimed his dedication to vanquishing demons and evil spirits. For some inexplicable reason, Xiao Yu felt a wave of nausea at the mention of such self-righteous individuals. At that time, several of Hehuan Sect's body-tempering disciples had plotted against Bai Yue, seeking to exacerbate her plight. Although Bai Yue was not without her faults, she was nonetheless his possession now. Ultimately, she would come to submit. Seeing that Xiao Yu remained silent, Hualien feared he might divulge her secret rendezvous with Lin Su to Bai Yue. Overwhelmed with emotion, she burst into tears, exclaiming, Master! Master, Liana has erred. I swear I shall never meet senior brother Lin again. Please, do not inform Master. She will despise me. She truly will. My second junior sister fell in love with a man of the demonic path, and when Master disapproved, she extracted that man's spiritual root. She absolutely forbids us disciples from developing feelings before achieving the golden core. I implore you, do not tell Master. Lianer vows to remain by your side for eternity. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu felt a stir of anxiety within. Are you implying that the betrayal of your junior sister was truly a consequence of your master previously ruining her beloved? Hualien, with a face full of grievance, nodded in affirmation. Indeed, within our Jade Girl sect, there exists a saying, when a female cultivator becomes emotionally attached, the path to immortality becomes turbulent. In our esteemed sect, our partners are predetermined by the clan. My master has shown me immense kindness. I truly cannot allow her to find out. Master, I beseech you to spare Lianer this once. Xiao Yu gazed at the still unraised judgment value of the other party. His eyes filled with mockery. It appeared that this woman still harbored illusions about Lin Su. Lianer, if I were to inform you that just days ago, it was your senior brother Lin Su's disciple who intended to commit a transgression against your master on Jianglu Mountain, would you still cherish this bond of hearts? Hualien momentarily fell into a daze, and after a brief hesitation, she lowered her head, clearly skeptical. Xiao Yu spoke softly. On that day when I assisted your master in fleeing, we encountered some individuals from the Hehuan Sect along the way. That Lin Su approached, declaring himself as an inner disciple of the Hehuan Sect, and then brandished a magical sword, joining forces with several other disciples to besiege us. Do you understand why I harbor such resentment toward your master? It is because that day, those individuals sought to dishonor her. Had I not consumed a blood-boiling pill to rescue her, she would likely have found herself entangled with a multitude of Hehuan Sect suitors. Hualien had previously heard about this incident from Bai Yue, yet she was unaware that it was Lin Su who had brought those people. Upon observing that the other party remained unfazed, Xiao Yu grew increasingly impatient. So you still intend to play both sides, do you? Very well then. Continue to live your mundane existence. I have no desire to nurture a woman whose heart belongs to another. You may as well relinquish your spiritual roots. Upon concluding her statement, Xiao Yu released a myriad of exquisite images, causing Hualien to become flustered. Master, I swear, I shall never see him again. Hualien declared, her tears streaming down her face as she spoke. Xiao Yu chuckled softly, noting that the other party's judgment value had not increased. No wonder it is said that beautiful women can be deceitful. Even in such a state of distress, the truth eludes her, does it not? Lianer, I must confess, I hold a certain fondness for you. However, I implore you not to test my limits. As your master, I favor those who are obedient. If you choose to follow me, with the aid of my 9-yang divine body, your cultivation speed will undoubtedly surpass that of ordinary individuals, and within a few years, you shall surely achieve the golden core. Furthermore, I assure you, as long as you vow with a sincere heart to steadfastly follow me, I will never harm you or your master, and I shall bestow upon you tremendous opportunities. Even if you do not consider your own future, you must think of your master's well-being. Xiao Yu spoke as he opened a window in the adjacent courtroom, and in an instant, the agonizing screams of Bai Yue echoed forth. Hualien immediately burst into tears, trembling uncontrollably, calling out, Master! Xiao Yu whispered, I ask you to vow with your heart. As long as you pledge your allegiance to me, I shall not impose upon you. Listening to Bai Yue's anguished cries, Hualien's tears flowed uncontrollably. Although her master had forbidden them from being swayed by emotions, she had nurtured her throughout her life. Reflecting on her time as an orphan, she realized that had it not been for her master Bai Yue, she might have already fallen victim to others. Master, apprentice, I am truly sorry, she lamented. Chapter 19. Hualien's judgment meter is full. Xiao Yu gazed upon the weeping Hualien, devoid of any semblance of compassion. In this world, he understood better than anyone the worth of a wicked woman's tears. He had no desire to ascertain whom she had truly fallen for, nor did he care about any betrothal she might possess. From the moment she attempted to poison him, the outcome was irrevocably sealed. Hualien sobbed. Her voice choked with memories of her childhood, vivid and haunting. She recalled the year of famine in Hushi province when she was but a child. When the worth of human flesh plummeted beneath that of swine and dogs. Harsh winters, relentless droughts, locust plagues, epidemics, soaring prices, warfare, and extreme hunger plagued the land, driving people to cannibalism. She distinctly remembered the onset of winter, when a heavy snowfall blanketed the earth, and she, barefoot, followed her parents in their desperate flight from calamity. Along the roadside, countless frozen and starving bodies lay scattered, a grim testament to the plight of the living. She vividly recalled her own feet, frostbitten and devoid of sensation, trudging through the snow. In the chaos, mothers consumed their children, husbands devoured their wives, and families turned against one another. The mountains were littered with white bones, a stench of decay permeating the air. Her father succumbed to the cold, only to be consumed by her mother, who later met the same fate. Torn apart by others in a desperate struggle for survival, she huddled in a snowdrift, expressionless, watching the frantic, carnivorous creatures around her, lost in the existential question of her purpose in this world. Just as she teetered on the brink of death in the snow, Bai Yue appeared, resembling a celestial being from the heavens. Observing the suffering populace, she raised her hand and dissolved the ice and snow that lined the path. However, upon witnessing Bai Yue's visage, the men among the crowd were overtaken by malicious intent. Believing their own demise was imminent, they sought to indulge in one final act of depravity. They surged forward, intent on seizing Bai Yue. With a look of disdain, Bai Yue swiftly dispatched them all. In such desolate mountains and waters, the wicked truly deserve their fate. Among the fallen were certainly innocents caught in the crossfire. Yet, Bai Yue remained unmoved, pulling Hua Lian from the snowdrift. This marked the first time in a month that Hua Lian tasted warmth, an exquisite ice spirit root. I am seeking to recruit numerous disciples. From this day forth, I shall be your master. From that moment, Hua Lian became the most formidable inner disciple of the Jade Maiden sect. Confronted with treachery, regardless of age, she would execute justice on the spot. Emerging from the grave, she harbored a singular belief. The more destitute and desperate a person was, the more malevolent they tended to be. Even if she wrongfully accused, she would not allow a single miscreant to escape. Yet, even in her ruthless existence, she found herself enamored with Lin Su, the foremost disciple of the Xianling sect, who declared her to be the most beautiful woman in Hushi province and professed his admiration for her. She accepted his affections, but fate intervened once more, leading her to a calamitous fate where her spiritual roots were utterly destroyed. As Hua Lian wept uncontrollably, she reflected on her past. Though it was Xiao Yu who saved her life, it was also her master who had rescued her. The subordinates of Lin Su sought to violate her master, and she no longer wished to confirm the truth of these events. Upon hearing Bai Yue's anguished cries, her tears once again overflowed. Do not harm her any further. I implore you, spare my master. I am willing to swear by my heart. With tears streaming down her face, she raised her fingers in a vow. I, Hua Lian, swear by my heart, for this life and the next, to serve my master faithfully, never to entangle myself with another man. Should I betray this oath, may the heavens unleash their wrath upon me. I swear, I shall never, ever betray my master. Hua Lian's judgment was complete, activating the function for nurturing maidservants. The maidservant pavilion has been established, a sanctuary where maidservants may reside and cultivate their skills. Currently, exclusive attire for maidservants has been unlocked, including kipeos, black stockings, and high heels. Upon noticing the system's prompt, Xiao Yu felt an overwhelming sense of joy. With a gentle motion, he embraced the other person, saying, Your master is not as obedient as you are. She remains unaware of her own shortcomings. If you wish for her to receive the master's favor just as you have, then disregard her. Hua Lian's gaze reflected a hint of confusion. After a moment of contemplation, she unexpectedly wrapped her arms around Xiao Yu, replying, Everything is at the master's discretion. Xiao Yu smiled faintly, raising his hand to open Hua Lian's cultivation panel. Over the past few days of body tempering, she had ascended to the 5th level. He vaguely remembered that Hua Lian had previously been a second-grade alchemist. If her cultivation could be elevated to the 1st level of qi refinement, she would be able to utilize her mana for alchemy, significantly enhancing her speed in pill refinement. Contemplating this, Xiao Yu selected the cultivation option. Hua Lian required an additional 120 hours of cultivation using the Supreme Joy and Harmonious technique to reach the 1st level of qi refinement. If paired with pulse-opening pills and marrow-cleansing pills, the time could be halved. It was advisable for her to practice the Supreme Ice attribute techniques and Harmonious technique to further accelerate her cultivation speed. Moreover, remaining in the maid pavilion would enhance her comprehension and cultivation rate. Xiao Yu, upon reading this message, hurriedly made his way to the alchemy chamber. Lianer, prepare a batch of meridian-opening pills and bone-cleansing pills. Later, the master will accompany you in seclusion. Hua Lian smiled radiantly. Yes. Thank you for your generous favor. Master, I shall commence the alchemical process immediately. By the way, Master, our esteemed uncle from the Jade Maiden sect may have already arrived in the vicinity of Jianglu City. Please do not mention this to the disciples of the Hehuan Sect on the front lines. We must guard against a potential ambush. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu's lips curved slightly upward, indicating that the other party had genuinely opened up to him. You are referring to the 5 elements divine maiden technique, correct? Please transcribe all the martial arts you have mastered, as well as all of Bai Yue's misdeeds. Write down everything you know. Hulian hesitated for a moment. Master's misdeeds? Xiao Yu. Indeed, you wouldn't wish for your master to suffer endlessly. If she could recognize her mistakes sooner, she might find her way out more quickly. What do you think? Hualian nodded repeatedly. Yes, indeed. What you say is very true. Previously, you mentioned seeking revenge on junior sister Yi. But perhaps we should wait a while. She is the daughter of our branch elder and a mid-stage foundation establishment expert. Even if we deceive her, we would be unable to contend with her. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu smiled and walked away. He first sought out Li Qingyun and the others, raising his hand to once again refine with the blood-refining soul-binding technique. Li Qingyun, feeling somewhat anxious, gazed at the blood on his fingertips. After a moment of contemplation, she finally leaned in closer. Once she consumed the blood, it seemed as though something flickered momentarily at the center of her brow. Xiao Yu whispered, "Yes, just a few more days will suffice." Li Qingyun inquired softly, "What is this, benefactor?" "Xiao Yu, it is nothing. Are you not currently advancing to the body tempering stage with my assistance? This item can aid you in enhancing your cultivation." Xiao Yu, having finished speaking, turned his gaze towards Zhang Lan and Huang Xiang, who were washing clothes in the courtyard. It appeared that the mother and daughter duo had managed to cleanse every piece of clothing from the alchemy chamber over the past few days. The entire alchemy chamber gleamed with a pristine brightness, and the previously chaotic woods now appeared considerably tidier. "Come over, it's your turn." Upon hearing this, Zhang Lan and Huang Xiang hurriedly approached. Huang Xiang, her eyes wide with excitement, exclaimed, "Benefactor, can we be as formidable as you in the future?" Zhang Lan, feeling somewhat embarrassed, tugged at Huang Xiang and admonished, "Xianger, you must not be impolite. Do not disturb the benefactor." Xiao Yu waved his hand dismissively, saying, "It's nothing. Come here." Zhao Hongye, who was meditating and cultivating within the room, noticed Xiao Yu refining her and the others once more, and approached with her head bowed. Xiao Yu cast a glance at her and slowly raised his hand towards her. "What is it? Today you are so compliant, not causing any trouble?" Zhao Hongye's eyes were filled with sorrow. "I have been saved by you. I know of your fondness for women. I am willing to submit to your restrictions. But could you allow me to retain my original essence until I reach the golden core stage? The method I practice is rather unique and requires me to maintain my virginity." At this point, both Zhang Lan and Huang Xiang turned their heads away, feeling acutely embarrassed. Xiao Yu stroked his chin thoughtfully and remarked, "If your intentions towards me are pure, I shall, in turn, extend to you the respect you rightfully deserve." Zhao Hongye instinctively tightened her grip on her sleeves, gazing at Xiao Yu's raised finger. After a moment of contemplation, she began to speak. "In truth, I am from the Xianling Sect. Elder Zhao of the Xianling Sect is my father. I previously claimed to be a rogue cultivator out of fear that you might view me as a hostage to be surrendered. I shall forever remember the life you saved. Regardless of the outcome of this battle, I will not forget that you rescued me from the gourd." Xiao Yu had long suspected that the other party was concealing something from him. Little did he expect that he had caught a significant prize. The daughter of an elder from the Xianling Sect, this woman might well serve as his potential escape route from the Hehuan Sect. After all, women of the demonic path are far fewer than those of the righteous factions, making encounters with wicked women exceedingly rare. He must take the initiative to act and bring all those nefarious women lurking outside to justice. Xiao Yu smiled as he raised his hand and eliminated his opponent. After attending to the affairs of the day, he turned his gaze towards the array's exterior. If what Hualian had mentioned earlier was indeed true, it was imperative for him to convey a message to Zhang Xiling. The elder from the branch of the Yue sect appeared to be at the Golden Core stage, while Zhang Xiling was merely at the Foundation establishment stage. Should they cross paths, it could spell trouble. The emergence of a Golden Core cultivator could potentially alter the entire course of the battle, so it was prudent to inform her. With this thought in mind, Xiao Yu summoned the puppet eagle and, mounting it, soared beyond the confines of the array. In the very next moment, Mei Chunlan, her expression darkened, spoke to the elderly woman behind her amidst the distant woods. "I told you he harbors secrets. Even Elder Zhang has bestowed upon him a companion puppet eagle." The aged woman, her face twisted in a mocking grin, revealed her prominent buck teeth. "Now that he is a pill master, are you not concerned about being discovered by those above?" Mei Chunlan scoffed coldly. "Matsue Hong, do you truly believe the demonic sect has sent us from the Hehuan Sect merely to conquer the world? We are but cannon fodder. The Xianling Sect is far more formidable than the Yue Sect. Our sect leader could never contend with the 3 elders of Xianling. Their sect boasts 3 Golden Core experts. Surely they will overpower us. Our leader and her consort have been silent for days. I doubt they can hold out much longer." Matsue Hong, her expression a blend of mockery and contemplation, stroked her wrinkled chin. "Indeed, you have a point. Are you suggesting we flee and unearth the secrets that Xiao Yu possesses?" Mei Chunlan replied, "Zhang Xiling is merely at the Foundation establishment stage. If our leader cannot withstand the onslaught from the east, she will most likely be forced to retreat. The desire for wealth can lead to ruin. Whatever I, Mei Chunlan, cannot obtain, I shall destroy. In due time, the spoils will be divided between us sisters. Now, let us prepare." Chapter 20. The new villainess. Not long after Xiao Yu arrived at the Hall of Sect Affairs, a young girl with twin ponytails approached him. Her expression filled with curiosity. She gazed at Xiao Yu and inquired, "Are you the esteemed first-grade alchemist spoken of by our master?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu clasped his fists and bowed respectfully, inquiring, "It is indeed I. May I ask what guidance this esteemed senior sister has to offer?" The other party smiled gently, responding, "There is no need for guidance. My master is currently arranging a defensive formation and will arrive shortly. I am her second disciple, named Lu Linger, at the third level of Qi refinement." Xiao Yu once again clasped his fists, saying, "I have the honor of meeting you, senior sister Lu." Lu Linger chuckled softly. "Typically, our master does not accept male disciples. You must possess extraordinary qualities. Hee. I look forward to your guidance in the future." Xiao Yu maintained a steady gaze. "Senior sister, you flatter me." LV Linger, adorned in a flowing pink gown, deftly twirled the short blade in her hand, scrutinizing Xiao Yu from head to toe. A smile playing on her lips as she seemed to ponder something inscrutable. Xiao Yu was simultaneously observing the woman before him, noting her striking resemblance to Huang Xiang. With her radiant teeth and bright eyes, accompanied by a playful smile, she resembled a crystal-clear mountain spring, pure and vibrant. Her hair, like silken strands, gently brushed her cheeks, exuding a charming innocence interlaced with a touch of mischief. Her graceful form moved with the lightness of clouds, each turn reminiscent of petals cascading softly, evoking a sense of tranquility. Her voice was melodious and clear, akin to a aureole emerging from the valley, compelling one to listen intently. There was an essence of a spirited young maiden about her, yet the system offered no judgment. Perhaps she was akin to that Xiling? It was indeed curious to discover that the Hehuan Sect had women of commendable character. How strange it was. The upright Bai Yue appeared as if she had descended from the heavens, had he not heeded Hualian's words. He would never have guessed that thousands of mortals had perished at Bai Yue's hands. One must not judge by appearances in this realm. Just as Xiao Yu pondered these thoughts, a man and woman entered the sect affairs hall. The woman, even before crossing the threshold, shouted provocatively, "Oh, is that you? Sister Lingo? You've come from the demonic Altu? How dare you come to the front lines at the initial stage of Qi refinement? Aren't you just causing trouble for our master?" Her tone dripped with sarcasm, leaving Xiao Yu with a prickling sensation of discomfort. At that moment, the man following her chimed in, "Ha ha, I was wondering what Sister Lingo was doing here. Turns out she's on the lookout for a man? How amusing. And she's settled for someone at the first layer of Qi refinement? Hilarious." The woman waved her fan, her smile radiant, yet her eyes sparkled with mockery. "I heard our master is seeking a first-grade alchemist as a third disciple at the branch. I thought she had found someone extraordinary. But it appears she has merely recruited a newly initiated waste. Is our master so desperate that she will take anyone?" Upon hearing this, Lu Linger widened her eyes in disbelief. "Sister Wang, you need not speak so harshly. Brother Xiao is an alchemist. You know many alchemists lack the time to cultivate, so it's common for their skills to be low." She continued, "Currently, our master has been sent to the front lines by the elders of the sect and urgently requires assistance. Instead of supporting her, why do you bully the new disciple?" Suddenly, the woman struck Lu Linger with a slap, catching her off guard. Lu Linger stood there, stunned, clutching her reddened cheek. "You," the woman, her expression one of indignation, waved her fan. "After such a long time apart, is this how you speak to your elder sister? Such a lack of decorum. What a disgrace." Xiao Yu gazed at the opponent, whose cultivation level was at the fourth stage of Qi refinement, his expression somber. The man behind him possessed a fifth stage of Qi refinement, clearly a paramour of the woman. As he pondered this, a system notification chimed once more. "New wicked woman detected. Please adjudicate swiftly. Name, Wang Mei. Age, 37. Cultivation level, fourth stage of Qi refinement. Appearance, 93 points. Height, 168 centimeters. Weight, 95. Gene qualification, dual spirit roots of gold and wood character, cold-hearted and treacherous, envious of all women who surpass her in beauty, driven solely by self-interest. Background, the eldest disciple of Zhang Xiling from the Hehuan Sect. Crimes, practiced sinister arts, responsible for the murder of 19 children, utilizing their blood to sustain her youth. Wang Mei." Upon reading this, Xiao Yu felt a surge of delight. An opportunity had presented itself. As he gazed at Wang Mei's alluring figure, he discreetly sized her up. This woman was truly captivating, her essence starkly contrasting with the virtuous demeanor of Bai Yue, unmistakably a femme fatale. Her form was voluptuous, with broad shoulders and a slender waist. Each step she took resembled the graceful sway of willows in the wind. She embodied the elegance of a jade peak. Her body curvaceous and undeniably enticing, exuding an air of raw seduction. To think she even practiced dark arts in secret? She showed no mercy, not even towards children. This woman had truly lost all sense of morality. As Xiao Yu observed, the man beside Wang Mei turned his gaze towards him. Upon seeing Xiao Yu's stern countenance, he coldly exclaimed, "The disciples of this branch have no sense of decorum. You do not even know to pay respects upon encountering me." "Zhao Gang, you there, what is your name? I am addressing you. What are you staring at? Are you feigning ignorance?" Noticing the commotion, Lu Linger hurriedly stepped in front of Xiao Yu, asserting, "Zhao Gang, mind your tone. This is my master as alchemist. What kind of attitude is that?" Zhao Gang then sneered. Ah, so you truly are the wild man sought by junior sister Lu. It seems you've been quite pent up. You would actually agree to be with someone at the first layer of qi? Wang Mei cast a sidelong glance at the silent Xiao Yu and coldly declared, What is this? Do you believe that your alchemical skills exempt you from showing respect in my presence? I will count to 3. If you still refuse to recognize your place, you shall not leave here today. Xiao Yu chuckled coldly as he observed Zhang Xiling approaching from afar. And an idea instantly formed in his mind. He feigned a stumble, collapsing before Wang Mei, exclaiming, Senior sister, spare me. I shall never dare again. I have erred. I was wrong. Please do not take my life. The others present were momentarily taken aback. Wang Mei gazed at Xiao Yu, who was tugging at his skirt, perplexed by his antics. Meanwhile, Linger remained dazed, unable to comprehend the sudden turn of events. Xiao Yu suddenly cried out again with a loud voice. It is all my junior brother's fault. Our branch has never shown proper respect to senior brothers and sisters of higher cultivation. Today, I have offended my senior sister. I implore you, please do not kill me. I am willing to surrender all the elixirs from my alchemy chamber to senior sister Wang Mei and senior brother Zhao Gang. He then produced 2 bottles of elixirs. The disciples of the Hehuan Sect nearby turned to look. A crowd began to murmur. What is happening? I don't know. It seems that the first-grade alchemist did not pay respects to Wang Mei, and now she wants to kill him? Is the newly arrived Wang Mei looking for trouble? How could he dare demand her elixirs? As the number of people in the sect affairs hall increased, Zhang Xiling watched from behind, her expression growing increasingly somber. Zhao Gang, noticing the sudden influx of people, felt a bit awkward and quickly shouted at Xiao Yu. What nonsense are you spouting? Who would want your elixirs? Before he could finish his sentence, Xiao Yu screamed again. Ah? Please don't kill me. I truly did not see you kissing senior sister Wang behind my back. I swear I won't dare again. Behind him, LV Linger was already laughing uncontrollably, amused by Xiao Yu's antics. The crowd continued to chatter. Glancing at the scene of Xiao Yu wailing on the ground, Wang Mei, unable to contain her anger, looked down at Xiao Yu who was feigning distress and shouted, Enough of this noise. If you dare to speak such nonsense again, I shall ensure you regret it. Her disciple, Xiao Yu, had become too audacious. Zhang Xiling could no longer bear to watch. As a newcomer, she needed to win the hearts of the people. Yet Wang Mei was creating chaos for her from the very start. Upon seeing Zhang Xiling, Wang Mei's anger flared. Master, this scoundrel is slandering me. I have never asked for his elixirs. Xiao Yu hastily exclaimed, You are speaking nonsense. Dare you swear by your own heart? Just moments ago, you struck Sister Lu twice. Simply because she was unaware of your approach. Look at Sister Lu's face. Could she have inflicted that upon herself? Upon hearing his words, the crowd turned to gaze at Lu Linger, and indeed, a conspicuous red mark adorned her cheek. Zhao Gang's eyes glinted with fury as he glared at the scoundrel who dared to tarnish his reputation. He vowed to make him pay dearly for this affront. Zhang Xiling also noticed the imprint on Lu Linger's face, and her brows furrowed in indignation. Withdraw at once, she commanded. Wang Mei looked at Zhang Xiling in disbelief, unable to comprehend why her master would side with an outsider. After all, she was her most esteemed disciple. Xiao Yu, upon witnessing the situation, swiftly stepped in front of Lu Linger and exclaimed, Zhao Gang, did you truly mean it when you suggested that senior sister Lu accompany you for an entire night? Are you attempting to take advantage of our branch's lack of manpower? Lu Linger couldn't help but burst into laughter at that moment. Zhao Gang, having encountered many instances of twisted logic, had never before witnessed such an inversion of truth. You slanderous fiend. How could I possibly harbor any intentions towards junior sister Lu? Xiao Yu, then why did you just say that Lu Shimi did not pay her respects to you? Are you implying that within our branch, anyone whose cultivation is inferior to yours must bow before you, or else you shall reprimand them? You just claimed that our branch lacks decorum. Dare you deny it? Will you swear by your Dao heart? Zhao Gang certainly would not dare to make such an oath, for he indeed uttered those very words. At this juncture, those whose cultivation did not reach the 5th level of qi refinement glared at Zhao Gang. In the distance, several individuals, visibly incensed, spat curses. What the hell? Is being at the 5th level of qi refinement such an impressive feat? You are merely a privileged inner disciple. If your father weren't an elder, would you even hold such a rank? What do you think you are? What is wrong with our branch? Get lost. Many of our brothers are without elixirs. And you dare to make such demands? Zhao Gang attempted to respond, but Zhang Xiling immediately erupted in fury. Her spiritual consciousness surged forth, leaving Wang Mei and Zhao Gang feeling as though they were sitting on pins and needles, silencing them. Zhang Xiling, already troubled by the unfavorable developments at the front lines, returned only to encounter this incident. She coldly declared, If I see any further oppression among fellow disciples, I shall not spare him. What kind of decorum is this? You too shall transcribe the sect rules 10 times. Wang Mei, no longer daring to retort, could only resign herself to her misfortune. As she glanced at Xiao Yu, who was reveling in the situation, she made sure to memorize his face. Xiao Yu had evidently taken note of Wang Mei. A new member was to be added to the courtroom, daring to challenge him in such a manner? He feared that the other party would seek to trouble him. Zhang Xiling exhaled, displaying a hint of impatience as she waved her hand dismissively. The rest of you may leave. Xiao Yu, come with me. Chapter 21. Apprenticeship. Xiao Yu followed closely behind Zhang Xiling, his head bowed and gaze unwavering. Upon reaching a study, Zhang Xiling seated herself upon a wooden chair and remarked, "You possess quite a bold spirit. Having just entered the qi refining stage, you dare to act so ostentatiously. Are you not afraid of attracting trouble?" Xiao Yu approached respectfully, saying, "I could not bear to witness those two bullying senior sister L. Your discerning eye, master, can undoubtedly see through this." Zhang Xiling replied softly, "You are rather presumptuous. I have yet to accept you as my disciple, yet you seem so confident that I will." Xiao Yu hastily knelt on one knee, expressing, "Should you, esteemed elder, choose not to accept me due to the earlier incident, I bear no resentment. As cultivators, we are bound by the clarity of our thoughts, even if given another chance. I shall not permit Sister Lu to be wronged. Since Sister Lu came to my aid first, it is only right that I seek to avenge her." Zhang Xiling picked up the cool tea beside her and smiled. "You are indeed a lad of deep loyalty. However, my tea has grown somewhat lukewarm." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu was filled with joy. He hurriedly summoned his magical energy to warm the teacup, kneeling on both knees to present the steaming tea. Disciple Xiao Yu expresses his heartfelt gratitude for Master accepting me as a pupil. I, Xiao Yu, hail from a humble background and have long admired your esteemed name. I wish to study under your guidance and master the supreme arts. I am also eager to adhere to your teachings, to promote the way of harmonious union, and vow to alleviate your troubles." Zhang Ziling smiled lightly, refraining from interrupting. Xiao Yu lowered his head and spoke again. "I am willing to abide by the disciple's code, forever standing by my esteemed master's side, obeying only your commands, and striving not to disappoint your expectations." Zhang Ziling slowly accepted the tea offered by Xiao Yu and remarked, "Indeed, you possess a silver tongue and a clever mind." Xiao Yu remained seated, bowing his head 3 times in reverence. He understood the customs of the cultivation world. One must bow to pay respect when seeking a master. Without such homage, the mentor would not offer tea. Disciple Xiao Yu, expressing gratitude for the great favor of the esteemed master. Zhang Xiling nodded, lifting the cup to sip her tea. She then raised her hand, signaling Xiao Yu to rise. "Speak, what do you desire as your protective talisman?" Xiao Yu bowed his head and clasped his fists, saying, "Disciple has already received the puppet eagle bestowed by the master. I dare not ask for anything further." Zhang Xiling waved her hand dismissively. "It is of no consequence. That is your rightful due as an alchemist. How about this? You may choose one from among the techniques, artifacts, or talismans." Xiao Yu pondered for a moment before clasping his fists in gratitude, saying, "Thank you, master, for your profound kindness. I have chosen a magical artifact." Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiling chuckled lightly. "Oh, so you already possess a cultivation technique? Is it the harmony technique of our sect?" Xiao Yu instinctively swallowed, sensing that Ziling was probing into his depths. It was he who had been negligent. Indeed, his disciple had mastered the art of harmony. Zhang Ziling slowly placed the teacup onto the table, remarking, "I noticed that your alchemy chamber seems to have acquired a few more maidens. You certainly seem to be quite busy. However, allow me to offer you a word of caution. Do not bring any mortals here." Xiao Yu, the disciples were merely a result of serendipity, having been released from Elder Wu's jade gourd, and not captured by me as I descended the mountain. Furthermore, I perceive that these 4 individuals possess spiritual roots, which led me to consider accepting them as disciples of the Hehuan Sect. I have also assured them that should they wish to leave the mountain, I would facilitate their descent once the conflict has subsided. The most pressing concern at present is the intensity of the ongoing war. If I were to simply return them, and should they fall into the hands of those self-righteous sects, they would undoubtedly be captured and have their souls extracted. Those righteous factions would not hesitate to extinguish a few mortals in their quest to annihilate us. Zhang Xiling nodded slightly. Indeed, previously, the Xianling sect, in their attempt to seize Jiangliashan, encircled and slaughtered all of our disciples on the mountain, and the mortals there were not spared either. Xiao Yu, upon reaching this point, cast a solemn glance around and said, "Master, I have a matter to report." Zhang Xiling raised her hand and conjured a soundproof barrier, replying, "Speak freely." Xiao Yu hurriedly stepped forward and whispered, "Before our master arrived at the branch, I heard some individuals discussing matters pertaining to the Jade Maiden sect. It seems that the eldest disciple, Hualian, has made a lifelong commitment with Lin Su, the eldest disciple of the Xianling sect. The recent aggressive assault on Jianglu Mountain by the Xianling sect might be connected to this affair. Furthermore, it appears that the master of the Jade Maiden sect, Bai Yue, has a junior sister who has also arrived near Jianglu City. This individual is presumably a formidable Golden Core practitioner, and if our branch encounters her, we may face dire consequences. Master should prepare accordingly, as this location is situated on the front lines. If we can defend it, we shall. If not, Master should not strain himself unnecessarily, for those within the sect would relish in our misfortune." Zhang Xiling furrowed her brow upon hearing this. No wonder the leader of our Hehuan Sect has yet to return from the Eastern Front. It seems he has been ensnared. However, I was unaware of the lifelong commitment between Lin Su and Hualian. It all makes sense now. No wonder Elder Wu met his demise on Jianglu Mountain. It must have been orchestrated by Lin Su's master. Recently, rumors have circulated that Bai Yue, the leader of the Jade Maiden Sect, is still alive, as claimed by 3 disciples of the Xianling Sect. The truth of this matter remains uncertain, yet you are quite perceptive. As she spoke, Zhang Xiling produced a low-grade short bow and placed it before Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu expressed his gratitude once more before carefully stowing away the short bow. Zhang Ziling rested her chin on one hand, exuding a delicate charm that momentarily captivated Xiao Yu's attention. With a sidelong glance in his direction, she spoke softly, "You may return to assist me with alchemy. The month-long period has yet to elapse, and it may hinder your cultivation. Once this matter is resolved, my master shall reward you with some rare century-old spiritual herbs. Though your cultivation is lacking, you have spent some time in this branch. What are your thoughts on the impending battle?" Xiao Yu's expression was pensive. Although he had not spent much time on the front lines, mostly engaging in trivial matters, he felt compelled to offer some insights, especially since Zhang Xiling seemed to be probing into his intentions, perhaps testing his sincerity. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Yu gazed at the map within the study and began to report, "Master, the current leader of our Hehuan Sect has joined forces with the main troops of the Qian Duomen in the Blood Refinement Hall. They have been engaged in a significant battle at the front of the Yufeng Valley for several months. Meanwhile, the Lian Yao Sect and the Yuling Sect are embroiled in a fierce struggle in the east, vying for the title of the strongest beast-controlling sect. And they show no interest in participating in the main confrontation. Naturally, the primary forces of the Xianling Sect are also stationed at the Yufeng Valley front, leaving only a small contingent to guard Jianglu City and Jianglu Mountain. Frankly, our location is merely a peripheral area. With scarce supplies and a lack of high-level disciples, we have only 2 large defensive formations. I have always perceived our place as one destined for sacrifice, devoid of even a single golden core cultivator. Thus, I can assert that many disciples beneath our branch have already prepared their escape routes. Some have likely already contacted the righteous sect's henchmen to consider defecting, and Master must remain vigilant. Zhang Xiling is undoubtedly aware of her purpose here. She has been tasked with restraining the combat strength of the Xianling sect to alleviate the pressure on the front lines. However, she is the sole Foundation establishment cultivator in this area. If the enemy sends just one more golden core cultivator, or even another Foundation establishment cultivator, the balance of power will be disrupted. Moreover, this very morning, she received a secret order from her sect, instructing her to lead 300 disciples from her branch to launch a flanking attack on Jianglu City. Should they capture the city, they would use the lives of its civilians as a shield, compelling the Xianling sect to divert their forces back. At that point, a gap would inevitably appear at the front lines. She is certain that those righteous sect members will not hesitate to sacrifice the lives of the citizens of Jianglu City. Furthermore, she has no desire to involve the common people in this conflict. Just then, Xiao Yu stepped forward, holding a small flag, and proposed, "Master, we can consider a more prudent approach. If they wish to use us as cannon fodder, we must think of our own survival. The area we currently occupy is perpetually shrouded in fog, and there is a concealed water bay to the west. We could deploy dozens of disciples to establish an underwater stronghold in that bay. Once the enemy launches a large-scale assault, we can send those disciples to strike at the Yunus sect. They will undoubtedly be forced to retreat. We can maneuver back and forth, maintaining the standoff. If they do not attack, we will not strike. If they do, we will target the Yunus sect. Then we can set up a teleportation array. If they send a golden core cultivator, we can simply retreat." Zhang Xiling looked at the coordinates of the Yunus sect with some confusion and remarked, "But the Yunus sect is currently occupied by Lin's master, Huang Lin, who is at the 5th layer of Foundation establishment and is comparable in strength to me. Although the Yunus sect has been destroyed, it remains a place that is easy to defend but difficult to attack." Xiao Yu hurriedly spoke. "Before our branch dispatched several disciples of the Jade Maiden sect, Master could summon them for questioning. Within 3 days, I shall surely uncover the strategic intentions of the Jade Maiden sect. Once we comprehend their structure, we can seek out potential vulnerabilities. The Xianling sect has only occupied the territory for a few days. They are likely unfamiliar with the intricacies of the Jade Maiden sect. What if there are hidden passages within?" Zhang Xiling's eyes gleamed with newfound clarity. "Are you suggesting we shift the battleground to the very heart of the Jade Maiden sect? To buy us some time?" Xiao Yu. "Indeed, regardless of our fates, our actions can serve to restrain them, and we can always make our escape. However, we must prepare the teleportation array in advance and find a concealed location. At that time, we could also use the female disciples of the Jade Maiden sect as hostages." Zhang Xiling hesitated for a moment, and Xiao Yu hurriedly added, "Disciple merely offers a suggestion. Whether to adopt it is entirely at the discretion of the master. My only desire is to ensure the safety of my master, with no ulterior motives whatsoever. Even if it means engaging in actions that may seem morally reprehensible, I shall have no regrets. If those disciples of the Jade Maiden sect have the opportunity to wield their magical artifacts, they will undoubtedly strike us down with lethal force." Hearing this, Zhang Xiling nodded. "Very well. I will entrust you with all the female disciples of the Jade Maiden sect in our branch. Within 3 days, you must produce a detailed map of the sect. Make sure every corner of the Jade Maiden sect is clearly depicted. You have done well. It appears I have not misjudged you. If we succeed in seizing the old side of the Jade Maiden Sect, you shall be recognized for your merit. Xiao Yu hurriedly clasped his fists together, acknowledging it is all due to Master S' exceptional guidance. He then made his way back to the alchemy chamber. Along the way, he found himself captivated by the enchanting figure of Zhang Xiling. If she were to genuinely express her feelings towards him, he would undoubtedly spare no effort in assisting her. The mere thought of bringing all the captives from the Jade Maiden Sect to the alchemy chamber stirred a sense of excitement within him, causing him to swallow hard. Just as he was lost in contemplation, a fireball talisman suddenly shot towards him from afar, nearly knocking him off the Jade Maiden gourd. Mei Chunlan's expression darkened as she exclaimed, "How could you evade that? In just a few days, you have advanced to the first level of qi refinement? You truly harbor a significant secret. My fondness for you, Xiao only grows stronger." Beside her, Matsue Hong raised her hand and produced 3 fireball talismans, declaring, "What are you wasting time talking for? Let us take care of him swiftly." Chapter 22. Have you perhaps practiced some sinister technique? Xiao Yu's sword-like brows arched gracefully, his garments fluttering in the wind. With a swift descent upon the Jade Maiden's gourd, he landed swiftly on the ground. His aerial maneuvers could not possibly rival theirs. Whether it be in magical prowess, enchanted artifacts, or offensive capabilities, aerial combat was decidedly unfavorable for him. He must leverage the terrain to his advantage. Ma Hongxue raised her hand and hurled 3 fireball talismans, which Xiao Yu adeptly evaded by taking refuge behind a tree, successfully neutralizing the threat. Undeterred, Ma Hongxue cast another fireball talisman, only to have it intercepted by a suddenly rushing puppet eagle. Thus, a fierce battle ensued between the lone warrior and the eagle. Meanwhile, Mei Chunlan summoned a magical sword, its gleaming light darting forth to pierce the shadows behind the tree where Xiao Yu hid. Xiao Yu initially intended to unleash the blissful harmonization technique and the alluring beauty diagram as a means of defense. However, given that he was within the branch of the harmonization sect, he feared that should others witness him wielding such divine artifacts, they would undoubtedly covet them. In an instant, he summoned the eagle claw blade, striking out with a swift motion. The clash of blades resonated as Xiao Yu's eagle claw blade was abruptly deflected to the side. Xiao Yu seized the opportunity to escape. However, Matsue Hong had been waiting for quite some time, and she hurled 3 low-level fireball talismans once more, simultaneously releasing a red hairpin. Seeing this, Xiao Yu hurriedly raised the Jade Maiden gourd to defend himself. Instantly, the gourd emitted layers of azure magical light, which surprisingly remained unscathed despite being struck by the fireball talisman. Matsue Hong let out a cold laugh, raising her hand to point her sword towards the heavens. In the blaze, the red hairpin accelerated as if it possessed life, swiftly circling behind the Jade Maiden gourd to pierce directly at Xiao Yu's brow. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Yu suddenly leaned back and fell to the ground. The hairpin followed closely, grazing the earth as it severed a strand of Xiao Yu's hair. Xiao Yu could distinctly sense the warmth emanating from the hairpin, mere steps away from his brow. He hastily steadied himself and retreated in the opposite direction, gripping the eagle claw dagger in one hand and the Jade Maiden gourd in the other, continuing his flight. Ma Hongxue found herself ensnared by the puppet eagle, unable to extricate herself. Meanwhile, Mei Chunlan charged forth once more. "Xiao Shidi, I never anticipated that a mere first-level qi cultivator like you could possess such agility. I almost hesitate to end your life. How about we negotiate? You could become my furnace, entering into my magical artifact, and I shall spare you." As Mei Chunlan spoke, she produced an ancient hand piano. The music served as a lure, and as the strings vibrated, sound waves sliced through the foliage like blades. The puppet eagle suddenly altered its course, colliding with Mei Chunlan. Xiao Yu moved like the wind, seizing the opportunity to flee. Just then, Matsue Hong suddenly rushed forward, extending her hand in an attempt to capture him. Xiao Yu's gaze was heavy, daring to engage him in hand-to-hand combat? Such folly. Before Matsue Hong could seize him, Xiao Yu unleashed a punch that resonated like thunder. Its might surpassed even that of the eagle claw blade, utterly incapacitating Matsue Hong's entire arm with a single blow. Blood gushed forth, leaving Matsue Hong pallid and writhing in agony. Xiao Yu could hardly believe the terrifying power of his 9-yang divine body. Matsue Hong's face betrayed her apprehension as she raised her hand, intending to retrieve her protective hairpin. However, in the next moment, Xiao Yu unleashed another powerful right punch, striking her squarely on the face. She immediately shrieked, clutching her visage in pain. Upon witnessing this, Mei Chunlan's fury ignited. What audacity! With that, she brandished her sword and charged forward. Yet, before she could close the distance, Xiao Yu produced 3 fireball talismans from his storage pouch. Matsue Hong, in a state of panic, shouted, "He just stole my storage pouch." As Mei Chunlan turned her head, 6 fireball talismans came crashing down upon her. With a resounding boom, she fell to the ground, her expression one of bitter unwillingness. Xiao Yu seized the opponent's storage bag and magic sword without hesitation. He then turned his gaze to another individual. Ma Hongxue, her face filled with terror, exclaimed, "Stay back. You freak. What on earth is that body of yours? Comparable to a mid-grade magic weapon? Have you perhaps been subjected to some malevolent sorcery? You monster." Xiao Yu paid no heed to her concerns. Directly extracting all remaining fireball talismans from her storage bag, he hurled them forth in rapid succession, akin to dropping dumplings into boiling water. Matsuelon attempted to flee, but she was already injured. She was subsequently obliterated by the fireball talismans. After collecting her hairpin and storage bag, he disposed of the corpses of the two elderly women. Casting a swift glance around, he made his escape with utmost urgency. Upon returning to the alchemy chamber, Xiao Yu's nerves remained taut. This was his inaugural experience in a battle beyond his level, and remarkably, he faced two adversaries simultaneously. Fortunately, the puppet eagle had assisted him in restraining them. Otherwise, he would have encountered considerable difficulty. The spoils were plentiful. Upon opening the two storage bags, he meticulously assessed his bounty. A low-grade offensive artifact, the green leaf sword. A low-grade offensive artifact, the red cherry needle. 32 fireball talismans. A vial of harmony powder. 53 spirit stones. And a low-grade spirit beast pouch. Xiao Yu gazed with exhilaration at the two offensive magical instruments before him. These artifacts far surpassed his eagle claw blade in prowess. The enchanted sword offered both offensive and defensive capabilities, additionally serving as a means of flight, allowing one to soar upon its blade. The other artifact, the crimson cherry needle, boasted remarkable speed, a compact size, and exceptional agility, rendering it perfectly suited for covert attacks. Furthermore, he now possessed the fireball talisman, a consumable resource that provided him with a means for ranged assault. As for the spirit beast pouch, Xiao Yu stroked his chin, pondering that there didn't seem to be any particularly desired spirit beasts. Perhaps a humanoid female demon would be a commendable choice? At that moment, Li Qingyun approached with a sweet smile, gracefully carrying a cup of tea. Master, please enjoy your tea. Xiao Yu nodded slightly, then embraced the other person in his arms. Huang Xiang, who was approaching, felt a momentary sense of awkwardness upon witnessing this scene. Xiao Yu cast a sidelong glance at the other party, saying, "A new elder has recently joined our sect. She informed me that we must not harm you mortals. I have conveyed your circumstances." Upon hearing this, Li Qingyun became flustered and asked, "Does the master intend to expel us?" Xiao Yu waved his hand, saying, I would never cast aside. For you are indeed my woman. Moreover, I find that I do not require so many individuals for tasks such as laundry and cooking. A simple cleansing talisman suffices for the washing." Upon hearing this, Huang Xiang felt a surge of panic and hurriedly kneeled before him, exclaiming, "My benefactor, are you truly intending to send my mother and me away? I can be of service. Please do not dismiss us. If we were to return now, we would undoubtedly be captured by the Xianling sect. They would surely seize us for interrogation. Those scoundrels would stop at nothing to undermine your sect. I implore you, dear benefactor, we are willing to work." Xiao Yu cast a sidelong glance at Li Qingyun in his embrace, letting out a weary sigh. He no longer wished to place his faith in the farcical notions of love or the hollow constructs of morality. Even a virtuous woman could pose a significant threat to him. Having faced death once, he could not afford to be foolish again. Li Qingyun felt a knot of anxiety as she swallowed hard. Could it be that he had already discerned her intentions to flee? Xiao Yu gradually rose to his feet, extending a hand to escort Li Qingyun outside. Meeting Zhang Lan's gaze, he spoke softly, "I do not harbor idlers here. The sect has its rules, and I cannot act against mortals. Will you leave with your daughter, or is there another course of action you propose?" Zhang Lan was immediately taken aback, her countenance pale. "What? How can this be? With the ceaseless conflict, our family has been ravaged by those cultivators. All of my kin have perished. We are but a mother and daughter, without a place to call home. Oh, noble benefactor, I implore you, we truly have nowhere to turn." Xiao Yu pressed her lips together and remarked, "Well, this poses quite a challenge, Sister Zhang. If you wish to remain here with your daughter." Zhang Lan let out a resigned sigh, acknowledging, "Indeed, after all, both my life and Xiang'er's were saved by our benefactor. If it is the benefactor's wish, this humble woman would not hesitate to face 1,000 deaths." An hour later, Li Qingyun returned once more. Upon witnessing Zhang Lan rising to depart, Li Qingyun fell to her knees in tears, exclaiming, "Master, you possess great generosity. Please, grant me my freedom. I implore you, master. I promise I will never divulge your secrets. Should I betray this vow, may I face 1,000 deaths and be condemned to eternal suffering." Chapter 23. Eternally loyal through all lifetimes, Xiao Yu's expression remained impassive as he gazed at the kneeling Li Qingyun, who was pleading desperately. In a different time, he might have felt a twinge of compassion for such a stunning beauty. However, at this moment, his sole desire was to become formidable by any means necessary. These women were merely his training partners. Once they mastered the art of harmony, he would undoubtedly need to enter seclusion for cultivation. Releasing any one of them would be a loss. Moreover, he trusted no woman's words now, regardless of her character. "Qingjun, I once held a fondness for you. For your cleverness. You must understand that had it not been for me, you would have perished within the Jade Maiden Gourd. Not only did I save you, but I also guided you in your cultivation. You agreed to serve as my attendant, so why do you wish to return now? At such an early stage of your development? Did I not promise to take you back to Jianglicheng once the war concluded? What is the purpose of this theatrics? Even if I were to release you now, you could not return to Jianglicheng, for you have already attained a level of cultivation. Do you believe that those righteous individuals would allow you entry into the city without question?" Li Qingyun was overwhelmed with despair, her sobs unrelenting. A stark contrast to her usual obedient and spirited demeanor. After spending several days here, her longing for home had intensified. She feared she might never see her mother again, destined to remain here until her last breath. How could she possibly know how long these sects intended to wage their battles? Should the Harmony Sect be driven back to the Demon Island, her chances of reuniting with her parents would vanish entirely. Master, I truly wish to return home. My mother has been gravely ill, and after being captured by the old Taoist for several days and serving you here, I am deeply concerned for her. Would it be possible for me to return just to reassure her of my safety? If only she could rest easy knowing I am unharmed. I would gladly return to serve you, devotedly and unwaveringly, for all eternity. I miss my mother dearly. My heart aches for her. Master, considering my diligent service over these past days, I implore you to grant me this mercy. Please. Li Qingyun expressed her gratitude, vowing to follow her master faithfully, forever. Xiao Yu gazed at the genuine and content expression of the woman before him, understanding that she spoke from the heart. Even if he truly wished to escort her back, it would only be feasible once the Hehuan Sect had conquered Jianglu City. Otherwise, he could not risk venturing into the city, no matter what he said. Observing Li Qingyun, who knelt on the ground, pleading desperately, Xiao Yu slowly lifted her into his lap. Qingyun, it is not that I lack the courage to leave, but rather I hold a deep fondness for you. I intend to entrust you with the management of the alchemy chamber's affairs. Please tell me, how do you plan to descend the mountain? The area is swarming with Xianling sect members, and now reinforcements from the Yunu sect have also arrived. Li Qingyun, her face a portrait of grievance, clung to Xiao Yu's arm, weeping. She had never contemplated betraying him. She simply wished to return home. Now that she had become a cultivator, should she return to Jianglu City, the discovery of her existence by other cultivators could endanger her family. Those righteous cultivators were no different from the demonic path. Yet, what could a frail woman do in such a predicament? Is there truly no way for you, my master? Even if it is just to let my mother know that I am safe, I would serve you loyally, Qingyun swears. I will diligently cultivate and assist you in enhancing your prowess. Should I betray this vow, may I descend to the 18th level of hell, eternally condemned to the cycle of suffering. Xiao Yu pressed her lips together and said, Indeed, unless the Hehuan Sect captures Jianglu City, I find myself powerless. Even if you were to pen a letter, none would dare to deliver it. No one wishes to court death. Moreover, should you be apprehended, not only would your family be implicated, but I would also bear the consequences, for they would extract your soul. You cannot conceal it. Reflecting on Xiao Yu's words, her gaze gradually shifted towards the direction of Jianglu City. After a moment of contemplation, Li Qingyun's voice trembled as she inquired, what must be done to ensure the Hehuan Sect's victory? If the practitioners of the Hehuan Sect enter the city, they will undoubtedly slay the mortals, will they not? Xiao Yu hesitated, his heart tightening. Although he belonged to the demonic path, he had no desire to indiscriminately slaughter the innocent. If the members of the Hehuan Sect truly entered the city, it would spell disaster for the mortals. He had initially joined the Hehuan Sect because the righteous sects had rejected him. He was not even at the qi refinement stage, rendering him incapable of becoming a solitary cultivator. If Li Qingyun sincerely wished to be with him, like Zhang Xiling, he would not be averse to doing something for her. Among all the cultivators he had encountered, only Zhang Xiling had expressed a desire to protect the mortals. After pondering for a moment, Xiao Yu quietly remarked, I may need to leave here soon. If I travel to another mortal city, please send a letter home with a mortal when the time comes. Li Qingyun, with her tear-stained eyes, was momentarily stunned. Then her face lit up with excitement as she exclaimed, Is Master truly serious? Xiao Yu, indeed, let us wait for a while. No less than a month, and at most 3 to 5 months. I must enhance my strength. You have perused the harmony technique, and thus you naturally comprehend how to assist me in this endeavor. Your sincerity resonates deeply with me, and I shall remember it always. Li Qingyun, overjoyed, felt all traces of melancholy dissipate. Master, I shall diligently cultivate and strive to elevate your prowess as swiftly as possible. Subsequently, Xiao Yu entered Bai Yu's judgment chamber. The rate at which her judgment value increased remained disappointingly slow. This woman truly showed no signs of remorse, yet paradoxically, he found himself enjoying it even more. It was precisely this complexity that intrigued him. Xiao Yu chuckled softly, What is the matter? Why the silence? This is unlike you. After regaining her composure, Bai Yu tilted her face aside, uttering beast. With a swift motion, Xiao Yu delivered a resounding slap to Bai Yu's face. Chapter 24, The Market. The force of the blow struck heavily against Bai Yu's cheek, leaving her with a furious expression and tears glistening in her eyes. Xiao Yu struck again with a resounding slap, exclaiming, What manner of expression is that? Understand your own status. Bai Yu replied, If you wish to kill, then do so. Xiao Yu chuckled coldly, You surely do not wish for death, for you have not yet taken your own life. A woman like you, burdened with deep-seated enmity. How could you depart this world without first confronting your disciples in the afterlife? Fear not, I shall not slay you. Rather, I will ensure your suffering continues until the day you acknowledge your errors. Bai Yu, incensed, retorted, You wretched cur. I shall have my revenge on you one day. Before she could finish her tirade, Xiao Yu leaned closer, You haven't dined yet, have you? Do not let hunger overcome you. Without sustenance, how could you muster the strength to berate me? Upon hearing the mention of food, Bai Yue's countenance paled, her brows trembling in agitation. You shall not. 3 days later. At the task delegation center of the Hehuan Sect, Wang Mei was lamenting to Zhao Gang. Tasks, tasks, tasks. Endless duties to fulfill. I instructed you to eliminate that scoundrel Xiao Yu, yet you have yet to make a move. What are you waiting for? Zhao Gang, flustered, glanced at the task board and replied, I would if I could. When I last ventured forth, there was a Xuanwu formation in the alchemy room. What could I do? That coward has been hiding within the formation for 3 days, refusing to emerge. What do you suggest? I cannot force an assault on the Xuanwu formation. The commotion would surely attract your master, and we would face punishment. Wang Mei shot him an exasperated glance, her frustration mounting as she reviewed the task board. The thought of Xiao Yu publicly humiliating her filled her with a burning desire for vengeance. He dares not show his face again. Suddenly, Zhao Gang had an epiphany. Mayor, while we may be unable to touch Xiao Yu, we can certainly deal with Linger. Wang Mei, lowering her gaze, replied, she is my master's disciple. If my master discovers I have harmed a fellow sect member, I will surely be expelled from the sect. Zhao Gang, with an ingratiating expression, grasped Wang Mei's hand. Why fear her? What is Zhang Xiling? Merely discarded refuse abandoned by the sect leader. Do you believe this place will remain undisturbed for long? It will soon be reduced to ruins. I have news that Lin Su from the Xianling sect has arrived, a formidable cultivator in the late foundation establishment stage. Along with his master, Zhang Xiling will undoubtedly falter. At that time, Mayor shall accompany me back to the Hehuan sect. My father is Elder Zhao. By aligning with me, you need not fear a lack of future prospects. Wang Mei's face brightened at his words. Zhao Shixiao, your foresight is commendable. However, when you plot against that vixen Linger, ensure your schemes remain undisclosed. She possesses 3 inferior magical artifacts. Tread carefully. Zhao Gang chuckled. Eliminating that harlot requires no effort on my part. We can manipulate the task itself. Is there not a mission to scout Jiangli Mountain? I can insert personnel into Linger's team. Wang Mei's eyes sparkled at this suggestion. In the alchemy room, Xiao Yu observed his cultivation having reached the 2nd layer of qi refinement, yet rather than feeling pleased, he was filled with unease. His rapid advancement was alarming. He had intended to temper his growth, as such swift elevation in a place like this could easily raise suspicions. Mei Shiji was a prime example. The dilemma was now that he could not suppress his progress, primarily due to his inability to contain himself. Individuals like Li Qingyun and Hua Lian were of little concern, as they were still in the body refinement stage. The real issue lay with Bai Yue's innate law body and Zhao Hongya, who was genuinely in the qi refinement stage. If this continued, he would surely need to devise a means to escape prematurely. Noticing Xiao Yu's troubled demeanor, Hua Lian hurriedly approached him. Master, what troubles your thoughts? Xiao Yu lowered his head and murmured, I must exercise some control. If this continues, within a couple of days, I shall attain the 3rd layer of the qi refinement stage. At that point, I will undoubtedly attract unwanted attention, particularly from that Wang Mei, who is sure to target me. Moreover, I must devise a means to have her approved. At that moment, Hua Lian suddenly had an idea, her face lighting up with excitement. This is simple. I can assist my master in concocting a qi suppression pill. A 1st-grade qi suppression pill can conceal the aura of the user, making it nearly undetectable to those below the foundation establishment stage. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu felt a surge of joy. However, before he could speak, Hua Lian added, yet, the refinement of the qi-concealing pill requires qi-concealing stones. And it seems there are none in the alchemy chamber. Xiao Yu rested his chin on one hand, contemplating the notion of concealing his cultivation level. Ah, the concealment stone. Is it? I shall find a way. Do you happen to know where I might procure such an item? Hua Lian, embracing Xiao Yu with both arms, replied earnestly. There are some atop Jialu Mountain, but it is exceedingly perilous. Perhaps you should simply visit the marketplace of your Hehuan Sect. A few pieces should suffice. Upon hearing the words, Xiao Yu set forth, donning a disguise. He arrived at the Hall of Sect Affairs, surveying his surroundings. The Law Enforcement Hall, the Servants' Hall, the Scripture Repository, the Task Assignment Office, and the Market District. Xiao Yu's gaze inevitably drifted toward the coveted Scripture Repository, a sanctuary of esoteric techniques and martial arts that every disciple yearned for. However, only those who had accomplished significant tasks were permitted to select from its treasures. Observing Bai Yue's dazed expression in the judgment chamber, Xiao Yu's lips curled into a smile. Once Bai Yue's judgment value reached its peak, he would have her transcribe all the techniques. According to Hua Lian, Bai Yue was akin to a walking compendium of martial arts, brimming with an abundance of advanced techniques. After a moment's contemplation, Xiao Yu made his way to the market. Upon arriving at the sect's marketplace, he was greeted by the vibrant atmosphere, alive with the ethereal melodies that danced around the grand archway. The market was a spectacle of stalls, each overflowing with wares, elixirs, magical artifacts, and talismans abounded. The aroma of alchemical concoctions wafted through the air, while the brilliance of treasures captivated many cultivators, drawing them to linger. Some engaged in spirited haggling, while others exchanged insights, creating a lively ambience. Yet, amidst the bustling marketplace, Xiao Yu also discerned a darker undercurrent. Slaves, furnace cauldrons, and even some caged mortal children marred the scene. In the distance, a wolf-like spirit beast was confined within an iron cage. Though it limped on one leg, its eyes glinted with a fierce malevolence, likely snatched from a righteous cultivator's spirit pouch. At that moment, Hualien was also observing the surroundings from the maidservant's pavilion, earnestly providing Xiao Yu with insights. As if she were an all-knowing sage. "My lord," she remarked, "that is a second-tier gale wolf, clearly owned by someone. Whoever purchases it will be unfortunate. And over there, the manuscripts of techniques are all handwritten copies, utterly worthless." Xiao Yu, somewhat perplexed, inquired of the maid Hualien, "Liener, what do you mean by saying that handwritten copies are of no use?" Hualien, her eyes sparkling with fervor, replied, "The variety of cultivation techniques is vast, ranging from yellow rank, profound rank, high rank, earth rank, sky rank, to divine rank. Typically, practitioners cultivate methods that are almost exclusively handwritten manuscripts. However, these techniques possess a significant flaw. They fail to encapsulate the true essence of the original text, offering only a superficial understanding. Techniques of high rank and above can only be transcribed by gold core practitioners, and during the transcription process, one must also infuse their spiritual energy to faithfully replicate the contents of the original manuscript into the new copy. Merely inscribing the incantations will yield at most a mere 7 layers of the original's profound essence." As Hualien elaborated, her excitement grew palpable. The Master's Supreme Ecstasy Harmonization Technique is a sky rank method. Even if you were to write it down, others would only be able to grasp a maximum of 7 layers. Should a divine rank technique emerge, the heavens and earth would surely manifest extraordinary phenomena. It would undoubtedly incite a tempest of bloodshed. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Bai Yue within the judgment chamber. With a hint of uncertainty, he murmured, "So, is it not permissible for me to request your master to assist me in crafting a technique?" Hualien, resting her chin on one hand, replied with a mischievous grin, "Heh, my master possesses 3 caves, each adorned with its own formidable restrictions, housing treasures beyond count. Rest assured, there will undoubtedly be scrolls of techniques. When the time comes, you can ask my master to accompany you, and there are also superior-grade magical artifacts and talismans." Xiao Yu's lips curled into a smile as he continued onward. Passing by a stall selling slaves, the vendor hurriedly called out, "Friend, here we have a servant disciple from the esteemed Hehuan Sect, possessing a body refinement level of 5, available for merely 20 spirit stones. The price is negotiable. Just look at this woman's skin. I assure you it is genuine." Across from him, another man shouted, "Young sir, I have a young lad here with 3 spiritual roots. Purchasing him as a servant would certainly be a wise investment. Just 25 spirit stones." Hualien gazed at these people with a look of utter disgust, thinking to herself how utterly depraved they were for selling women and children. Xiao Yu continued to stride forward, disregarding those around him. "How many have you righteous ones harmed? You and your master have committed atrocities in your quest to eradicate the demonic path, slaughtering countless mortals." Hualien felt a tinge of grievance. "Master, you have truly misjudged me. In the past, I was merely obedient to my master. Now that I am with you, I shall undoubtedly be compliant. Whoever you command me to slay, I shall slay. Moreover, do not be overly sympathetic towards those mortals. Some are far more wicked than the cultivators. Do you truly believe they are all innocent and simple?" Xiao Yu remained silent, fully aware of the ruthless nature of the world. However, he would never resort to indiscriminate slaughter. At that moment, he suddenly spotted a female cultivator ahead, peddling puppets. She appeared to be at the 4th level of Qi refinement. Recalling the formidable combat prowess of the puppet eagle during the ambush by Mei Chunlan and Ma Hongcui, he approached her. Hualien swiftly interjected from the maidservant pavilion, "Master, puppets differ fundamentally from spirit beasts. Puppets are devoid of emotions and are incapable of betrayal, unlike spirit beasts, which, to put it plainly, are demonic creatures. They require spirit-feeding pills and psychological guidance. Some spirit beasts may even flee, become lethargic, or turn against their masters. The only advantage spirit beasts possess over puppets is their remarkable ability to engage in autonomous combat, whereas puppets necessitate a variety of commands. It is indeed a double-edged sword." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu stepped forward, meticulously examining the several puppets displayed at the stall. Various puppets of diverse forms were arrayed before him. Some exuded a majestic and imposing presence, while others were delicately crafted and petite. Some appeared ferociously menacing, whereas others radiated a gentle charm. Each puppet was adorned with intricate runes etched upon its surface, shimmering with an otherworldly glow. Xiao Yu's gaze was instantly drawn to a petite puppet mouse. Yet he refrained from inspecting it closely. Instead, he picked up a nearby puppet figurine and began to examine it. The vendor, a young woman clad in a cerulean robe with an enchanting visage, had lips that appeared somewhat pallid. Upon noticing Xiao Yu, she set down the puppet manual and began her introduction. "Esteemed Junior, the puppet figurine you hold is priced at 150 spirit stones. It can be equipped with a low-grade offensive artifact, aiding you in breaking formations, reconnaissance, and restraining foes. I have just crafted this. It is certainly not a second-hand item." As she spoke, the woman discreetly raised a handkerchief to cover her mouth and nose. Xiao Yu pressed his lips together. displaying his dissatisfaction as he set the humanoid puppet down. 150 spirit stones could easily procure a first-tier spirit beast. Besides, doesn't controlling a puppet require the infusion of spirit stones as a source of mana? The woman smiled slightly. What you say is indeed true, junior brother. However, my puppet crafting technique is derived from the puppet codex of the Thousand Mechanisms Hall. You can insert 3 spirit stones at once, ensuring that its combat duration will certainly not be shorter than that of a spirit beast. Moreover, it is convenient to carry. It can be directly stowed in a storage pouch, and some puppets can even be concealed within the sleeves. If equipped with a concealing artifact, fellow practitioners of the same tier will be utterly oblivious to the presence of the puppet on you. Xiao Yu picked up a puppet tiger and examined it closely, remarking, "Indeed, it is rather expensive." He was merely browsing when a female cultivator chuckled softly and, turning her hand, grasped a puppet doll, saying, "Junior brother, if you possess any recovery pills, I would be willing to exchange 1 for 2. Huan Yin, the maid of the maidservant pavilion, couldn't help but laugh, exclaiming, "Haha, what a clever ruse. A single recovery pill costs 100 spirit stones, and she's even raising the price." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu's gaze turned playful. "Are you, senior sister, taking advantage of a junior's ignorance? However, I have no desire to make a purchase at this moment." Noticing Xiao Yu's intention to depart, the woman hurriedly stepped forward and grasped his arm, exclaiming, "Junior brother, please wait." During the tug, Xiao Yu caught sight of her extremely pale arm. It was evident that she had sustained injuries, and they appeared to be quite severe. Observing his concern, the female cultivator quickly withdrew her arm and reassured him. "Do not be alarmed, junior brother. Business is merely a matter of negotiation. I, your senior sister, have recently been injured by Lin Che and am in dire need of medicinal pills. Otherwise, I would not resort to selling my most prized puppets. If you would be so kind as to provide me with 2 recovery pills, you may select any 2 puppets from my collection. My name is Lu Rue, a first-tier puppet master. I kindly implore your assistance." Xiao Yu lowered his head in contemplation, pondering the puppet master, a woman with a secondary profession. Moreover, the system had yet to issue a judgment of wickedness. He was well aware that practitioners such as beast tamers and puppet masters, despite their relatively modest individual strength, could wield considerable power in a group fight, easily taking on 3 or 4 opponents at once. Well, I do possess some chi restoration pills. However, I fear that for injuries like those sustained by my senior sister, 4 or 5 pills may not suffice for proper healing. El Rue let out a resigned sigh, stating, "Indeed, the situation is dire. In times of such conflict, healing elixirs are hoarded by the inner sect disciples, leaving those of us in the outer sect at a loss." Xiao Yu pondered for a moment before stepping forward and softly suggesting, "Junior brother has a method that might assist Sister El in her recovery. I wonder if Sister would be willing to collaborate with Junior brother." At that moment, El Rue's eyes widened in astonishment, her expression a mix of embarrassment and indignation. You. Chapter 25. Ellinger in captivity. Upon witnessing the other party's intense reaction, Xiao Yu felt a sense of calm wash over him. He hastily produced half a bottle of chi recovery pills, displaying it from his sleeve. "If senior sister desires to recover, she will need at least half a bottle of these. Why not find a quiet place to converse with junior brother? I only require a puppet from you. This entire bottle shall be yours, and I shall not go back on my word." Lu Rue, her countenance laden with anxiety, cast a furtive glance towards the distant stall, her face turning a deep shade of crimson. She was already bound to a partner, who was conveniently stationed right across, peddling hand-copied martial arts manuals. Xiao Yu turned his gaze towards the man across from him, who looked up and met his eyes, leaving Xiao Yu momentarily stunned. "Oh my." Observing the expressions exchanged between Lu Rue and the man, he scratched his head in confusion. "Forgive my boldness, senior sister. Upon witnessing your stunning beauty, I found myself smitten at first sight, mistakenly believing you were without a partner. Now that I see you are indeed with someone, I shall take my leave and not impose any further." Upon noticing Xiao Yu's intention to depart, Lu Rue panicked. She had been injured for many days, and her partner was unable to provide her with the necessary spirit stones to procure a healing elixir. If this continued, and she were to be dispatched to the front lines again, her fate would surely be grim. Watching Xiao Yu prepare to leave, Lu Rue hastily transmitted her thoughts, urging, "Junior brother, please wait." Xiao Yu couldn't help but chuckle for a moment, wondering if this woman truly possessed such cunning. The system had not deemed her a villainess. Meanwhile, Huan Yin, in the maid's quarters, mocked her with a face full of jealousy, exclaiming, "Humph, what a flirtatious vixen. Even if she isn't a villainess, she certainly isn't a virtuous person." Xiao Yu chuckled softly, "Perhaps she is a flirt, but that is not a concern for me. I have nothing to lose." El Rue then made her way to the stall across the street, exchanged a few words with her companion, and hurried back. "Let us go, junior brother. I informed my partner that you could fetch the elixir. It will take no longer than half an hour." In her speech, her cheeks had already flushed a deep shade of purple. Xiao Yu, naturally, did not hold back. He led the other person to a secluded spot to address the matter at hand. Half an hour later, Lu Rue departed with half a vial of recuperative elixir in her possession. Before leaving, she cast a lingering glance at Xiao Yu, her eyes brimming with emotion. I never expected that junior brother Zhao's proficiency in the art of harmony would be so profound. My injuries have already begun to show signs of improvement, far surpassing those of my family. Xiao Yu clasped his fists once more, expressing his gratitude. It is but a small matter. I deeply appreciate the puppet mouse you gifted me, senior sister. I shall cherish it as a treasured possession, carrying it with me always. Please take care of yourself. El Rue instinctively swallowed hard as she returned to her stall. Previously, she had attempted to use the Hehuan technique to heal, but her companion's skills were lacking. Little did she expect to encounter such a peculiar individual today. 5 chi recovery pills amounted to 500 spirit stones. Remarkably, even before consuming any elixirs, her injuries were already showing signs of improvement. Clearly, today was a profitable day for her. As she observed Xiao Yu purchasing items across the market, her curiosity towards him began to grow. Just then, her partner, Li Yunma, returned. Did that foolish girl truly give you half a bottle of chi recovery pills? Haha. I never imagined the Hehuan Sect had such simpletons. El Rue smiled awkwardly. Yes, Li Gu. But he also mentioned that he wants me to teach him how to refine puppets using the puppet manual tonight. Li Yunma smirked. Check if he still has any elixirs left. If he wishes to learn the art of puppetry, we must not let him benefit from us without cost. Let us make it clear that if he cannot grasp it, it is not our concern. We shall only teach him this once. El Rue instinctively tugged at her collar. All right, then you should rest tonight, Li Gu. I'll be quick about it. At that moment, Xiao Yu had successfully purchased a Li Enq stone. His spirits soaring higher than ever. He strode confidently through the market, feeling an increasing reluctance to leave the Hehuan Sect. After all, he was now an alchemist. Once he became a second-tier alchemist capable of refining foundation establishment pills, countless female cultivators in the chi refinement stage would surely flock to him. With the 9-yang divine body and the JLHUN technique, just one encounter would leave them utterly enchanted. El Rue had undoubtedly caught on. He resolved to prepare thoroughly for the evening, aiming to ensure that the puppet master would be of service to him, and perhaps even trick a few more puppets into his possession. Just as he contemplated returning, a voice rang out from the task delegation office. This is bad. Senior sister El has been trapped by the hounds of the Hehuan Sect on the mountain. We need a few people to come with me. Each person will receive 100 spirit stones upon success. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu furrowed his brows. Before he could react, Sister Lu rushed over, her face awash with panic, accompanied by Li Yunma. Had something happened to Lingo? The individual across from them shouted in distress. It is indeed Lu Linger, Elder Zhang's disciple. She undertook a reconnaissance mission this morning, but who would have thought she was caught off guard by the Hehuan Sect? She has already been trapped for an hour. Time is of the essence. Follow me swiftly. In no time, the person gathered 5 chi refining practitioners, and they took to the skies, including Lu Rue and Li Yunma. Xiao Yu, bewildered, scratched his head in confusion. El Lingo? El Rue? Could it be that El Rue is El Linger's elder sister? The thought of El Lingo, who had come to his aid, suddenly sparked an idea in Xiao Yu's mind. Could it be that the vile Wang Mei was behind this? His fists clenched tightly. It was highly probable. After hiding in the alchemy room for so long, Wang Mei couldn't reach him, so she must have targeted El Linger instead. He had to act. After all, El Lingo was one of the few who stood by him, and Xiao Yu valued loyalty and righteousness. If she was in trouble, he would naturally come to her rescue. In the northern region of Jianglu Mountain, El Linger strained to maintain the formation at the cave entrance. Behind her, a furious man cursed vehemently. Damn it. How could we be exposed? There must be a traitor among us. Just wait until I return. We have a spy in our sect. El Lingo once again took out spirit stones to restore her magical energy. Observing the 3 survivors behind her, she realized that today's events were far more complicated than they appeared. The reconnaissance mission issued by their sect should have gone unnoticed by the Hehuan Sect. They had never intended to delve deeply, merely intending to scout the northern region. Yet, as soon as they arrived, they were captured. Absurdly, even after using Earth Escape talismans to hide underground, they were still detected by their pursuers. Those adversaries didn't possess foundation establishment cultivators. So how could their spiritual awareness be so formidable? In their flight for survival, out of the 8 who had come, only 4 remained. Gazing at the precarious formation before her, El Linger's face turned pale. This formation could not hold for much longer. Outside, the Hehuan Sect's ruffians included one at the 6th level of chi refinement. What should she do? If they were captured, the consequences were dire. Those self-righteous sects were not virtuous, especially when they encountered attractive women from the demonic path. Suddenly, a crack appeared in the formation. A man behind her hurriedly stepped forward, brandishing a magical artifact and channeling his energy, shouting, "Damn it. How dare you? If you have the guts, face me one-on-one." The cultivators outside erupted in laughter. Ha ha. Dogs of the demonic path. Look at you now. One-on-one? You wouldn't dare if it were the real deal. The leader, a man clad in white, spoke mockingly to the formation. El Linger is Zhang Ziling's disciple. Leave her alive. Everyone else, kill. The others echoed his sentiments. Capture El Linger, and Zhang Ziling will surely be thrown into chaos. If she dares to come to Jianglu Mountain, we will execute El Linger on the spot. Ha ha. El Linger, enraged, retorted Lin Ming. You claim to be from a righteous sect, yet you are so despicable. I will never let you use me to threaten my master. If you have the courage, come at me." Just as she finished speaking, her pupils dilated in horror. The formation had already begun to collapse, and behind her, a disciple of the Hehuan Sect fell to the ground, bloodied. Lin Ming, filled with excitement, shouted, "Charge! Today, I, Lin Ming, will eradicate the demonic path." In an instant, over a dozen disciples of the Xianling sect surged forward, each showcasing their powers. Before they could enter the cave, El Rue and the others arrived. El Rue raised her hand, releasing 4 puppets, and cried out, "Linger, sister, I'm coming to save you." Li Yunma wielded a circular magical artifact, launching an attack toward Lin Ming. Lin Ming's expression darkened as he raised his hand, shouting, "Ha! You underestimate yourself. Form up." In an instant, the disciples of the Xianling sect soared into the sky, 7 beams of magical light shooting upwards as they engaged in battle. Seeing this, Li Yunma mounted a puppet tiger and charged at Lin Ming, exclaiming, "Righteous dog, prepare to die." Lin Ming retaliated by summoning a blue magical sword, thrusting it toward Li Yunma. Li Yunma swiftly dodged aside while tossing his circular artifact. Lin Ming countered with a wind blade talisman, and Li Yunma, unable to evade, was forced to abandon the puppet tiger. The 6th level of Qi refinement proved formidable. Noticing Li Yunma was at a disadvantage, El Rue quickly sent 2 puppets to his aid, warning, "Li Gu, be careful." Li Yunma, wary of the situation, mounted a puppet beast and sped behind a tree. He felt apprehensive. Lin Ming was the younger brother of Lin Su and naturally possessed mid-grade magical artifacts. Inside the cave, upon hearing her sister's voice, El Linger rallied her companions and charged out. A fierce battle ensued. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu, who had taken refuge at a distance, watched the battlefield at the cave entrance with a grave expression. The Xianling sect had over 10 cultivators at the Qi refinement stage, while the Hehuan sect had 3 fewer. Although El Rue, a puppet master, was present, El Lingo's companions were severely injured. With Lin Ming at the 6th level of Qi refinement, no one dared to confront him directly. The strongest among them was Li Yunma, at only the 5th level of Qi refinement. Defeat seemed inevitable. Xiao Yu hesitated to intervene, knowing he had yet to spot that woman, Wang Mei. This scheme was undoubtedly orchestrated by her. While others were expendable, he was determined to rescue El Linger. At that moment, Xiao Yu suddenly saw Li Yunma being struck down, on the verge of being eliminated by Lin Ming. His eyes narrowed. If Li Yunma fell, they would all be doomed. Li Shixiang, do not panic. I am here to assist you. Chapter 26. From now on, you shall be my sworn brother. Xiao Yu rode his puppet eagle and charged directly towards Lin Ming. Upon seeing that his opponent was merely a second-tier Qi refinement cultivator, Lin Ming's face revealed disdain. With a light leap, he evaded Xiao Yu's attack effortlessly. However, in the next moment, a puppet mouse was hurled towards him by Xiao Yu. Enhanced by the 9-yang divine body, the speed of the thrown puppet mouse was comparable to that of a flying arrow. Lu Rue immediately recognized the puppet mouse. It was indeed the one she had given to Xiao Yu. What was happening? How could that man, a mere second-tier Qi refinement cultivator, dare to venture here? Was he possibly here to rescue her? The thought of Xiao Yu professing his infatuation for her made Lu Rue's heart flutter. This mischievous fellow, Lin Ming, noticing that his opponent had a puppet mouse as well, swiftly drew his magic sword to strike it down. Yet, the puppet eagle swooped down once more. The puppet eagle was akin to a 4th-tier Qi refinement cultivator, and Lin Ming certainly did not wish to confront it head-on. He swiftly retrieved his magic sword and descended into the sky. Before he could complete his incantation, Li Yunma charged forward, and 2 rings of energy struck Lin Ming's magic sword directly. Upon witnessing the scene, Xiao Yu hurriedly maneuvered the puppet mouse forward, which still clutched 3 fireball talismans in its mouth. As it reached behind Lin Ming, it detonated instantaneously. Lin Ming, taken aback, widened his eyes in fury and hastily summoned a spell to extinguish the flames on his back, soaring into the sky. Retreat. The remaining disciples of the Xianling sect, seeing Lin Ming injured, swiftly took flight. Li Yunma yearned to pursue, but Lu Rue rushed forward to halt him. Brotherly, do not chase. Be cautious of deception. Li Yunma, deep in thought, nodded solemnly before staggering to the ground, gasping for breath. At that moment, Lu Linger emerged from the cave, and upon seeing Lu Rue, she burst into tears of joy. Sister, sister, oh, you truly frightened me. I thought I would never see you again. Lu Rue affectionately reached out to touch her forehead, reassuring her, do not be afraid, do not be afraid. Just promise you won't act so recklessly next time. Meanwhile, Li Yunma approached Xiao Yu, admiration evident in his demeanor as he patted his shoulder. Brother, my name is Li Yunma. What is yours? I truly appreciate your selfless act of rescue. Xiao Yu smiled kindly and introduced himself. I am Xiao Yu. It is a pleasure to meet you, Brother Li. Upon hearing this, Li Yunma couldn't help but smile broadly. He had even considered asking his companion, El Rue, to deceive him for his elixir. Who would have thought that Xiao Yu would risk his life to save him? Reflecting on it, it seemed utterly remarkable that someone at the 2nd level of Qi refinement would dare to assist him, while most would have fled in such circumstances. This was the bond of true brotherhood, a friendship forged in life and death. Li Yunma immediately accepted Xiao Yu, his excitement palpable as he clasped his fists and declared, "Brother Xiao, from this day forth, you shall be like a blood brother to me, Li Yunma. I shall bear any burden without hesitation." Meanwhile, El Rue instinctively swallowed hard. What was Xiao Yu thinking? Did he not fear that Li Yunma would discover their connection? His audacity was astounding. Yet, the thought that Xiao Yu had taken such risks to come to her aid stirred an unusual feeling within her. But was he truly there to save her? Just then, El Linga suddenly exclaimed, "Oh, Brother Xiao, is it really you? Have you come to rescue me as well?" Xiao Yu quickly clasped his fists. "Yes, junior brother. Upon hearing that senior sister Lu was trapped, I intended to accompany senior brother Li and the others. However, my cultivation is insufficient, and I flew slowly, lagging behind." Lu Linger, with her eyes wide in excitement, exclaimed, "You have already reached the second level of qi refinement so swiftly." Before she could finish her sentence, Lu Lingo suddenly felt a wave of dizziness and collapsed to the ground. Xiao Yu felt a sudden surge of panic. Seeing this, Lu Rue swiftly embraced her companion and boarded the puppet beast, proclaiming, "My dear sister must have fainted due to the depletion of her magical energy. We cannot linger here. We must return to the branch." Before long, Xiao Yu followed their retreat. At the branch, Wang Mei was already in a state of distress. Observing Zhao Gang, who was casually sipping tea nearby, her anxiety intensified. "Zhao Shixiang, what shall we do? Was it not said that success was assured? How could they have escaped? If master finds out, I am truly in trouble." Zhao Gang, glancing at the subordinates kneeling at the entrance, spoke with a sharp edge in his gaze. "What are you doing? Was I not clear in instructing you to lure someone from the Xianling sect to slay her? How could you fail so miserably?" The man, with a woeful expression, replied, "I did draw Lin Meng over, but Lu Linger has an elder sister here." Lin Meng was poised to win. Yet who could have anticipated that Xiao Yu would intervene? He and Li Yunma joined forces and drove Lin Meng back. "You did not witness it. I have never seen anyone wield puppets with such speed." He hurled a puppet at Lin Meng in the blink of an eye, and it exploded, injuring him. Zhao Gang instinctively frowned. "Are you implying that it was not Li Yunma who harmed Lin Meng, but Xiao Yu? How can that be?" Wang Mei, momentarily at a loss for words, interjected, "What is impossible about that? Certainly, Li Yunma held Lin Meng at bay while Xiao Yu fortuitously inflicted the injury. This is not the time for such debates. We must devise a plan. If my master arrives, we will surely," just as Wang Mei spoke. Zhang Xiling had already arrived with her followers. One disciple immediately recognized Zhao Gang's subordinate, exclaiming, "Elder, it is him." This vile creature claimed he was off to relieve himself. Yet he vanished for ages. Upon witnessing this scene, Zhao Gang instinctively swallowed hard. Wang Mei, her anxiety palpable, clenched her skirt tightly, aware that Zhang Xiling's icy demeanor meant her master would not spare her. In their sect, nothing was more taboo than turning against fellow disciples. If Lu Linger and her companions were eliminated, their actions would remain concealed. Yet, who could have predicted the resilience of these individuals? Zhao Gang, observing Zhang Xiling's expression, hastily uttered before she could speak, "I did not instruct him to lure anyone from the Xianling sect. This matter is not my concern. I have no enmity with Lu Linger. This situation is likely the doing of Wang Mei." Wang Mei, hearing this, immediately panicked. No, master, please allow me to explain." "Ah, Zhao Gang, you were slandering me." Zhao Gang coldly scoffed. "I was not even present this morning. How could I know what you instructed my subordinates?" The man kneeling nearby instinctively gulped. He knew his fate was sealed. However, the lives of his family still rested in Zhao Gang's hands. After a moment of contemplation, he lowered his head and confessed, "It was indeed Wang Mei who commanded us to eliminate that harlot, Lu Linger." No sooner had he spoken than his head burst into a mist of blood. Wang Mei, pale as a ghost, fell to her knees before her master, pleading, "Master, I swear it was not me." Zhao Gang incited me, claiming the situation was about to collapse, urging me to return to her sect. I was momentarily bewitched. "I will never dare again." Zhao Gang laughed coldly. "Ah, Wang Mei, cease your baseless accusations. I am already betrothed. How could I conspire with a woman of your ilk? What do you possess that I covet? My return to the sect was due to my father's grand birthday celebration. It has nothing to do with you. Yet you deceitfully employed my name to manipulate my subordinates. What are your true intentions? Elder Zhang, you must be aware of the enmity between your disciples better than anyone. Is this how you discipline your students?" Zhang Xiling understood that this incident could not be divorced from Zhao Gang's involvement, yet he was the son of Elder Zhao. She could not act against him. Elder Zhao oversaw their logistical support. Any animosity would yield dire consequences. She could not control outsiders. Yet she struggled to manage her own kin? With so many eyes upon her, if she failed to handle this matter appropriately, her position as an elder would be called into question, and all would believe she was biased. Gazing at the weeping Wang Mei on the ground, Zhang Xiling's brows furrowed. "I have nurtured you for years, and yet you dare to turn against your junior sister? How blind I was, Wang Mei." With that, she raised her hand and struck down upon Wang Mei. Blood erupted from Wang Mei's mouth as she collapsed to the ground. System notification. Danger detected to the life of the wicked Wang Mei. Host, please provide immediate assistance. Xiao Yu pondered deeply. Indeed, Wang Mei's demeanor was strikingly dissimilar to that of all the women he had encountered thus far. This woman was a viperous temptress, captivating in her allure. A mesmerizing presence unlike any he had previously experienced. Furthermore, he found himself devoid of other wicked women to engage with. Thus, Wang Mei became his primary objective. After a moment's contemplation, Xiao Yu hurriedly approached, kneeling on one knee, and implored, "Master, I beseech you to spare my senior sister's life. She may have been manipulated by others. You have already inflicted grave injuries upon her, and she may not recover for years. After nurturing her for so long, can you truly bear to render her incapacitated?" Wang Mei wept upon the ground, her face a portrait of grievance. She could hardly fathom that Zhao Gang, that scoundrel, would abandon her in her time of need. Her intention had been to deal with her junior sister, but it was Zhao Gang's suggestion that had led to this predicament. Zhang Xiling, observing Xiao Yu's disregard for his own dignity as he defended Wang Mei, wore a somber expression. El Linger also felt a pang of sympathy, seeing Wang Mei, who had grown up alongside her, reduced to such a state was difficult to bear. At that moment, several disciples behind them voiced their discontent, exclaiming, "Elder Zhang, several of our brothers have perished, all at the hands of that Lin Ming. Are you truly willing to show favoritism? This Wang Mei is your disciple. If you do not act according to the law, who among us would dare to serve you?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiling raised her hand once more. Wang Mei, in her distress, clutched at Xiao Yu's garment, crying, "Please help me. I promise I shall never do so again. I was wrong." Upon witnessing this scene, Xiao Yu expressed with a hint of resignation, "Master, if you truly intend to punish her, it would be more prudent to entrust her to me. As you are aware, my alchemical endeavors require a certain amount of human blood. Previously, Elder Wu's potion crafting demanded a considerable quantity of flesh and blood. My own alchemical skills were also gleaned from Elder Wu. It seems rather wasteful to render Wang Mei incapacitated. It would be far more beneficial to hand her over to me." Zhao Gang responded with a cold laugh. "Are you certain that, if entrusted to you, she would not meet her demise?" Xiao Yu chuckled softly. "Indeed, it wouldn't result in an immediate demise. The process of draining her essence would require over 3 months. Wouldn't it?" Chapter 27. The abandoned Wang Mei. Zhang Xiling rested her chin on one hand, instinctively aware that Xiao Yu intended to preserve Wang Mei's life. Yet, how could she uphold her principles while permitting Xiao Yu to concoct human elixirs in front of such a multitude? Before she could issue a command, a voice from the crowd erupted, "Transform her into a human elixir. How dare this wretched harlot harm her fellow disciples?" It dawned on me why some individuals had previously been slain by the Hehuan Sect. Perhaps Wang Mei was the orchestrator behind it. Wang Mei trembled with exertion, her hands quaking, her heart brimming with resentment. How could Zhao Gang betray her so easily? He had promised to love her for eternity, claiming that the marriage arranged by his family was merely a formality and that he would eventually take her as his bride. He had even brought 2 young girls for her to train with. She had genuinely believed she would ascend to greatness. Kill her, transform her into a human elixir. Is there not a shortage of elixirs? Skin her alive and forge her into a magical artifact. She must pay the price. The crowd was incensed, a throng of voices rising in a frenzied clamor. Xiao Yu lowered his head slightly, fully aware that among this group, there must be a traitor. Those who shouted the loudest may well have already prepared an escape route. Zhang Xiling cast a cold glance at Wang Mei and slowly raised her hand, declaring, "You reap what you sow. I had hoped that after punishing you by having you transcribe the sect rules, you would turn over a new leaf. Since you persist in your misdeeds, do not blame me." As she spoke, she lifted her hand to unleash a golden talisman. Wang Mei, terrified, immediately began to wail, "Master, please don't. I know my mistakes. I truly understand my errors." Before she could finish, intricate golden patterns on the talisman began to materialize in midair. Wang Mei was drawn into the talisman, as if she had never existed. The golden talisman floated gently before Xiao Yu and came to a halt. Zhang Xiling whispered with a restrained voice, "From this day forth, should anyone within the branch dare to harm their fellow disciples, I will show no mercy, regardless of who it may be." In her tone, Xiao Yu detected a hint of reluctance. After all, she had nurtured her eldest disciple for many years, and there were naturally feelings involved. At that moment, Zhang Xiling surveyed the surroundings once more. "Have you all gathered the disciples of the Hehuan Sect as I instructed?" A few individuals from the crowd stepped forward slowly, releasing the disciples they had drawn from their respective magical artifacts. Upon their release, a cacophony of cries erupted. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu furrowed his brows and, glancing at the disheveled female cultivators, instinctively clenched his fists. Huo Yan from the maidservant pavilion immediately recognized several of her fellow disciples. Overcome with sympathy, she exclaimed, "It's Lu Shimi and her group of ruffians. How could they be so cruel as to render them incapacitated?" Xiao Yu exhaled slowly, cradling the talisman that absorbed Wang Mei's essence, remaining silent. Initially, he had intended to seize the female captives of the Jade Maiden sect as well. Yet, upon observing their current state, some with severed limbs, others disheveled and unkempt, and a few appearing utterly deranged, they resembled neither human nor ghost. Furthermore, several of the female cultivators had aged prematurely, their appearances marred by the malevolent arts that had drained their very essence. Bringing them back would likely yield little benefit. Zhang Xiling, surveying the captives of the Jade Maiden sect before her, was acutely aware that the men must have concealed others. This display of seemingly worthless captives was merely a token gesture. Esteemed colleagues, she began, I recognize that our situation is precarious. However, since I, Zhang Xiling, have arrived, I am determined to lead us toward a momentous undertaking. The reason I have urged you to present the captives of the Jade Maiden sect is, of course, to prepare for the forthcoming battle. I assure you, should we emerge victorious, each of you shall receive a low-grade magical artifact. At her words, the crowd was taken aback, engaging in fervent discussion. Yet, after a prolonged silence, no one stepped forward to release further captives. Xiao Yu pressed her lips together, reflecting on the cunning nature of this group. They were all well aware that Zhang Xiling was merely spinning tales. Anyone who dared to speak out now would only reveal their insincerity. Observing the frenzied female captives, Zhang Xiling let out a resigned sigh. She then raised her hand and summoned her magical artifact, promptly gathering the women. Everyone disperse, she instructed. Xiao Yu, I entrust the handling of Wang Mei to you, while I shall personally interrogate these captives. Xiao Yu once again cupped his fists in salute, before departing with the golden talisman that contained Wang Mei, the captive. Back to the alchemy chamber, Zhao Gang watched Xiao Yu's retreating figure, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. It was likely that Wang Mei would find no mercy in the hands of her captor. Moreover, the woman harbored a chronic affliction that required the blood of young boys and girls to sustain her youthful beauty. Whether she lived or died was of no concern to him. He might as well return to his sect tomorrow, for this place held little interest for him. Upon returning to the alchemy chamber, Xiao Yu examined the golden talisman with intrigue. This artifact was remarkably convenient, capable of containing even living beings. He pondered how it was crafted. Reflecting on the maidens in his alchemy chamber, he mused that having such a talisman would greatly ease the task of taking them away. The Jade Maiden gourd was indeed too ruthless, as it could refine both the spirit and body of a person. Lianer, what manner of talisman is this? Can you craft it? In the maiden's quarters, Hualian still had reddened eyes, recalling the sight of her fellow disciples, tears staining her cheeks. This is a puppet talisman. Lianer cannot craft it. Master, why do you not lend them your assistance? Xiao Yu waved his hand dismissively. After all, they are not virtuous individuals. And since the system has yet to make a judgment, why should I concern myself with them? Hualian felt a twinge of grievance. Ever since she devoted herself wholeheartedly to Xiao Yu, she had come to realize that his heart was not entirely unkind. He merely had a penchant for the fairer sex. When he witnessed those who had aided him in their times of distress, he would lend a helping hand. Furthermore, he treated the likes of Li Qingyun and her companions with a gentleness that far surpassed his demeanor towards her and her master, Bai Yue. Xiao Yu observed her expression and chuckled softly. Your Jade Maiden sect must have been established not long ago. You are merely 18. So the sect could have been founded at most 15 years ago? Hualian shook her head in response. To report to you, master. The Jade Maiden sect has been in existence for several decades. It was only later that my master began to accept disciples. She continued. I am aware that my master harbors a disdain for us righteous female cultivators. From a young age, we have been indoctrinated with the ideology of vanquishing demons and upholding justice. The majority of cultivators align with my master's sentiments. The more prestigious the sect, the more they are concerned about others' perceptions. Should anyone utter a single disparaging remark, they will collectively rise in indignation. Xiao Yu's lips curled into a gentle smile as he released Hualian, tenderly stroking her head. Do not be disheartened. Your only duty henceforth is to serve your master with unwavering dedication. There is no need to concern yourself with the Jade Maiden sect. Nor do you have any junior sisters. They deserve whatever fate befalls them. Reflect honestly upon it. How many of them do not deserve their lot? Hualian exhaled softly, momentarily at a loss for words. Now, dear Lianer, go and concoct the chi consolidation pill for me. I shall await its return. Do not dwell in sorrow, tonight. Your master will treat you to your mentor's favorite delicacies. Upon hearing this, Hualian's spirits lifted somewhat, and she departed with the chi consolidation stone in hand. At this moment, Xiao Yu also picked up the puppet talisman and began to examine it. It appeared to be a one-time use item. Should he consider acquiring some for himself? As he probed the talisman with his divine consciousness, it gradually began to illuminate. Upon sensing someone intruding upon her privacy, Wang Mei within the talisman panicked and immediately covered her face, exclaiming, Don't look at me. Xiao Yu initially believed he was mistaken, his entire being shuddering in disbelief. He gazed upon the woman within the puppet talisman, her visage marred by deep wrinkles and her body speckled with dark blemishes. Could this truly be Wang Mei? Upon sensing Xiao Yu's spiritual presence, Wang Mei, her face contorted in despair, cried out, I have already told you not to look. What do you truly want from me? Xiao Yu instinctively swallowed hard. How could Wang Mei be even more unappealing than Mei Chunlan? At least Mei had false teeth, while Wang had none at all. No matter how one looked at her, she bore no resemblance to a human being, resembling instead a grotesque mass of decayed flesh. Were it not for the alluring black robe draped over her figure, he might have doubted her humanity altogether. Furthermore, her voice was somewhat unsettling, starkly contrasting with Wang Mei's seductive, fox-like tones. Now, her voice grated like a millstone grinding beans, harsh and grating. Just then, Wang Mei suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, and then, gazing around at the surrounding talismanic restraints, she began to wail. If you wish to kill me, then do so. Xiao Yu pressed his lips together, observing the other party's zero sin value, and slowly exhaled. To bring the individual into the judgment chamber, it was imperative to elevate their sin value to 100. It was insufficient to commit evil against others. The malevolence must be directed towards him. Reflecting on his previous experience with Huayan, Xiao Yu couldn't help but stroke his chin. To provoke the other's animosity towards him, he first needed to treat her well. Inspiring gratitude that would ultimately lead to betrayal was the most straightforward approach. Xiao Yu contemplated for a moment before directing her gaze towards the information board of the individual before her. Wang Mei, aged 37, was at the 4th layer of qi refinement, severely injured. With a beauty score of 93, standing at 168 centimeters tall and weighing 95 jin, she possessed the rare dual spiritual roots of gold and wood. Her qualifications were indeed commendable, yet her heart was as venomous as it was beautiful. She had taken the lives of numerous children to preserve her allure. Consumed by jealousy, she harbored an extreme loathing for any woman who surpassed her in beauty, and the mere thought of such a comparison would ignite her wrath. It seemed as though Wang Mei could hear Xiao Yu's thoughts. As she suddenly broke down in a fit of despair, her face contorted in anguish and tears streaming down like a torrential downpour, as if she were attempting to weep away all her suffering. Her fingers clutched desperately at the hem of her garment, crying out, my face, woe is me." Her sobs were particularly harrowing, leaving Xiao Yu momentarily taken aback. Observing the woman crumpled on the ground, consumed by despair, Xiao Yu couldn't help but purse her lips. Had her visage been ravaged by some corrosive substance? Sulfuric acid, perhaps? Wang Mei continued to weep, her tears cascading down her aged and disfigured face. Recalling the traumatic experiences of her youth when those wretched women had marred her beauty, her cries grew increasingly heartrending. She would rather perish than succumb to such a grotesque fate. No. She trembled. My face, return it to me, quickly. Chapter 28. Every blame lies with Mei. Wang Mei reminisced about her childhood, a time when she had been selected by the emperor as a talented beauty. At merely a teenager, she had been forced into a vat of medicine by those detestable women of the palace. Her once enchanting visage was obliterated in an instant. From that moment on, she harbored animosity towards every woman who surpassed her in beauty. In her desperate quest to reclaim her youthful radiance, she had forsaken everything she could. Today, she found herself once again in this wretched state. Large, glistening tears fell one by one from her disfigured face, embodying her helplessness and despair, tearing her insides apart. At that moment, she was suddenly released from her torment. Gazing at the man before her, Wang Mei was instantly filled with panic and hurriedly crawled into a corner, curling up and shielding her face. Xiao Yu slowly drew a dagger and approached Wang Mei, whispering softly, "Sister Wang, we hold no deep grudges against each other. I possess a method to remedy your condition." Wang Mei stood in a daze, bewildered. Could he truly heal her? Xiao Yu chuckled softly, saying, "Drinking my blood should heal your wounds, or I could assist you using the harmony technique." Upon hearing this, Wang Mei instinctively clenched her fists. She had attempted that long ago. How could it possibly be effective? No, he meant to use the harmony technique while she was in her current state. Realizing this, Wang Mei's face turned pale with panic as she fled, exclaiming, "You shall not harm me any further. As fellow disciples, if you wish to kill me, then do so. Do you think I am but a mere child? You would rescue me? What a jest. How could someone like you ever save me? You must have ulterior motives." Xiao Yu chuckled softly, casually loosening the cuffs of his sleeves as he walked, a bottle of youthful elixir in hand. Wang Mei instinctively felt a surge of anxiety. Watching Xiao Yu approach her step by step, her mind grappling with the absurdity of the situation. What a jest. She was so unattractive now. What could he possibly want? Surely he wouldn't. Before long, to her astonishment, Wang Mei truly transformed back to her former self. Gazing at the composed and handsome Xiao Yu before her, she instinctively tightened her grip on her collar. Hastily, she tilted her head and touched her face, incredulous that she had indeed reverted to her original beauty. Not only that, but her injuries had also miraculously healed. She was completely restored. The thought of the potion she had just consumed made her cheeks flush with embarrassment. How could he have been so indifferent to her earlier ugliness? In that moment, Wang Mei's heart melted. A glimmer of light danced in her lowered eyes, reminiscent of rippling autumn waters. Her cheeks, blushing like the twilight sky, mirrored the hues of a distant sunset. A gentle smile graced her lips, blooming like spring flowers, shy yet restrained. "You," she stammered, tilting her head ever so slightly, her delicate brows arching as though she were listening intently while concealing her inner joy. Her softly quivering eyelashes fluttered like butterfly wings, stirring the ripples of her heart. Xiao Yu also noticed her expression, a faint smile gracing his lips. "This is the youth-preserving pill, which can ensure that you retain your current beauty forever. Senior Sister Wang, you are truly exquisite. From the moment I first laid eyes on you, I was captivated. My previous anger stemmed from the belief that Zhao Gang is unworthy of you. Senior Sister Wang, I spoke many hasty words to our master. Please do not take them to heart." Xiao Yu spoke and directly grasped Wang Mei's hand. At that moment, it felt as though a jade flute was delicately playing in her heart, the melody flowing like a clear spring over stones, graceful and melodious. A faint blush returned to her cheeks, and her heart raced as if startled by a small deer. She found herself unable to look away from the man before her, who seemed utterly unconcerned with her previously disfigured appearance. Throughout her life, she had sought many companions, committing countless morally reprehensible acts in pursuit of cultivation resources. Everyone had approached her solely because of her exterior, and no man had ever regarded her disfigured visage with anything but disdain. Yet, he had not only seen her, but had also healed her. She had just feared being turned into a medicinal pill. Xiao Yu remained deep in contemplation, recognizing that Wang Mei was undeniably a woman of ill repute. Despite her apparent affection towards him now, he suspected that she would ultimately betray him. He needed to find an opportunity to unveil her true intentions. After all, her profile distinctly stated, driven solely by profit. Caution was imperative. Wang Shiji, the ground is chilly. Please rise. Upon hearing this, Wang Mei cast a sidelong glance, lowered her head, and gradually stood up. There was a hint of charm in her expression, akin to the delicate peach blossoms blooming in early spring. When she turned her gaze back to Xiao Yu, she affectionately wrapped her arm around his left, declaring, "Junior brother, your loyalty and righteousness shall not go unreciprocated. I vow to protect you in this life and the next." Xiao Yu's lips curled slightly, a smile that was neither entirely genuine nor entirely feigned gracing his features as he regarded the other person. He decided to humor the unfolding drama. Wang Mei's eyes shimmered like rippling waters, reminiscent of autumn skies, brimming with unspoken affection. As she looked back at Xiao Yu, a subtle allure emanated from her cheeks, a charm that was almost ineffable. Even she found it hard to believe that she was already 37 years old. Having embarked on her journey into the realm of immortals 2 decades ago, she had thought she had long since relinquished the tribulations of the mortal world. Why then, did her heart stir with emotion today? Indeed, she was moved. She had truly fallen for Xiao Yu. Having encountered countless men, she was no longer a naive maiden. She recognized the authenticity of her feelings for him. Just then, Hualien approached, holding a vial of qi-concealing pills, her face alight with joy as she exclaimed, "Master! Master! Lianer has succeeded. These 10 qi-concealing pills will suffice for a period." At these words, Wang Mei lowered her gaze, instinctively clutching the hem of her skirt. As she gazed at Hualien, who was even more exquisite than herself, an expression of malice flickered in her eyes. Dressed in flowing white garments that suggested ethereal grace, Hualien's feet, akin to white jade, were enveloped in delicate stockings, adding an air of enchantment. The tailored qipao accentuated her graceful silhouette, akin to a white lotus in full bloom. Xiao Yu chuckled softly. "Well, thank you for your hard work, Lianer. Please continue with your tasks." Hualien nodded repeatedly, then turned her gaze towards Wang Mei, nestled in Xiao Yu's embrace. As a woman herself, Hualien couldn't help but smirk coldly within at the provocative glint in Wang Mei's eyes. Did this woman truly dare to regard her with such disdain? Did she not realize that Hualien had now become the most cherished mate of the master? This woman was courting disaster. After Hualien departed, Wang Mei turned, a hint of jealousy lacing her voice as she inquired of Xiao Yu. "Xiao, junior brother, doesn't that sister seem somewhat familiar? Dressed in white robes. Could she possibly be from the Jade Maiden sect?" Xiao Yu embraced Wang Mei with one arm, a playful smile gracing his lips. Could it be, senior sister? Wang Mei's expression darkened, her right fist clenched tightly. Yet, in that very moment, a spark of inspiration ignited within Xiao Yu. Why complicate matters? There was no need for an abundance of trivial side quests. Wang Mei was hardly an ancient being like Bai Yue, who had lived for centuries. She was merely in her 30s. How resolute could her heart truly be? Hualien's temperament was undoubtedly stronger than that of Wang Mei, and even she had succumbed to self-reproach in just a few days. Moreover, Wang Mei had developed feelings for him and was even experiencing jealousy. Xiao Yu swiftly carried her into the alchemy chamber. Wang Mei, caught off guard, blushed deeply and exclaimed, Junior brother, please put me down." Xiao Yu gazed tenderly at her visage and expressed, "The reason I yearn to take master as my mentor is due to my affection for senior sister. The reason I did not bow to senior sister that day was born out of jealousy towards Zhao Gang. From the very first moment I laid eyes on senior sister, I was profoundly enamored. For her sake, I would willingly embrace death. Today, master has at least consented to entrust you to me. Otherwise, I would have fought tooth and nail to rescue senior sister." In the alchemy room, Hualien pouted in jealousy, fully aware that Xiao Yu was speaking falsehoods. Yet she longed to hear them nonetheless. What woman does not revel in sweet lies? How infuriating. System detection indicates that the wicked queen, Mei, has completely fallen for the host. It also detects that under the host's persuasion, the wicked queen, Mei, has recognized her errors and entered judgment mode. The host may choose between manual judgment and automatic judgment. "Please, host, take her into your fold." Xiao Yu wore a playful grin, his smile stretching from ear to ear as he gazed at Wang Mei in his embrace. To his astonishment, it truly proved effective. This implied that many women who had lived for 2 or 3 decades possessed remarkably weak willpower. He realized he need not employ the same tactics he used on Bai Yue to win her over. With a swift motion, he transported Wang Mei to the judgment chamber, where she elegantly settled into the judgment seat, exuding an enchanting allure. Xiao Yu instinctively swallowed hard. Sister Wang, are you aware of your sins? You have harmed so many innocent children. Before he could finish his words, Wang Mei directly reclined, turning to the side and lifting the hem of her skirt. Mayor acknowledges her countless mistakes. They are all mine. My lord, please come quickly. After a while, Xiao Yu stumbled out in a daze. He detected that the trial of the wicked queen Mei had commenced and received the trial rewards, the thunder step technique, along with the unlocking of the fourth trial chamber. The transformation function for the trial chamber was now available, allowing the host to modify its structure at will. It was noted that the trial value for the wicked queen Mei had reached its limit, permitting her transfer to the maid's pavilion. 3 notifications appeared in his mind. Can you believe it? Has she truly surrendered completely? Upon opening her eyes in the maid's pavilion, Queen Mei immediately called out, "My lord, where have you gone? Please come quickly." In a charming tone, Chapter 29, 4th level of Qi refinement. Xiao Yu wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, his face reflecting a deep sense of apprehension. Xiao Yu instinctively swallowed hard. It was evident that Wang Mei's affection for him was not born from mere sweet words. Toxic. This woman's emotions were far from those of an ordinary person. Xiao Yu, with a look of melancholy, puffed on his pipe like an old man. No, it is time to cultivate. Xiao Yu tapped the tobacco in his pipe and took out the thunderstep technique. It appeared to be a method of movement. Perhaps a celestial level technique for traversing the skies and splitting the winds with the elusive power of divine thunder. Xiao Yu gently touched his head, his expression one of contemplation. When judging Bai Yue, the reward was the celestial level technique, the supreme harmony art, yet Wang Mei only bestowed a terrestrial level mantra? It seems the system had previously mentioned that rewards were distributed based on the beauty of the wicked woman. The more exquisite her appearance, the more generous the rewards. Nevertheless, it is still a life-preserving technique. I might as well give it a try. Xiao Yuping held his breath and gathered his energy, his toes lightly touching the ground as he glided like a specter before the alchemy chamber. His steps were enigmatic. With each footfall, the surrounding flora swayed in response. At times, he moved with the swiftness of lightning, slicing through the vast expanse, and at other moments, he flowed as quietly as a gentle stream. Where he passed, ethereal afterimages trailed behind him. Then, with a sudden burst of power, he surged forth. And it seemed as if a violet lightning bolt had manifested in the air around him. At this moment, the contents of the thunder walking technique continually flashed through Xiao Yu's mind. An invisible force seemed to be guiding him in the cultivation of this method. Xiao Yu dashed forward, captivated, his movements swift and elusive, leaving no trace behind. The air resonated with the sound of thunderclaps. Time passed unnoticed, and at last, Xiao Yu mastered the first layer of the thunderstep technique. As he gazed upon the setting sun, he turned and entered the judgment chamber with Wang Mei. With the energy-concealing pill in hand, there was no longer a need for him to deliberately slow his pace. Hastening the enhancement of his strength was the true path to success. Upon entering the chamber, Wang Mei's eyes widened with hostility at the sight of another woman present. What a stunningly beautiful woman. A tinge of envy flickered within her. Despite having encountered others more beautiful than herself throughout her life, she had never witnessed such an extraordinary beauty. Even in this context, the woman's unparalleled grace could not be concealed. One might believe she was a celestial being descended from the heavens, and Wang Mei would wholeheartedly agree. Her beauty was so captivating that Wang Mei felt an overwhelming urge to destroy it. A hint of malice glimmered in Wang Mei's eyes as her right fist cracked ominously. Xiao Yu coldly exclaimed, "Behave yourself. You must learn to coexist harmoniously in the future. They have not harmed you. So what is the matter with you?" Upon hearing this, Wang Mei quickly lowered her head and replied, "My lord, I see your point." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu delivered a sharp slap. "What nonsense about lord and husband is this? Is that how you address him?" Wang Mei, struck by his action, pouted with a look of grievance, turning her head to the side. Xiao Yu struck out again with a slap, exclaiming, "How dare you?" Wang Mei, with a face full of flattery, immediately embraced him, saying, "Master, this servant recognizes her error." Her words dripped with sycophancy, and she herself was unaware of the depths of her submission. At that moment, Bai Yue began to reminisce about her past. She had commenced her cultivation at the tender age of 3 and reached the pinnacle of Qi refinement by 13, a true prodigy. By 25, she had advanced to the latter stage of foundation establishment. At 80, she successfully formed her Dan, and by 130, she attained the peak of Golden Dan. Her accomplishments were indeed rare across the entire Tsunyue continent. So how had she fallen to such a state? She could not accept this fate. As long as she persevered, as long as she could survive, there would surely be a turning point. Time flowed by like a fleeting stream. 20 days had passed in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Xiao Yu emerged with a pale visage, breaking through the barrier. Upon stepping outside, without uttering a word, he seized a bottle of restorative elixir and poured it into his mouth. Xiao Yu's complexion was as pale as parchment, his figure emaciated and frail, resembling a withered corpse from a grave. After consuming the Qi recovery pill, Xiao Yu still felt a profound fatigue enveloping his body. He hurriedly made his way to the boiler room, where upon encountering food, he eagerly began to devour it, resembling a disaster survivor. Suddenly, as Li Qingyun passed by, she exclaimed, "Ah, a thief has entered. Sister, come quickly." Upon hearing this, Zhao Hongya rushed over, brandishing her sword, ready to strike at the intruder. However, as she approached, she was taken aback, exclaiming, "Master, how could it be you?" What astonished her even more was the realization that Xiao Yu's cultivation had remarkably reached the 4th level of the qi refining stage. In merely 20 days, he had ascended to such a level? It seemed he still possessed 4 spiritual roots. Master, your cultivation." Xiao Yu continued to munch on the radish, while Li Qingyun hurriedly exclaimed, Master, I shall prepare something for you at once. Please refrain from eating indiscriminately, lest you harm your health." Xiao Yu continued to eat without a flicker of emotion. Soon, Li Qingyun prepared an extravagant spread of dishes. Upon learning that Xiao Yu had emerged, Hualien hurried over with a large box of elixirs in tow. Master, the elixirs are due today. I not only met the required quantity and quality, but I have also concocted an additional half batch. Hualien playfully nestled beside Xiao Yu, displaying her affection. Xiao Yu, however, remained unresponsive, lifting a bowl of soup and drinking heartily. Gulp, gulp. Zhang Lan and Huang Xiang also arrived, each adorned in vibrant attire, clearly having awaited Xiao Yu's return eagerly over the past days. After finishing his meal, Xiao Yu wore a half smile, scratching his head with a silly grin. "So, how is your cultivation progressing now?" Chapter 30, A Brother for a Day, a Brother for Life. Xiao Yu clearly dared not proceed. He is a human, not a mule. His cultivation is still too low. He must urgently enhance his abilities. Otherwise, when faced with formidable opponents in the future, he may find himself without even the slightest chance to resist. The celestial fragrance physique of his master is something he can no longer dare to even contemplate. It is essential to honor and respect one's teacher in the path of cultivation. Xiao Yu tucked away the medicinal pills and made his way towards the administrative hall. First, he would submit the pills, and then he would take the opportunity to procure some spiritual materials necessary for refining the Huanglong pill. Additionally, he needed to gather more supplements, regardless of the expense. After consuming a convergence pill, Xiao Yu stepped out. Upon arriving at the administrative hall, he encountered a familiar face. El Rue was there reporting on tasks alongside Li Yunma. Noticing Xiao Yu's pale complexion and the fact that his cultivation had regressed to the 1st level of qi refinement, Li Yunma approached with a hint of concern. "Junior brother Xiao, why does your complexion appear so alarming?" "Your cultivation." Xiao Yu felt a profound sense of relief, realizing that the qi-concealing pill was indeed effective. After a moment of contemplation, he clasped his fists and spoke, "Senior brotherly, you may not be aware that during my last excursion in search of a rare medicinal herb, I inadvertently sustained serious injuries. However, I shall recover with further recuperation." Xiao Yu, as he spoke, cast a sidelong glance at Lu Rue. "Greetings, sister-in-law." Upon hearing Xiao Yu's voice, Lu Rue instinctively turned her gaze aside. In truth, these past 20 days had not been particularly comfortable for her. She had always believed that her partner, Li Yunma, was quite admirable. However, since she began exchanging martial arts techniques with Xiao Yu, her sentiments had shifted somewhat. Li Yunma, observing the unsteady gait of Xiao Yu, was visibly incensed. "Which scoundrel dares to harm my brother, Li Yunma? This infuriates me to no end. Brother, tell me his name, and I shall ensure he pays dearly for his transgressions." Xiao Yu instinctively glanced at Bai Yue in the tribunal room and quickly clasped his fists, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, senior brotherly, for your kind intentions. She has already been vanquished by me at the foot of the mountain. By the way, what are you and sister-in-law planning to do?" Li Yunma smiled slightly, patting Xiao Yu on the shoulder as he replied, Brother Xiao Yu, you are yet to be informed. Not long ago, Elder Zhang led a group of brothers to launch a surprise attack on the old grounds of the Jade Maiden Sect. We seized over 100 inferior-grade magical artifacts and uncovered numerous cultivation techniques. Our branch has now received significant attention from the sect, with 2 foundation-building elders dispatched to assist us. Xiao Yu pressed his lips together, surprised that his master had indeed followed his suggestion for the ambush. After casting a cautious glance at Xiao Yu, El Rue stepped forward and produced a puppet mouse, saying, "Dear junior brother Xiao, we have yet to properly express our gratitude for your rescue of brotherly. Since your previous puppet mouse was destroyed, allow me to present you with a new one. It will be more than sufficient to deal with a cultivator at the 5th level of qi refinement." Xiao Yu hastily shook his head in refusal. Observing this, Li Yunma swiftly took the puppet beast and placed it into Xiao Yu's hands, exclaiming, "Hey, my brother, just take it. If you refuse, it would be as if you are disregarding my goodwill. You were a tremendous help to me last time. This puppet mouse is rightfully yours. Later, you can also collect a defensive artifact from me. If you insist on declining, I shall be quite displeased." Xiao Yu smiled slightly, just about to speak when he noticed someone approaching from outside the door. The person hurriedly approached Li Yunma upon seeing him. "Senior brotherly, come quickly. I need your assistance with something." Li Yunma glanced back at El Rue and instructed, Rue, take Xiao Shidi back to fetch my armor. I shall return shortly. Xiao Shidi, do not leave tonight. I shall treat you to a drink. El Rue seemed poised to say something further, but Li Yunma departed just like that, leaving Xiao Yu and El Rue to appraise one another in silence. Xiao Yu gazed at Lu Rue across from him, instinctively clenching his fists. He found himself at a loss for words. The situation at home weighed heavily upon him, yet Lu Rue belonged to another family, a fact that made their circumstances profoundly different. If he did not take the initiative now, he could not foresee when another opportunity might arise. He could savor the contents of his own bowl leisurely, but the delicacies in her bowl might be forever beyond his reach. In that moment, he felt as if his legs were no longer aching, and his waist was free from discomfort. It seemed he was invigorated once more. With a flushed face, Lu Rue lowered her head and said, Xiao Xiao, please follow me to retrieve the Xian armor. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu chuckled softly, mimicking Li Yunma's tone as he gently spoke to her. Then I must trouble you, Rue. In a moment of fluster, Lu Rue found herself somewhat at a loss. Yet she still led Xiao Yu back. Half an hour later, just as Xiao Yu was becoming enthusiastic, he suddenly heard a commotion outside. Lu Rue, her face etched with panic, stood up abruptly, exclaiming, quickly, Li Gu is back. No sooner had she spoken than Xiao Yu had already donned his clothing within mere seconds. Lu Rue was momentarily stunned. What? How did he? Xiao Yu hastily called out, hurry up. What are you dawdling for? Li Yunma, who had just returned to the entrance of his dwelling, was still stroking his chin while conversing with his junior brother behind him. These newly arrived elders are truly unworthy. I had thought they came to assist us, but it turns out they are merely coveting our spoils. Another voice chimed in, indeed. It would be better if Elder Zhang treated us well. Originally, those inferior magical tools were ours, yet those two scoundrels devoured them all. They even had the audacity to proclaim that they were meant for the elite forces at the front lines. Do they expect us disciples to perish? The more Li Yunma pondered, the more discontented he felt. I propose that next time we acquire spoils, we should report them falsely. Elder Zhang is simply too straightforward, while his heart is kind. He cannot outmaneuver those cunning old foxes. We must devise a plan. As the two conversed, they returned to their quarters. At this moment, Xiao Yu was seated at a table, earnestly studying the puppet mastery manual. Lu Rue, beside him, was explaining a puppet figurine, junior brother Xiao. This puppet technique is somewhat akin to artifact refining. Both involve the use of spiritual materials for crafting. First, you must create the components according to the structure in the manual, then arrange the magical formations and runes in suitable positions, and finally connect them. Just as Lu Rue was speaking, Li Yunma returned. Seeing this, Xiao Yu hurriedly stepped forward. Brotherly, why do you wear such a troubled expression? Upon noticing Xiao Yu, Li Yunma instinctively smiled. At that moment, El Rue suddenly spotted her recently discarded silk socks beneath the bed and swiftly positioned herself to block Li Yunma's line of sight. Brotherly, is there trouble at the front lines again? She simultaneously conveyed to Xiao Yu in a hushed tone. Quick, there is something under the bed. You must hide it at once. Xiao Yu shuddered at that moment and exclaimed, No, how could I hide? What would I go to the bed for? It's no big deal. If discovered, I'll simply support you. Lu Rue's face turned a shade of green upon hearing this. Li Yunma continued to speak. The two newcomers, the elderly, are utterly useless. Instead of aiding at the front lines, they indulge themselves at the branch, living lavishly. Now, the Hehuan Sect already boasts 3 foundation establishment cultivators. Lin Su's father, Lin Tianhai, Lin Su's master, and another named Yizhiro. Upon hearing Yizhiro's name, Xiao Yu's expression darkened significantly. His veins throbbed with fury. It was this vile woman who had slaughtered his dear friend Xiang and her family. Although Xiang was an ordinary mortal, she had always treated him with utmost kindness, never regarding him merely as a cultivator. He had harbored some affection for Xiang in the past. Yet, it was because of this wretched individual, Yizhiro, that her family met such a tragic fate. Recalling the events of that fateful day, the pain surged vividly in his memory. Yizhiro had not only severed his ear, but had also blinded him. The blood feud was profound, and he could not let it go unavenged. This despicable creature must endure a fate worse than death. Li Yunma persisted, forget it. It's not our concern anyway. Junior brother Xiao, you should occasionally advise your master not to be exploited by others. Xiao Yu slightly cupped his fists and replied. Thank you, senior brotherly, for your reminder. I happen to be looking for master shortly. Li Yunma feigned a sense of urgency and said, by the way, junior brother Xiao, could you lend me a few replenishing pills? Hee, you know how it is. Without hesitation, Xiao Yu produced a bottle, and then, with unwavering resolve, clasped his fists and declared, once a brother, always a brother. His words were accompanied by a glance at Lu Rue, who swiftly seized the opportunity to stow away the silk socks from beneath the bed into her storage bag. Li Yunma gazed upon the full bottle of replenishing pills, tears streaming down his face. Almost overcome with emotion, he exclaimed, Ah, junior brother, you truly have made your elder brother feel. Xiao Yu clasped his fists once more and said, Senior brotherly, there is no need for such formality. Since we are brothers, we stand united. I shall take my leave first, and let us gather again on a more auspicious day. After Xiao Yu finished speaking, he departed. Li Yunma let out a sigh. Reflecting on the situation, I never expected that junior brother Xiao is indeed a person of genuine character. I initially thought he would not be so generous. LV Rue, feeling a bit awkward, swallowed hard, a slight discomfort in her throat. Ahem, indeed, junior brother Xiao is quite remarkable. As she spoke, Li Yunma turned to face LV Rue. Reaching out to take her hand, LV Rue instinctively recoiled. Li Gu, I feel rather fatigued today. Let us postpone this for another time. I am at a crucial juncture in my breakthrough and prefer not to engage in such matters. Li Yunma, taken aback, scratched his head. Is that so? Very well then. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu had already approached Zhang Xiling, producing a medicinal pill. Zhang Xiling observed the concealed cultivation level of Xiao Yu, her eyes slightly lifting. I did not expect your cultivation to progress so swiftly. You are quite audacious to dare to meet me. Are you not afraid of any repercussions from your master? Xiao Yu, with a face full of reverence, clasped his fists and spoke. Disciple naturally understands that it is impossible to conceal anything from Master's discerning eyes. However, from the very first glance, I perceive that you are unlike other cultivators. Your kindness and noble heart inspire me. I am willing to devote myself entirely to assist you, even at the cost of my life. I shall repay the grace of your guidance. Zhang Xiling let out a sigh, gazing at Xiao Yu before quietly inquiring, what has become of Wang Mei? Xiao Yu glanced around to ensure no one was watching, then hurriedly whispered, Master, rest assured, senior sister Wang Mei's injuries have fully healed. I will do my utmost to ensure her safety. Zhang Xiling smiled with a sense of relief, saying, Indeed, your concern is commendable. I now have a task for you. I need you to go to Jianglu City to find a certain individual. Xiao Yu shuddered at that moment, questioning how a disciple of such low cultivation could possibly enter Jianglu City. Zhang Xiling replied in a hushed tone, I possess my own ingenious strategy. If you can accomplish this task, I shall grant you one wish. Speak freely, as long as it is within my power to fulfill. Xiao Yu gazed upon the ethereal figure of Zhang Ziling beneath her purple robe, and with fervor raised his hand, exclaiming, For my master, I would brave boiling waters and fiery flames, undeterred by the prospect of 1,000 deaths. Chapter 31. It seems you are growing weary of life. Upon witnessing Xiao Yu's audacity, Zhang Ziling felt a surge of joy within her heart. My dear disciple, this mission bears great significance and is intricately linked to the battle at hand, so you must exercise utmost caution. Within the city of Jianglu, there resides a renowned artifact smith known as the Fire Monk, who possesses the ability to forge superior-grade magical weapons. I require your assistance in procuring one such weapon for me. As you are aware, the Hehuan Sect is currently fortified by 3 foundational stage experts. Although our sect has dispatched 2 of our own foundational stage masters to assist me, they are unlikely to take the initiative in combat. As she spoke, Zhang Ziling rose and retrieved a storage pouch, her expression tinged with sorrow. While we have these 2 masters here for our protection, launching an offensive to change the tide of battle proves as daunting as ascending to the heavens. If you can secure a superior-grade offensive magical weapon for me, I shall have the confidence to turn the situation in our favor. Xiao Yu, somewhat puzzled, pursed his lips and approached Zhang Xiling, who held a storage bag in her hand. Zhang Xiling, taken aback, had initially intended for Wang Mei to undertake this task. Although Wang Mei's character was average, her meticulous and cunning nature made her more reliable than El Linger. Currently, she harbored doubts about the disciples from the branch. Fearing that if word spread about her seeking a magical artifact, the Hehuan Sect would inevitably deduce that her precious high-grade artifact had been destroyed, leading to potential complications. Looking back at Xiao Yu, Zhang Xiling slowly produced a verdant jade orb. This orb, known as the breath-concealing jade, is an item I carry with me. It can obscure your cultivation level, making it nearly impossible for anyone below the golden core realm to discern your true strength. You may use this orb to masquerade as a commoner when entering the city. This storage bag contains 200,000 spirit stones and the skeletal remains of a ghost wolf. Upon the successful completion of this task, I shall ensure your admission to the 10,000 Beasts secret realm a month hence. Upon hearing those words, Xiao Yu was taken aback. The secret realm of 10,000 beasts? Is it the coveted treasure trove of spirit beasts that has long been contested by the Beast Refining Sect and the Spirit Master Sect? It is said that mutated spirit beasts roam there. Zhang Xiling nodded in affirmation. Indeed, the Beast Refining Sect and the Spirit Master Sect share a common lineage, and the secret realm of 10,000 beasts has been a focal point of their rivalry. Although we are amidst a time of war, both factions would cease hostilities to pursue the exquisite spirit beasts within when the realm is opened. As Zhang Xiling spoke, Xiao Yu suddenly lifted his gaze to meet her eyes. After a brief moment, he lowered his head, only to raise it again to gaze into her eyes. As he continued to do so, Zhang Xiling furrowed her brow. Do you still harbor doubts? Xiao Yu, feeling somewhat anxious, clasped his fists and spoke. Master, did you not say you could grant your disciple a wish? I do not seek that quota. Zhang Xiling was momentarily taken aback, clearly unable to comprehend the meaning behind Xiao Yu's words. Xiao Yu continued. Given the pressing nature of the conflict, the sect has sent 2 elders to deceive our master. I fear for master's safety at their hands. The opportunity to enter the 10,000 demons' secret realm should be granted to Sister Lu. I only wish to remain steadfast in protecting master's well-being. Zhang Xiling smiled benevolently, gradually settling back into her mahogany chair, lifting her skirt and crossing her legs. Observing Xiao Yu's devoted and considerate demeanor, she smiled gently. My disciple is truly thoughtful. Last time you suggested that I claim the former territory of the Hehuan Sect. It was a significant contribution. You even rescued Linger. I had intended to reward you with Linger, hoping to unite you two as partners. However, I have recently learned that Linger has already found a companion. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu was momentarily taken aback. Goodness, Lu Linger has a partner? What then was the meaning of his reckless confrontation with Lin Ming? How could he have been unaware of Lu Linger's relationship? At that moment, he earnestly clasped his fists and proclaimed, Senior Sister Lu possesses a pure nature and must not be deceived. There are scarcely any virtuous individuals within our Hehuan Sect. Master Zhang Xiling exhaled slowly. I am well aware of this, yet our sect differs from the orthodox factions. They impose strict regulations regarding the pairing of disciples, while we advocate for freedom and love. Since Linger already has a partner, it would be inappropriate for me to intervene. Upon your return, I shall select a partner for you to aid in your cultivation. How does that sound? Xiao Yu swallowed hard at that moment. Anyone will do? Zhang Ziling replied, naturally. Xiao Yu, with a face full of reverence for his mentor, hurriedly leaned towards Zhang Ziling's ear and whispered something earnestly. Zhang Ziling, filled with delight, leaned in eagerly, anticipating his words. In the next instant, her eyes widened in shock, and she struck out with a palm. Get lost. Voice cracking, Xiao Yu let out a sudden gasp, expelling a mouthful of old blood. He collapsed onto the ground, blood oozing from his mouth uncontrollably. Zhang Ziling's face flushed visibly, turning from her neck to her forehead. Her eyes widened in fury, rendering her momentarily speechless. Xiao Yu, with a face full of sorrow and indignation, cried out on the ground, Disciple, my heart is sincere. Zhang Xiling, standing up with a countenance full of fury, stomped forward and declared, I command you to silence yourself. What audacity! How dare you even covet my attention? It seems you are weary of living. In that moment, Zhang Xiling swiftly retrieved her storage bag, raising her right palm once more. The radiant light of her spell surged forth, poised to render Xiao Yu utterly incapacitated. Xiao Yu continued to articulate each word deliberately, declaring, Since I dare to utter a cough, I have no intention of preserving my life. Upon concluding his words, Xiao Yu coughed up a mouthful of blood, proclaiming, Even if my master were to strike me down today, I would harbor no grievances, no regrets. Zhang Ziling's expression twisted in anger, her spell lingering in her grasp, yet uncast. It was no wonder he had devoted himself wholeheartedly to assisting her. It was no wonder his cultivation had progressed so swiftly, allowing him the audacity to stand before her. It appears he harbored such ambitions all along. How brazenly audacious of him. Xiao Yu continued to cough up blood as he spoke. If my master truly wishes to take my life, then I shall seek him out in my next life. Zhang Ziling's brows quivered. If word of this incident were to spread, how could she possibly maintain her standing within the Hehuan Sect? Yet, Xiao Yu indeed possessed remarkable abilities. It was he who had proposed the plan for their last surprise attack. Moreover, he was the only one among her subordinates who could concoct elixirs. If he were to be killed, she would find herself in a precarious situation. At that moment, Xiao Yu, with great effort, retrieved a supreme artifact from his storage bag. It was the exquisite artifact, the 1,000 Fragrance and 10,000 Beauties map, obtained from the Judgment of the Lotus. The instant the artifact appeared, Zhang Ziling stood frozen in place. Even she had never before laid eyes on a supreme artifact. As she gazed at the intricate radiance and resplendent hues of the artifact, she found herself utterly captivated. Xiao Yu, with an expression of profound indignation, spoke. This is a precious artifact passed down from my ancestors. Since I am destined to perish today, I shall bestow it upon my master. My initial intention was to present this treasure map to you. I am acutely aware of my humble talents and insufficient cultivation. Even if I were to wield this magical instrument, I would be unable to showcase its true prowess. My master, isolated and forlorn in this desolate place, has no one to rely on. I worry daily for your safety. Hence, I entrust this map to you, thus alleviating a burden from my heart. I shall die without regrets. At that moment, Zhang Xiling was struck by a wave of confusion. After years of diligent cultivation, even her master had never gifted her such a precious artifact. Such items, upon emergence, would invariably incite a frenzied scramble among countless cultivators, with bloodshed as a likely consequence. Could it be that Xiao Yu harbored genuine feelings for her? A flush of crimson spread across Zhang Ziling's cheeks as she hastily turned her head, her heart racing. How many souls in the world would bestow such treasures upon others? Many companions, though sharing life and cultivation, managed their own artifacts and spiritual stones, never revealing their fortunes unless their intentions were sincere. Observing Xiao Yu, who was still coughing up blood on the ground, Zhang Xiling, in a flurry of anxiety, produced a hemostatic pill, her gaze averted from him. Meanwhile, outside the door, Linger approached with her partner, Yi Haoyan. Yi Haoyan, visibly anxious, inquired, "Does your master truly wish to see me? What if she disapproves?" Linger, brimming with confidence, patted her chest and assured him, "Fear not, brother Yi. My master is exceedingly kind to me. I shall speak on your behalf shortly." Hehe. Chapter 32. Serving my master, I shall devote my heart and soul. Xiao Yu wore a proud expression, contemplating that Zhang Xiling must be reluctant to see him perish at this moment. Suddenly, he noticed two individuals entering from outside. Upon spotting a handsome young man, even more striking than himself, standing behind Linger, he inwardly cursed, "Beast." Meanwhile, Zhang Xiling sat there, flustered, nervously smoothing her flushed Dao heart, occasionally glancing back at Xiao Yu, lost in her thoughts. Upon entering, Linger respectfully clasped her fists and said, "Disciple pays respects to master." Yi Haoyan, standing nearby, also clasped his fists and greeted, "Disciple Yi Haoyan pays respects to Elder Zhang." Xiao Yu inwardly scoffed, hastily sending a message to Zhang Xiling. "Master, do you truly believe that Yi Haoyan is a good person? I suspect he is merely attempting to deceive senior sister Linger as affections. Have him present his finest artifact to her and observe if he is willing." Zhang Xiling clenched her right fist, her voice laced with urgency. "I command you to be silent. Cease your messages at once. Otherwise, I shall expel you from my tutelage." Xiao Yu immediately closed his mouth. Subsequently, Zhang Xiling feigned calmness as she spoke to Linger. "Is this the inner sect disciple Yi Haoyan? At the 8th level of Qi refinement, his cultivation is indeed commendable." Linger chuckled, "Of course. Senior brother Yi is truly a wonderful person. He even gifted me a magical artifact." Xiao Yu chuckled softly, "Oh, I never anticipated that brother Yi would be so extravagant in his actions. What kind of magical artifact is this?" Yi Haoyan respectfully clasped his fists together. "It is merely a low-grade artifact, hardly worthy of mention." Zhang Xiling had recently encountered a superior-grade artifact, and it was evident that she regarded the low-grade one with disdain. Linger stepped forward once more, her face alight with joy as she exclaimed, "Master, you must be acquainted with brother Yi's master as well. He mentioned that in due time, his master would come to propose." Xiao Yu hastily communicated, "Master, to attempt to deceive you with but a low-grade magical artifact for the sake of your diligently cultivated disciple is truly insidious." Zhang Xiling retorted coldly, "Speak another word, and I shall sever your tongue. Do not let me hear your voice." She then turned her icy gaze towards Yi Haoyan, declaring, "Linger possesses limited aptitude. Matters of marriage should be postponed. Given the current state of war, do you still have the heart for romance?" Linger stood frozen for 3 seconds, perplexed. Wasn't her master always encouraging her to find a suitable partner? Now that a potential suitor had arrived, her master was suddenly against it. Yi Haoyan, understanding the implications of her words, quickly clasped his fists and said, "I hold sincere feelings for junior sister Linger and earnestly request Master Zhang's approval." Zhang Xiling lifted her skirt, stating, "This matter shall be discussed another day. Yi Haoyan, you may withdraw for now. I have matters to discuss with Linger." Though reluctant, Yi Haoyan contemplated the situation and ultimately bowed before departing. Linger pouted in grievance, and as soon as Yi Haoyan left, she hurriedly approached her master, saying, "Master, did you not always advise me to seek a good partner? Yi's senior brother's master is at the pinnacle of Foundation establishment and has recently accepted him as a direct disciple. He possesses a high-grade magical artifact, carries himself with dignity, and has yet to seek a partner." Zhang Xiling coldly replied, "Just because he possesses a high-grade artifact, does that mean you should settle for a low-grade one? Do you think being my disciple is so easily deceived?" Xiao Yu couldn't help but chuckle. Linger looked at him with a hint of confusion, prompting Xiao Yu to hastily cover his mouth and, in a mock-serious tone, gesture toward the ceiling, exclaiming, "This Zhongwu Hall is indeed quite magnificent." He then turned to the plaque on the wall and added, "And this plaque is also quite impressive." Zhang Xiling glanced back at Linger, exhaling slowly. "This matter shall be discussed another day. If that Yi Haoyan is truly sincere, my master will naturally consent. But now is not the time. The myriad demon secret realm is about to open. Prepare yourself over this month. Do not venture outside without my command." Linger, feeling aggrieved, clasped her fists and bowed her head, replying, "Yes." After Linger departed, Zhang Xiling turned his gaze back to Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu wore an expression as if he were marching toward his own demise. Zhang Xiling clenched her right fist tightly. "Keep that treasure map to yourself. Do not reveal it unless it is a matter of life and death. If anyone were to discover that you possess such a precious artifact, the consequences would be dire. As for this Jianglu city, I would prefer you to choose someone else." Before she could finish her sentence, Xiao Yu clasped his fists and interjected, "Master, do not let small matters lead to great losses. I understand your concern for my safety." Zhang Ziling's brows furrowed, her composure visibly shaken. "Xiao Yu, there must be a traitor within the sect. Master, has your magical artifact been damaged? If word of this reaches the Xianling sect, it would be a grave predicament. I sent the map because I suspected that your artifact was destroyed. When Master called upon others, I was filled with immense unease and vehemently opposed the idea. Even if that person is not a spy, what if they abscond with your storage pouch or are captured by the righteous sects? Wouldn't that complicate matters further? I absolutely refuse to expose this matter. If I were to be seized by the righteous sects, I would rather take my own life on the spot, and I would never divulge anything about Master. I will not even venture into the 10,000 demons' secret realm a month from now. For Master, I would sacrifice everything. Zhang Xiling rested her chin on her hand, her face etched with concern. Xiao Yu spoke wisely. What if someone below seized her storage bag and fled? The atmosphere was already fraught with anxiety, with traitors lurking everywhere. Previously, a few disciples had secretly absconded. At this moment, the one she could trust the most was Xiao Yu. He approached tasks with a commendable level of prudence. Furthermore, that fiery monk only preferred to associate with cultivators who possessed secondary professions, exhibiting an eccentric disposition. If Xiao Yu were not dispatched, even if the other disciples encountered him, they might not be able to persuade him to forge any items. Seeing this, Xiao Yu stepped forward once more and said, Master, at this moment, I care not for the conflict between righteousness and evil. My sole concern is your safety. You may prepare the teleportation array in advance. When the adversaries arrive, we shall have an escape route, and perhaps even lead them astray, compelling those two ineffectual elders to assist you. Zhang Xiling lowered her gaze slightly and inquired, What do you mean by ineffectual? Xiao Yu retracted his neck and pondered for a moment before speaking again. It is indeed a trap. They are unwilling to exert themselves. We could employ a strategy of feigned weakness to lure the Hehuan Sect in. Those two, in their quest for survival, will undoubtedly turn against one another. Master could then take the opportunity to escape via the teleportation array or launch a surprise attack on the Hehuan Sect stronghold. Capturing a disciple of Lin Su's caliber would allow us to dictate our terms. Alternatively, we could discreetly negotiate a truce with them. Zhang Xiling's eyes brightened at once. Are you suggesting a facade of peace with the Hehuan Sect? Xiao Yu, naturally, our sect regards us as mere cannon fodder. If we wish to survive, we must devise our own means. My master is far too benevolent, and I cannot bear to see him exploited by others. I am willing to take on all the malevolence myself. Zhang Xiling instinctively swallowed hard, observing Xiao Yu, who was constantly considering her well-being. She slowly exhaled a long sigh. Be cautious in all your endeavors. Upon witnessing this, Xiao Yu promptly seized the storage bag and the token from the table, departing without a backward glance. Xiao Yu hurriedly returned to the alchemy chamber, extracting the jade maiden gourd to summon Li Qingyun and the others. He first diminished the gourd's power with his divine sense, and then directly enveloped them within. Inside the gourd, Li Qingyun exclaimed with joy, How wonderful, Master! I am eternally grateful to you. At long last, I can see my mother. To ensure safety, Xiao Yu proceeded on his way. With the token in hand, he faced no obstacles. Upon stepping outside, his first action was to retrieve the concealed jade, placing it discreetly within his garment. He disguised himself as a humble woodcutter, shouldering a load of firewood as he walked. After traversing for half a day, he encountered two cultivators on the mountain, yet they paid him no heed. Soon, he successfully approached the vicinity of Jianglu City. Upon arrival at the gates, he was taken aback. He beheld the throngs of disaster-stricken people outside the city and the mortal army stationed at the gate. He could ascertain that among that crowd were righteous cultivators. Just then, an elderly man carrying vegetables approached the city gate, only to be halted by the soldiers. Routine inspection. Stand still. Xiao Yu narrowed his eyes at that moment, watching as the soldiers thoroughly searched the old man from head to toe, his shoes, sleeves, vegetable basket, and even his mouth. Must it be this way? Chapter 33. What kind of beings inhabit Jianglicheng? Xiao Yu stood tall, carrying a basket of firewood as he approached the city gate. With a playful expression, he gazed at the soldier stationed opposite him, his demeanor exuding a hint of confidence. The location of his storage bag was such that even if the soldier possessed 1,000 times the courage, he would not dare to investigate. As for the concealed jade talisman, it was even more elusive. Just as Xiao Yu confidently approached the soldier with his firewood, the soldier suddenly began to tremble upon catching sight of Xiao Yu's expression. With a gentle smile gracing his lips, Xiao Yu said, Your Excellency, you have worked hard. He then mimicked the actions of the person before him, raising both hands above his head, exuding an air of confidence that suggested he was entirely at ease with the prospect of being searched. Upon witnessing Xiao Yu's demeanor, the soldier appeared exceedingly flustered, exclaiming, Next! Next! Xiao Yu instinctively recoiled, momentarily bewildered as he observed the soldier who seemed disinclined to inspect him. Is this real? Seriously, my friend? Noticing that Xiao Yu remained rooted to the spot, the soldier unsheathed his blade with determination, exclaiming, You insolent fool, why aren't you leaving? Do not hinder me in the execution of my duties. Xiao Yu hurriedly gathered firewood and made his way towards the city. He could not walk too swiftly, as the storage bag was tucked within his trousers. Was it truly the case that they allowed him entry without even a cursory inspection? What did it imply? Was he being labeled as a broken sleeve? Xiao Yu had spent a year in the Hehuan Sect, and thus he was naturally aware of the meaning behind the term duanxiu. This term refers to men who are fond of other men. Conversely, women who prefer other women are referred to as mojing. Wasn't he just behaving quite normally a moment ago? After all, he merely smiled at that soldier. Was it really necessary to overreact? Xiao Yu gracefully traversed the city gate, stepping into the vibrant metropolis. In the distance, resplendent palaces shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors. Nearby, the broad thoroughfare was paved with blue stone slabs. The streets bustled with an incessant flow of vehicles, and the lively chatter of merchants filled the air. Majestic eaves soared high, adorned with intricately carved beams and painted rafters. Each building resembled a celestial palace, with crimson lanterns swaying gently in the breeze. The aroma of fine wines and fragrant teas wafted from the taverns and tea houses, welcoming a multitude of guests. Xiao Yu found himself in a grand city for the first time, and he was momentarily captivated by the novelty of it all. Just as he was lost in observation, a pale-faced man approached him. The man wore a cheerful expression, his lips curved in a smirk, and leaned in to whisper into Xiao Yu's ear, "My dear friend. One can easily tell you are a person of character." With that, he produced a silver ingot and subtly offered it to Xiao Yu, simultaneously gliding a paper fan lightly against Xiao Yu's neck. Xiao Yu felt a sudden jolt of anxiety. Get lost. Voice cracking. The pale-faced man was momentarily taken aback. And by the time he regained his composure, Xiao Yu had already walked away, carrying the firewood. Xiao Yu was thoroughly disgusted by that insipid pretty boy, struggling to recover from the encounter. At this moment, he finally became aware of some extraordinary occurrences. After picking up a cloth to shield his face, he cast a somber glance around the street. There were men leading women by the hand, women supporting men as they walked, and even women embracing women. Yet, there were also men walking arm in arm with other men. Xiao Yu hurriedly ran to a secluded spot, grasping his pipe. His face contorted in discomfort as he took a puff. It seemed he had forgotten a matter of utmost importance. This place had once fallen under the dominion of the Hehuan Sect, and it was well known that few cultivators within that sect were of sound mind. Occasionally, when unable to find a partner within the sect to exchange techniques, they would stealthily venture into the mortal realm to seek out ordinary people. The distinction between immortals and mortals was stark. Once their desires were fulfilled, these cultivators would vanish. Yet, some mortals were left with lingering afflictions, and a considerable number suffered from addictions. He vaguely recalled hearing tales of a 130-year-old qi refining elder from the Hehuan Sect, notorious for feeding young men in Xianglu City with harmony pills, wielding the unbreakable dragon technique with devastating efficacy. Those who heard of him were filled with terror. Observing the morally corrupt individuals in Xianglu City, he could assert that the streets were likely teeming with debauchery. Just as he was puffing away to alleviate his unease, he suddenly witnessed an old beggar darting towards a male stray dog by the roadside. Howl! Woof, woof, woof! The dog's barking echoed incessantly. Xiao Yu fled at that moment. Even he found it difficult to withstand such an explosive scene. Such a sight was undeniably something one should avoid, as it would surely leave a lasting shadow. After several twists and turns, Xiao Yu finally arrived at a seemingly secure marketplace. Observing the men around him, he instinctively maintained a considerable distance for his own safety. How could he possibly articulate this sensation? It was akin to unexpectedly encountering videos of two men while scrolling through short clips, a visual shock that left him reeling for half a year. He never anticipated that the seemingly innocuous Xianglu City could harbor such dangers. After some contemplation, he decided to reach out to Li Qingyun within the Jade Maiden Gourd using his spiritual awareness. Upon hearing his words, Li Qingyun replied, "Master, do not linger in the northern part of the city, as it is close to the Hehuan Sect, where the common folk suffered grievously in the past. The southern area is relatively normal. I reside there, but it appears that there are cultivators from the Hehuan Sect in that vicinity." Upon hearing that there were practitioners of the Hehuan Sect in the southern part of the city, Xiao Yu's expression turned contemplative. "Before heading to the south, I shall first seek a place to gather some intelligence. As for when to visit your residence, that can be discussed later." Li Qingyun nodded repeatedly. "Understood, my master. Please take care in all matters." After changing into a new outfit, Xiao Yu made his way towards the western part of the city. The streets were indeed bustling with soldiers, and at every other intersection, he could see a figure resembling a cultivator peering from the rooftops. After much effort, he finally located a tavern teeming with patrons. Inside the establishment, it was a hive of activity, with a cacophony of voices filling the air. Between the tables and chairs, guests flowed in and out, leaving scarcely any space to stand. Xiao Yu surveyed his surroundings and chose a secluded corner. After ordering a couple of cups of liquor and a plate of dried meat, he attentively listened to the conversations of those nearby. At a table adjacent to him sat 4 young scholars, each possessing the refined demeanor of a talented gentleman. One of the men, leisurely fanning himself, took out a bag of sugarcane residue and began to steep it in his teacup. This residue, a remnant from a cherished companion of my youth, has been preserved by me for 5 long years. Whenever my brothers and I reminisce about that maiden, I retrieve it and steep it in my cup, savoring it with great care. What I yearn for is not merely the tea, but the heart-wrenching memories of that enchanting soul." Another young man, upon hearing this, slowly produced a tattered handkerchief from his garment. With an air of elegance, he remarked, "This too belongs to a beloved of mine. Whenever I am engulfed in sorrowful thoughts, I take it out and cover my face, as if I am being tenderly embraced by that maiden, an indescribable feeling indeed." Xiao Yu felt a twitch at the corner of his eye, pondering the peculiarities of the individuals inhabiting Xianglu City. How could they all exhibit such a lack of dignity? Even more so than himself? His stomach churned as he observed a man steeping a small piece of cane residue in tea. He had always thought himself to be rather eccentric, yet in comparison to these literati, he found himself lacking. It was no wonder that people claimed authors were seldom virtuous. Today, he bore witness to this truth. At that moment, he noticed two long-robed cultivators of the qi refinement stage entering the establishment, likely disciples of the Hehuan Sect. Waiter, bring us a pot of the finest Jianglu aroma, and 2 plates of duck. After placing their orders, the pair began to engage in animated discussion. Xiao Yu sat behind them, turned away, listening intently while eating. It is truly outrageous that Shun Mingya from the Jade Maiden Sect's branch feels entitled to dictate terms to our Hehuan Sect. Why should we be held accountable for the annihilation of their main sect? That Bai Yue, in her arrogance, dared to challenge the leader of the Hehuan Sect and, upon her defeat, cannot possibly place the blame on us. What gives them the right to send that wretched Yizhiro to claim our supplies? Another individual, upon hearing this, quickly interjected, speak more quietly. It would be troublesome if those women overheard us. I suspect Shun Mingya's pretense of avenging Bai Yue is merely a facade. Her true intent is to seize benefits for herself. It seems Yizhiro is likely sent by her to collect spoils. But isn't Yizhiro Bai Yue's disciple? How is it that she now acknowledges Shun Mingya from the Jade Maiden Sect as her master? The person across the table then slammed his hand down. Ah, you are unaware of this. Shun Mingya is actually Bai Yue's junior sister. I've heard that their relationship was quite strained. Now that Bai Yue has fallen, Shun Mingya has taken it upon herself to assume the role of the Jade Maiden Sect's leader. Under the guise of avenging Bai Yue, she has swiftly rallied over 1,000 scattered disciples of the Jade Maiden Sect, and with the 1,000 from our branch. Their numbers are nearly equal to that of Bai Yue's former sect. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu furrowed his brow, lost in contemplation as he raised his wine cup to drink. Observing Bai Yue in the courtroom, he seemed to have grasped the situation. It was likely that Yizhiro's betrayal of Bai Yue was orchestrated by Shun Mingya, and there might be hidden secrets entwined within this affair. At that moment, the 2 individuals behind him resumed their conversation. Standing guard every day is exceedingly tedious. We are cultivators. Why must we protect these mortals? If we do not rest adequately, wouldn't our combat effectiveness become even more precarious? This is merely a matter of face. As we are members of a prestigious sect, we must step forward to safeguard the common folk. It's utterly absurd how many cultivators these days embark on the path of immortality to protect mere ants. I suspect it is that ancient Yuan Ing stage monster nurturing some treasure with the faith of mortals. Truly ludicrous. Well, enough of this talk. We must head to Lingguang Temple soon. Perhaps we can beseech the fire monk to assist us in refining some magical artifacts for our protection. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu gradually made his way outside, realizing that the fire monk resided at Lingguang Temple. There was no need to search through each temple individually. Just as he contemplated seeking out the fire monk, he appeared to catch sight of something unusual ahead, a bald figure. However, it was not the bald head he had envisioned. Instead, it was a nun, with elegantly curled eyelashes and an extraordinarily voluptuous figure. Xiao Yu was instantly entranced. Despite her lack of hair, her stunning beauty was undeniable, truly a rare gem. Before him, the nun held a string of prayer beads, addressing a passing woman, esteemed benefactor. This is the 9-spirit Bodhi. Available for a mere 3 taels of gold. It guarantees prosperity. The woman furrowed her brow in response. 3 taels of gold? Are you robbing me? The nun joined her palms together and bowed her head gently. Ba, a practitioner does not speak falsehoods. Who would believe your words? Nuns are out here swindling money now? What a disgrace. The woman retorted before walking away. Upon witnessing this, Xiao Yu hurriedly stepped forward, adopting an expression of reverent devotion as he inquired, might I borrow this rosary, esteemed nun, for a closer examination? Chapter 34. If I do not enter hell, who will? Upon finishing his words, Xiao Yu's eyes widened in astonishment. The nun before him was indeed strikingly extraordinary. Her figure resembled that of a willow, her face akin to a lotus blossom, exuding an ethereal detachment from the mundane world. Her aura emanated a sacred and serene essence, impervious to desecration. However, her physique surpassed that of Bai Yue, whose form embodied perfect proportions. In contrast, the nun's thighs transcended these ideals. Her waist was slender, yet her legs were robust, even surpassing her waist in girth. There was a voluptuousness to her, a richness that, even through her gray nun's attire, conveyed an unparalleled sense of strength. She was ample yet not coarse, luscious yet not greasy. Esteemed patron, I am Lingxin from Lingguang Temple. Are you truly interested in purchasing this Bodhi bracelet? The price is negotiable. At her inquiry, Xiao Yu hastily feigned inspecting the bracelet, his fingers toying with it. To his surprise, her voice was remarkably pure, imbued with a sense of sanctity that was unlike anything he had encountered before. As he listened, he felt as though his soul was being cleansed. In a world where he was accustomed to the scornful rebukes of Bai Yue in the judgment chamber, today he found his spirit rejuvenated by a nun's voice. Determined to engage her in deeper conversation, he reached for 3 taels of gold, stating, no need to haggle. I have been a believer since childhood, and my faith in the Buddha is profound. Lingxin's eyes sparkled upon witnessing the gold he offered, and she swiftly clasped her hands together in reverence. Bowing with utmost sincerity, she proclaimed, Ba, esteemed patron, I also possess a sacred chaotic divine Buddha necklace that has been consecrated. It will ensure your success in examinations. It is available for merely 20 taels of gold. This item has been meticulously crafted by the esteemed monk Huxianren of Lingguang Temple. It can ward off calamities and avert misfortunes. A promise of honesty to all. Xiao Yu squinted his eyes, observing the trinkets in the other person's hands, almost unable to suppress a laugh. Could it be that this little nun was resorting to deceit for monetary gain? How was it possible that she evaded the judgment of wickedness? In broad daylight, she shamelessly exploited the name of the Buddhist faith to swindle money. Truly outrageous. At that moment, Lingxin produced a jade ring, proclaiming, this item is the Qilin Golden Light Ring, available for a mere 50 taels of gold. It guarantees the owner a lifespan of 200 years. A monk does not utter falsehoods, and today, encountering a humble nun is indeed your fortune. As she spoke, her eyes began to gleam, and her tone grew more intimate. The price is negotiable. The Buddha guides those who are fated to meet. It all depends on your sincerity. Xiao Yu instinctively swallowed hard and said, I wish to purchase it, but I do not have sufficient funds on me. Would you accompany me to my home to retrieve the money? Ling Xian, upon hearing this, smiled brightly and replied, the humble monk shall await here. If the esteemed patron finds it too expensive, negotiations are certainly welcome. Xiao Yu rested his chin on one hand, contemplating the difficulty of luring his counterpart to a secluded spot. It was not feasible for him to use the jade mating gourd in the middle of the street. If discovered by other cultivators, it would spell disaster. Glancing at the necklace and the jade ring, Xiao Yu feigned deep thought and remarked, well, these two together amount to a total of 1 tael of gold. Ling Xian immediately burst into laughter, exclaiming, deal. Pay up. Xiao Yu inwardly cursed. Realizing he had been taken advantage of, he couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of the situation. Had it not been for his Buddhist beliefs, he would have undoubtedly said something in protest. As he watched the nun Lingxin sprint away with the money, the feeling of discomfort grew within him. Here he was, a modern man who had evaded the deceptions of northern Myanmar, only to be outwitted by a nun. It seemed he had been so distracted by her legs earlier that he had let his guard down. Xiao Yu followed closely behind, intending to recover some interest. He refused to incur losses. However, upon catching up to her, he discovered that the nun had ventured into the rice shop and purchased a large cart of rice. Subsequently, she acquired some daily necessities and joyfully pushed the cart away, her eyes brimming with excitement. Xiao Yu followed closely behind, initially believing that the other party would return to Lingguang Temple. However, upon arriving at the destination, he discovered a dilapidated courtyard. As he approached, he could hear the excited shouts of a group of children from within. Wow, Sister Lingxin is so amazing. Now Yaya won't have to go hungry. And there are even raisins. Sister, where did you get the money? Did that old stubborn abbot actually give it to you? Lingxin, with a reproachful expression, exclaimed, children, do not speak carelessly. Put these things away and save some. We are in wartime, and prices are soaring. Xiao Yu beheld the children before him, each clad in tattered garments, and some even barefoot. He stood at the entrance, observing Ling Xian as she retrieved some clothing from the cart to provide for the children. A reluctance to trouble her began to settle within him. This woman was deserving of reverence. Just then, a woman adorned in splendid attire approached from a distance, accompanied by several attendants. Upon spotting Ling Xian in the courtyard, she bellowed, you deceitful nun, how dare you swindle my silver? You are courting death. Return my money at once. Ling Xian, with a visage marked by embarrassment, lowered her head and joined her palms in prayer, Ba. Yet, before she could finish her words, the attendants charged forward. Xiao Yu had no intention of meddling in others' affairs. He had never considered himself capable of performing good deeds. However, upon witnessing the situation with his own eyes, he felt compelled to intervene. Even without the use of his magical abilities, his formidable physique, known as the Nine-Yang Divine Body, was more than sufficient to deal with a few mere mortals. After swiftly incapacitating the hired thugs, Xiao Yu turned his gaze towards the elegantly dressed woman. After studying her for a moment, he exclaimed, aren't you going to leave? Fortuitously, her unattractiveness spared her from a more severe reprimand. Had she been strikingly beautiful, she would have surely faced a beating, indeed, a brutal one. Ling Xian, recognizing Xiao Yu, found herself momentarily embarrassed. Xiao Yu gazed at the group of children huddled in the corner, instinctively understanding the abject misery they endured as homeless souls during wartime. Previously, he had encountered a notice on the Hehuan Sect's task board, where individuals sought to purchase young boys and girls, such as Wang Mei, who practiced dark arts. Observing their helpless and terrified expressions, Xiao Yu exhaled slowly. He retrieved 10 taels of gold and offered it to Ling Xian, stating, I have taken a liking to the prayer beads around your neck. Sell them to me as well. Ling Xian instinctively clenched her fists and replied, I cannot sell them. Benefactor, I truly appreciate your kindness. The Buddha shall bless you. Before she could finish, Xiao Yu swiftly removed the prayer beads from her neck. After placing the money in her hand, he turned to leave, resolving not to bully the innocent further. One must possess a sense of ethics in their dealings. However, Just as he stepped out of the courtyard, he suddenly heard the nun's laughter echoing from within. Ha! That fool actually thought I wouldn't sell to him. Nearby, Yi chimed in, Sister, you're so wicked. But is this really all right? The nun dismissed the concern, saying, Who cares? Even if I don't deceive him. Someone else will, hee. Ling Xin, her face alight with joy, exclaimed, Tonight, Sister will treat you all to roasted chicken. The children echoed her enthusiasm, chanting, Roasted chicken, roasted chicken. At that moment, Xiao Yu's expression darkened, feeling as though his intelligence had been trampled upon. He re-entered the room. His countenance explosive. You fool. Ling Xin, startled by his sudden return, widened her eyes in surprise. The group of children began to shout in unison, Oh no. The big fool is back. Attack. They brandished slingshots aimed at Chu Feng's groin, provoking his ire. He charged into the throng of children, striking left and right. After a brief moment, Ling Xin surveyed the unconscious children with a furious expression, scolding, Are you still a man? They are merely children. How could you stoop so low? Xiao Yu was entirely indifferent to her threats, swiftly dragging her into the dilapidated shack behind. At that moment, Ling Xion's eyes widened in disbelief. You dare. I am a disciple of the Buddhist sect. Should you lay a hand on me, you shall surely descend into hell. You will face the consequences. Xiao Yu, with an unperturbed expression, tugged at his collar and chuckled softly. To die beneath the peony blossoms is to be a spirited ghost. If I do not enter hell, who shall? Ling Xian, momentarily taken aback, exclaimed, I curse you to be reborn as a toad in your next life. As a disciple of the Buddhist order. Should you dare to lay a hand on me, you will surely meet that fate. Brother, please. I was wrong. I shall never dare again. Half an hour later. A few children in the courtyard had already awakened. Upon waking, they instinctively reached for their slingshots, plotting to confront Xiao Yu. Yet at that moment, Ling Xian lay prostrate, having been bested by Xiao Yu. In that instant, it felt as though she had lost her faith. Watching Xiao Yu prepare to depart, her tears fell, drop by drop, onto the dust-laden table. In that moment, she genuinely wished for death. If the temple's inhabitants were to discover that she had violated her vows, it would spell her doom. Xiao Yu gazed at her pitiable demeanor while hearing the cacophony of children outside. A wave of exasperation washed over him. Were it not for your benevolent deeds in aiding the weak, I would certainly hold a grudge against you. Very well. I shall not take advantage of you without recompense. Here are 52 taels of gold, which I have no use for anyway. Consider them yours. With that, Xiao Yu presented all the money he possessed. Upon seeing the gold laid out on the table, Ling Xian immediately sat up, her expression aglow. Do you think these trinkets can buy my loyalty? Dream on. With that, she stuffed the coins into her garments. I have no interest in your filthy riches. Just then, Xiao Yu, who had just donned his attire, felt a bit dazed. Her speed in hoarding the money surpassed even her swiftness in dressing. Could she possibly be a money-obsessed individual? A money-hungry nun? At that moment, Ling Xian suddenly whispered softly, Brother, if you give me an additional 50 taels, I want to report you to the authorities. I promise. Xiao Yu was taken aback, his eyes widening in surprise. He truly found himself devoid of funds, with only spirit stones remaining on his person. I have no money, he confessed. Upon hearing this, Ling Xian's expression shifted dramatically, her voice turning frigid as she replied, Farewell, I shall not see you off. Xiao Yu, with a perplexed expression, scratched his head. Were it not for her assistance to the weak, he would have resolutely confined her within the Jade Maiden Gourd today. Thus, he departed. After a series of twists and turns, he finally arrived at Lingwang Temple. Gazing upon the temple's extravagant splendor, Xiao Yu was momentarily dazzled. This temple surpassed even the grandeur of their branch's religious affairs hall. The walls were adorned with intricately carved tiles, and the golden glazed roof shone resplendently. Truly affluent, wealth beyond ordinary measure. As he gawked in awe, Ling Xin suddenly remarked from behind him, if you possess no wealth, it would be wise to refrain from visiting Lingwang Temple, lest you seek humiliation. I advise you to depart promptly. Should the 18 bronze figures discover your lack of funds, it would spell disaster for you. Chapter 35, The Enchanting Gates of the Buddhist Realm. Xiao Yu looked at Ling Xian in surprise. How could this woman still dare to speak to him? Just moments ago, she had been in such despair. Before he could utter a word, Ling Xian, with her eyes glistening with tears, walked inside. Xiao Yu gazed upon the mortals worshipping before the temple, stepping forth with purpose. The grand and opulent edifice stood majestically, enveloped in swirling incense. Individuals knelt or stood, devoutly placing their bundles of incense into the cauldron. The incense burner was resplendent, exuding a rich aroma that ascended like ethereal wisps of smoke. Xiao Yu wished to emulate the pious devotees by clasping his hands together in prayer. Yet, for reasons unknown, he hesitated to raise his hands. Instead, he stood there, observing with a cold gaze. As he surveyed his surroundings once more, he realized that the splendor of this place extended far beyond mere appearances. The incense boxes were overflowing, and the offering platform was stacked high. An elderly monk grasped a golden Zen staff, while the abbot was draped in a resplendent robe of myriad colors. Even the incense burner used for worship was fashioned in gold. Xiao Yu vividly recalled the multitude of disaster victims outside Jianglu City. Within the gates, the opulence of the Buddhist realm flourished, adorned with exquisite treasures and vibrant blossoms. Yet beyond the city walls, the impoverished were scantily clad, countless souls went to bed hungry. He once thought the saying the rich feast while the poor freeze was already a bitter irony. But even within the sanctuary of Buddhism, he sensed a dissonance. Attentively lowering his head, it seemed that many were pleading for peace, while others sought wealth and fortune. The shadows of war loomed here as well, with some mortals beseeching the heavens to bring an end to the strife. Xiao Yu slowly approached a young monk and inquired, "Esteemed young master, may I ask if the venerable monk Linghua is present within the temple?" The monk bowed with his hands held together in a gesture of reverence, responding, "Amitabha. I humbly greet you." This humble monk remains in this posture of respect. He continued to bow, not rising from his position. Xiao Yu gazed at the bald monk, momentarily taken aback. Was this individual asking him for money? Indeed, he had no funds to spare. The monk across from him remained seated, patiently awaiting Xiao Yu to produce some currency. By the time he regained his composure, Xiao Yu had vanished without a trace. Outside the temple, Xiao Yu wore a look of disdain as he contemplated Ling Xian. How could the ascetics here be so avaricious? Truly, the moral fabric of society is deteriorating. Just as he was about to stealthily slip around to find the fire monk, he seemed to overhear a commotion next door. "Ling Xian, you lazy glutton. How dare you sneak out? Just wait until I teach you a lesson. You've truly gone too far, running out every few days." Xiao Yu hurriedly concealed himself in a corner. Ahead of him, 3 nuns were mercilessly beating Ling Xian. Xiao Yu's eyes were heavy with sorrow as he gazed at Ling Xian, whose garments were drenched in blood. A murderous intent stirred within him, after all. Ling Xian was one of his own. These wretches, Ling Xian, with a vacant expression, covered her sleeves, allowing them to trample and beat her as if she had grown accustomed to such cruelty. At that moment, the lead nun suddenly snatched a pouch of money from her sleeve, exclaiming, "How audacious! Still hiding your wealth? You haven't yet repaid the filial piety money you owe." Upon witnessing her money being seized, Ling Xian could no longer contain herself and lunged forward to bite. Enraged, the nearby nun picked up a stone and prepared to hurl it at Ling Xian. In an instant, the 3 nuns vanished without a trace, and the pouch of money fell to the ground. Ling Xian, her face a mask of panic, hurriedly retrieved the pouch, glancing around in bewilderment. A gourd? Where did that gourd come from? Xiao Yu hastily stored away the jade girl gourd, yet he was still noticed by his adversary. After casting his spell, Xiao Yu appeared flustered, glancing around anxiously. Once he confirmed that the skies were clear of onlookers, he cautiously approached Ling Xian, observing her injuries. He felt an urge to offer comfort. However, Ling Xian suddenly rose, her expression a mixture of shame and indignation, and she turned away. Just as she was about to flee, she abruptly halted, glancing back at Xiao Yu. Memories of their earlier encounter flooded her mind. He had indeed used magic. Hadn't he? He is an immortal. How could an immortal fail to discern that the items she sold were counterfeit? Why did he choose to assist her? Yet, after helping her, he had acted inappropriately. Furthermore, his earlier demeanor suggested a certain wariness of the heavens. Could he be of the demonic path? Still, he had come to her aid. Lost in thought, Xiao Yu quietly urged her, "Why linger in such a vile place? Abandon your former life and follow me." Ling Xian averted her gaze, unwilling to meet his eyes. "I merely sought directions, yet those bald monks demanded money from me. How are your injuries? Let me see." As Xiao Yu approached, a flush of panic colored Ling Xian's cheeks. "Don't come any closer." In their shared gaze, a sudden realization struck her, quickly. "Come with me." Xiao Yu, somewhat taken aback, followed suit. After several twists and turns, he arrived at a woodshed. Ling Xian closed the door and slowly exhaled. "You are indeed audacious. Do you not realize that we have righteous cultivators in this vicinity? Do you dare to wield your spells here?" Xiao Yu's eyes sparkled with determination. "I cannot stand by and watch them bully you. Are you aware that I belong to the demonic path?" Ling Xian instinctively swallowed hard. "Please do not harm my senior sisters. Many of us from Lingguang Temple are in this predicament against our will. The scoundrels from Hehuan Sect come here every month to extort money. My senior sisters do not deserve such a fate." Xiao Yu coldly chuckled. "Dare to harm the women under my protection? Such a crime warrants 1,000 deaths." Ling Xian, momentarily filled with indignation, retorted, "Do not take their lives, whatever you desire. I shall assist you." Xiao Yu nodded and inquired, "I am seeking the esteemed monk Linghua. Do you happen to know his whereabouts?" Ling Xian, upon hearing this, fell into a momentary daze and replied, "Master Linghua has gone out and will not return for 3 days. What is your purpose in seeking him?" Xiao Yu remained silent, wishing to keep his secrets safe from the other party. Ling Xian exhaled slowly, gazing at the reticent Xiao Yu, and softly remarked, "You are a celestial being of the Hehuan Sect, aren't you?" I had heard tales of such a group in the city, known for their practice of seizing others' primordial een for cultivation. Your audacity is remarkable. How could you dare to enter the city under such circumstances? Furthermore, you just cast a spell. What if you had been discovered? The consequences would have been dire." Xiao Yu cast a cold glance, his brows furrowed. "My woman is being wronged. Whether captured or dead, I cannot remain indifferent." Ling Xian, with a flustered expression, had grown up in the Lingguang Temple and had never encountered such matters. Regaining her composure, she hurriedly clasped her prayer beads with one hand, murmuring, "I am at fault. I am at fault." Upon noticing her once again grasping the prayer beads, Xiao Yu strode purposefully towards her. Ling Xian's eyes widened in astonishment as she gazed at Xiao Yu before nearly exclaiming. Yet, recalling the possibility of righteous cultivators in the heavens, she resolutely shut her eyes tightly. Xiao Yu gazed at her demeanor and reached out to touch her smooth scalp. The sensation was quite novel. Her head radiated warmth and comfort. Ling Xian found herself frozen in place, overwhelmed by the sheer audacity of it all. In the temple, could he truly harbor feelings for her? A celestial being risking everything for a mere mortal. What should she do? What course of action could she take? To renounce her vows? But if she were to do so, how would she acquire the means to rescue those children? An hour later, Ling Xian, brimming with excitement, grabbed a ladle and poured water into her mouth to rinse. She turned to Xiao Yu and delivered a resounding slap. You scoundrel! Xiao Yu took her hand gently and said, you can care for those children for a day, but not for a lifetime. If you follow me, I shall ensure they are well taken care of. Do you intend to live your life deceiving others for money? Ling Xian, momentarily unable to grasp the reality, felt as though she were in a dream. Just moments ago, she had been in the woodshed of Lingguang Temple, with a face full of grievances. She had sat on the ground, clutching her prayer beads, reciting the calming mantra, mistakes, mistakes. If the heart is like a clear mirror, it shall not be sullied. Before long, she packed her belongings and followed Xiao Yu out of Lingguang Temple. I did not come out with you to abandon the temple. I merely wish to help those children who are left orphaned and alone after the death of their parents. You do not intend to sell me, do you? Master Linghua has always taken good care of me. If you dare to mistreat me, he will not let you off easily. Ling Xian continued to chatter along the way, speaking in a hushed tone, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Xiao Yu gazed at the 3 female monks within the Jade Maiden Gourd, a smile gracing his lips. Although these 3 lacked the purity and sanctity of Ling Xian, they were still esteemed elders. He anticipated engaging in profound discussions with them later that evening. For the next 3 days, he decided to indulge in a brief respite, planning to visit Li Qingyun's home. After all, her mother was gravely ill, and as her son-in-law, it was his duty to offer assistance in her healing. Upon returning to the dilapidated courtyard, Ling Xian eagerly called out, Ya, Dalong, hurry out. Today, let us tidy up and accompany me to the Li family. The children stared at Ling Xian, bewilderment etched on their faces. Sister, why have you come out again? Won't they punish you if you get caught? Xiao Yu smiled softly, saying, it's all right. Your sister Lingxin is concerned about you, and she has taken a 3-day leave to find you a suitable family. Yaya looked at Lingxin with a hint of grievance. Sister, are you no longer going to take care of us? Lingxin's eyes instantly glistened with tears. No. How could I possibly neglect you? Nearby, the older boy, Dalong, gently advised, we have so many mouths to feed. Your sister certainly cannot manage all of us. Is it the Li family? The one in the south of the city? If we truly go to the Li family, we need not worry about food and clothing. Suddenly, a slingshot shot through the air. Xiao Yu caught it deftly, his expression darkening. Lingxin hurriedly exclaimed, don't act recklessly. They are still young. Oh dear. You mustn't be so mischievous. This elder brother is going to take us to the Li family, so be polite. The other children, filled with excitement, shouted. How can that big fool have good intentions? He must have taken money from the Li family. He wants to sell us to the Li family as servants. We aren't going anywhere. Sister, don't be fooled by him. Exactly. How could such good fortune exist? Sending us to the Li family? He must be a servant. DeLong shook his head, stop causing a ruckus. Do you have any idea how many people wish to serve in the Li family but have no opportunity? Working there. Everyone has their own private quarters. Do you intend to stay here and wait for death? Or do you wish to continue troubling Sister Lingxin? One must rely on themselves. We have already burdened her for half a year. Do you not remember that she was punished by the temple for running away because of you? All the children bowed their heads in silence. Lingxin slowly exhaled. All right, DeLong, let us be on our way. Chapter 36. Han Xiao Yu led the group of children to the southern part of the city. Several of the dragon's children followed closely behind, pushing a cart. Ling Xian wished to lend a hand, but Xiao Yu restrained her. After all, they were orphans and needed to learn self-reliance. The group continued on their way. By the time they reached the southern part of the city, the sun was beginning to set. Gazing ahead at the mansion, the children's eyes widened in awe. What a beautiful house. Is this truly the richest Li residence in Jianglu City? Can we really go inside? Xiao Yu raised his head, gazing at the grand red-painted gate, flanked by a pair of stone lions exuding a majestic aura. Although night had not yet fallen, the servants stood atop a tall stool, hoisting a large crimson lantern high into the air. The doorman, upon seeing Xiao Yu and his entourage, shouted, Who are these beggars? Do you even comprehend where you are? Do not linger here and be an eyesore. Xiao Yu did not hesitate, leading Ling Xian and the others to a secluded corner of the street. The sky was rapidly darkening, necessitating swift action. As the wealthiest individual in Jianglu City, it was certain that he had dealings with cultivators, and it was likely that members of the Hehuan Sect had approached him in search of profit. Entering through the front door was not an option. After imparting a few words of caution to Ling Xian, Xiao Yu stealthily made his way to the back entrance. With a single leap, he slipped inside. At that moment, Li Qingyun, trapped within the Jade Maiden Gourd, was overwhelmed with emotion and burst into tears. Master, master. My mother's room is to the east, and there is a plum tree in front of the door. Please be careful. My family is aware of my abduction by the cultivators. The Hehuan Sect has surely come to inquire. You must be cautious. Xiao Yu, following Li Qingyun's guidance, arrived at the chamber of her mother, Han Xiaoshui. As he approached the door, he overheard a mocking male voice emanating from within. Sister-in-law. It is not that I do not wish to assist you. With the elder brother slain and Qingyun captured, I bear no responsibility for these misfortunes. You must understand. The elder brother had no sons. The Li residence has, to put it plainly, been managed by my father. Now that the elder brother is deceased, the family fortune naturally reverts to me. Given your frail health, unable to shoulder the burdens alone, should I allow this vast estate to wither away? Xiao Yu peered through the window, his throat tightening with emotion. Before him lay a strikingly beautiful woman, delicately wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth with a handkerchief. She exuded poise, her brows resembling distant mountains adorned with emerald hues. Clad in an exquisite qipao embroidered with plum blossoms, she appeared as if descended from the heavens. It is no wonder that she bore a daughter as stunning as Li Qingyun. Such beauty must surely be hereditary. She seemed to be no older than her 30s. Impeccably maintained, one could easily believe she was in her 20s. On her pallid face was a vibrant, crimson mouth. Xiao Yu clenched his fists tightly at that moment. Han Xiaoshui, the man in the room, continued speaking. Sister-in-law, my brother foolishly sought trouble with the immortal, and this is not my fault. Don't blame me for being ruthless. My brother and I are indeed of the same blood. Han Xiaoshui's expression darkened in anger. You scoundrel. Were you the one who deceived Qingyun outside the city? If it weren't for you, how could she have been captured by the Hehuan Sect? Li Wankai smirked disdainfully. His tone suddenly turned frigid. Sister-in-law, are you being presumptuous? I will say this only once more. Hand over the key to the storeroom. Otherwise, I shall not show you any mercy. Han Xiaoshui's brows furrowed sharply. What do you intend to do? Your brother's body is still warm. Li Wansai's gaze lifted, a malicious glint in his eyes as he stroked his chin. Then he took deliberate steps toward the ailing Han Xiaoshui. From the moment you married my brother, I found you quite alluring. You appear so enchanting yet always wear a frosty expression. I, your brother-in-law, have long. Han Xiaoshui, infuriated, raised her hand and hurled a red embroidered shoe from the bedside. You insolent fool. Someone, come quickly. Cough, cough, cough. As she spoke, she spat out a mouthful of blood. Li Wankai grinned as he caught the shoe and took a whiff of it. Now, the Li residence is under my command. Sister-in-law, you might as well give up hope. If you follow me, I shall ensure your wealth and glory. Moreover, I shall find someone to treat your ailment. As he reached out to grasp Han Xiaoshui's delicate hand, he was suddenly yanked to the ground. Who dares? Xiao Yu chuckled softly, her face concealed. I can cure ailments. Upon noticing that his opponent was shrouded, Li Wankai instinctively called out. In the next instant, he was engulfed by the gourd in her hand. Regaining his senses, panic washed over him. Immortal, spare me. Simultaneously, 3 nuns nearby screamed in terror. Spare us. We shall never dare again. Li Wankai was bewildered. Were these not the nuns from Lingguang Temple? Raising his gaze once more, he realized that the figure before him was none other than his elder brother's daughter, Li Qingyun. At that moment, Li Qingyun, having learned of Li Wansai's misdeeds from Xiao Yu, furrowed her brow in indignation. With a swift motion, she brandished her sword and struck, exclaiming, Scoundrel! How dare you insult my mother? Die. With a single thrust, Li Wansai's heart was pierced, and he was subsequently kicked into the inferno. The remaining nuns, terrified, cried out in desperation, We dare not. We will never dare again. Spare us. Just then, Li Qingyun was released by Xiao Yu. Upon seeing her daughter, Han Xiaoshui, lying on the sickbed, felt her heart constrict with emotion. Trembling with excitement, she exclaimed, Qingyun, my dear daughter. Li Qingyun, gazing at her bloodied mother, wept uncontrollably. Mother, oh, daughter is unfilial. The two embraced, their tears mingling in a poignant display of sorrow. Xiao Yu stood nearby, observing. Han Xiaoshui exuded the aura of a noblewoman from a wealthy family, possessing an indescribable elegance. The qipao she wore was adorned with exquisite plum blossom patterns, making her appear like a blooming orchid, radiant and captivating. Her hair flowed like clouds, elegantly styled into an intricate bun atop her head. Particularly striking was her pale face. So frail it seemed to be on the brink of illness, evoking an instinctive compassion in those who beheld her. His heart softened at the sight. At that moment, Li Qingyun's eyes widened in shock, tears welling up once more. Mother, please don't frighten your daughter. What do you mean you only have 6 months left to live? Han Xiaoshui sighed helplessly, her gaze imbued with a touch of affection as she gently stroked Li Qingyun's hair and whispered, You are all right, my dear. You know your mother has always been in poor health, and recently, she has been utterly exhausted, which has taken a toll on her constitution. The doctor has said that she may only have 6 months left, and even divine intervention cannot save her. Li Qingyun, her face a mask of anguish, clutched her mother tightly, weeping, No, mother. I cannot bear to lose you again. I am capable of cultivation now. I am already an immortal. I will surely find a way to heal you. Please do not be afraid. I will, as she cried, She instinctively glanced at Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu hurriedly feigned a look of helplessness as he lit his pipe. Han Xiaoshui cast a sidelong glance at Xiao Yu, expressing utmost respect. Esteemed immortal, I am profoundly grateful for your rescue of my daughter. I beg your pardon for not being able to rise and pay my respects. After taking a puff of smoke, Xiao Yu chuckled softly. It's no trouble at all. In the next moment, Li Qingyun knelt before him, her face full of desperation. Please save my mother, I implore you. My lord. Before she could fully utter the title, Xiao Yu hastily conveyed through thought, address me as husband. Li Qingyun's wails were heart-wrenching. Oh, husband, I beg you, save my mother. Han Xiaoshui was momentarily taken aback. So, it turns out her daughter had become entwined with this immortal? It was no wonder he would come to her aid and even instruct her in the ways of cultivation. Perhaps this was for the best. The mortal realm was so filthy and wretched, allowing her to be a free and unburdened immortal would indeed be a blessing. Xiao Yu turned to glance at Han Xiaoshui, his expression one of helplessness. It is not that I am incapable of saving her, but the means by which I must do so weighs heavily upon my conscience. How could I possibly commit such an act against my esteemed mother-in-law? It would tarnish my moral integrity. Li Qingyun understood that Xiao Yu held affection for her mother. For in her youth, her mother had been the muse of countless talented individuals in Jiangliqing. Many gifted scholars had penned letters and poems in her honor. What harm could it possibly do, as long as it saves my mother's life? Darling, please agree to help Qingyun, she implored, her voice trembling with trepidation. Was this truly the right course of action? Yet, gazing upon her ailing mother, she found herself devoid of options. Recently, she had acquired some knowledge of pharmacology from Hualien and realized that her mother's condition was beyond salvation. Her mother had not willingly married her father. She had been forcibly wed in her youth with money exchanged. From that moment, she had been engulfed in melancholy, suffering from a broken heart. Subsequently, she had often assisted her father in managing business affairs, toiling tirelessly through storms and hardships. Her health had deteriorated, and the recent tribulations had likely exacerbated her condition. Merely administering revival and hemostatic pills would be futile. It was imperative to seek a miraculous physician from the mortal realm or a life-restoring treasure. But where could one find such a remedy in these dire times? The only hope lay in the Juyang divine body. If Hualien, whose spiritual roots had been shattered and cultivation rendered null, could be healed, then surely the trifling ailments of the mortal world would be manageable. Yet, how many treatments would it necessitate? Hualien had undergone dozens of sessions before achieving complete recovery. How could she broach the subject with her mother? At that moment, Han Xiaoshui smiled warmly. Xiao Xianshi, you have been most gracious. It seems my daughter Qingyan has caused you some trouble. Xiao Yu hurriedly clasped his fists and said, no need for formality. I and Qingyun are sincerely in love. You may simply call me Xiao Yu, dear mother-in-law. Han Xiaoshui's gaze softened, as if life had regained its promise. At that moment, she felt that even in death, she could depart without worry. Her daughter had astonishingly ascended to immortality. While she was lost in her thoughts, Li Qingyun suddenly stood up, a hint of anxiety in her demeanor. She stepped closer to Han Xiaoshui and whispered, Mother, my husband possesses a means to save you. He has a way to ensure your complete recovery. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu hastily shook his head. Do not jest. Li Qingyun, with an expression brimming with fervor, retorted, what harm is there? As long as it saves my mother's life, why should we concern ourselves with such trivialities? Han Xiaoshui, upon realizing that the other party could indeed remedy her condition, turned her gaze towards Xiao Yu with immense curiosity. Xiao Xianshi. Meanwhile, Li Qingyun remained on her knees, pleading, my lord, I beseech you. Xiao Yu, with an expression of reluctance, remarked, this is what you all requested. Just as Han Xiaoshui was lost in thought, Li Qingyun blushed and promptly closed the door. Han Xiaoshui was momentarily taken aback, glancing at Xiao Yu, who was extinguishing the light, and then at her daughter, who had shut the door and windows. With a tone of skepticism, she inquired, daughter, what are you intending to do? Li Qingyun, her cheeks flushed, stammered, to treat your illness. Chapter 37. This is the washing marrow pill. Han Xiaoshui looked at Xiao Yu, who had already begun to smoke his pipe, with a face full of joy. She naively believed that he truly intended to cure her ailment. The act of closing the door and windows was easily understood. It was undoubtedly to prevent the family of the Li residents from discovering their proceedings. After all, even immortals shun the mundane. At that moment, Han Xiaoshui, brimming with delight, extended her hand and called out, daughter, quickly help me up. Li Qingyun, still blushing, assisted her mother to rise, remaining silent throughout the exchange, her embarrassment palpable. Xiao Yu had previously heard from Li Qingyun that her mother was well versed in the 4 books and 5 classics since childhood, renowned as a remarkable talent in Jianglu City. She possessed both beauty and intellect, captivating countless scholars in the city, particularly those who wrote or narrated stories. Even the blind storytellers in tea houses frequently recounted tales of Han Xiaoshui. They would proclaim that while Jianglu City could do without spring, it could never do without Han Xiaoshui. Her talent surpassed that of sages, and her beauty was likened to that of plum and orchid. The accolades and poems extolling Han Xiaoshui are innumerable. Furthermore, Han Xiaoshui placed great importance on the virtues of obedience and propriety, managing her household and educating her children, with a character and moral integrity that would make most women feel utterly ashamed. Xiao Yu was acutely aware that Han Xiaoshui would never resort to such measures. The desire to heal was undeniable. He then produced an entire vial of elixirs. Li Qingyun, upon seeing the vial, instinctively lowered her head, her guilty conscience preventing her from meeting her mother's gaze. Meanwhile, Han Xiaoshui, now seated, looked up with gleaming eyes and softly expressed, "Thank you, Master Xiao. This immense kindness is something I shall never forget. Should I ever be in need, I will certainly do my utmost." She instinctively believed that the elixirs in Xiao Yu's possession were miraculous remedies. After all, he was the savior of her daughter. How could he possibly wish her harm? Just moments ago, he had heroically rescued her from that scoundrel Li Wankai, invigorating Han Xiaoshui's spirit. Li Qingyun's mind was in turmoil. Wasn't the washing marrow elixir a flawless quality Hehuan pill? Yet, upon seeing her mother's haggard complexion, her resolve solidified instantly. It was far better than witnessing her mother perish before her eyes. With utmost seriousness, Li Qingyun placed the 3 elixirs before Han Xiaoshui, saying, "Mother, please take the medicine." Han Xiaoshui's lips curled into a smile, her eyes sparkling with joy. Elixirs bestowed by an immortal. "Ah, thank you, Master Xiao. Thank you for this life-saving grace." Xiao Yu, exuding an air of sanctity, leisurely puffed on his pipe, declaring, "This is the cleansing essence pill. It possesses the power to alleviate your ailments. Given your condition, 1 pill will not suffice, at least 2 are necessary. However, as you are the mother of my beloved, you are also dear to me as my own mother. Please, esteemed mother-in-law, consume it without delay." Han Xiaoshui felt an overwhelming sense of relief as she accepted the tea, covering her face as she drank. The following morning, a maid from the Li residence approached Han Xiaoshui's chamber, carrying a copper basin. Inside the room, Li Qingyun knelt beside the bed. The blade of resentment in Han Xiaoshui's eyes seemed almost tangible as she gazed upon her kneeling daughter, her expression increasingly filled with shame and anger. Outside, the maid continued to call out, "Madam, please prepare for your washing." Han Xiaoshui coldly huffed, "Wait." Her voice, frigid and piercing, nearly caused the maid to drop the basin. Li Qingyun remained on the ground, weeping, "Mother, please, do not blame my husband. It is all my fault. I have been disobedient. How could I bear to witness you suffer from illness? Have compassion for your daughter, please. With father gone, can you truly bear to see me struggle alone in this world? A daughter cannot live without her mother. Mother, please say something." Xiao Yu remained lost in thought. Last night, Han Xiaoshui truly intended to take her own life. Beside her lay a piece of silk, evidence of her failed attempt at hanging. It was evident that she had underestimated the steadfastness of ancient women. Han Xiaoshui's resolve far surpassed that of those he encountered in the courtroom. Bai Yue was the type of person who would go to any lengths to survive. She sought to cultivate her spirit and avenge her deceased disciples. Even if she were to be subjected to 1,000 tortures, Bai Yue would never contemplate suicide. Wang Mei would never consider such an act either. The fact that Han Xiaoshui, upon regaining consciousness, sought death was truly astonishing. His affection for her was profound. At that moment, Han Xiaoshui slowly sat up, and she was taken aback. Could she truly rise? Observing her daughter kneeling below, she numbly donned her red embroidered shoes. Remarkably, she was able to stand. It was clear that her condition had improved somewhat, though it was not yet fully healed. She still felt the pain radiating from her heart and lungs. As she gazed at her daughter, who was weeping uncontrollably, tears streamed down her cheeks. She never imagined that after living a life of innocence, she would resort to such disgraceful acts merely to survive. How could she face her husband in the afterlife? Though he had forcibly married her in his youth, he had shown her great affection over the years and entrusted her with the keys to their household storeroom. Due to her daughter's disappearance, lured away by Li Wancai's deceit, her illness had worsened. Her husband had searched tirelessly for renowned physicians, even seeking elixirs from the Hehuan Sect. Tragically, he returned not with her daughter, but with a corpse, having been slain by a female cultivator after merely glancing at her. Han Xiaoshui mourned her husband's body for an entire day and night, ultimately collapsing in a fit of blood. She had contemplated death, but if she were to die, who would search for her daughter? What would become of her husband's estate? Her desire to recover from her illness was overwhelming. She yearned to rescue her daughter, yet Li Wankai had dealt them a cruel blow. The tribulations of recent days left her utterly exhausted. Looking at her daughter, Han Xiaoshui let out a long sigh. "You should go," she murmured. Li Qingyun understood that her mother was speaking in anger and hurriedly crawled forward on her knees, her face a portrait of grievance. "Mother, please do not be angry. We promise to keep this matter to ourselves. All blame lies with me alone. My husband is not at fault. If I had not trusted Li Wancai's lies, I would not have ventured out to gather herbs for you. He claimed there was a miraculous herb on Jiangli Mountain that could heal you. I endured hardships on the mountain, nearly becoming prey to wild beasts, only to be captured. Had I not encountered my husband, I would have perished long ago. Mother, please do not be angry. I only wish for your well-being. Even if I must endure 1,000 torments, even if you resent me for a lifetime, I am willing." Xiao Yu also lowered his head and shrank his neck. At this moment, it was best to refrain from speaking. Suddenly, an exceedingly arrogant woman's voice echoed from outside the door. Li Wankai, you beast, get out here quickly. Upon hearing this, Li Qingyun's brows furrowed in alarm. Oh no, it's my second uncle's wife, Zhang Yan. Han Xiushui cast a glance filled with hostility at Xiao Yu, who was rising to take action, and softly urged, this is not your concern. Stay back. Xiao Yu smiled gently and hurriedly helped Li Qingyun to hide behind the screen. In the next moment, Zhang Yan burst through the door, her face contorted with rage as she shouted, Li Wankai, you shameless wretch, come out here. How dare you think I wouldn't know that you were here last night? Han Xiushui, you brazen hussy. Where have you hidden Li Wankai? Chapter 38. The unyielding Han Xiushui. Han Xiushui regarded the furious Zhang Yan, who was searching frantically, with a somber expression. Oh? Such morning enthusiasm, dear sister? Zhang Yan glared, her eyes darting around. Han Xiushui, was Li Wankai here yesterday? With a cold huff, Han Xiushui signaled for the maidservants at the entrance to come forth. The two maidservants hurriedly approached, heads bowed, and draped a black robe over Han Xiushui, showcasing her authoritative demeanor. Meanwhile, Zhang Yan continued to scan the room. Failing to spot Li Wankai, she contemplated peeking behind the screen. How dare you enter my chamber? Such disrespect. Do you wish to defy the hierarchy? Zhang Yan's fury ignited. You shameless hussy. How dare you entice my brother the moment he leaves? With a swift motion, Han Xiushui delivered a resounding slap to Zhang Yan's left cheek. Zhang Yan's expression quivered, her lips paling. Before she could retaliate, Han Xiushui stepped forward and struck her again. Mind your manners, and do not forget that I am the matriarch of the Li family. What are you to challenge me? Zhang Yan, infuriated, covered her face and attempted to turn away, but Han Xiushui swiftly unsheathed a jade-green sword, pointing it menacingly. Do you comprehend the sharpness of my blade? Seeing Han Xiushui's audacity only fueled Zhang Yan's conviction that Li Wankai was indeed hidden within the room. In a fit of agitation, she cried out, Li Wankai, you scoundrel, your wife is in danger, why don't you show yourself? This is utterly unjust. The elder sister-in-law enticing the younger brother. I shall report this to the authorities. I will not stand for this. Han Xiushui, you have gone too far. Xiao Yu, concealed behind the screen, instinctively swallowed hard. Han Xiushui's commanding demeanor was astonishingly fierce. She exuded an air reminiscent of a domineering CEO. Just last night, she had not displayed such assertiveness. Observing the tearful Li Qingyun beside her, Xiao Yu whispered, does your mother always carry such authority? Li Qingyun nodded. Indeed. My father was not the wealthiest before marrying my mother. My uncle Li Wansai's family was even more affluent than ours. We have always been in the textile business. After my mother gave birth to me, the family business faced difficulties, prompting her to take charge of the finances, where she excelled in commerce. To be precise, most of the family's wealth is attributed to her efforts. You understand, in merchant families like ours, if the matriarch does not assert her authority, it can lead to numerous complications. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu could not help but smile. It was no wonder that Li Qingyun was so astute and articulate. It must be the influence of Han Xiushui. Yesterday, while treating Han Xiushui, he distinctly sensed the presence of spiritual roots within her. Moreover, they were of an exceptional variety. An otherworldly spiritual root. Unlike the 5 conventional types, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, this new breed could potentially embody ice, poison, thunder, or wind. However, persuading Han Xiushui to accompany him would undoubtedly prove challenging. She would surely not abandon her vast family fortune, and even if she desired to pursue immortality, her pride would likely prevent her from joining him. Since acquiring the system, Xiao Yu had never felt such admiration for a woman. A talented individual, astute and capable, loyal, with a knack for business, commanding, with a beauty that could topple nations. This woman could undoubtedly be considered the pinnacle among mortals. He could hardly fathom the grace she would possess upon embarking on the path of cultivation. Her beauty was already on par with Bai Yue's, and coupled with her unwavering loyalty, she would undoubtedly be worthy of ruling a harem. Xiao Yu paused momentarily, contemplating the implications of Han Xiushui potentially becoming the matriarch of the harem. What would become of his master, Zhang Xiling? Upon further reflection, it seemed his master harbored a somewhat naive ambition for high office, often exploited by others, and not particularly adept at warfare. Nevertheless, her kindness was undeniable. If one were to seek a suitable individual to manage the harem, Han Xiushui would undoubtedly be an excellent choice. Her fierce determination would certainly deter any insubordination from Wang Mei. At that moment, Zhang Yan erupted with fervor, exclaiming, "Ah, this is outrageous. The elder sister-in-law is seducing my uncle and plotting to kill me. I must report this to the authorities. I will have this vixen arrested." Just as she shouted, 2 figures rushed in from outside, a man and a woman. The man appeared to be in his 20s, while the woman seemed to be around 18. Upon seeing Zhang Yan in distress, the man seethed with rage. Who dares to harm my mother? I will not let this go. The young woman, equally furious, rushed to Zhang Yan's side and shouted, Han Xiushui, how dare you strike my mother? You have gone too far. Han Xiaoshui regarded the family with cold indifference. Fully aware they had come prepared, it seemed that Li Wankai genuinely intended to claim her, but Zhang Yin opposed this. Thus, she had taken advantage of the early morning to bring Li Jin and Li Weiwei to confront her. If they were to discover her illicit affair with Li Wankai, the authorities would likely already be on their way. The charge of adultery carried grave consequences, and Zhang Yin appeared intent on condemning her. At this moment, Xiao Yu, witnessing Li Weiwei alongside Zhang Yan, was momentarily taken aback. He had not paid attention to Zhang Yan's appearance earlier, but now he realized she possessed a certain charm, and her daughter stood nearby. If Li Wankai were to meet his demise, the opposing party would also be left as a widow. Li Weiwei, exhibiting the demeanor of a pampered heiress, seemed oblivious to the harsh realities of life, daring to bully his esteemed mother-in-law. Truly a reckless endeavor. As for Li Jin, Xiao Yu barely spared him a glance. Han Xiaoshui, with a piercing gaze directed at the trio, coldly remarked, "It seems the Li family's decorum needs to be re-established. As you disturb the peace so early in the day, do you have any evidence that Li Wankai has been here?" Li Weiwei, with a disdainful look, arrogantly lifted her chin and retorted, "Do you dare to search us? If he is not here, we will leave. But if he is, then you may as well inform the county magistrate." Han Xiaoshui's expression darkened, a flicker of anger glinting in her eyes. Xiao Yu hurriedly transmitted a message from behind. "Rest assured, my esteemed mother-in-law, we are well hidden. Let them search." Upon hearing Xiao Yu's voice, Han Xiaoshui felt a surge of panic. Why did she feel so flustered at the sound of his voice? It reminded her of the scene from the previous night when she had treated his ailment. Despite her overwhelming embarrassment, her husband was indeed worlds apart from Xiao Yu. This sudden anxiety provided an opportunity for Li Jin. "What are you panicking about? You claim my father isn't here. If you have the guts, let us search." Zhang Yin also noticed her distress and shouted confidently, "What are you scared of? If you have the courage, let us search. Do you dare?" Han Xiaoshui hastily adjusted her expression, coldly retorting, "If you cannot find him, then you must leave the Li residence. Do you understand? Do you dare?" Zhang Yin, undeterred, replied with a sneer, "Ha! Who are you trying to intimidate? What will you say if I find Li Wankai?" Han Xiaoshui stood tall, her eyes sharp as daggers. "If you find Li Wankai, I shall bestow upon you my vast estate. But if you do not find him, get out. From this day forth, you are forever forbidden from stepping into my home." Zhang Yin was momentarily taken aback by her declaration. Li Jin quickly interjected, "I saw my father come this way yesterday. Do not be swayed by her bluster." Zhang Yan's expression hardened with resolve. "Fine. If Li Wankai is not here, we shall leave the Li family. But if we find him, you, Han Xiaoshui, must pack your things and vacate the Li residence, leaving behind the land deeds, the keys to the storeroom, and the account books." Han Xiaoshui feigned hesitation, pursing her lips. Li Wei quickly chimed in, "What's this? Are you afraid?" Han Xiaoshui replied, "Who is afraid? Remember your words." The maidservants then rushed inside to search, their expressions filled with glee. Every nook and cranny was inspected, wardrobes, beneath the bed, and the desk. No place was overlooked. Li Jin even climbed up to the rafters, yet after a lengthy search, they found no trace of Li Wankai. Impossible. How could he not be here? Han Xiaoshui summoned the housekeeper and the servants. Although the housekeeper had been bribed by Li Wankai, he was taken aback upon seeing Han Xiaoshui standing vibrant and energetic. He understood clearly that the Li residence was managed by Han Xiaoshui, while Li Wankai was merely a fool. If Han Xiaoshui had recovered, following her would undoubtedly be far more advantageous than following Li Wankai. "Madam, your health?" the housekeeper inquired. Han Xiaoshui glanced at him. "I am much improved. Throw these traitorous dogs out." The housekeeper immediately took action, with the servants following suit. Zhang Yin and her companions cried out, Li Wankai, where on earth are you?" "Han Xiaoshui, you vile woman." Han Xiaoshui brandished her sword, declaring, "If you dare speak insolently again, I shall cut out your tongue." Zhang Yan's heart sank, for she knew Han Xiaoshui was capable of such a threat. If she had truly recovered, it would spell significant trouble. Had Li Wankai been harmed by her? Thus, the three of them were expelled from the residence. The housekeeper approached Han Xiaoshui once more, bowing. "Madam, you truly have recovered? This is wonderful. By the way, a group of small beggars waited outside all night yesterday, claiming that our Li residents would surely take them in. I saw them still outside this morning and promptly sent them away." In the shadows, Xiao Yu recalled the little nun Lingxin. His eyes widened. "Esteemed mother-in-law, they are orphans brought by me." Meanwhile, Lingxin, having been pushed into the alley, clutched a wooden stick, her heart racing with anxiety. "It's over. Xiao Yu didn't return all night. Could he have been captured by the righteous?" Delong and Yaya murmured nearby. "What if Brother Yu is in danger? Could he be imprisoned by the Li family? Should we report this to the authorities?" Lingxin trembled, gripping the stick, her expression wavering. Tears threatened to spill as she thought of the one who had been willing to help her. "He can't just die like this. If he is captured by the righteous, where would I go to save him?" Just then, she spotted Xiao Yu, nearly crying out in surprise. Regaining her composure, she couldn't hold back her tears. "You little rascal. I waited outside all night. Where on earth have you been?" Xiao Yu exhaled wearily. "It's a long story." Chapter 39. Little rascal, don't be ungrateful. Xiao Yu led Ling Xin and the others around to the back gate of the Li residence. The officials and Li Qingyun were already waiting there. Upon seeing Ling Xin, Li Qingyun instinctively clenched her sleeves. She was aware that Xiao Yu favored virtuous women and suspected that these children were taken in by the nun. However, it seemed utterly absurd, considering the other party was a practitioner of the faith. When Ling Xin noticed Li Qingyun, she quickly clasped her hands together and exclaimed, "Compassionate benefactress, you truly possess a heart of a bodhisattva. The poor nun shall certainly chant sutras and recite prayers for your well-being." Li Qingyun, feeling somewhat embarrassed, covered her face with a smile and replied, "No need for concern. Our family has ample room, and a few children will hardly consume much food. They can stay in the backyard and help out. I shall find a tutor for them to teach them their letters." Ling Xion's face lit up with joy as she expressed her gratitude repeatedly. Just then, a servant hurried over to whisper something to Li Qingyun. Her expression shifted abruptly, and she glanced at Xiao Yu, hesitating to speak. Xiao Yu continued to coax the few children of Delong, saying, "Had I not knelt and pleaded for an entire night, how could the Li residents possibly have accepted you? Why would I deceive you? Pray tell, what reason do you have to believe they would take you in? Every word I speak is the truth, you little rascals, do not be ungrateful." Just as Xiao Yu was weaving his tale, Li Qingyun, feeling somewhat anxious, interjected, "My dear husband, my mother requests your presence. She insists that you go alone." Xiao Yu's lips curled upwards visibly as he turned to leave. Yet, before he could take a step, he noticed Ling Xion's eyes widened in shock. This was trouble. He had undoubtedly heard Li Qingyun refer to him as her husband. Instinctively, Li Qingyun covered her mouth, realizing the gravity of the situation. Ling Xion, being a nun, certainly wouldn't dare to confront Xiao Yu in front of such a crowd. Instead, she stood there, her gaze intensifying, her eyes growing wider with disbelief. Tears welled up at the corners of her eyes. So this man had an affair with the young lady of the Li residence? It was no wonder the Li family had taken them in. However, she hesitated to return to Lingguang Temple, fearing that Delong and the others might be expelled. In that moment, she began to recite a calming mantra, her eyes fixed on Xiao Yu as she chanted softly. Xiao Yu hurriedly transmitted a message to her. "Is it not because of you all? They stated that taking in this group of children is permissible. But I must marry Li Qingyun. Otherwise, they will disclose my affairs here to the righteous sect. If it were not for you, would I have exposed myself? Enough is enough. It seems I have become the scapegoat. Think as you wish." After transmitting his message, Xiao Yu feigned anger and departed. Ling Xion scratched her bald head in confusion. Why was he still upset? Was it possible for an immortal to be so easily swayed by a group of mortals? Could it truly be because of the children from the dragon clan? Wait, what was she, a monk, even contemplating? She had no deep connection with him. The sole reason she accompanied him was to find a sanctuary for these orphans. Once her task was completed, she intended to return. Lost in her thoughts, Ling Xion decided to assist the children in moving their belongings. In the study of the Li residence, Han Xiaoshui gazed at Xiao Yu in silence, pondering deeply. Xiao Yu sat quietly with his head bowed, sipping tea. "How's my esteemed mother-in-law's health?" Han Xiaoshui, lost in thought, seemed to have shed the indignation of the previous day, as if transformed into an entirely different person. The imposing presence of his mother was palpable, causing Xiao Yu to feel a fleeting sense of trepidation. What piercing eyes she possessed. After a moment, Han Xiaoshui glanced at him and softly remarked, "Xiao Yu, you have saved Qin Yun, and I shall certainly consent to your marriage. However, your unconventional methods of healing me suggest that you are not a man of integrity." Xiao Yu respectfully clasped his fists, a hint of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. "So, in the eyes of my esteemed mother-in-law, anyone who claims to be virtuous must indeed be virtuous?" Han Xiaoshui's expression remained unyielding. "I harbor no ulterior motives. Since you align yourself with the demonic path, our adversaries must be the righteous. My husband was slain by the vile wretch of the Jade Maiden sect, while he sought a divine remedy for my ailment. I shall exact vengeance for this grievance. I vow to cease not until it is fulfilled." Xiao Yu, do you know Yijiro of the Jade Maiden sect? She is a female cultivator clad in green, wielding the Jade Maiden sword. At the mention of Yijiro's name, Xiao Yu felt a jolt of apprehension. Could it truly be a mere coincidence? Was Han Xiaoshui's husband indeed killed by Yijiro? I am but a lowly disciple of the Hehuan Sect. I have heard of the Jade Maiden sect, yet I do not know Yijiro. Do you wish for me to eliminate this scoundrel on your behalf, esteemed mother-in-law? A flicker of anger ignited in Han Xiaoshui's eyes. This matter of avenging my father, I must undertake myself. You mentioned yesterday that I possess spiritual roots. Were your words sincere? Xiao Yu murmured softly, "Indeed, it is true. My esteemed mother-in-law possesses an exceptional spiritual root. Once the time is right, I shall select a few superior cultivation techniques for her, and it is certainly possible for her to reach the qi refinement stage within a year." Hearing this, Han Xiaoshui glanced sideways. Since she had been granted a second chance at life, her sole purpose henceforth was to avenge her beloved, thus repaying the kindness he had shown her throughout his life. As for what lay ahead, she felt no inclination to concern herself with it. Xiao Yu pondered nearby, astonished by Han Xiaoshui's audacity to seek vengeance for her man. If memory served him right, Yizhiro was at the foundation establishment stage, a level he himself could not contend with. The recollection of Yizhiro ruthlessly annihilating Xiang's family, subsequently blinding him, severing his limbs, and ultimately subjecting him to a cruel demise, sent a shiver down his spine. A fierce blaze ignited within Xiao Yu's heart. At that moment, Han Xiaoshui spoke once more. Xiao Yu, it would be prudent for you not to linger at the Li residence, and it is best for you to depart today. Many within the mansion are aware of Qing Yun's disappearance. Moreover, both the Hehuan Sect and the Yunu Sect are informed, as those two sects have repeatedly come to the mansion demanding funds. In their lexicon, this is termed robbing the rich to aid the poor. Yet you are well aware that the majority of the spoils find their way into their own coffers. I estimate that in a few days, there will be individuals arriving to collect money. Today, I will make preparations. Might you take me and Qingjin away from here? Xiao Yu was momentarily taken aback, for he had just summoned the children from Lingxin. Departure was inevitable, as he had to seek out the fire monk for artifact forging the day after tomorrow. Han Xiaoshui, having already devised a plan, turned to Xiao Yu and spoke softly. The orphans shall remain in the estate. I will arrange for relatives to look after them. As for the servants and steward who witnessed your encounter with Qing Yun today, do you have a way to silence them? Exercise utmost caution, Xiao Yu. Above all, I do not wish for any misfortune to befall you and Qing Yun. Xiao Yu repeatedly clasped his fists, declaring, as your humble son-in-law, I possess a means to help them forget the events of these past 2 days. With that, he produced a bottle of Hehuan Dan. Apologies. I mistakenly brought the wrong item. Here, I have the Wang Yu Dan, or the Wang Chun Dan, which, once consumed, can erase all memories within the span of 12 hours. I shall proceed to make the necessary arrangements. Han Xiaoshui nodded in agreement, saying, Indeed. I will also prepare the land deeds, account books, and treasury funds. We must depart from this place before noon. Xiao Yu swiftly administered a forgetfulness pill to everyone in the household, including the children of the dragon. He then took Li Qingyun and concealed themselves in a narrow alley by the back door, waiting patiently. Lingxin gazed at the unconscious orphans, her eyes filled with reluctance. Yet, she understood that perhaps losing their memories was not entirely detrimental for them. Once they awakened, Han Xiaoshui remarked, I shall be away for a few days. My aunt will oversee matters at home, with the steward assisting her. Furthermore, it is imperative that these orphans are well cared for, should there be any negligence. I shall not be lenient. After ensuring that the household affairs were in order, Han Xiaoshui departed through the front door in the carriage driven by Lingxin. Casting a final glance at the Li residence, where she had spent half her life, Han Xiaoshui's eyes reflected the weight of experience. Soon, they arrived at the designated location with Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu raised his hand and summoned Li Qingyun and Han Xiaoshui into the jade gourd. Upon noticing a small box brought by Han Xiaoshui, he couldn't help but swallow hard. Ling Xian, beside him, stared with wide eyes. The deeds to the Li residence, the keys to the storeroom, and banknotes totaling over 30 million, along with some unknown documents and deeds, lay before them. Before Ling Xian could reach for the banknotes, Xiao Yu snatched them away. What are you doing? Ling Xian, her expression brimming with excitement, replied, I just want to take a look. Xiao Yu promptly placed those items into his storage pouch, adopting an expression of virtuous propriety. What are you looking at? Does this concern you? This is the fortune of Lady Li. As a monk, all you think about is money. Ling Xian pouted in response, if you won't let me see, then I won't take you to find Master Ling Hua. Chapter 40. Bai Yue, I wish to eat vegetables. Xiao Yu returned to the vicinity of Lingguang Temple with Lingxin. The two of them found themselves once more in that dilapidated courtyard. At this moment, Lingxin's heart was ablaze with excitement, gazing at the substantial wealth Xiao Yu possessed. Her expression resembled that of someone under the influence of a stimulant. You little rascal, just show me a banknote of 100,000 taels, will you? I have lived my entire life and have never laid eyes on such a sum. Just let me have a glimpse. Xiao Yu immediately pulled her into his embrace, saying, If you wish to see, then call me husband. Ling Xian instinctively recoiled, her expression flustered. Xiao Yu smiled playfully. Are you certain you wish to remain unrefined? Haven't you endured enough at Lingguang Temple? If you choose to accompany me as my beloved, I shall bestow upon you an endless fortune. A lifetime of wealth that you could never exhaust. Ling Xian's heart raced. A lifetime of wealth, never to be exhausted. Subsequently, Xiao Yu carried her to a secluded place. When night fell, he gently placed Ling Xian to rest in the Jade Maiden Gourd. Immediately thereafter, he released the 3 nuns who had previously tormented Ling Xian. Under the moonlight, the 3 shaven heads gleamed brilliantly. In the stillness of the night, silence enveloped the surroundings. The bright moon hung high in the sky, casting a silvery glow upon the tranquil Jiaolu city below. Nearby, the mountains murmured with the gentle flow of water, accompanied by the croaking of frogs and the chirping of insects, echoing through the deep valley beneath. As dusk descended, the moonlight flowed like water, and the stars twinkled sparsely. In the dilapidated courtyard, the 3 figures stood with their hair cascading swiftly. The courtyard, steeped in serenity, was filled with the gentle sway of verdant pines. The emerald bamboos danced gracefully, their reflections shifting incessantly as a gentle night breeze caressed them. Between the leaves, a faint rustling sound emerged. The following morning, Xiao Yu, invigorated, engaged in physical exercises. The Zhuyang divine body proved exceedingly formidable against mere mortals, basking in the brilliance of the radiant sunlight. Xiao Yu stroked his chin thoughtfully. The fiery monk would not return until tomorrow. There was still a day left. What would he do in the meantime? Perhaps he would venture into the city to gather information? It would be prudent to ascertain the background and strength of Yijiro in advance. Wait a moment. Was it necessary to go to the city for intelligence on Yijiro? Could he not simply consult Bai Yue instead? At that thought, he entered the judgment chamber, where he immediately spotted Bai Yue, her head held high, swaying back and forth, her gaze distant. Upon noticing Xiao Yu's arrival, Wang Mei and Huarlian hastily ceased their work on Bai Yue. "Master, you have come," they exclaimed. "These past days, we have been quite busy. The master's judgment value has already reached 30%. Wang Mei, noticing Huarlian interjecting, bowed and added, in reporting to the master, "I must say that my contributions have been the most significant. I have increased Bai Yue's judgment value by 5%. Huarlian pouted, acknowledging that in this regard, she could not surpass Wang Mei. As Xiao Yu approached, Huarlian quickly wrapped her arms around his. "Master, our teacher has not eaten for several days. We have adhered to your wishes and have not given her anything to eat. She is quite stubborn, master. We implore you to reconsider." Xiao Yu nodded slightly. "Indeed. It is time to feed her. You all have worked hard these past few days." Upon hearing Xiao Yu's voice, Bai Yue's previously tranquil expression was suddenly disrupted by a ripple of emotion. Her immediate reaction was the realization that it was time for a meal. Astonishingly, she felt a flicker of anticipation at that very moment. How infuriating. She should not entertain such thoughts. As the esteemed leader of the Jade Maiden Sect, how could her temperament be so easily swayed? Yet, the gnawing pangs of hunger were undeniable. Since being confined here, she had subsisted solely on a single type of food. Although it was initially difficult to accept, it had granted her a semblance of satiety. If she refrained from eating, she could only endure the hunger. Xiao Yu, taken aback by the sight before him, approached with a mixture of surprise and intrigue. No matter when he beheld Bai Yue, he could not help but marvel at her resilience. Truly, it was Bai Zhongzhu who stood firm, while others would have long surrendered. Yet, it seemed that Bai Zhongzhu had undergone some changes as well. "I still prefer the fervent way you once shouted at me. By the way, I have some unfortunate news to share. Your disciple, Yijiro, has betrayed you and aligned herself with your sworn enemy, Shinmingya, even taking her as her mentor." Upon hearing this, Bai Yue's hands, bound by iron chains, clenched tightly, the veins on her temples throbbing violently. "What did you say?" she gasped, her voice barely above a whisper, burdened by her overwhelming hunger. Xiao Yu slowly stepped aside, releasing Bai Yue from his embrace as he spoke. "Your junior disciple, Shinmingya, has now re-established the Unisect. I have heard that she seems to have reclaimed your former sect. It was Lin Su and Lin Tianhai from the Xianling sect who assisted her in this endeavor. Moreover, I have also heard from the people in Jialu City that your junior disciple has summoned many scattered disciples of the Unisect, and she is currently fervently recruiting troops under the pretense of avenging you. The number of Unisect members has now swelled to at least 3,000. Upon hearing this, Bai Yue's expression quivered with increasing agitation. She attempted to rise, but her legs felt weak, leaving her with no choice but to grit her teeth and curse, "Shinmingya, you wretched creature! How dare you seize my sect? How dare you take my sect from me? Yujiro, after all the years I have nurtured you, you betray me simply because I forbade you from falling in love with a man? There is not a single decent man in this world. And yet you choose to recognize a thief as your master for the sake of a man? Wretched creatures, both of you." Xiao Yu gazed at the furious Bai Yue, a subtle smile gracing his lips. It is evident to any discerning observer that Shinmingya is attempting to usurp your sect. She is fully capable of launching a significant offensive at this moment, yet she merely stands by, for she remains uncertain of your fate. If my conjecture is accurate, dear Yu, your soul lamp must undoubtedly be in someone else's possession, correct? Bai Yue was taken aback upon hearing this. Xiao Yu slowly produced a vial of elixir, remarking, "It is either in your master's possession or in your junior sister's. However, I suspect it is most likely with your junior sister. Do you believe she is currently searching for you with great fervor? Can you guess whether her intention is to reinstate you as the sect leader or to silence you permanently, particularly when she observes your current level of cultivation?" Bai Yue's expression was one of deep resentment. What a farce. The Jade Maiden Sect was her painstaking endeavor. Years ago, she had emerged from the Divine Maiden Palace alongside Shinmingya, who was utterly unremarkable at the time. In just a few short years, Bai Yue had established the sect herself. Out of a sense of camaraderie, she had later taken in Shinmingya. Now that she faced adversity, this woman dared to covet her sect. This was utterly outrageous. Yet, what could she do now? Was she truly expected to submit to Xiao Yu? Absolutely not. Such a notion was preposterous. How could a mere ant in the chi refinement stage dare to entertain such dreams? Just as these thoughts coursed through her mind, she suddenly caught a whiff of a familiar scent. Instinctively, she swallowed hard and abruptly turned her head to the side. Xiao Yu softly inquired, "Are you certain you are not hungry? If so, I shall take my leave. Do not regret it." At that moment, Bai Yue seized Xiao Yu, her fists clenched tightly. An hour later, Bai Yue let out a satisfying belch. Xiao Yu raised her eyebrows and asked, "Isn't she rather obedient, Yue? Do tell me more about this Yujiro. Do you not wish to seek vengeance? This Yujiro is at the foundation establishment stage, correct?" Does she possess any weaknesses, perhaps familial ties? I shall assist you in avenging your grievances and relieving your anger. Bai Yue, blushing, tilted her head and replied, I would like to eat some vegetables. Xiao Yu chuckled coldly. When you truly come to recognize your mistakes, I shall undoubtedly treat you to a lavish feast. Bai Yue exhaled slowly. Her expression one of deep reluctance. I was wrong. I should not have indiscriminately taken innocent lives, nor should I have allowed my disciples to harm you. Is that sufficient? Xiao Yu observed the unmoving judgment value of his opponent and couldn't help but smile with amusement, remarking, the tone in which the sect leader acknowledges his mistake is rather stiff. With that, he delivered a resounding slap. Slap. The force was immense, nearly causing Bai Yue to spit out her meal. In that moment, she hurriedly covered her mouth with a look of panic. She was genuinely terrified of hunger. After exhaling with a face full of grievance, Bai Yue feigned a submissive tone, saying, Yue acknowledges her mistake. I beseech the master for forgiveness. At that moment, Hualian exclaimed, Master, you finally realize your mistake. Isn't this splendid? Xiao Yu gazed at the 30 judgment points of his counterpart, feeling somewhat speechless. This woman truly regarded him as a fool. Upon hearing the voice of her disciple, Hualian, Bai Yue lowered her head in shame. She had actually knelt before a chi refinement stage practitioner to admit her mistake in front of her own disciple. Such an act would have been utterly inconceivable in the past. Xiao Yu picked up his pipe and took a couple of puffs, casting a gentle smile at Bai Yue, who knelt on the ground feigning contrition. Since she wished to play a role, he decided to indulge her playful charade. Indeed, an acknowledgement of wrongdoing ought to embody a certain demeanor. Lianer, fetch a beautiful garment for your master to change into. Hualian chuckled mischievously and promptly retrieved one of Xiao Yu's favorite outfits. Bai Yue momentarily felt flustered, questioning the purpose of changing clothes. Xiao Yu chuckled softly. Since you have acknowledged your mistakes, let us don new garments and start anew. Go ahead. Bai Yue swallowed nervously, and after much contemplation, she finally reached for the garment. The fabric felt unexpectedly smooth against her skin. Hualian, witnessing this, approached with a smile. Master, allow me to assist you in dressing. Bai Yue, feeling a tinge of embarrassment, managed a shy smile. Now that a moment of respite had finally arrived, she could not afford to incite Xiao Yu's ire once more. It was imperative that she complied as much as possible. As she adorned herself in the attire, her cheeks instantly flushed a deep crimson, though she could not see. She was acutely aware of where the fabric allowed the breeze to pass and where it did not. Xiao Yu gazed at Bai Yue's enchanting figure and could not help but exclaim, Come, let us dance, Master Bai. Bai Yue clenched her fists. A look of unwillingness etched on her face. She truly wished to end the life of this wretched creature. Just then, an electrifying melody reverberated through the judgment chamber, a tune Bai Yue had never encountered before. Xiao Yu wore a mischievous grin, questioning, What is the matter, Master Bai? Is your heart not sincere? Then I shall let you starve for 7 days. Farewell. Bai Yue immediately panicked, hastily rising to her feet. I will jump. Yue will jump. Chapter 41. Bai Yue's acceptance throughout the ordeal. Bai Yue struggled to suppress her emotions. At that moment, her feelings transcended mere hatred for Xiao Yu. They encompassed resentment towards Shen Mingya and Yi Zhiro as well. She could not fathom why the disciples she had painstakingly nurtured would betray her. She had long been perplexed by one question. Why had Yi Zhiro summoned her to the residence of a girl named Xiang on Jiang Lu Mountain that day? Yu had claimed to possess crucial information to defeat the Hehuan Sect. Trusting her, Bai Yue had gone. Little did she know that after they had dispatched Xiao Yu and Xiang, the leader of the Hehuan Sect, and his wife arrived simultaneously. In a mere moment of distraction, she found herself at a disadvantage. That day had been a trap, a meticulously orchestrated scheme targeting her. Her soul lamp had not extinguished. Why had her master not come to her rescue after all this time? Could it be that, as Xiao Yu suggested, her soul lamp resided with her younger martial sister? Perhaps her master was in seclusion, as those in the nascent soul stage often were, isolating themselves for periods ranging from a few years to several decades. What was she to do? Xiao Yu gazed at the tear-streaked face of Bai Yue, unperturbed. Why are you crying? You're ruining my mood. Do you think I can't see through your facade? A woman who has lived for centuries without valuing the lives of others should not shed such crocodile tears. Xiao Yu spoke as he struck again, with a resounding slap. Bai Yue was forcefully knocked to the ground, covering her face as tears streamed down. Xiao Yu coldly chuckled. Do you truly believe I would feel pity? Who would ever pity Xiang? Has her family wronged you in any way? Do you recall the words you uttered when you commanded Yi Zhiro to annihilate her entire family? We are of a prestigious lineage, and we cannot allow the lives of a mere couple of mortals to jeopardize significant matters. Today you slay 2, tomorrow he takes 3. Is it the case that mortals are to be condemned? Are the lives of the lower classes not worthy? Is Ma Lu's life not valuable? At that moment, Bai Yue suddenly broke down in tears, exclaiming, I was wrong. I truly acknowledge my mistakes. I was wrong. Xiao Yu remained unmoved, for Bai Yue was merely weeping, and the judgment value had not increased in the slightest. How could a woman who has long occupied a position of power genuinely recognize her own faults? She simply wished to avoid suffering. Your tears are shed out of a sense of grievance. You weep because no one has come to your rescue. You weep because you once held the lofty title of the leader of the Jade Maiden Sect, and now you find yourself in such a predicament. You do not truly comprehend your mistakes. Rather, you are merely gripped by fear. It seems the intensity of the judgment requires enhancement. Upon hearing these words, Bai Yue was instantly frightened into a cry. I will tell you everything. I will reveal all the secrets of the Jade Maiden Sect to you. Although Yujiro is at the foundation establishment stage, she has a younger sister, Yizime, with whom she has grown up. They both joined the Jade Maiden Sect together. And she must only be at the Qi refinement stage. Beneath the Jade Maiden Sect, there exists another spiritual vein. Shinmingya must be after that spiritual vein. Xiao Yu rested his chin on one hand, contemplating the spiritual veins. Such a phenomenon he had never encountered during his time traversing realms. It appeared that the Hehuan Sect possessed a modest spiritual vein, monopolized by the sect master. The abodes of all the elders were meticulously arranged in accordance with the vein's trajectory, as cultivating near such a source would yield extraordinary results. Although Bai Yue had voiced this, he remained skeptical. He then turned to Hualien, who hastily interjected. It seems that Sister Yujiro's younger sister is at the late stage of Qi refinement. Indeed, there is a master of the spiritual vein within the sect, but only certain individuals can traverse the restrictions. I can enter. Upon hearing Hualien divulge this information, Bai Yue's heart sank. A transformation began within her, an array of inexplicable emotions blossoming in her chest. She recognized that returning to her former self was no longer an option. Yet, she felt a profound unwillingness. She, the esteemed leader of the Unisect, on the verge of entering the nascent soul stage, was about to squander her celestial path. The bitterness overwhelmed her. As she felt Xiao Yu's outstretched hand, Bai Yue, with tears streaming down her face, clutched his hand, lamenting, I was wrong. I truly realize my mistakes. I won't flee again. I wish to reclaim the sect. I seek vengeance. Bai Yue's judgment value rose to 34. Bai Yue's judgment value climbed to 37. In a state of desperate sobbing, she cried out, I am truly unwilling. Master, I shall never run away again, nor will I recklessly take innocent lives. Can you allow me to cultivate? I wish to reclaim the sect. Bai Yue's judgment value soared to 40. Had this been the former Xiao Yu, he might have indeed been swayed by her expression. Yet, the current Bai Yue, while somewhat aware of her faults, evidently had not genuinely repented. It was akin to persuading an elderly individual in their 80s or 90s. Their thoughts had solidified over the years, and a single discordant word could incite their ire. How much more so for Bai Yue, who had lived for centuries. Xiao Yu observed the other party's frantic demeanor, thoughtfully stroking his chin with one hand. Since they had begun to express remorse, it was only fitting to extend a modicum of assistance. It was likely that he would eventually embellish promises for Bai Yue as well. Indeed, he could assist in cultivating her skills, and perhaps even remedy her vision. However, all would hinge upon her performance. Bai Yue exhaled slowly, declaring, I shall do my utmost. Xiao Yu's lips curled into a smile. As long as you acknowledge your mistakes, I shall assist you in your cultivation, and simultaneously, I will aid you in exacting vengeance and reclaiming our sect. Bai Yue clenched her fists tightly. Yue is determined to follow her master's commands. Master, I am aware that Yujiro's sister frequently deceives other male cultivators to obtain their spiritual stones. If she is currently in Jianglu City, it is certain that she has aligned herself with the disciples of Xinling Sect. Yue vows that as long as you help me avenge my grievances, I shall never betray you in this lifetime. Whether it be scaling mountains of blades or traversing seas of fire, I shall not hesitate. Bai Yue's judgment value has risen to 42. Xiao Yu gently patted her shoulder, saying, as long as you obediently accept your judgment, none of this matters. The day is drawing to a close, and I must visit Lingguang Temple in the morning. Bai Yue exhaled slowly, as if she had rediscovered her will to live. As long as she could reclaim everything that belonged to her, nothing else mattered. She absolutely could not allow those despicable individuals to stand above her, mocking her, not even in death. At this moment, she appeared to have somewhat resigned herself to her fate, reflecting on the countless mortals she had slain over the years. She never imagined that she would reach such a day. If she, a woman of her nature, could be deemed a villainess, then how many true virtuous souls existed in this world? Her master and her junior sister had taken more lives than she. The female cultivators of the goddess palace even went so far as to transform mortals into puppets. In the eyes of the powerful, the lives of insignificant beings were as inconsequential as dust. Meanwhile, having returned to the dilapidated courtyard and released Han Xiaoshui, Xiao Yu was arranging a feast of food on the table. Han Xiaoshui gazed at the spread, feeling a sense of unease. Soon, she would be treated again. Chapter 42. Encounter Battle. Yizime. The following morning, Xiao Yu, with his cultivation level now at the 5th layer of the Qi refinement stage, looked upward with renewed vigor. After stretching his limbs, he made his way alone to the front of Lingguang Temple. This time, he possessed a fortune of several million, allowing him unfettered passage. In the blink of an eye, he was escorted to the meditation room of the Fire Monk. The meditation room, adorned with ancient timber and azure tiles, was graced by wind chimes that swayed gently in the breeze. Xiao Yu stepped forward, entering a meditation room adorned with simplicity. The furnishings consisted solely of a table and a stool, a couch, and an incense burner, while the bookshelf held only a few weathered scriptures. On the table, smoke wafted gently from the incense burner, its fragrance of sandalwood lingering in the air. Beside the couch, an oil lamp flickered quietly, casting dancing shadows that illuminated an ancient bronze tripodal cauldron against the wall. Unlike the elixir furnace Xiao Yu used for alchemy, this tripetal cauldron was devoid of a lid. Xiao Yu gazed with intrigue at the three-legged cauldron, within which emanated an extraordinarily potent surge of magical energy. It was profoundly mysterious. Just as he was about to reach out and touch it, he was halted by a voice. Touching someone else's belongings is hardly a commendable habit. Xiao Yu turned his gaze upon hearing the sound, only to discover a red-bearded monk reclining upon the beam. His belly was exceedingly large, and his eyes resembled copper bells. An unmistakable aura of wine and meat enveloped his entire being. Xiao Yu hurriedly clasped his fists and said, "The junior, Li Yunma, pays respects to the esteemed monk of Linghua." The other party smirked, casting a few glances at Xiao Yu before extending his hand and remarking, "Is this the charmingly glib disciple that Sister Xiling has taken in? Not particularly impressive, I must say. Nevertheless, present the items entrusted to you for her. I shall grant her this courtesy, for she is indeed one of the 7 beauties of Hehuan." He chuckled softly. Xiao Yu feigned kindness as he retrieved the storage bag that Zhang Xiling had given him. A wave of disgust washed over him. How dare that old monk still harbor thoughts of his master? Just look at his pitiful state. What is it, after all, but weapon forging? He had already mastered alchemy. How difficult could forging be? 200,000 spirit stones, along with the skeletal remains of a ghost wolf. What kind of magical artifact does your master intend to create? Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu quickly clasped his fists and bowed respectfully. I report to you, esteemed elder, that my master wishes to forge a superior grade offensive artifact. The fire monk let out a cold laugh, raising his hand to stow away the items into his storage pouch before handing them over to Xiao Yu. You may return. Do you think you can acquire a superior artifact for a mere 200,000 spirit stones? What do you take this place for? Inform your master to personally bring 300,000 spirit stones. Otherwise, our negotiations are futile. If she is unable to come to Jianglu City, we can arrange for an alternate location. Xiao Yu silently cursed, wondering how audacious this individual was to attempt to summon his master. Senior, you are well aware of the current dire state of war. My master is tirelessly occupied day and night, making it truly difficult for him to spare a moment. Thus, I am here on his behalf. If this sum of money proves insufficient, I am willing to offer an additional 5 bottles of elixirs. The monk, upon observing the several bottles of elixirs that Xiao Yu presented, exhibited a moment of astonishment. After uncorking one bottle and inhaling its fragrance, his gaze turned icy. Did you concoct this? Are you an alchemist? Xiao Yu, indeed, I am a first-tier alchemist. The fire monk's eyes sparkled with mischief, narrowing to crescent moons as he gazed at Xiao Yu once more. What he implied was that your master has secured a place for you in next month's Myriad Beast secret realm, correct? Since you are an alchemist, I shall grant you this favor. However, you must promise me one thing. Next month, in the Myriad Beast secret realm, you must take my grandson along with you. After the fire monk spoke, a figure with a watermelon-shaped head emerged from behind the bookshelf. Xiao Yu was momentarily taken aback, gazing at the red-haired youth who wore a mask of politeness. The red-haired youth proudly declared, "My name is Huafeng. I am at the 3rd level of Qi refinement." Xiao Yu bowed his head and clasped his fists. Xiao Yu cast a puzzled glance at the fire monk. Before he could utter a word, the fire monk declared, "It is settled. Next month, you shall take my grandson to the secret realm of 10,000 demons, and I will refine your master's magical artifact." With that, the fire monk commenced his work. Raising his hand, he gathered spiritual energy. Seated beside the alchemical furnace, he focused his mind, causing the flames within to surge and transform into radiant hues. He then took cold iron and placed it into the furnace, employing the fire to gradually soften it until it became liquid. Subsequently, he added the skeletal remains of a ghostly wolf, powdered spirit stones, and the blood of elixirs, one by one, into the 3-legged cauldron, allowing them to merge with the molten cold iron. Xiao Yu, momentarily captivated, gazed with sparkling eyes. What had transpired just now? Had he not feared disturbing the other, he would have undoubtedly probed into the cauldron with his spiritual consciousness. Time passed, though how long he could not tell. As the fire monk began to chant his incantation, the flames within the furnace gradually subsided, transforming into an ancient and rustic bone chain knife. The chain extended several meters, one end adorned with a wolf's head and the other with a wolf's claw. The wolf's eyes glimmered with a faint blue light, appearing remarkably lifelike. Xiao Yu was momentarily captivated, completely oblivious to the passage of time. The red-haired youth had already completed his training in the courtyard. Yet the fire monk had yet to finish his artifact refinement. Xiao Yu gazed intently, his expression solemn. It seemed there were both similarities and distinctions between this and alchemy. Unbeknownst to him, he had been observing for a full 2 days. As the fire monk struck his hand, several beams of mystical light surged into the bone chain. The howl of a wolf echoed violently. Amidst the shifting radiance, spiritual energy overflowed. The fire monk slowly exhaled. Behold, your master's superior magical artifact, the ghost wolf lock. It can be wielded in close combat with the wolf's head and employed for ranged attacks with the chain blade. Xiao Yu, brimming with excitement, clasped his fists and bowed deeply, expressing his gratitude. I am truly indebted to you, esteemed senior. The fiery monk cast a sidelong glance at Xiao Yu, his gaze lifting once more. You wish to learn the art of forging, do you? Have you grasped the fundamentals? Xiao Yu smiled awkwardly, stating that he found it somewhat reminiscent of alchemy despite not fully comprehending it. After pondering for a moment, the fire monk began to demonstrate. It is often said that secondary professions are akin to a dog's lot. Many of us, as blacksmiths and alchemists, scarcely find time to cultivate our skills, resulting in a lower level of mastery compared to others. However, I shall not impose upon you without reciprocity. Next month, accompany my grandson to the secret realm of 10,000 beasts to capture a fire attribute spirit beast, and I will personally instruct you in the art of forging. What do you think? For now, take this manuscript on forging and give it a perusal. Now, be swift and depart. In 3 days, should you remain within the city, you may find it difficult to leave. Xiao Yu accepted the magical artifact and the manuscript on artifact crafting with a slight bow, before turning to exit the meditation chamber. Just as he approached the entrance of Lingguang Temple, he suddenly beheld a procession of cultivators from the Hehuan Sect approaching. Trailing behind them were 3 practitioners from the Hehuan Sect. In an instant, he knelt among the crowd, prostrating himself in reverence. Observing the numerous storage pouches affixed to their waists, a sense of unease gripped Xiao Yu's heart. It was evident that they bore no fewer than a dozen storage pouches. What could they possibly be preparing to forge? As the group made their way to the meditation chamber, he could only speculate. Xiao Yu exited the Lingguang Temple. Disguised once more as a woodcutter, he hastened towards the branch of the Hehuan Sect. Along the way, he encountered an unsettling absence of cultivators from the Hehuan Sect in the skies above. The eerie silence was almost palpable. Something was amiss. And it was only natural to suspect foul play. Recalling the group he had just observed, laden with storage bags, Xiao Yu's expression grew increasingly somber. Could these righteous individuals be resorting to underhanded tactics? Was it possible that they intended to unleash chaos in the Wanyao secret realm? Once the realm opened, would they launch a full-scale assault? Or was there another scheme afoot? To err on the side of caution, he decided it prudent to report to his master first. Just as Xiao Yu continued on his path, 3 women suddenly emerged before him. Xiao Yu feigned reverence as he spoke, while the woman at the forefront, exuding an air of melancholy, gazed intensely at him. Her eyes were sharp, akin to blades. Clad in dark armor, she was draped in a flowing black robe. Surveying Xiao Yu from above, suddenly, a notification echoed in Xiao Yu's mind. A new villainess has been detected. Yi Zime. The host is urged to pass judgment swiftly. Name: Yi Zime. Age: 23. Cultivation level: 8th layer of Qi refinement. Appearance rating: 88. Height: 169 centimeters. Weight: 47. 5 kilograms. Constitution: dual spiritual roots of gold and wood. Personality: utilizes men as stepping stones, perceiving them merely as tools, willing to incur any cost to enhance her cultivation. Background: outer disciple of the Jade Maiden Sect, sister of the inner disciple Yujiro. Crimes: responsible for the deaths of 688 innocents and the castration of over 80 male cultivators, exhibiting a blatant preference for women over men. Yi Zime. Xiao Yu suddenly felt a jolt. Yi Zime. At the 8th level of Qi refinement? She was on the brink of reaching the branch sect. How could she still encounter a member of the Yu sect? Beside her were 2 others at the mid-Qi refinement stage. This could prove troublesome. Yi Zime gazed at Xiao Yu before her, a smirk curling at the corners of her mouth, her expression one of cold disdain as she looked down at Xiao Yu with scorn. Sisters, she declared. We have eradicated all the mortals on Mount Jiaglu. How is it that a mere woodcutter has emerged? This is what is known as waiting for the hare. Once we have annihilated all the common folk on the mountain, anyone who dares to show their face must surely be a nefarious scoundrel of the demonic path. Xiao Yu feigned panic as he spoke. Esteemed immortals, I am but a humble passerby, with no intention of causing offense. Yi Zime chuckled softly. Where do these 4 immortals come from? Have you truly been frightened to the core? Xiao Yu, perplexed, pointed towards the rear and inquired, Isn't there another one over there? Upon hearing this, Yi Zime was momentarily taken aback, hastily turning to investigate. Yet, upon looking back, there was no one there. A sense of foreboding washed over her. Instead, her gaze fell upon a peculiar treasure map radiating an overwhelming brilliance, sweeping towards them like a celestial tide. Yi Zime's expression quivered as she beheld the map, which shimmered with resplendent golden light, revealing countless ethereal fairies of unparalleled beauty. How could there be so many? Ah, save me, senior sister. As a piercing scream echoed from behind, Yi Zime felt her very soul shudder. A supreme magical artifact. This was indeed a supreme magical artifact. In the next moment, she witnessed her 2 junior sisters meet a tragic fate, their bodies severed. Enraged, Yi Zime bit her finger, drawing blood, and with a swift motion, she wiped it across the sword in her hand, raising it heavenward. Curse be it, she exclaimed, as she forcefully repelled the ethereal figures of those fairies back into the void. Xiao Yu, with a playful expression, moved his shoulders a couple of times and remarked, Indeed, it is true that fated enemies are destined to meet. Xiao Yu concluded his words and released the puppet eagle and puppet mouse. Chapter 43. The Secret of Yi Zime. Yi Zime, clad in resplendent black armor, soared ahead on her sword, emanating a chilling brilliance. Faced with the puppet beast flanking her, she swung her weapon in a flurry of panic. However, suppressed by the exquisite charm of the 1,000 fragrance and 10,000 beauties, she found it challenging to unleash her full potential. 2 arcs of sword energy sliced through the air, finding nothing but emptiness. Xiao Yu raised his hand, commanding the 2 puppet beasts to launch a long-range assault. The creatures simultaneously lifted their heads, exhaling emerald-hued magical light, directing their onslaught toward the fallen figures of the 2 female cultivators. To ensure thoroughness, Xiao Yu summoned Wang Mei, instructing her, "Go. Ascertain whether those two female cultivators have perished. Retrieve their storage bags, garments, socks, jewelry, everything of value, and then incinerate their remains. I abhor waste." Upon hearing his words, Wang Mei let out a delicate laugh. She gracefully leaped to the front of the two, withdrawing her magical whip to collect all their possessions. Subsequently, she unleashed 2 fireball talismans upon their lifeless bodies, igniting them in fierce flames. Yi Zimei's eyes quivered with rage, exclaiming, you treacherous fiends of the demonic path. How dare you slay my junior sister? Such an atrocity incites the wrath of both gods and men. I shall ensure you pay dearly for this." Xiao Yu raised his head with a light smile, manipulating the intricate 1,000 fragrance and 10,000 beauty scroll with his right hand, while his left hand gradually moved behind him to retrieve 5 fireball talismans. "May I take a moment to voice my disdain for you mortals? How is it that when others slay your kind, it invokes the wrath of gods and men? Yet when you take the lives of mortals, it is deemed just and proper. Have you ever counted how many mortals you have slain in your lifetime? I truly cannot comprehend it. When the demonic path engages in murder, others seem to accept it, yet when you righteous ones kill, you do not even acknowledge it. Why do I find you so contemptible?" Yi Zimei surveyed her surroundings, glancing at the faltering magic sword in her grasp. She hastily produced 2 defensive artifacts to shield herself. At present, she faced a daunting 1 against 4. The woman behind her wielding a magical whip was merely at the 4th level of chi refinement, and the 2 puppet beasts were only in the mid-stage of chi refinement. The only formidable opponent was the one in front, Xiao Yu, who possessed a supreme magical artifact. To achieve victory, she needed to devise a strategy to launch a surprise attack on him. After deploying her defensive artifacts, Yi Zimei called out coldly, "If it were not for your demonic kind, we would certainly not resort to murder. Many of those who have fallen to my hands were entangled with the demonic path. Their deaths are well-deserved." Xiao Yu's gaze was laced with mockery, as he too pondered his strategy, lacking any formidable moves at present. He understood the necessity of waiting for his opponent to reveal a flaw. With his cultivation level suppressed to half, victory required him to seize the right opportunity. He was acutely aware that his adversary was also on the lookout for an opening, and it was merely a matter of who would lose their composure and unveil their cards first. Observing Yi Zimei below, Xiao Yu's eyes glimmered with disdain. The righteous often justify their killings with myriad reasons. Do you comprehend why I detest wasting resources? You likely have never experienced the struggles of mortal existence. If given the choice, mortals would undoubtedly eliminate both demonic and righteous cultivators. Do you understand why common folk disrobe before engaging in conflict? In the eyes of the impoverished, clothing is a precious commodity. Once damaged, it may be irretrievable. In the harsh winter, they risk perishing from the cold. For the common populace, winter is indistinguishable from a natural disaster. Are you aware why, during frigid conditions, these commoners venture up Jianglu Mountain to gather firewood, despite the peril of being harmed by you? It is because their homes lack means of warmth. All the trees outside Jianglu City belong to the landlords. Should they chop them down, they would be apprehended. If they were to encounter the demonic path, do you believe they have any choice? If merely speaking to the demonic path equates to collusion, then your righteous faction has already stained itself with the same darkness. Yi Zimei, seething with anger, exclaimed, "You twist right and wrong. You, sharp-tongued hound of the demonic path, incite mortals and commit all manner of wrongdoing. Yet still claim righteousness? Is it forbidden for them to wear more clothing in the cold? To ascend the mountain for firewood? Who would believe such childish excuses? Isn't going up the mountain tantamount to delivering messages to the demonic path? Even if it isn't, should they fall into your clutches, you would extract their souls and glean intelligence about Jianglu City. Is that not deserving of death? We have already declared that ascending the mountain is prohibited. Ignorance deserves punishment." Xiao Yu exerted a slight force with his right palm, causing the ethereal figures of the 1,000 fragrance and 10,000 beauties to multiply in number. Yi Zi's eyes quivered at the corners, realizing that her mid-grade defensive artifact could hardly withstand for long. Cracks began to appear on the spot. Xiao Yu's expression conveyed a sense of disbelief. It seemed that no woman deemed a villain by the system was truly innocent. Yi Zimei, at first glance, bore a striking resemblance to the formidable female generals depicted in dramas, embodying the essence of a leading lady. Clad in resplendent armor, she exuded an undeniable charisma and possessed an air of gallantry akin to that of a jade-faced warrior. However, her sect, which prided itself on its virtuous reputation, often failed to comprehend the sufferings of the mortal realm. Those who had never endured the biting cold could scarcely fathom why common folk would venture so far to gather firewood. Yi Zimei, may I inquire, do you truly believe that the common people cannot don additional layers when they are cold? Pray tell, how can one dress without garments? Are you aware of the reason behind the existence of woodcutters in the city? It is because, to the common folk, firewood represents the very lifeline for their families during winter. Unlike you, who can summon a flying sword and reach the mountain peaks in an instant, they must endure a 2-day journey just to gather firewood from Jianglu Mountain, returning home with but a meager supply sufficient for only half a day's warmth. They dare to kindle a fire for warmth only when they are on the brink of freezing to death. Open your eyes and witness the countless souls who have perished outside Jianglu City. Such pretentious claims of nobility. I can hardly be bothered to engage in further discourse with you." Upon completing his words, Xiao Yu raised his hand and fervently activated the 1,000 fragrance and 10,000 beauty diagram. The puppet beast besieged Wang Mei from both sides. Yi Zimei's brows quivered as she raised her hand to shatter the magical artifact before her, then swiftly tossed a smoke bomb. Instantly, dark smoke enveloped her surroundings. Wang Mei was startled. "Master, be careful." Without hesitation, she soared forward. Before her body could reach him, her whip had already extended towards Xiao Yu. However, it was abruptly repelled by a beam of azure light that burst forth from the swirling smoke. Xiao Yu remained unfazed, tilting his right shoulder forward, while his left hand held a fire talisman behind him, as a beam of azure light shot forth from the swirling black smoke. The ethereal image conjured by the 1,000 fragrance, 10,000 beauties technique wavered slightly. Yi Zimei, amidst the haze, coldly declared, "It seems I have underestimated you. However, your good fortune ends here. Encountering me, Yi Zimei, will be your misfortune." In the next moment, she lunged towards Xiao Yu. Unlike before, Yi Zimei now donned a fierce appearance, clad in resplendent crimson battle armor adorned with golden embellishments that shimmered like a phoenix ablaze in the flames. This was in stark contrast to her earlier dark armor. With a single strike, she shattered the nearby puppet eagle and puppet mouse. Her chest plate, gloves, shoulder guards, cloak, belt, leg guards, and boots were all magical artifacts. The spear she wielded was, astonishingly, a high-grade offensive magical weapon. What a jest for someone at the 8th level of chi refinement. Xiao Yu recalled the words spoken by Bai Yue, that this woman had a penchant for deceiving other male cultivators out of their wealth. All her possessions were acquired through deceit. He gazed at the approaching Yi Zimei, intent on murder. Xiao Yu raised his hand and cast 5 fireball talismans, while Yi Zimei, upon unleashing her array of magical artifacts, displayed an unmistakable confidence upon her visage. After a brief flicker of her cloak, she deftly evaded the assault of Xiao Yu's fireball talismans. Xiao Yu seized the opportunity to retract the Qianxiang Wanmei diagram for protection, while Yi Zimei let out a cold laugh and hurled her spear from her hand. Xiao Yu's feet crackled with lightning as the thunder strike technique was unleashed. His figure surged forward like a flash of lightning, leaving no trace behind. He deftly evaded the opponent's spear and rushed towards the unconscious Wang Mei, swiftly collecting her before hastily retreating. Meanwhile, the spear continued to pursue him under the adversary's control. Xiao Yu deftly maneuvered the Qianxiang Wanmei too with his left hand to mitigate the onslaught of the spear, while his right hand continuously gathered the mystical energy of the Jiao Hehuan Gong. His 2 greatest trump cards were the Jiao Hehuan Gong and the Jiaoyang Divine Body. To vanquish this adversary, he must seek an opportune moment. Manipulating such a plethora of magical artifacts surely could not be sustained for long. The opponent was intent on a life-or-death struggle. If he could endure just a while longer, the moment would inevitably arise. As he observed Yi Zimei closing in once more, Xiao Yu summoned all his strength to activate the Qianxiang Wanmei Tuesday. This time, instead of conjuring a woman, he manifested a multitude of exquisitely handsome men, each more ravishing than the last. Each of these gentlemen possessed striking features, their appearances akin to jade, with faces as lovely as blooming peach blossoms, each exhibiting their own unique charm. Among them was one with long brows framing bright, piercing eyes, clad in white garments that shone like snow, reminiscent of a celestial being gracing the mortal realm. Another boasted skin as smooth as cream, lips red and teeth white, gracefully wielding a folding fan, exuding the elegance of a noble scion. Yet another stood tall and imposing, radiating an aura of heroism, his physique boasting defined abdominal muscles. Upon sighting Yi Zimei, these handsome men eagerly extended their affections, approaching her with declarations of admiration. "Fair maiden, I am honored to make your acquaintance. May I inquire your name? You are so beautiful, I feel utterly captivated." Xiao Yu, witnessing the scene unfold, couldn't suppress a mischievous grin. Employing the allure of these handsome men to buy time felt somewhat unprincipled. After all, women could often be more easily swayed by beauty than men. He firmly believed that this woman would not remain indifferent. This was, after all, an exquisite magical artifact at work. Yet before he could revel in his own cleverness, he was taken aback as he noticed the men behind him suddenly all sported sanguine stains at their groins. Yi Zimei, her expression a mixture of fury and indignation, brandished her spear and began to poke each of them in turn, exclaiming, "Ah, get away from me. How disgusting. Scandalous, shameless dogs. How dare you mock me like this? I shall have your lives." Xiao Yu was momentarily taken aback, hastily attempting to make his escape. Wait. Just a moment ago, the enchanting beauty had clearly subdued this woman, and it was merely a group of women who managed to do so. Why then does the dynamic shift so dramatically when handsome men are involved? Xiao Yu once again activated the Qianxiang Wanmei diagram, this time releasing an even greater number of celestial maidens, which caused a significant depletion of his magical power. This was the utmost limit of his capabilities. The allure of those celestial maidens was such that anyone not affiliated with the eunuchs of the Eastern Court could hardly withstand their charm. Indeed, upon witnessing the enchanting maidens, Yi Zimei found herself once more subdued. Xiaodong couldn't help but chuckle. The formidable nature of the Qianxiang Wanmei map lies in its ability to evoke fantasies within its adversaries. Once such feelings are stirred, they become increasingly subdued. The deeper one sinks into this illusion, the stronger the suppression becomes. It is akin to a multi-layered dreamscape. Observing the figure before him, Yi Zimei, who was brandishing a defensive artifact in an attempt to fend off the onslaught, Xiao Yu felt as if he had stumbled upon a treasure. "So, you have a penchant for women, haha. It seems you have quite a tale to tell. No wonder you present yourself as a man. You identify as one, do you? Haha, my curiosity about you grows ever stronger. Let us see how you fare against this technique. Xiao Yu, after finishing his words, consumed the blood pill, instantly elevating his cultivation to the 7th layer of chi refinement. As he fully activated the celestial melody of 1,000 fragrances, the fairies began to play their music and dance. Yizime was immediately flustered. You despicable creature. Chapter 44, 6th layer of chi refinement. Xiao Yu's lips curled into a grin as he beheld the increasingly dazed Yizime below him. He raised his hand to retrieve the exquisite artifact, the ghost wolf lock, crafted by the fire monk. With a swift motion, he struck towards the entranced Yizime, drawing the magical implements from her person right before him. Along with them came Yizime's storage pouch. Caught off guard, Yizime found herself spellbound by the enchanting assembly of women before her. The formidable artifact possessed an overwhelming power, capable of directly ensnaring her consciousness. Gazing at the few remaining offensive items in her grasp, she yearned to resist. Yet, in the next instant, those celestial maidens encircled her. Yizime's cheeks flushed crimson, recalling a past encounter where she was captured by a female cultivator from the Hehuan Sect. That woman, one of the 7 beauties of harmony, was breathtakingly beautiful. She had held Yizime for 7 days, and the events of that week lingered in her memory for a lifetime. Though her captor had not harmed her, she had lavished affection and care upon her. Eventually, when Yizime expressed her desire to return home, tears in her eyes, the woman had released her. Since that moment, Yizime seemed transformed, harboring no interest in men, but rather an attraction towards women. Now, faced with these exquisite celestial beings, she sought a defensive artifact. Alas, it was futile. As one of the maidens reached out her delicate hand to caress Yizime's cheek, the long spear in her grasp clattered to the ground. Xiao Yu raised his hand and playfully seized the opponent's final magical artifact. Once a cultivator loses their storage pouch and magical tools, their combat prowess plummets dramatically. Without further ado, Xiao Yu unleashed the profound joyous harmony technique, striking Yizime with tremendous force. Yizime immediately spat out blood, exclaiming, "You despicable, shameless villain." Before she could finish her sentence, a group of celestial maidens encircled her once more. Xiao Yu laughed heartily. "Fear not, for with me by your side, you shall never lack for women. Worry not. I assure you, you will thrive splendidly in my company, I guarantee it." He raised his hand to manipulate the enchanting illustration, drawing Yizime into its depths. Xiao Yu deftly retrieved the Jade Maiden gourd, a playful expression gracing his features as he ensnared the gravely injured Yizime within the treasure map. He first made his way to the Judgment Chamber to seek Bai Yue's innate physique for healing and restoring his magical prowess. Subsequently, he ventured to the maidservant's pavilion, where he tenderly embraced Wang Mei, who had bravely risked herself to protect him and sustained injuries in the process. "You've worked so hard," he murmured, offering her solace. After a brief interval, the rejuvenating power of the 9-sun divine body mended Wang Mei's wounds. Xiao Yu was also inspecting the spoils in the maid's pavilion. Gazing at the items within the storage bag, he felt a greater joy than if he had obtained 30 million silver notes from Han Xiushui. A top-grade magical weapon, the Xian Nu spear, a full set of mid-grade defensive artifact, the Feng Yu armor, and the insight artifact, the Tianyin pearl. What is an insight artifact? Seeing this, Huaryan hastily explained. It is a type of artifact used for reconnaissance. This item can probe into areas undetectable by divine consciousness and can also ascertain whether the opponent is concealing their presence. Xiao Yu continued to gaze. 30,000 spiritual stones, a vial of marrow cleansing pills, 3 foundation building pills, the upper half of the 5 elements goddess scripture, the Jade Maiden Sect token, a teleportation order, and spiritual herbs. Xiao Yu could barely contain a smile at the corners of his mouth. The foundation establishment pill. Can you believe it? Suddenly, Huaryan exclaimed, "Ah, a teleportation token?" She also possessed a teleportation token. It seemed that junior sister Yi had rather long legs. "Kiki, master. With this teleportation token, we can utilize the teleportation array of the Jade Maiden Sect, and I am well aware of the locations." Xiao Yu held the teleportation token in his hand, examining it closely. It resembled a piece of exquisite Hetian jade, measuring about the size of half a palm. Huaryan continued, "With this artifact, we can transport ourselves to places like Helua Prefecture and Donghua Prefecture. We can finally leave this place." Xiao Yu's eyes sparkled with a hint of excitement. Among these items, the most valuable was undoubtedly this particular object. Once he had conversed with his master, Zhang Xiling, his senior sisters, El Linger and El Rue, his adversary Yu Jiro, Li Wansai's wife Zhang Yin, Li Wansai's daughter Li Weiwei, Lince's mother, Lince's grandmother, and Shen Mingya's apprentice and daughter, he would be ready to flee. He would then seek refuge with this group, cultivating until he reached the Golden Core stage before emerging to dismantle the Jade Maiden Sect entirely. He envisioned Bai Yue managing the sect's affairs while he secluded himself in the training chamber, assisting the disciples in their cultivation. Life seemed resplendent with promise. At that moment, Yizime from the Jade Maiden Gourd erupted in a torrent of invective, her words as harsh as they were vehement. "You scoundrel! How dare you capture so many maidens? You treacherous demon, have the audacity to release me. If you possess the courage, face me without your magical artifacts. What are you? Relying on supreme treasures? Injured, Yizime regarded Li Qingyun and Han Xiushui within the gourd, instinctively perceiving them as fellow captives of Xiao Yu. Driven by the noble principle of the righteous sect, she continued her tirade. Han Xiushui, with a furrowed brow, thought to herself, the individuals captured by Xiao Yu must surely be virtuous female cultivators. Just then, Xiao Yu entered, softly addressing the women within the Jade Maiden gourd. Do not be deceived by her. This woman is Yizime of the Jade Maiden sect, and her sister is Yujiro. Furthermore, she is an adept at honing her skills. Upon hearing that Yizime was the sister of Yujiro, Han Xiushui instinctively clenched the hem of her skirt. Xiao Yu discerned Han Xiushui's thoughts and quickly stepped forward, saying, do not lay your hands on her just yet. I have grand plans for her. Xiao Yu, while speaking, stroked his chin, as Han Xiushui had yet to grasp his intentions. The money-loving nun Lingxin had now joined her fellow nuns, yet her mindset remained somewhat unstable. For the sake of prudence, it was essential to consider the emotions of those who could not become handmaidens. After all, with an abundance of women, complications would inevitably arise. 3 women created drama. With so many women, how could it be anything but tumultuous? Xiao Yu pondered for a moment before stepping outside. He made his way directly to a cave near the branch of the Hehuan Sect, where he released Yizime. Instantly, she was filled with exuberance. Ha! Foolish. Even in my severely injured state, I am still at the 8th level of chi refinement, even without a magical artifact. Before she could finish her sentence, Xiao Yu grasped her wrist. At that moment, a singular thought crossed her mind. His strength is immense. Xiao Yu chuckled softly. Are you challenging me to a contest of strength? Come then. 2 hours later, the system prompted. Please cease the act of forced judgment. As Yizime's life hangs by a thread, it is advised that you win others over with virtue. Xiao Yu, brimming with vigor, lit a tobacco pipe and took a puff. As he gazed upon his cultivation level, now ascended to the 6th layer of chi refinement, his eyes sparkled with excitement. The 9-sun divine body and the supreme joy harmonization technique were indeed formidable. Practicing alongside women of superior cultivation levels propelled his progress at an astonishing pace. While others took years to elevate their realms, he required merely 2 hours. However, he was acutely aware that it would be impossible for him to seek out a foundation establishment practitioner for the supreme joy harmonization technique. The disparity in their cultivation levels was far too great. He would inevitably suffer a backlash. This technique relied on absorbing another's magical energy to enhance one's own cultivation unless, of course, he refrained from practicing and engaged solely in the exchange of spells. Xiao Yu, with an air of arrogance, brushed off the dust from his attire and offered half a recovery pill to his companion. He then proceeded towards the branch of the Hehuan Sect. In the southern part of Jiaoglu City lies the Yuna Sect, majestically perched atop a lofty peak, shrouded in ethereal mist, resembling a celestial palace. The grand palace is resplendent, adorned with intricate carvings and exquisite artistry. Above the sect, cranes occasionally soar, their melodic calls instilling a sense of reverence. The female disciples within the sect, draped in flowing garments, exude an otherworldly grace, wielding celestial swords as they stand poised in midair. A gathering of women congregates before the martial arts platform, awaiting an undisclosed event. Atop the platform stands a jade altar crafted from pure white jade, upon which rests a solemn statue of the goddess Yunu, gazing down upon the multitude. Inscribed upon the altar are 7 prominent characters, the sect master of Yuna Sect, Bai Yue. At this moment, a stern female cultivator cast a glance towards the elders on either side, her presence radiating authority. One elder stepped forward, stating, Elder Shineth, given that sect master Bai has only recently passed, your eagerness to ascend is surely met with discontent among the disciples of Yuna Sect. I would advise a more measured approach. Let us first eradicate the Hehuan Sect to avenge sect master Bai. Shinmingya turned her head slightly, her eyes sharp as swords, directing her gaze towards the individual below without uttering a word. A nearby female cultivator, clad in green robes and wielding a green sword, spoke coldly. In these dire times of war, our Yuna Sect is leaderless and in disarray. We desperately require a capable individual to rise to the occasion. Elder Shin, being the junior sister of our revered sect master Bai and a prodigy of the Divine Maiden Palace, is undoubtedly qualified to assume the position of sect master. The elders hesitated, their silence prompting the question, do they wish to jeopardize our chances in battle? Could they have accepted benefits from the demonic sect? The woman who spoke previously fell silent, daunted, for she was Yujiro, the sole surviving disciple of sect master Bai. The senior disciple, Huarlian, had been captured, while several others had either perished or vanished. Shinmingya regarded the silent elders below, her tone softening. Rest assured, once I ascend, I shall promptly contact the esteemed seniors of the Divine Maiden Palace to send forth Golden Core cultivators to assist us. Eliminating a mere Hehuan Sect is but a trivial task. If there are no further matters today, let us disperse and prepare. On the day the 10,000 Beast Secret Realm opens, our Yuna Sect, alongside the Xianqing Sect, shall launch a dual assault on the front lines of Yufeng Valley. At that time, the demonic forces will face utter defeat, and our Yuna Sect shall reclaim our honor. Another individual below expressed confusion, but Elder Shin, you are merely at the Golden Core stage. Why not lead us against the Hehuan Sect branch? With your prowess, annihilating them would be effortless, and we might still rescue our captured disciples. Shinmingya retorted coldly, do not let the lives of a few disciples cloud your judgment. What significance does destroying a branch hold for me now? If the demonic sect discovers our reinforcements, they too will bolster their ranks. How can you be so certain that the opposing branch does not harbor formidable experts? Follow my orders. The assembly quieted, and soon thereafter, they dispersed. After the gathering, Shinmingya turned to Yujiro with a grave expression. Have you uncovered any news regarding Bai Yue and her disciples? Yujiro cupped her hands and bowed her head. 4th junior sister Li Kuer was slain by me yesterday. 5th and 6th junior sisters drowned in the Jiaglu River. You need not worry. However, the whereabouts of Hualien and Bai Yue remain unknown. Their soul lamps have not extinguished yet. Shinmingya clenched her right fist tightly. Not only that, but yesterday Bai Yue's soul lamp, which was on the brink of extinguishing, inexplicably shone brightly. As long as that wretched woman lives, I shall find no peace. Go and search for her. Investigate the site where we ambushed Bai Yue for any clues. Depart swiftly. Yujiro responded. Disciple obeys. Chapter 45. Rewards are of little consequence. Preserving life is paramount. Yujiro's expression darkened as she soared upon her sword. Upon arriving at the mountain where she had ambushed Bai Yue days prior, she extended her divine sense outward. The remnants of crumbled walls and charred homes lay scattered. Just 10 miles north of this dwelling was the site of Bai Yue's demise. Yujiro diligently searched from above and soon discovered some peculiar footprints. They appeared to belong to a man, and judging by their size, the individual must have been quite robust, weighing no less than 200 pounds. Yujiro furrowed her brow, kneeling to touch the earth where the footprints lay. Sensing something amiss, after a moment of contemplation, she took to the skies once more. Just as she ascended, a sudden realization struck her. She turned and flew back to the ruins. Upon entering the courtyard, Yujiro trembled. Where are the corpses? She vividly recalled slaying 4 individuals that day, Xiang and her family, along with a demonic rogue. Surveying her surroundings once more, not a single bone remained. Only a few bloodstains marred the ground. Had wild beasts carried them away? Impossible. There were no signs of beasts. Yujiro withdrew a divination artifact, channeling her divine sense. The artifact emitted a circular beam of mystical light, transforming the surrounding space into shades of black and white. With closed eyes, she searched and swiftly uncovered some unusual details. After the ambush on Bai Yue, someone had returned to this location and removed the corpses of the 4 deceased. It was undoubtedly the work of cultivators. A mere mortal could not possibly carry away 4 corpses in one go. Instinctively, Yujiro glanced towards the northern part of Jiaglu Mountain, pondering whether she should check the Hehuan Sect branch. This area was the only place nearby where demonic forces were known to lurk. Who would take away the remains of those 4 individuals? Perhaps it was someone closely tied to the robust Xiao Yu, such as his master, or a cultivator with connections to the 3 mortals. But then, what of the massive footprints? Suddenly, Yujiro's pupils constricted, her fists tightening around her sword. The shape-shifting escape. She has fled. A maniacal grin crept across her lips. During her time studying under Bai Yue, she had learned several survival techniques, such as soul escape, shape-shifting, and feigned death. The dimming light of Bai Yue's soul lamp indicated that her powers had waned significantly. Whoever finds her could seize unparalleled treasures. The artifacts, spiritual herbs, and techniques possessed by that woman were undoubtedly coveted by every cultivator. If Yujiro could refine Bai Yue, all the treasures within her cave would belong to her. With eyes gleaming, she turned her focus towards the Hehuan Sect branch, a wild smile stretching across her face. Such an opportunity could allow her to defy fate itself. She was certain that Bai Yue was nearby. Either she was lurking within the Hehuan Sect's branch, or she had been refined into a furnace cauldron by someone. With this thought in mind, Yujiro swiftly donned a mask, transforming her appearance into that of a female cultivator from the demonic path. She then grasped a pink fan and affixed a token acquired from a Hehuan Sect cultivator to her waist, striving to resemble them as closely as possible. However, the lingering sin of rouge was still present. Thus, she took a cleansing talisman and flicked it against herself. Next, she sought out a wild beast and drenched herself in its blood. She suppressed her cultivation to the mid-stage of chi refinement and then flew towards the Hehuan Sect's branch. Throughout her journey, her heart raced with exhilaration. With a manic smile, she gazed ahead, her eyes gleaming with a cold light. Bai Yue's cultivation had surely been lost. This was a fact only she was privy to. Did Shinmingya still wish to find Bai Yue's cave? It was Yujiro who was the true mastermind behind this operation. If it weren't for her, would the sect leader of Hehuan have come? Only a fool would share fortune with others. She was already feeling impatient. Soon, with the token, she successfully passed through the checkpoint and arrived at the entrance of the Hehuan Sect's branch. Just as she reached the location, she brushed past the masked Xiao Yu. To avoid alerting anyone, Yujiro hurriedly lowered her head, while Xiao Yu made his way towards the administrative hall. Before he could reach the hall, he suddenly paused. He could not recall any attractive female cultivators from the Hehuan Sect's branch. With so few disciples, he remembered each female cultivator's appearance distinctly. Just as Xiao Yu was lost in thought, a system notification chimed in his mind. System notification. A new wicked woman, Yujiro, has been detected. Please proceed with your judgment promptly. Name: Yujiro. Age: 28 years. Cultivation: 8th layer of foundation. Establishment. Appearance: 91 points. Height: 172 centimeters. Weight: 110 gene. Exceptional with spiritual root talent. Character: ungrateful and profit-driven, willing to forsake everything for the sake of cultivation, betraying her masters and slaughtering innocents. Background: Bai Yu's second disciple and direct protege in the Hehuan Sect. Crimes: murdered 36 fellow disciples, 821 commoners, the entire family of her benefactor, and her own parents. Yujiro. Upon hearing the system's notification, Xiao Yu swiftly diverted his gaze to the side, struggling to contain his astonishment. He cautiously made his way towards the Hall of Religious Affairs. How has this woman attained such formidable power? What could have brought her to this place so suddenly? Xiao Yu brushed past the other person, his heart racing with astonishment. The individual was at the 8th level of the Foundation Establishment stage, surpassing even his master. His master was merely at the 5th level of Foundation Establishment. What, then, was Yujiro doing here? Xiao Yu walked away, heading towards the inner hall of the Zongwu Palace. It was imperative to report this. That wretched woman surely approached with the intent of seeking Bai Yue. Bai Yu's cave abode was replete with treasures that would make anyone envious, had it not been for Bai Yu's judgment value still being insufficient. Xiao Yu would have long since sought out those caves. This woman is far too troublesome. Her sister, Yi Zimei, possesses numerous magical artifacts even at the 8th level of Qi refinement. The cultivation level of Yujiro has evidently risen compared to before, which indicates that she must have gained substantial benefits during Bai Yu's disappearance. Soon, Xiao Yu arrived at the inner hall. Casting a glance at Zhang Ziling before respectfully saluting the disciples and elders on either side, disciple Xiao Yu pays respects to master and to all esteemed elders. Zhang Ziling smiled gently. Ah, very well. You shall return in a few days' time. Indeed, I have not misjudged you. Xiao Yu once again clasped his fists, simultaneously transmitting a message to Zhang Ziling. Master, a spy has infiltrated our sect, a cultivator at the 8th level of Foundation Establishment. Do not display any signs of alarm. I suspect there may be others here in collusion with her. At this moment, Zhang Ziling exhibited far greater composure than when she first arrived at the branch. Upon receiving Xiao Yu's transmission, she did not overly respond. Instead, she glanced around at the surrounding disciples and softly remarked, "You have performed admirably this time. Accompany me to the study to receive your reward." Xiao Yu bent down to follow, all the while conveying information about Yujiro to Zhang Ziling through thought. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ziling furrowed her brow. Upon arriving at the study, she raised her hand to release a soundproof barrier. As Xiao Yu produced the ghost wolf chain forged by the fire monk, he murmured, "When my disciple departed, I observed numerous cultivators from the Hehuan Sect and the Hehuan Sect carrying an abundance of storage bags to seek the fire monk's craftsmanship. Furthermore, on my return journey, I encountered scarcely a few righteous cultivators, leading me to suspect they are plotting something. If their intentions are not to launch an assault on us, then they must be preparing a surprise attack on the front line of the righteous and demonic war. Master, we must remain vigilant." Zhang Ziling nodded in response. "Indeed. I have established a teleportation array in the western region. Should we find ourselves overwhelmed, we can retreat back to our sect on Demon Island. I will relay messages from the front line. If the information proves accurate, there shall be substantial rewards. By the way, let us discuss Yujiro. Even though she has attained the 8th level of Foundation Establishment, her actions are exceedingly reckless. Could it be that there is something of immense value to her here? It is quite unusual for someone of her stature in the Foundation stage to venture here alone." Xiao Yu lowered his head in contemplation, realizing that mishandling this matter could lead to considerable complications. Previously, when the system commanded him to judge Mei Chunlan, he had promptly eliminated her, facing no repercussions. However, the formidable prowess of Yujiro posed a significant challenge. Should he fail to subdue her, annihilation might be the only recourse. Rewards held little significance in comparison to the imperative of survival. If all else failed, he could always refine her physical form into a puppet after her demise. After all, it would still be warm. His disciple suspected that Yujiro intended to eradicate them entirely, likely due to the recent surprise attack by their master on the Hehuan Sect, during which numerous magical artifacts and resources were seized. This enmity was further fueled by the fact that she was the second disciple of the Hehuan Sect's leader, whom their master had slain, thus intertwining new grievances with old. Zhang Ziling's expression turned grave. She was only at the 5th level of Foundation Establishment. In a confrontation, she would have to rely on the assistance of the other two elders. Together, the three of them in mid-Foundation Establishment should be able to contend with Yujiro. Yet, she sensed something amiss. Despite harboring resentment, it was unusual for Yujiro to venture here alone, risking it all. Furthermore, how had Xiao Yu discerned her infiltration? Observing Xiao Yu, who had already reached the 6th level of Qi refinement, Zhang Ziling remarked, "My dear disciple, your rate of cultivation ascension is indeed remarkable. It seems that before long, you shall achieve Foundation Establishment. How did you come to uncover Yujiro's covert arrival?" Xiao Yu stepped forward with cupped fists, unabashedly meeting Zhang Ziling's gaze. "For my master, I would brave fire and water. Once I reach the Foundation Establishment stage, I shall exhaust every effort to assist my master in refining elixirs. Previously, I conducted a thorough investigation within the sect to uncover traitors, scrutinizing the names, appearances, and backgrounds of all my senior and junior sisters. No woman, even an octogenarian, could evade my discerning eye. Moreover, this woman possesses a trace of beastly blood. The sin of a disciple from the Hehuan Sect is not something an ordinary person can replicate." A flicker of skepticism danced in Zhang Ziling's eyes. "What I inquire is how you discern that she is Yujiro. With your cultivation level, If you were to probe her, you would surely be discovered, would you not? Xiao Yu once again bowed respectfully, saying, Master. You must have heard some whispers regarding this matter. Many disciples within our sect have depicted the beauty of the Jade Maiden Sect's female practitioners in their erotic artworks. Diligently observing Bai Yue, Yujiro, and Shenmengya, each an extraordinary vessel of refinement. I, unworthy disciple, have also perused these works and naturally remember her visage. Zhang Ziling was momentarily rendered speechless, finding the comment rather distasteful. Just as she finished speaking, Xiao Yu approached her with a sincere gaze and said, Master, did you not promise that upon my return, I could have one wish fulfilled? Chapter 46, I love you. Just kill me. Zhang Ziling, meeting Xiao Yu's unabashed gaze, instinctively tugged at her collar and replied, as long as it does not exceed propriety, you may speak freely. Xiao Yu exhaled softly upon hearing her words. He was well aware that Zhang Ziling held him in low regard, had he not been steadfastly loyal to her. Any other man who dared to disrespect her would likely have met a swift demise at her hands. The 7 beauties of Hehuan, in essence, represented the celestial seedlings of their Hehuan Sect, each embodying the potential to refine elixirs. Many, particularly women, would go to great lengths to preserve their primordial essence in order to successfully achieve this transformation. For some women, should they break through their boundaries, their disposition might undergo a significant change, which could hinder their cultivation unless, of course, they were genuinely moved by love. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Yu clasped his fists and spoke, Disciple does not wish to overstep. For I am well aware of Master S' lofty standards and your disdain for a disciple of such humble talent. My only aspiration is that once I have established my foundation, Master will. At this point, Xiao Yu's voice suddenly dropped to a whisper. Just as he intended to approach Zhang Ziling, he found himself restrained by her spiritual awareness. Zhang Ziling cast a sideways glance and smiled. Unlike the previous occasion when she appeared bashful, this time there was a glint of shrewdness in her eyes. Have you been so devoted from the very beginning merely for this? As cultivators, if we are solely driven by romantic entanglements, it would be challenging for us to persist on the path of immortality. It is but a fleeting night of wind and snow. Do not let this matter cloud your resolve. Xiao Yu resolutely stepped forward and embraced Zhang Ziling's arm, declaring, if one cannot earn the favor of the master, it would be a grave error for the disciple's path. Zhang Ziling's face flushed crimson once more as she pushed him away, exclaiming, Get away. Xiao Yu remained undeterred. I nearly lost my life on the road for my master's artifact. Since my master does not wish to offer a reward, I shall take matters into my own hands. Xiao Yu, gazing at the crimson lips of the other, felt an unexpected pressure against his lower abdomen before he could draw closer. His eyes fell upon the scissors held by Zhang Ziling, causing him to swallow hard. Observing Xiao Yu's expression, Zhang Ziling, with an air of annoyance, produced a storage pouch. Within this pouch lies a medium-grade defensive artifact and 2 foundation-building pills. I shall not allow your efforts to go unrewarded. Should you dare to speak insolently again, do not blame your master for the consequences. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu exclaimed, I love you. Just kill me. Zhang Ziling's brows quivered in indignation. Get lost. Gazing at this wretched creature, she raised a pair of scissors high above her head. She vowed that if he uttered another word, she would indeed take action. Can't you just do what you're supposed to do? Xiao Yu, fearless in the face of death, declared, if loving someone is indeed a mistake, then I shall embrace that mistake time and again. If punishment is to be meted out, then let it be that my beloved takes from me something of great importance. I shall bear it without regret. Xiao Yu boldly thrust out his abdomen, adopting a posture that seemed to invite a challenge. However, in the next moment, Zhang Ziling coldly interjected, Have you taken my disciple? At that moment, Xiao Yu released Wang Mei from the jade gourd, earnestly clasping his fist and exclaiming, I, as a disciple, harbor no ulterior motives towards senior sister Wang, always treating her with utmost respect. Heaven and earth can bear witness. Upon seeing Zhang Ziling, Wang Mei hurriedly lowered her head and knelt, saying, Disciple pays her respects to master. I am grateful for Master S' mercy in sparing my life. Zhang Ziling cast a glance at Wang Mei, then turned her attention to Xiao Yu, remarking, You too. Xiao Yu maintained an impassive demeanor, stating, A disciple is unwaveringly loyal to his master and has devotedly safeguarded the well-being of senior sister, daring not to entertain any improper thoughts. Wang Mei nodded in agreement, affirming, Indeed, junior brother treats me like an esteemed guest. The disciple is acutely aware of her unpardonable sins and is willing to atone through service. Should master require anything of me, I shall face any peril without hesitation. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu pondered deeply, questioning his master's true intentions. Why inquire about his relationship with Wang Mei? Despite his stern words, he seemed reluctant to take action. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Ziling quietly remarked, I have received a reply from the fire monk. Next month, Wang Mei, you shall accompany Xiao Yu and take the fire monk's grandson to the secret realm of 10,000 beasts. Xiao Yu shook his head in response, Master. That is out of the question. Once the 10,000 demons' secret realm opens, the righteous sects will undoubtedly take action. I shall not leave your side. I will remain here to protect you. This time, I cannot agree to your request. I have no intention of venturing into the 10,000 demons' secret realm. Zhang Ziling exhaled slowly. I need you to help me find a particular treasure. Only those in the chi refinement stage may enter that realm. You are currently at the 6th level of Qi refinement and are one of my most valued disciples. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu directly conveyed to Zhang Ziling, if I were to bring that item out, would you be willing to accompany me into the woods for a discussion? A tremor flickered at the corner of Zhang Ziling's eye. She was aware that Xiao Yu was accompanied by Wang Mei, prompting her to consider summoning Wang Mei as a shield. How audacious of Xiao Yu to perceive her predicament so keenly, and yet he continued to speak of trivialities. Xiao Yu continued to sing, for you, I am willing to die. Zhang Ziling replied, then go ahead and die. Xiao Yu, if I were to perish, who would attend to your affairs? Can you truly trust those individuals? Master, do you not feel more assured in my tasks because of my fondness for you? Zhang Ziling, cease your nonsensical chatter. Xiao Yu, if it were anyone else who spoke these words to Master, they would likely have been met with your wrath. I, however, remain unfazed. Even if Master were to discard me like a worn-out tool, my affection for you would remain unwavering. Xiao Yu, do not say that you desire the treasures of the 10,000 demons' secret realm, even if it were the moon from the heavens. I would pluck it down for you. Beside him, Wang Mei knelt in silence, her demeanor a portrait of anxiety. Why were these two beside her so reticent? Were they perhaps communicating through thoughts? Wait a moment. Could it be that the master is toying with his teacher? Does he possess such audacity? Why is her master also incensed? Wang Mei vividly recalled a previous incident where a man from the Hehuan Sect had spoken disrespectfully to her master, only to have his eyes plucked out in retribution. Not long after, Xiao Yu departed with Wang Mei. Zhang Ziling, resting her chin on her hand, pondered the astonishingly rapid cultivation speed exhibited by Xiao Yu. Lost in thought, it seemed he had acquired some extraordinary treasure, explaining his swift advancement. As his master, she realized she had scarcely imparted any knowledge to him. The aura-concealing artifact could remain with him, for he was indeed a disciple who had once risked his life for her. It would be prudent to keep his exceptional progress concealed from others. Zhang Ziling exhaled slowly, recalling the whimsical and nonsensical remarks Xiao Yu had made. A smirk forming within her. Aspiring to be her partner merely through flattery would not suffice. Moreover, she couldn't shake the feeling that Wang Mei's gaze towards Xiao Yu had been rather peculiar. Ultimately, it was of little concern. They were both her disciples. Besides, why should she interfere with Xiao Yu's affairs? Should he find companionship with another woman, it would indeed bring her joy as his master. When he began to utter foolishness, she could simply use that against him to quash any ambitions he harbored. Yet, her immediate focus was on devising a strategy to deal with Yujiro. If all else failed, perhaps she could lure her away? Meanwhile, Xiao Yu, having returned to the alchemy chamber, began to reflect. Was Zhang Ziling using Wang Mei as a shield? It appeared that Zhang Ziling still harbored some resistance towards him, though it was notably less than before. Regardless, he had embraced her, and she had refrained from taking action, merely exchanging harsh words. Under these circumstances, he could afford to be more audacious in the future. Given enough time, they would inevitably reach that juncture. Lost in his musings, he released Yizime and the others. At that moment, Yizime found herself restrained by Huang Xiang and Li Qingyun. Contrary to expectations, when Yizime gazed at Li Qingyun, her eyes sparkled with boundless affection. Upon witnessing this scene, Xiao Yu couldn't help but chuckle. It appeared that Yizime indeed had a fondness for women. This revelation made things considerably easier. Qingyun, why aren't you serving Misty some tea and refreshments? He inquired. Li Qingyun, upon hearing this, bowed and replied, as you wish, master. Observing this, Yizime's brows furrowed in annoyance as she turned to Xiao Yu and scolded. How dare you bring Miss Qingyun into the demon sect? What are your intentions? Xiao Yu chuckled softly. What ulterior motives do I possess? And what about you? What was that expression you just displayed? Just as they were conversing, Li Qingyun approached with her head lowered. After pouring a cup of tea for Yizime, she settled into Xiao Yu's embrace, pouring tea for him in return. Yizime observed this scene, her brows quivering in response. Xiao Yu chuckled softly. What? Do you wish to join as well? Yizime let out a cold snort, took a sip of tea, and then tilted her head, exclaiming, if you intend to kill, do so without further ado. Xiao Yu, what purpose would it serve to kill you? I shall ensure that you willingly remain here. Wang Mei, upon hearing this, rose and approached the enchanting Yizime with intent. Despite Yizime's propensity to hurl insults at Xiao Yu, her demeanor transformed as she laid eyes on the approaching maiden, causing her cheeks to flush crimson. Wang Mei, exuding an aura of gentle allure, gracefully approached her and softly spoke. Dear lady, allow me to extend my greetings. Yizime, momentarily taken aback, stammered. It is a pleasure to meet you. Yet, in the next instant, she was beset by a sudden wave of dizziness, a troubling discomfort washing over her. As she glanced at the tea she had just consumed, her pupils constricted with alarm. Why have you betrayed me? Miss Qingyun? Li Qingyun, in a hushed tone, replied. I merely wish for you to remain here with me, dear Yi. Do you not find joy in my company? Panic-stricken, Yizime sought to flee. But Wang Mei swiftly encircled her, leaving her utterly bewildered. At this moment, Xiao Yu approached and enveloped Yizime's waist in a firm embrace. Instinctively, Yizime recoiled in disgust, exclaiming, Don't touch me. How revolting. Keep your distance. No sooner had she uttered these words than Xiao Yu retaliated with a sharp slap. Yizime's expression quivered in shock. Just as she turned her head, she found herself ensconced in Wang Mei's arms. Oh, dear Yi, do not be so fierce. Wang Mei cooed. I have come to keep you company. In truth, being a woman brings far more joy than being a man. You shall soon understand. Just as Yi Zimei was about to respond, a wave of dizziness washed over her once more. Xiao Yu chuckled softly as he approached, wrapping his arms around the other before closing the door. At this moment, Zhang Xiling, who had summoned the other two elders, wore a grave expression as he spoke. It is undeniably true. Yujiro is indeed now a disciple of Shinmingya. I implore both of you to lend me your assistance. We shall act tonight at midnight. Chapter 47. Elder Ming and Elder Lu. The two below were Elder Ming at the 4th level of Foundation Establishment, and Elder Lu at the 5th level. Elder Ming, stroking his distinctive red goatee with a smile, instinctively averted his gaze from the somewhat effeminate Elder Lu. Elder Lu, with a masculine form yet feminine demeanor, delicately held a teacup with an elegant gesture, directing his attention towards Zhang Xiling. Elder Zhang, Yujiro has already reached the 8th level of Foundation Establishment. Do you have a strategy to subdue her? After all, she is at the late stage of Foundation Establishment. Although we are numerous, should she go on a rampage and breach our defenses, the consequences would be dire. Zhang Xiling's eyes softened, and his expression remained respectful. At that time, I will first activate the Misty Array, which can at least confine her for half an hour. Then I will use my heavenly fragrance body to confuse her mind. Elders, let us launch a coordinated attack. No matter how formidable Yujiro may be, she shall not escape. Upon finishing, Zhang Xiling hurriedly cupped his fists and raised his hands above his head. I beseech both of you to assist me. Any treasures obtained from the defeat of Yujiro shall be entirely gifted to you. Elder Ming, with a playful smile as he stroked his red goatee, remarked, assisting the sect in eliminating enemies is naturally our duty. The treasures of Yujiro shall certainly be submitted to our sect. We are merely acting as intermediaries. Elder Lu, twirling his delicate fingers atop the teacup's lid, exchanged knowing glances with Elder Ming before replying with a smirk. When shall we depart? Zhang Xiling glanced at the time, a glimmer of resolve flashing in his eyes. In half an hour. The night was dark and windy, the cold gusts biting. Within the alchemy chamber, Xiao Yu was currently enhancing his cultivation with the aid of Yi Zimei. With impending battle, he knew he must hasten his progress. In the past, he would have taken a steadier approach, but with Yujiro outside, he had to accelerate his training without pause. Upon regaining focus, his cultivation had already reached the 7th level of Qi refinement with Yi Zimei's assistance. The left protector, Wang Mei, also advanced to the 6th level of Qi refinement, while the right protector, Hua Yin, inexplicably found himself pulled to the 6th level of Qi refinement as well. Xiao Yu, with a disheveled expression, lit a pipe. It seemed likely that his master would take action against Yujiro tonight. However, his cultivation was merely at the 7th layer of Qi refinement. At that moment, Li Qingzhen cautiously approached, carrying 2 bowls of soup in her hands. Xiao Yu lifted the old duck soup with his left hand and began to gulp it down, followed by a vigorous swig of the ginseng soup. After finishing the soups, he produced 3 golden elixirs and swallowed them in swift succession. He then settled down to circulate his energy. Li Qingyan spoke softly, my master, my mother has sent me to summon you. She says it is time for the treatment. Sweat beads, no larger than grains of millet, trickled down Xiao Yu's forehead, cascading down his face. This is bad. Han Qiushui's illness remains untreated. Bai Yue is yet to have her meal. Xiao Yu cast a glance at Bai Yue in the courtroom, who was now willingly submitting to her judgment. However, it would be counterproductive to starve her after having just painted a bright future for her the day before. With this thought in mind, Xiao Yu immediately handed 3 bottles of Hehuan pills to Wang Mei, instructing her to deliver them to Bai Yue as sustenance. Wang Mei instinctively recoiled, exclaiming, 3 bottles? Xiao Yu's gaze was resolute. One must understand that the Hehuan pill is also crafted from spiritual herbs, and thus can serve as sustenance. Go. With that, he escorted Wang Mei to the judgment chamber. At that moment, Li Qingyan approached once more, saying, Master, should we not conceal the tombstone of Miss A Xiang? Yujiro is undoubtedly coming to seek you. We must be cautious. Xiao Yu chuckled softly, indeed. I have long kept it hidden. You were truly considerate. I shall inform your mother shortly that a significant event is taking place within the sect tonight. Healing cannot be accomplished hastily. Once I have concluded my current tasks, I will ensure she receives the utmost care. If it is merely a matter of formality, her ailment will never be resolved. Li Qingyu nodded slightly. Yes. I truly apologize for the trouble, master. I will inform my mother right away. No sooner had Li Qingyan departed than a tremendous sound reverberated through the branch of the Hehuan Sect, akin to a muffled thunderclap, resonating throughout the heavens and the earth. Xiao Yu instinctively looked up. The previously dark sky had transformed into a deep azure hue. Initially, he thought it was dawn. But upon noticing the sudden emergence of a cerulean formation around him, he swiftly gathered everyone into his gourd. To his astonishment, the battle commenced so rapidly. Above, the sky was filled with disciples of the Hehuan Sect, led by Zhang Xiling. Elder Ming, standing to the left, stroked his red beard with a bemused expression, while Elder Lu, exhibiting a somewhat delicate demeanor, waved a fan. Behind them stood hundreds of disciples of the Hehuan Sect. In front were 3 women, the foremost being Yujiro, who was at the 8th level of Foundation Establishment. Zhang Xiling chuckled softly. I never expected that the esteemed disciple of the Yunus sect, Daoist Yi, would come to our humble abode. Truly, it is a loss of grand hospitality. Chapter 48. The encirclement of Yujiro's brows furrowed as she gazed at the prepared Zhang Xiling. She was baffled as to how her presence had been uncovered. She possessed a concealment artifact, and unless it was a golden core cultivator probing her, it was impossible for anyone to discover her. Moreover, she had arrived only less than an hour ago. The posture of the group before her suggested they had known of her arrival from the very beginning. I have heard tales of the stunningly beautiful Zimei, Taoist Zhang Xiling, of the Hehuan Seven Beauties. Upon seeing her today, I must say she is indeed extraordinary. Inspiring admiration even among women, Yujiro spoke gently, needing to devise a way to buy time. This formation was not easily breakable, even for her. Furthermore, should she reveal her trump card talisman to dismantle the formation, how would she manage to escape from the three before her? She had to find a way to seize one of them first. At that moment, Elder Ming stepped forward, chuckling softly. I had previously heard that a certain female cultivator of the Hehuan Sect, in an effort to conceal her mortal origins, went so far as to kill her own parents to prevent anyone from using them against her. If I recall correctly, her surname is Yi? Elder Lu, with a playful gesture, chimed in, oh my, could this be the esteemed Taoist before us? I see she is as graceful as a lotus in water, surely. She cannot possess such a venomous heart? Elder Ming grinned widely, you might not be aware, but in the Hehuan Sect, the one with the most malicious heart is indeed this Yujiro. I believe our demonic path appears as mere clowns in her presence. Previously, when she was injured by someone, she was rescued by a couple of loose cultivators. Just because their son mentioned that righteous and demonic paths were not so different, she annihilated their entire family. If it were not for the friends of that couple fleeing to the mountains, they too would have perished. Although this matter was suppressed among the righteous, it is well known among our demonic sect. Elder Lu, shivering at the revelation, clutched his body and remarked, how terrifying. To slaughter the entire family of one as savior, what a noble sect indeed. Upon hearing the two dare to expose her past, Yujiro became furious. Demonic scoundrels. Do not provoke me. If you have the guts, come at me. With that, she unleashed her signature artifact, the three-leaf azure sword. Elder Ming's expression turned serious as he instinctively retreated next to Zhang Xiling, eyeing the superior-grade artifact. Elder Lu, slightly anxious, released his fan. Elder Zhang, let us join forces and ensure this villain meets her end today. Zhang Xiling took action, summoning the ghost wolf chains to shield herself. The chains spun, forming barriers. Yujiro raised her head and shouted furiously, 3 leaves without shadow, 1 becomes 3,000. Instantly, the single 3-leaf azure sword transformed into 9, then 99. And ultimately 999, forming layers of sword formations behind her. Feeling apprehensive, Elder Ming hastily summoned his wind control seal to defend himself. Hurry! What are you waiting for? Just as he finished speaking, Zhang Xiling activated the array in her hand. Yujiro felt the world spin, her vision blurring as the surroundings morphed into an endless desert, with a sandstorm rushing toward her. Coldly, Yujiro scoffed, thrusting her sword forward as hundreds of 3-leaf azure swords pierced the sandstorm like living beings. The azure light obscured the sky, shattering the illusion of the desert. A mere misty array. Do you think you can trap me? After dismissing the illusion, her 2 aides also released their artifacts, one on either side, attempting to break through the formation. But suddenly, an unusual fragrance wafted through the air, sweet and intoxicating. Yujiro's heart raced. Heavenly fragrance body. In that moment, she envisioned the dawn breaking, mist swirling around her. A delicate aroma danced with the wind, ethereal and soothing, evoking a sense of tranquility that made her forget the world's turmoil. Initially, it felt as though she was surrounded by blossoms, petals fluttering, the scent enveloping her. Yujiro momentarily lost her focus, inhaling deeply, the fragrance reminiscent of rare orchids, subtle yet enchanting. This aroma was neither overwhelming nor pungent, it tantalized the senses perfectly, compelling one to seek its source. Never before had Yujiro encountered such a delightful scent, leaving her momentarily entranced. Help me. As a desperate scream erupted from behind her, Yujiro snapped back to reality. She quickly positioned her sword to block the ghost wolf chains approaching her face. The clash of their artifacts sparked fiercely. That was close. She nearly fell prey to that detestable woman. With a swift motion, Yujiro deflected Zhang Xiling's attack. However, at that moment, Elder Ming and Elder Lu also charged in. From a distance, the disciples of the Hehuan Sect began reinforcing the formations, causing the environment to shift once again, this time into a frigid landscape. Bitter cold winds lashed against her. Yujiro turned to look for her aides, but they had vanished from sight. How dare you plot against me, you scoundrels? Do not think I will let this go. Raising her 3-leaf azure sword, Elder Ming exchanged glances with Elder Lu. They simultaneously reduced their output of spiritual energy, quickly retreating from Yujiro's onslaught. Yujiro's brows knitted together. It seemed as if they were intentionally allowing her to gain the upper hand. In the next moment, Zhang Xiling lunged forward. The ghost wolf chains ensnared Yujiro's left leg, and the two became embroiled in a fierce struggle. Yujiro was astonished by Zhang Xiling's prowess. Had it not been for her heavenly fragrance body, the opponent could not have lasted 3 exchanges against her. A mere mid-foundation cultivator dared to challenge her directly. As she observed Elder Ming and Elder Lu retreating to the sides, a glimmer of understanding crossed her mind. Were those two planning to betray Zhang Xiling? What if they believed that if Zhang Xiling were to fall, they could easily subdue her? A smile crept upon Yujiro's lips. She had no intention of intervening in their power struggle. If this were the case, she would indulge those two fools. She began to feign inadequacy, engaging in a back and forth with Zhang Xiling. As long as the two bystanders perceived her as lacking in strength, they would refrain from intervening. To be safe, she even exclaimed, "Damn it! If it weren't for this formation, how could I be restrained by you?" The trivial maze of deception is infuriating. Zhang Xiling, undeterred by the challenges, grew increasingly resolute, sensing something amiss. How could she possibly single-handedly dominate her opponent? Glancing back at the two individuals behind her, Zhang Xiling's brows quivered. They audaciously resorted to underhanded tactics. Yet, she had no choice but to engage. Meanwhile, the distant Xiao Yu witnessed this scene unfold, observing the two idlers. Xiao Yu felt a surge of annoyance. Damn it, are these two dogs? Chapter 49, Xiao Yu. Everyone, form an orderly queue. Xiao Yu merely crouched at a distance, able to observe Zhang Xiling and Yujiro engaged in a fierce magical duel within the intricate maze formation. However, he could not discern the precise nature of the environment conjured by the formation. He watched as Zhang Xiling battled relentlessly against Yujiro. Xiao Yu's expression was grave. How could Yujiro possibly be outmatched by her master? It seemed the opponent was merely feigning weakness, waiting for the opportune moment to turn the tide. Remain calm. Stay composed. Should he rush out now to call upon the other disciples for assistance, it was likely that those two old fellows would refrain from intervening. Were they truly plotting to bring harm to his master? To seize control of this branch? How despicable. It appeared they were contemplating not only the demise of his master, but also the annihilation of Yujiro. Did these two fools truly believe they could best Yujiro? Xiao Yu wished to convey a message to Zhang Xiling, yet the formation obstructed his transmission. Xiao Yu's expression grew increasingly grave. Entering was tantamount to courting death. Furthermore, once Yujiro glimpsed his face, the secret of his resurrection would be laid bare. Could he truly abandon his master so easily? What a preposterous notion. Observing Zhang Xiling ensnared within the formation, Xiao Yu's demeanor became ever more agitated. Remain calm. Remain composed. There must be a solution. Surely, there must be. Xiao Yu discreetly released Wang Mei, who immediately understood the cue and rushed into the crowd, shouting loudly, "Kill Yujiro! Charge, my brothers!" Xiao Yu shouted fervently, "Charge! Charge, my brothers! She stands alone. What is there to fear? If we vanquish her today, we shall take our rightful place in line." With that, Xiao Yu raised her voice once more, racing to another side, exclaiming, "Slay! Slay!" Some disciples indeed took action. Elder Meng snorted disapprovingly, "Do not act recklessly. What if Elder Zhang is harmed? She possesses the celestial fragrance physique, and dealing with Yujiro is well within her capabilities." Wang Mei, however, paid no heed to his admonitions and continued unleashing fireball talismans. Even if the formation were to be destroyed, it would certainly incite chaos. Among the crowd, El Linger and El Rui also joined the fray. Li Yuma unleashed his wind blade talisman, shouting, "Eliminate her." Xiao Yu suddenly laid eyes on his former comrade, Zhao Feiji. In that moment, he transmitted a message to Zhao Feiji, urging, "Come on, brother. If we win, we shall have our way with her." Zhao Feiji, who had already spent a year as a furnace, raised his voice and shouted, "Let us slay them." The scene descended into utter chaos. Xiao Yu, still shrouded in secrecy, shouted from behind, "Wait for a moment to line up. Form an orderly queue. If anyone dares to approach our branch, we shall show her what true men are capable of. Let's eliminate her." After his fervent declaration, Xiao Yu stealthily retrieved a vial of flawless quality mesmerizing smoke. This substance possessed a potency comparable to that of the Hehuan pill. His gaze fixated on the disciples near elders Meng and Lu, contemplating the effects of the drug on them. Moreover, he recalled a secret technique he had glimpsed in Elder Wu's Yin-Yang borrowing life technique, one that could temporarily alter an individual's appearance, albeit only for the duration of an incense stick's burn. Observing the disciples outside the formation who had already commenced their assault, Xiao Yu hastily retreated to a distance, biting his finger to assume the guise of Yujiro. Her figure was even more striking than that of his adversaries, truly magnificent in its proportions. Clad in nothing but a modest belly band, he was entirely exposed. To avoid detection from the two Foundation establishment elders, Xiao Yu promptly dispatched a puppet beast towards the two elders. Yet, before it could reach them, the puppet beast was swiftly obliterated by Elder Meng. Instinctively, Elder Meng glanced back and inquired, "Who is there?" Xiao Yu dashed away at full speed. Elder Meng and Elder Lu rose to their feet and pursued him, exclaiming in exasperation, "You scoundrel! Come back and face the consequences." As Xiao Yu hastily departed, Wang Mei seized the enchanting smoke and set it alight. The onlooking disciples inhaled a couple of puffs and immediately succumbed to its effects. With a face alight with excitement, Wang Mei shouted, "Master, run!" Her voice cracking. Zhang Xiling, trapped in the formation, hurriedly spun the array plate, fleeing with all her might. The formation was neglected. If she did not escape soon, she would be unable to withstand the chaos. Yujiro also dashed out from the formation, only to be met by a frenzied throng of ecstatic disciples from the Hehuan Sect charging towards her. "Form an orderly line. Haha. Everyone, line up properly." With a look of disgust, Yujiro unleashed her sword, slaying 3 with a single stroke. Zhang Xiling, turning to reinstate the formation, was urgently urged by Wang Mei, LV Lingo, and others, "Run. They've gone mad." Zhang Xiling, witnessing the reckless disciples, felt a pang of guilt. How could she prioritize her own survival over the lives of her fellow sect members? Observing Yujiro's relentless rampage and noting the retreat of elders Ming and Lu, Zhang Xiling raised her hand, ready to draw blood from her fingertip. It seemed she might have to sacrifice her lifespan in a desperate bid for survival. Just then, in the distance, Xiao Yu, clad only in a belly band, led a throng of men. The thunderwalking technique was pushing him to the brink. Zhang Xiling gazed at the formidable woman before her, her eyes widening in astonishment. As Xiao Yu noticed her emergence, he hastily transmitted a message. Hurry. Master. Those two old hounds are right behind us. Feed them to Hehuan Dan. Quickly. I'm on the verge of collapse. His legs felt as if they might shatter from the exertion. Were it not for the nine-sun divine body and the thunder execution technique, he would have already succumbed. Zhang Xiling immediately grasped the situation. While she could not overpower Yujiro, could she not deal with these two rascals? Raising her hand, she unleashed the heavenly fragrance secret technique. Elder Ming and Elder Lu, still in pursuit of Xiao Yu, became entranced. What a delightful aroma. What is this fragrance? How can it be so enchanting? Elder Ming instinctively covered his mouth and nose, exclaiming, "This is bad. It's the heavenly fragrance body. You wicked Zhang Xiling." Yujiro glanced over, her face adorned with a mischievous grin, reveling in the spectacle. A dog-eat-dog scenario? How delightful. I was curious about your intentions. This works splendidly, saving me the trouble of intervening. At that moment, her gaze fell upon a woman who bore an uncanny resemblance to herself, sprinting ahead in a belly band. She instinctively recoiled, her eyes widening in shock. So immense. Truly astonishing. Meanwhile, the entranced elders Ming and Lu, captivated by the heavenly fragrance, had succumbed to the enchanting smoke released by Zhang Xiling. Xiao Yu executed a serpentine maneuver, retreating behind the wall, and feigned death beside a lifeless body. The frenzied group of men charged forward, their eyes fixated on Yujiro, exclaiming with maniacal glee, "Ha ha ha. Such beauty. Mine. All mine." Xiao Yu lay on the ground, squinting his eyes. From this moment forth, it was no longer his concern. Each individual would have to fend for themselves. Yujiro continued her search for the individual who had transformed into her. No matter how she extended her spiritual awareness, it proved futile. She had sensed the issue at hand. That person had undoubtedly possessed a treasure that concealed their aura. Damn it. How dare they humiliate me? Do not let me catch you. With a single strike, the individuals before her were instantly sent flying. Before she could regain her composure, the medicated Elder Ming and Elder Lu soared towards her. Their eyes widened in astonishment. The somewhat effeminate Elder Lu glanced at Elder Ming and even threw him a flirtatious glance. The next moment, Elder Ming brandished the wind seal and charged at Yujiro. Elder Lu, wielding his enchanted fan, pursued Elder Ming, exclaiming, "Old Ming, actually I have feelings for you." Chapter 50, what else can you do besides spitting on my face? Yujiro gazed at the two ancient beings, her expression utterly explosive. Die. With one strike, she sent Elder Ming spitting blood. Upon witnessing Elder Ming's injury, Elder Lu went berserk. "Ah, how dare you harm my man? Wretched woman, you seek death." He immediately ceased his concealment. His fan blotted out the sky. And as the blood fury pill slid down his throat, his veins surged. His cultivation soared to the 7th level of foundation establishment. "Vile creature, I will take your life." Madness, Elder Lu charged forth. Yujiro's brows quivered, and she turned to flee. These elders were utterly deranged. Nearby, Zhang Xiling's eyes trembled, unable to process the situation for a moment. No, Elder Lu actually harbored a secret affection for Elder Ming, yet she dared not intervene. For the disciples of the branch had all gone mad. A glance revealed men embracing women, women embracing women, and men embracing men. At that moment, Li Yuma had also embraced Lu Rue, right beside Xiao Yu. The feigning Xiao Yu instinctively swallowed hard, though Lu Rue had some connection with him. She was originally Li Shixiang's. Xiao Yu is precisely that kind of person. If another man's woman engages in relations with someone else, it is of no consequence to him. As long as she is not his, anything goes. He can betray his companions, but his companions must remain loyal to him. Lu Ling'er's face has turned crimson. She timidly cowers in the corner, too afraid to move. The slightest rustle of the wind could make her jump. Upon observing the solitary figure of El Lingo across from him, Xiao Yu felt a sudden urge to approach her. After all, he could always claim to have been ensnared by the enchanting smoke as well, and thus feign ignorance. Just as he rose to his feet, however, a peculiar figure abruptly dashed forth. Zhao Feiji seized a man, exclaiming, "Shi Xiao." And so, the two of them settled beside Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu was drenched in cold sweat, instinctively clenching his fists. Should these two grotesque beings dare to lay a finger on him, he would ensure they realized just how audacious the eunuchs of the Eastern Depot could be. At that moment, Elder Lu in the sky suddenly let out a shrill cry. "You dare to harm my Ming Ming. Vile creature. You have forced my hand." With a wave, torrents of water surged forth. With each flap of his magical fan, a colossal wave surged towards Yujiro. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Xiling unleashed the ghost wolf chain, ensnaring Yujiro's calf from behind. Yujiro was instantly alarmed. Without hesitation, she severed her own left leg. After swallowing a medicinal pill, she soared into the heavens. Elder Lu pursued closely behind, with Zhang Xiling following suit. After all, since Elder Lu had a penchant for men, she felt no fear of his intentions toward her. Xiao Yu swallowed hard, his expression grave as he gazed at Zhao Feiji, who had already finished. He felt momentarily bewildered. Was it not supposed to take 2 minutes? In the next moment, Zhao Feiji's companion stood up. What on earth? Xiao Yu remained huddled, too frightened to rise. For the tumultuous argument behind him between El Rue and Li Yunma had already erupted. The intensity of their quarrel was nothing short of explosive. El Rue. Her face twisted in anguish, screamed, I cannot endure this any longer. Woe unto you, useless wretch. I have devoted 3 years to you. And yet I would find more joy in just 3 nights with Xiao Shidi. What can you do besides spit at me? Get away from me. Fortunately, Li Yunma, in his current dazed state, was oblivious to her words. Had he been fully aware, he would likely have met a dire fate. Xiao Yu patiently awaited the opportune moment, intending to slip away and seek out Lu Lingo amidst the chaos. His cultivation now surpassed that of Lu Linger, rendering him capable of advancing directly without concern. He squinted, surveying the surroundings, when suddenly he noticed Zhao Feiji's companion approaching him. In an instant, he sprang to his feet and delivered a powerful punch to her solar plexus, rendering her unconscious. Wiping the sweat from his brow with a look of trepidation, he glanced toward Lu Linger in the corner, instinctively swallowing 3 times. There would be no one to heed her cries now. Moreover, his master was still engaged in battle above, and his actions seemed rather inconsiderate. Abruptly, he lifted his gaze skyward, witnessing Yujiro being flung backward over 50 meters. Elder Lu had consumed 3 more blood fury pills, simultaneously igniting his lifespan. Just moments ago, Elder Ming had regained his composure and pursued Yujiro, showering her with declarations of affection and flowery compliments. Clearly, Elder Lu was envious. His cultivation having ascended to the 8th level of foundation establishment, Xiao Yu never anticipated that the situation would escalate so dramatically. This Elder Lu is truly an extraordinary figure. Should he simply seek out LV Linger now? What does it matter? Just a minute will suffice. As long as the first time belongs to him, he shall emerge victorious. Regardless of the duration, not to mention a minute, even a fleeting moment will do. As long as LV Lingo's first experience is his, that is enough. Yet, before he could make his way over, he was abruptly seized by LV Rue. With a gaze full of affection, LV Rue smiled as she grasped his arm, her face radiating warmth and joy. Xiao Yu instinctively shrank his neck as he observed Li Yunma attempting to rise. He hurriedly approached, delivering 2 swift punches that rendered him unconscious, after which he promptly administered a forgetting worry pill. Just as he was about to flee, he paused, returning to pour an entire vial of the forgetting worry pill into Li Yunma's mouth. Suddenly, from behind, Wang Mei called out, Master! Master! I have found Elder Ming's daughter. Come quickly. Look. Xiao Yu widened his eyes in disbelief. Before he could rush over, El Rue seized him again, exclaiming, I can no longer be with him. From now on, I belong to you. I shall end things with him tonight. Upon witnessing this, Xiao Yu immediately delivered a punch, rendering Elder Ming unconscious, who then fell heavily, striking his head against the ground. Ah, enough already. Xiao Yu's heart nearly leapt from his chest. After stumbling back to his feet, he suddenly discovered a sphere in his embrace. Cradling it in both hands, he realized it was none other than the severed head of Elder Ming. Blood flowed from its 5 orifices. It was undeniably lifeless. Xiao Yu's hair stood on end in an instant, petrified by fear. Just then, Yujiro in the sky let out a cry of agony. Zhang Xiling charged forward once more. Yujiro, her expression seething with anger, swiftly produced a golden talisman, exclaiming, You have gone too far. Let them perish. The atmosphere around them was instantly suffused with a golden hue due to the talisman. Zhang Xiling, sensing the impending danger, inwardly cursed and hastily took flight, yet she was still caught in the blast of the talisman. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, she hurriedly fled. Xiao Yu's expression erupted in disbelief. A talisman treasure? There is actually a talisman treasure. Such artifacts are special talismans crafted by golden core cultivators, capable of sealing a portion of the artifact's power, impervious to mere magical tools. Elder Lu, unfazed, charged forward with a roar. Before he could reach his target, a golden dagger manifested in the sky, swiftly piercing through Elder Lu's brow. Zhang Xiling's heart raced. Disciple, flee. Chapter 51. The Might of the Talisman Treasure in the Corner. El Lingo stared blankly at the golden talisman treasure above, her expression vacant, as she beheld the dagger, which seemed to grow larger. She was dazed to find it had already reached several zhang in length, and it continued to expand. The entire branch was enveloped in a surge of golden lightning. Looking up once more, the talisman treasure's golden dagger had obscured the moon in the sky. In that moment, El Lingo felt as though she had glimpsed death, her legs trembling uncontrollably. Xiao Yu initially intended to approach, but suddenly recalled that this woman had a partner. At that moment, he hesitated. Just then, Zhang Ziling transformed into a streak of purple light and swiftly darted towards the dazed Lu Ling air. Upon witnessing the scene, Xiao Yu also sprang into action. Above, Yujiro gazed down at the crowd, her eyes reflecting an overwhelming intent to kill. With her sword pointed skyward, she summoned the talismanic golden scales, and the dagger soared into the air. In an instant, golden lightning crackled fiercely, enveloping everything around in its electric embrace. The atmosphere was charged with an awe-inspiring momentum, instilling terror in the hearts of all present. Below, Zhang Xiling hastened her pace as much as possible. Just as she reached for El Linger, Yujiro's palms spread wide, and with a sudden, forceful thrust downward, the golden scales plunged through the clouds. The air resonated with the shrill cries of the restless lightning, a testament to the immense power of this strike. The crowd below scattered in panic. Before Xiao Yu could approach, Zhang Ziling rushed out. Looking at the dazed Xiao Yu, she urgently shouted, "Don't come over." Before Xiao Yu could regain his senses, Zhang Ziling noticed that he suddenly widened his eyes, seemingly shouting something. A sharp pain surged through her left arm. Upon turning back, her face paled instantly. "Master!" As soon as Xiao Yu called out, the golden scale cutter plummeted downwards. Zhang Ziling's left arm was severed at the shoulder, and the radiant golden lightning left her beloved Liu Linger in a pitiful state, blood staining her purple attire. Blood also splattered onto Liu Lingo's face from Zhang Ziling's mouth. With all her strength, Zhang Ziling feebly shielded Liu Lingo as she soared away into the distance. A talisman of exceptional quality adorned this woman, an extraordinary treasure known as the Golden Scale Cutter. One among the numerous artifacts possessed by Bai Yue, the sect leader of the Jade Maiden sect. It was said to be indestructible, crafted from a fragment of a golden dragon's horn, and its power was immense. Had it merely been an ordinary talisman, she might have been able to withstand the blow. However, this pinnacle treasure, refined during the late stage of the Golden Core, would have surely led to Zhang Ziling's demise had she hesitated even for a moment. With a resounding crash, the golden scale cutter struck the ground, unleashing a thunderous roar that stirred up a cloud of dust. A circular pit formed in the earth, and a section of the sect affairs hall was obliterated, leaving scattered corpses strewn about. Silence enveloped the surroundings. Above, Yujiro gasped for breath, beads of sweat trickling down her cheeks. The strain of casting such an attack had taken a considerable toll on her. Observing a strand of her hair now turned white at the temples, her brow quivered. She raised her hand to retrieve 2 energy-replenishing pills, swallowing them to heal before surveying her surroundings in search of Bai Yue. With determination, she seized the head of a fallen man, extracting his soul. The prospect of soon locating her beloved master ignited a fervor within her expression. Meanwhile, Zhang Ziling had escaped to the rear of a building. Gazing at the gravely injured Liu Linger, she produced a medicinal pill, placing her hand over Liu Lingo's heart meridian to protect her. Xiao Yu and Wang Mei stood by, their faces etched with panic as they gazed at Zhang Ziling, who had lost an arm. The power of this talisman far exceeded Xiao Yu's imagination. One could only wonder how formidable Bai Yue, in the Golden Core stage, truly was. It seemed akin to wielding a cheat code. At that moment, Xiao Yu's disdain for Elders Ming and Lu grew unbearable. Had they not initially underestimated the situation, how could Yujiro have single-handedly taken on their branch? Just then, Zhang Ziling suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood, her complexion growing increasingly pale. Wang Mei, in a state of distress, exclaimed, "Master, let us flee. Did we not repair the teleportation array? Master, you cannot exhaust your magical energy. You have injured your heart veins. You must not come to harm." Zhang Ziling slowly exhaled, consuming a healing elixir, then gazed weakly at Wang Mei. She glanced again at Xiao Yu, saying, "Disciple, take your sister and the others to safety. I shall hold them off for you." Xiao Yu approached, his face contorted with anger as he exclaimed, "What nonsense are you spouting? It's not as if there are no alternatives. Just lie still. I shall assist you in enhancing your cultivation. You are currently at the 5th level of the Foundation Establishment stage, correct? If I elevate you to the 7th level, do you think you could prevail?" Zhang Ziling chuckled self-deprecatingly, fully aware that she had been stuck at the 5th level of Foundation Establishment for 2 long years. Recently, due to matters concerning the sect, she had lost her focus on cultivation. How could she possibly improve her prowess? Possessing the heavenly fragrance body, should she reach the 7th level of Foundation Establishment? Even if her opponent were to have a higher cultivation level and possess magical artifacts, she would still not be without the means to fight back. While it was feasible to engage in battle, the act of enhancing one's cultivation was not a mere matter of words. Just as Zhang Ziling was articulating her thoughts, Xiao Yu suddenly consumed half a vial of blood-boosting pill, half a vial of harmony pill, and an entire vial of phoenix calling pill. Zhang Ziling's eyes widened in disbelief as she exclaimed, "Disciple, what are you doing?" Xiao Yu's complexion transformed abruptly, turning as pale as a blank sheet of paper. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead, and a flicker of terror flashed in his eyes. "My unique constitution allows me to assist my master in enhancing his cultivation." Xiao Yu was acutely aware of his insufficient cultivation. Should he truly attempt to execute the blissful union technique alongside the 9 Suns' divine body to enhance another's prowess, he might very well meet a tragic demise. At this moment, his intentions were purely noble. He sought only to heal Zhang Ziling's injuries and aid her in overcoming Yujiro. The fate of Yujiro, whether she fled or perished, mattered little to him. The memory of Zhang Ziling's fearless sacrifice to save her disciples filled him with resolve. Although consuming the blood fury pill posed a certain risk, one that could potentially lead to his own undoing, he felt compelled to act. "Master, I am here to assist you." Suddenly, Xiao Yu's body convulsed violently, his hands clutching his chest as if to extract his very heart from its cavity. A low groan of anguish escaped his lips. Laden with suffering, he staggered, on the brink of collapse. Zhang Ziling, witnessing the manifest yang energy emanating from Xiao Yu, instinctively swallowed hard, her cheeks flushing as she turned her gaze away. In the distance, Yujiro continued to siphon the souls of other disciples, extinguishing each one with a mere flick of her wrist. If this continued, their entire branch would fall prey to her singular power. Should word of this reach others, it would deal a devastating blow to the morale of the demonic sect. Wang Mei had positioned herself at the entrance, murmuring softly, "Master, your disciple is here to safeguard you." Zhang Xiling glanced back at Xiao Yu, who was now in a state of delirium. It was evident that he was not toying with her. He genuinely wished to assist. She exhaled slowly, wrestling with her inner turmoil. Moments later, she gently removed the violet veil from her face and embraced Xiao Yu. In Chapter 52, titled The Triviality of Yuan 8, Zhang Xiling's previously stagnant cultivation began to show signs of ascent. Miraculously, her cultivation had surged to the 7th layer of foundation establishment, a remarkable leap from the 5th layer. The speed of her progression was simply unfathomable. How could one transition directly from the mid to late stages of foundation establishment? The thought was astonishing. In a sudden jolt, Zhang Xiling realized her cultivation had escalated to the pinnacle of the 8th layer of foundation establishment. Gazing at her newly restored left arm and the unexpected surge of power, an indomitable spirit ignited within her. Victory is assured in this battle. Turning to check on Xiao Yu, she noticed he had collapsed. An unfamiliar sensation washed over her. How could she feel such an extraordinary connection? Xiao Yu lay on the ground, his vital energy ebbing away like the receding tide. His complexion as pale as parchment. His hands fell limply by his sides, his breath faint and barely audible, as if it might dissipate into the wind at any moment. His eyes, dull and lifeless, resembled withered wood, and his life dangled by a thread. Zhang Xiling raised her hand to produce a healing elixir, channeling a thread of spiritual energy to safeguard Xiao Yu's heart. "Mayor, come and protect your junior brother Xiao." Outside, Wang Mei rushed in, stumbling as she made her way towards Xiao Yu. Upon witnessing his dire state, tears immediately streamed down her face. "What happened to you? Please, don't scare me. Wake up." Wang Mei looked at Xiao Yu, devoid of vitality, and then at her master, whose cultivation had surged unexpectedly. She had already surmised the grim reality. Her voice grew increasingly urgent. Having lived this long, beset by the gazes of many men, she had never felt love in her moments of vulnerability. She wished fervently that the one lying on the ground was herself. Deep down, she understood that her affection for Xiao Yu was not influenced by any judgment system. It was simply the pain of seeing him hurt, the agony of witnessing any misfortune befall him. Tears flowed freely from her eyes. If Xiao Yu were to die, she vowed she would not continue to live. Wang Mei sobbed inconsolably by his side. Zhang Xiling observed the tear-streaked face of Wang Mei, her brow furrowed. Could it be that her eldest disciple harbored feelings for Xiao Yu? Then what did her recent exchange of techniques with him signify? Zhang Xiling abruptly turned, wielding the ghost wolf chain, and charged towards Yujiro, who still sought to inflict harm. As the ghost wolf chain was unleashed, a massive black wolf head surged forth, intent on devouring all in its path, directly aiming for Yijiro's face. Yijiro raised her 3-leaf Qingguang sword to shield herself, straining to resist. The instant the sword made contact with the ghost wolf chain, Yijiro's eyes widened in shock. How can you be at the 8th level of foundation establishment? Zhang Xiling's heart was in turmoil. She remained silent, relentlessly directing the wolf's head to continue its assault. Memories of Xiao Yu's kindness and the sweet words he had spoken flooded her mind. She was bewildered. Was it possible that her disciple Wang Mei had feelings for Xiao Yu? And what of her recent interaction with him? Yet, she was a practitioner of the way. How could she let such trivial matters cloud her judgment? Countless women had misplaced their essence, and today, she was not here for matters of the heart but to protect her sect. She would not falter for something as trivial as essence, even if it meant her death. She would not allow Yujiro to commit further harm. The fervor of Zhang Xiling's attacks intensified, infused with a reckless ferocity. Yujiro found herself struggling to defend against the onslaught. The 3-leaf Qingguang sword was being pushed back relentlessly by the ghost wolf chain. With a resounding howl that echoed through the night, a fine crack appeared on the blade of the sword. As Yujiro sought to counterattack, she suddenly caught a whiff of an alluring fragrance wafting through the air, momentarily disorienting her. Zhang Xiling's delicate brows knit together, her heart ablaze with an inexplicable fury. Her strikes became increasingly lethal, showing no hesitation, even at the risk of self-harm. Thoughts of the women in Xiao Yu's alchemy chamber and Wang Mei's previous demeanor plagued her mind. Ultimately, her heart could not find peace. Was it so normal for Wang Mei, saved by Xiao Yu, to develop feelings for him? As her master, she had merely relied on the power of the 9-yang divine body. What did she truly desire? What was she thinking? Seeing Zhang Xiling fight with such reckless abandon, Yujiro finally lost her composure. She hastily retrieved her golden scales talisman. "Madwoman, if you insist on pressing forward, then I shall not hold back." As the talisman soared into the air, Zhang Xiling consumed a blood fury pill, instantly reaching the pinnacle of foundation establishment. Yijiro's scalp tingled in fear. "Ah, you crazy woman." She dared not deploy the talisman again. If her opponent evaded it, she would surely perish from the immense energy expenditure. Yujiro stowed the talisman and turned to flee, with Zhang Xiling in relentless pursuit, her unknown fury growing ever more fierce. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu, who had just clawed his way back from the brink of death, spoke nervously to Wang Mei beside him. "Quick, quick." Upon seeing Xiao Yu awaken, Wang Mei was overwhelmed with joy and wept tears of relief. Xiao Yu was nearly overwhelmed by the embrace, as he urged, "Quickly bring Elder Meng's daughter here." After a brief moment of hesitation, Wang Mei hurriedly dashed out. Xiao Yu attempted to activate the Zhou Tian technique to heal his injuries. but it was evident that the consumption was too great for him to sustain. His internal vitality had completely diminished, leaving him on the brink of sudden death. In a state of urgency, he hurried to Bai Yue's judgment chamber. Before Bai Yue could utter a word, Xiao Yu interjected, requesting the use of her innate for half an hour. Revived by the innate, Xiao Yu stood tall and invigorated. Well, considering your diligent efforts, I shall grant you a half-day off as well. Bai Yue's judgment value rose to 62, and then Xiao Yu exited. Upon noticing the unconscious Lu Linger on the ground, he acted swiftly. Just as he was about to conclude his actions, the voice of Lu Linger's companion, Yi Haotian, echoed from outside. Linger, are you in there? At this moment, Yi Haotian had reached the door, calling out, Linger, are you there? Xiao Yu's face turned pale. Before he could call out that no one was inside, Lu Linger suddenly awoke. Xiao Yu's brows trembled, utterly speechless. In the next instant, Yi Haotian pushed the door open. Upon witnessing the scene before him, he shouted, I will kill you. Scoundrel, I will surely kill you. Chapter 53, Li Yunma. My junior brother Xiao has always been righteous. Yi Haotian's blood boiled. His eyes fierce as he charged at Xiao Yu. Yet, before he could reach him, he was drenched in the spiritual spring spat out by Linger. Xiao Yu was momentarily stunned. Yi Haotian, forgetting to breathe, instinctively wiped his forehead and then smeared his face with it. The air grew eerily silent. As he gazed at Linger across from him, the knife in Yi Haotian's hand clattered to the ground. He stood there, lifeless and dazed, utterly bewildered. Regaining his senses, Yi Haotian howled as he picked up the fallen knife and swung it towards Xiao Yu's head. Just then, Wang Mei, returning with Elder Meng's daughter, rushed in front of Xiao Yu without a hint of fear, declaring, You dare. This is an internal matter of our sect. What concern is it of yours? Yi Haotian, possessing greater cultivation than Wang Mei, severed her hand with a single stroke. Wang Mei's expression darkened with fury, gripping her law whip. She positioned herself once more in front of Xiao Yu, glaring at Yi Haotian as she scolded, What are you even worth? If it weren't for junior brother Xiao, our branch would have been annihilated. My sister Linger nearly met her demise at the hands of Yunuzong's Yujiro. Had it not been for junior brother Xiao, she would be dead. Where were you? Are we to simply watch as Lingo perishes here? Move again, and I shall ensure my master eliminates you. Dare to take another step. Yi Haotian, furious at Wang Mei for shielding Xiao Yu and Linger, shouted back, Get out of the way. I am going to kill this bastard. I must kill him. Wang Mei stood her ground. This is an internal matter of our sect. What are you? Can't you see Linger is unstable, nearly dead? In your eyes, does that mean she cannot engage with others, even in death? Is this your notion of love, Yi Haotian? A mere empty proclamation? The one who grievously injured Linger, Yijiro, is out there. Why not confront her instead of posturing here? At that moment, Linger, covering her face and donning her clothes, felt an overwhelming desire to succumb to despair. Yet, she was acutely aware of her own condition. Looking at her beloved Yi Haotian, her face turned ashen. She turned away, covering her face as tears began to flow. At this moment, Xiao Yu turned his gaze towards Elder Meng's daughter and approached her once more. The expressions of those present could not merely be described as distorted. Yi Haotian stared wide-eyed, unable to close his mouth, while the knife in his hand fell to the ground once again. Wang Mei, understanding the situation, hurriedly exclaimed, Xiao Shidi just consumed half a bottle of Hehuan Dan and Bao Shui Dan to save our master, nearly losing his life. He is now delirious. And you still wish to take advantage of his vulnerability? Who dares? At that moment, two more individuals rushed in from outside. Li Yunma, accompanied by Rue, hurriedly approached, only to witness Xiao Yu embracing Elder Meng's daughter. Wang Mei continued, Xiao Shidi disregarded his own safety and consumed so many Bao Shui Dan. I cannot stand by and watch him perish. He is in a state of delirium and must expel the medicinal effects. Upon seeing this, Li Yunma immediately understood, releasing 3 puppets that charged towards Xiao Yu, shouting, How dare you touch my brother, Li Yunma? Just moments ago, Yijiro was here committing murder. Where were you? Can't you see that my Shidi is delirious? My Shidi has always been honorable. How could he possibly commit such acts? Whoever dares to harm him, Li Yunma, will fight to the death. Rue, upon hearing Li Yunma speak of Xiao Yu's honor, stepped forward as well, declaring, Indeed, Xiao Shidi is our branch's only alchemist. What is your intention in wanting to kill him? Our branch has suffered significant losses in this battle and is in dire need of pills. Do you think you, Yi Haotian, can provide so many pills? What are you even doing here, barking like a dog? As Rue spoke, she glanced at the disheveled Linger, and a chill ran through her heart. Could it be? In that moment, a metaphorical shackle of familial ties tightened around her. Her sister was with Xiao Yu. Turning her gaze back to Yi Haotian, Rue's eyes filled with bloodshot fury. Who dares to harm my Shidi? Her voice carried a trace of resentment, piercingly intense. Yi Haotian watched as so many protected that man, clenching his knife in frustration. He turned and began to slash at the ground wildly, shouting, damn it, damn it, damn it. Linger was still crying. She truly cherished Yi Haotian, yet now she felt utterly humiliated. What was the point of continuing to live in such a state? Rising, she charged towards the wall. Rue instinctively rushed forward, tears streaming down her face. Sister, my dear sister, don't do anything foolish. Though El Rue felt the shackle of familial ties, she could not bear to see her sister in despair. Wang Mei coldly shouted, Hehuan, you claim to love Linger, yet is this how you express it? Shouldn't you be comforting her? What are you doing? Acting like a madman? Are you still a man? To you, is Linger's life worth less than a mere facade? Speak, Hehuan. At the back, Xiao Yu, pretending to be dazed, could hardly contain his laughter. Who said that wicked women were undesirable? As long as they remained loyal, they could be far more ruthless than ordinary women. Look at Wang Mei, who portrayed her shamelessness to perfection. No one else could articulate such explosive words. Wang Mei had shielded him from danger more than once. Observing her severed hand, Xiao Yu silently vowed to reward her later. For now, he would continue to feign his delirium. Wang Mei cared little for anything else. The man she admired could do as he pleased. Anyone who dared to lay a finger on Xiao Yu would find themselves wishing for death. What dignity? What righteousness? All mere nonsense. Gazing at Hehuan, who had fallen silent for an eternity, Wang Mei coldly shouted, Speak, you worthless fool. Hehuan, overwhelmed by despair, could hardly believe his eyes as he gazed at his beloved. At that moment, his heart felt as though it had been trampled into the ground. Memories of the beautiful times he shared with El Linger flooded his mind, and his expression fractured. He recalled the promises exchanged beneath the moonlit sky. Linger, I, Hehuan, will love no one but you in this life. Even if the seas dry up and the stones crumble, my love for you will remain steadfast. El Linger asked, What if I become ugly in the future? Regardless of how you change or what happens, I, Hehuan, will love you until death. Will you marry me, Ling? That night, El Linger nodded. Now, seeing El Linger, filled with shame, Hehuan's eyes reddened as he approached her, enveloping her in a tender embrace. It's all right. It's all right, Linger. As El Linger wept uncontrollably in his arms, for some reason, Xiao Yu's face appeared in her mind. She even contemplated avoiding Hehuan altogether. Realizing she could never again share a life with him, a barrier loomed in her heart, and she found herself harboring some resentment towards Hehuan. Did he truly not despise her? Meanwhile, Xiao Yu, lying on the ground and pretending to be unconscious, was utterly astonished. Are you sure you love her? Think carefully. He remained somewhat concerned for his master and wondered how the confrontation with Yijiro was faring. He needed to check on that soon. Whether Yijiro lived or died was inconsequential. What mattered was that his master remained unharmed. How many masters would risk their lives to protect their disciples? Many took on disciples purely for personal gain. He would look for an opportunity to assist shortly. At that moment, Hehuan spoke again. Linger, it's all right. It's all right. I'm back. In that instant, both remained silent. It was evident that any normal man would struggle to accept such a situation. Hehuan hesitated, his voice trembling. It's all right, Linger. I'll take you home. My love for you is unyielding. We can find a secluded place. I won't let anyone speak ill of us. Even if you were to bear a child, I would raise it. I love you. At that moment, Lu Linger felt her heart melt, tears welling in her eyes as she looked up at Hehuan, sobbing, Haoyan, I'm so sorry. Without a care for the gazes of those around them, Hehuan embraced Lu Linger and attempted to leave. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu, observing the scene, grew increasingly agitated. Come on, man, do you really have to be so reckless? Is it necessary? You're quite bold, aren't you? If you truly possessed such courage, then if you and Linger are indeed the embodiment of pure love, I would willingly step aside. However, beside them, Wang Mei, clutching her severed arm, coldly admonished. You worthless fool. While our master battles for his life outside, you still think of escaping. We have all devoted ourselves to the sect, yet you only concern yourself with romantic entanglements? It is because of individuals like you that our Hehuan Sect has fallen into decline. Linger, since your injury has healed, go with your senior sister to assist the master. Do not forget the kindness he bestowed upon you. Had he not rescued you from Yijiro, you would have perished long ago. Wang Mei's brows furrowed, her voice low and menacing. Do you not recall that our master lost his entire arm to save you from that harlot? What did she say? As she spoke, she obstructed Hehuan's path. A mere talker like you. If you had the courage, go and kill Yijiro. Is this what you call love? Do you think you can deceive your junior sister and me? You claim to be indifferent now, but who knows if you will remain steadfast upon your return. Linger, if you are well, stand up. Come with me to aid our master. One must act with integrity. Xiao Yu exclaimed in awe. When it comes to shamelessness and twisting the truth, he could hardly compare to Wang Mei. It is no wonder that the system designated her as a villainess. What a true villainess Wang Mei is. Today, she has scored significantly. Hehuan instinctively halted in his tracks. How could he possibly harm Yijiro? But just then, El Linger rose to her feet. Her mind was flooded with images of Zhang Xiling sacrificing her arm to save her. She could not simply abandon the situation. Even if it meant facing death or leaving, she could not forsake her master. Her master had shown her immense kindness. Years ago, if it hadn't been for Zhang Xiling taking her and her sister El Rue in, who knows how dire their fate might have been. Zhang Xiling was not merely her mentor, she was also her savior and dearest elder. Throughout the years, she had painstakingly guided her, teaching her the ways of cultivation. El Linger would rather face death than allow harm to befall her. At that moment, Xiao Yu feigned awakening, suddenly shouting, Master! Where's Master? Observing the group before him, Xiao Yu pretended to panic as he retrieved a magical artifact. Perfect. Everyone is here, quickly. We must aid Master. She cannot withstand the effects of the bloodburst pill for much longer. Xiao Yu, determined, prepared to rush out, with Li Yunma closely following, exclaiming, I shall accompany you. Wang Mei cast a sidelong glance at Lu Linger, demanding, Are you not getting up with me? Why are you dawdling? Master has nurtured you for so many years. Wiping her tears away, Lu Linger clenched her fists and resolved to follow Wang Mei. Yi Haoyan, in a state of utter panic, observed this scene. Feeling an overwhelming sense of despair, he could hardly muster the emotional capacity to concern himself with Zhang Xiling's fate. As he watched Lu Linger approach the door, he instinctively tightened his grip on his sleeves, calling out, Linged. Lu Linger turned back to glance at Yi Haoyan, exhaling slowly, then continued on with Wang Mei and the others. Yi Haoyan remained behind, staring vacantly as they departed. How could he stand alongside Xiao Yu? How could he possibly focus on fighting? Wang Mei turned back with a cold gaze, scoffing, You profess your love and lament your tardiness. Yet when your junior sister seeks to rescue our master, you cower like a dog. Anyone can talk big. It is utterly useless. Pack your things and leave. Today, you may have struck me, but I shall settle the score upon your return. Yi Haoyan instinctively wished to follow, yet as he reached the threshold, his heart ached anew. Inundated with painful memories. It hurt. Oh, it hurt so much. His expression shattered. Awe. A cry of despair. Chapter 55. Encounter with Lin So Lu Linger trudged along, somberly following Wang Mei toward Jiang Lu Mountain, silent throughout the journey. Lu Rui remained by her side, soothing her sister, anxious that she might succumb to despair. Observing the stoic Xiao Yu ahead, Lu Rui felt a twinge of envy toward her sister, recognizing that aligning with Xiao Yu was undoubtedly more advantageous than with Yi Haoyan. She sensed that Yi Haoyan's anger was merely a facade for his unwillingness. His words were empty platitudes. Now, as her sister sought to rescue their master, how could Yi Haoyan refrain from assisting? Within the sect, who was unaware of Zhang Xiling's renowned benevolence towards her disciples, for Lu Linger, Zhang Xiling was her most cherished kin. How could Yi Haoyan, fully aware of this bond, choose not to follow? Lu Rui glanced at Wang Mei. Though her words had been biting, they held a kernel of truth. Noticing her sister's still red eyes, she gently reassured, Do not weep, dear sister. There is no shame in this. As cultivators, we ought to cast aside romantic entanglements. Besides, I do not care for Yi Haoyan. Your master has treated you well. Yet he did not consent, did he? I find Xiao Shidi quite admirable. He is far more handsome than Yi Haoyan, and he is an alchemist. As Lu Rui spoke, a pang of discomfort gripped her heart, yet she wished to prevent her sister from despairing. Nearby, Li Yunma chimed in, Indeed. If you were to follow Xiao Shidi, we would all support you. Xiao Shidi is an alchemist. You would have an abundance of elixirs. Besides, you are both disciples of Elder Zhang. This would be mutually beneficial. And let us not forget, Xiao Shidi risked his life to save you when you were besieged. You have yet to repay him. Moreover, he has saved you twice now. Might I ask where Yi Haoyan was during your peril? Tears streamed uncontrollably down Lu Linger's cheeks. She felt detached from all else. Her purpose singular, to rescue her master. Matters of the heart seemed trivial now. Lu Rui, recalling her own moments with Xiao Yu, reminisced on her years with Li Yunma, realizing that she had found no joy in that companionship. Despite his claims of affection, she recognized his self-serving nature. She knew he often sought the company of other women. Though she remained silent on this, his interest in her stemmed from her skills as a puppeteer, crafting his puppets. Li Yunma's camaraderie with Xiao Yu was predicated on Xiao Yu's status as an alchemist. Initially, Lu Rui had not considered pursuing another man, but since experiencing profound ecstasy, she yearned to seek out Xiao Yu and witness his puppetry. She longed to be his puppet. Seeing Xiao Yu scanning the surroundings, Lu Rui gently urged, Xiao Shidi, do not be so hasty. We are all at the qi refining stage, and it is natural that we cannot keep pace with your master. Moreover, duels among Foundation establishment cultivators can last several days and nights. Your master should be evenly matched for now. You and Wang Shiji must be cautious of your injuries. Wang Shiji's wound. Wang Mei, upon hearing concern directed her way, instinctively turned around. Upon observing that Lu Rui's beauty did not surpass her own, she grinned. Lu Shimi, how considerate. Fear not, I am quite well. Xiao Yu continued to soar forward, fully aware that battles among cultivators at the Foundation establishment stage tend to be prolonged. Some cultivators at the Golden Core stage, when engaged in one-on-one confrontations, may find themselves locked in combat for several days. In life and death struggles, victory hinges not solely on techniques and magical artifacts, but also on the fortitude of will, as well as the availability of spiritual stones and elixirs. Throughout the course of a duel, if one's magical energy is not replenished, they risk falling into a disadvantageous position. Thus, the individual who possesses a greater supply of restorative elixirs and spiritual stones will undoubtedly hold the upper hand. Xiao Yu feared precisely this. No matter how affluent his master might be, he could never rival the wealth of that wretched woman. Yijiro would resort to any means to commit murder and engage in trafficking, and she undoubtedly possessed high-grade spirit stones and premium elixirs. Just as Xiao Yu was lost in thought, Wang Mei suddenly widened her eyes. There is someone ahead. It's Lin Su from the Hehuan Sect. Xiao Yu and his companions hastily halted midair, while Lu Linger appeared flustered, acutely sensing the opponent's foundational cultivation at the first level, her breaths becoming rapid. Observing this, Li Yunma promptly retrieved his magical artifact, proclaiming, "He is but a solitary foe. We need not fear." Lin Su, somewhat perplexed by this assembly of qi refinement practitioners, raised his hand and brandished his sword, exclaiming, "What audacity! How dare you approach Jiangliushan? A bunch of qi refinement weaklings presume to obstruct my path?" Xiao Yu lowered his head in contemplation. The last time he encountered this individual, he was still in the qi refinement stage. Yet he had swiftly progressed to the foundation establishment stage. Such is the advantage of being connected to a prestigious sect, with resources far beyond the reach of ordinary cultivators. After surveying his surroundings, Xiao Yu also drew forth his magical artifact. They were situated on Jianglu Mountain, still under the control of the Hehuan Sect. If he did not swiftly eliminate this person, it could attract more trouble. Before Xiao Yu could make his move, Lu Linger charged forward with a fierce cry. Wang Mei, noticing this, quickly extended her magical whip to restrain her. Lu Rue shouted, and Li Yunma flanked her on either side, releasing several puppets to launch an assault. Lin Su coldly chuckled, "A bunch of first-tier puppets, how foolish." With that, he raised his hand, and a sword thrust forth, transforming into 9 azure beams that aimed directly at Li Yunma's brow. Li Yunma was momentarily dazed, exclaiming, "So fast." Lu Rue, witnessing her partner on the verge of being pierced, felt a surge of panic. Though she yearned to be with Xiao Yu, she could not bear to see Li Yunma perish. She rushed forward to shield him, her sword raised. At the moment their swords clashed, Lu Rue's magical sword shattered instantly. The shards pierced her abdomen, causing blood to flow profusely. Li Yunma was immediately engulfed in fury, commanding all his puppets to attack. "You righteous dog." Lin Su chuckled coldly, sensing that fortune was on his side today. Encountering so many qi refinement stage cultivators at once would surely enhance his achievements. He raised his hand and unleashed 3 earth spike talismans, which erupted from the ground, forming 3 massive earthen spikes aimed at the puppets. Wang Mei attempted to use her whip, but it proved futile. Lu Linger also brandished her own magical artifact from a distance. As soon as she struck, she felt perplexed. When had her cultivation reached the 6th level of qi refinement? Her brother-in-law, Li Yunma, was only at the 5th level. Wait a moment, looking at Wang Mei, who was at the 7th level of qi refinement, Lu Linger felt a wave of anxiety gripping her as she tightened her grasp on her artifact. When had her senior sister achieved such a high level of cultivation? Suddenly, Lu Linger seemed to recall something, instinctively glancing at Xiao Yu, who had approached her. Instantly, her face flushed with embarrassment. Xiao Yu had already drawn a long spear. "Sister Wang, you take Ling and the others and go help Master. I will stay behind to confront him alone." Chapter 56. Am I despicable? Thank you for the compliment. Upon hearing that Xiao Yu intended to face Lin Su alone, Wang Mei was immediately alarmed. However, Xiao Yu coldly transmitted his voice to her. "This is an order." Wang Mei's lips trembled as she cast a sorrowful and indignant glance at Li Yunma, who was protecting Lu Rue below. Li Yunma was already contemplating retreat. After just 3 exchanges, fear had overtaken him. As a cultivator at the 5th level of qi refinement, he knew he stood no chance of victory. Seeing the severely injured Lu Rue, he anxiously shouted, "We must go save Elder Zhang. Junior brother Xiao, I will leave a few puppets to assist you." With that, Li Yunma hurriedly carried Lu Rue away. Li Yunma ran with great urgency, needing to find a moment to return to the branch. If Lin Su was already this formidable, what hope did he have against Yijiro, who was at the 8th level of foundation establishment? He needed to find an opportunity to escape. Observing this, Wang Mei also used her whip to bind Lu Ling before swiftly taking flight. Lin Su let out a cold snort. Do you think you can escape in my presence?" Before he could advance, Xiao Yu thrust his spear forward. Lin Su was startled. "The Qingye spear? This is a magical weapon of Yi Zimei. How could it be in your possession?" As he looked up at Xiao Yu, the latter had donned a full suit of precious armor. Lin Su's expression quivered. As he beheld the familiar armor, the killing intent in his eyes was unmistakable. "What have you done to junior sister Yi? You scoundrel! I am asking you a question." Xiao Yu wore a playful smile, for his desire to challenge a superior opponent stemmed from an unsettling sensation within his own body. After assisting his master in enhancing his cultivation, he found that while his own power remained stagnant, a refreshing spiritual energy was recklessly surging through his meridians, causing him considerable discomfort. It became imperative for him to expel this energy from within. Gazing at Lin Su across from him, Xiao Yu's smile grew increasingly sardonic. With his right hand brandishing a gun pointed forward, he slowly drew his left hand back to retrieve a mesmerizing smoke bomb. "I heard from Hualien that you seem to have made a lifelong pact with her." Upon hearing this, Lin Su's veins bulged with fury. Before he could advance, Xiao Yu softly continued, "Aren't you curious about Hualien's whereabouts? You must know she is not dead. After all, her soul lamp remains lit. And I must say, Lianer possesses skin that is truly exquisite, much admired by those of our faction. By the way, let me show you something. I am certain you will find it delightful." Xiao Yu, speaking with determination. Requested a pair of embroidered blue lotus shoes and the token of affection between Hualien and Lin Su from the maid's quarters. Upon seeing these two items, Lin Su was immediately consumed by fury. Huh? I demand your life. Xiao Yu had long since prepared the thunder execution technique. Soaring through the air while releasing mesmerizing smoke behind him, Lin Su remained utterly oblivious to the peculiarities in the atmosphere, his eyes bloodshot, consumed by visions of Hualien. After all, she was the disciple of the sect master of the Jade Maiden sect, with a cultivation level far superior to his own. It had taken him 3 arduous years of servitude to finally win her affection. Yet, she had been so brazenly snatched away by this vile creature. Before he could even close the distance, Xiao Yu hurled their token of love right at Lin Su's face. What are you shouting about? Look at you, so cowardly. What's the matter? Are you anxious because you cannot possess her? Lin Su erupted in a torrent of curses. Ah, you beast. Go to hell. Giant sword technique. With that, he summoned all his magical power, and a sword ascended into the sky. In an instant, the magical sword expanded to an impressive length of over 20 meters. Xiao Yu instinctively shrank his neck and hastily released the 1,000 fragrance and 10,000 beauties chart. It seemed that the effects of the mesmerizing smoke were beginning to take hold. Before Lin Su could bring down the colossal sword, he was suddenly confronted by a throng of enchanting fairies, each more beautiful than the last. He was momentarily taken aback, gazing at those exquisitely lovely maidens. Lin Su felt his breath quicken. This is bad. He could no longer afford to focus on the sword technique. He swiftly covered his mouth and nose, employing acupressure to regulate the flow of his vital energy. However, by the time he completed these actions, it was too late. He could distinctly sense a certain potency spreading through his internal organs, particularly affecting his kidneys. Observing Xiao Yu's mocking grin across from him, Lin Su's expression trembled with rage. You despicable cur, how dare you plot against me in such a treacherous manner? Xiao Yu chuckled coldly. I, Xiao Yu, have always conducted my affairs with utmost integrity. Moreover, in warfare, deception is commonplace. Are you not the despicable ones? Xiao Yu was merely biding his time, and the longer he delayed, the more advantageous it became for him. Once the effects of the drug completely dissipated, and when those celestial beings all flocked to the enemy's side, Lin Su would be doomed. Lin Su, your Hehuan Sect is far more despicable than the Hehuan Sect. Years ago, after passing numerous rigorous assessments, I was ultimately expelled due to my lack of aptitude, spiritual stones, and connections. And what of you? How remarkable is your spiritual root? You merely rely on your father's provision of spiritual stones and resources. Those resources were plundered from other disciples, were they not? Am I despicable? Thank you for the compliment. I shall embrace this despicability. You may rest assured and prepare for your demise. At this moment, Lin Su dared not retort. He had only recently broken through to the foundation establishment stage and had been careless. He had so easily allowed himself to be provoked by the other party. How could he fall victim to such a lowly thing as mesmerizing smoke? He felt a deep sense of unwillingness. How could he feel this way? It was merely a Hualien, gone or not. Why was he so agitated? He still had a promising future ahead. How could he possibly be slain by some insignificant cultivator in the chi refinement stage? Xiao Yu had already produced a fireball talisman, intending to provide him with a thrilling experience. However, in the next moment, Xiao Yu's eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld Lin Su, who was suddenly wielding something and slashing with his sword. Xiao Yu, in a state of panic, hastily activated the Qinxiang Wanmei Tuesday. As Lin Su emitted a desperate and tormented scream, it seemed as though he had lost something of great significance. Xiao Yu's expression was explosive. He had never encountered such ruthlessness before. You dare call me despicable? Aren't you the epitome of depravity? Are you under the impression that subtlety can outmaneuver absolute resolve? Lin Su's leg was continuously dripping with blood as he raised his sword, his pallid face turned towards the celestial maidens ahead. At this moment, he had entered a sage-like state, devoid of any reaction. Observing Xiao Dong, who was still summoning the enchanting 1,000 fragrances and 10,000 beauties, he thrust his sword forward. Yet, at that instant, Xiao Yu unexpectedly released a figure, his beloved, Hualien, the one he had yearned for. Do not approach. Quickly, cast aside the magical artifact. Otherwise, I shall sever her neck. Xiao Dong exclaimed with fervor, his excitement palpable. The opponent was at the foundation establishment stage. What a jest this was. Meanwhile, Hualien feigned distress, weeping, Brother Lin, please save me. Lin Su's expression quivered, veins bulging once more. Without uttering a word, he brandished his long sword and struck downwards, shouting, Die! Giant sword technique. Hualien's eyes widened in disbelief. You would dare to kill me as well? Is this what you call love? Xiao Yu and Hualien struck simultaneously from both sides. Xiao Yu ceased to hold back, raising his Qingye spear to unleash the divine light of bliss with all his might. Meanwhile, Hualien recited the divine maiden incantation, causing a luminous aura to emerge. Lin Su's colossal sword, wielded with formidable force, effortlessly shattered their combined assault. Just as he believed victory was within his grasp, He witnessed the astonishing sight of Xiao Yu and Hua Lian vanishing into thin air. They simply disappeared. In the judgment room, Xiao Yu's expression was one of utter disbelief as he encountered a glitch. Although he could contend with opponents in the mid-stage of qi refinement while he was in the late stage, facing an adversary in the foundation establishment stage posed a significant challenge. No matter how formidable his 9-yang divine body was, he dared not confront the massive sword, spanning over 20 meters, head-on. Outside, Lin Si continued to berate them. Reflecting on Hua Lian's earlier words, he surmised that she had likely engaged with that man, whether willingly or forcibly transformed into a furnace for alchemical purposes. In either case, Hua Lian had lost all value to him. Nevertheless, he resolved that today he must eliminate the two of them at all costs. He could not allow anyone else to uncover his disgrace. Suddenly, the space behind him tore open in an instant. Xiao Yu, wielding the green leaf spear adorned with explosive talismans, thrust it mercilessly into his already grievously injured groin. Boom. Chapter 57. Capturing Yi Jiro alive. Lin Si let out a pained howl, his sword of spells clattering to the ground. Instinctively, he reached out to summon the sword back. But as soon as his hand extended, it was severed by Hua Lian's strike. In the ensuing chaos, his storage bag was snatched away by Xiao Yu. Fear gripped Lin Si. He had only just managed to break through to the first layer of foundation establishment, and he could not perish here. He summoned his spiritual energy once more, screaming in desperation for a counterattack. Seeing Hua Lian approach with her ice-infused sword, Lin Si's lips quivered. The useless individual beside him was incapable of defeating him. At most, he could only inflict some injury. However, Hua Lian was the chief disciple of the Hehuan Sect, previously possessing the prowess of peak foundation establishment. Although she was currently at the 7th layer of qi refinement, her combat skills, innate talent, spiritual roots, and techniques far surpassed anything Lin Si could contend with. Hua Lian was a prodigious talent, capable of ending his life with utmost ease. Lian, save me. He coughed desperately. He could no longer feel his lower body, and the wounds on his hands began to freeze. Hua Lian remained unmoved. The sword radiated icy brilliance as it descended. In an instant, Lin Si's head was severed, his body collapsing to the ground, enshrouded in frost. He was dead beyond resurrection. Upon witnessing this, Xiao Yu picked up Lin Si's magical sword and, after stowing away the splendid lotus, turned to pursue Wang Mei and the others. Today's significant progress in vanquishing foes was largely attributable to Lin Si's impulsive nature. Had it been a typical cultivator at the foundation establishment stage, they would undoubtedly have sensed the mesmerizing smoke. Moreover, this individual had been attacking recklessly throughout, akin to a rabid dog, devoid of any semblance of rationality. As Xiao Yu soared through the air, he exhaled deeply, pondering how he might assist his master. Before he could travel too far, he spotted Wang Mei leisurely gliding ahead with Lu Linger. It was evident that Wang Mei was deliberately slowing her pace, in comparison to Zhang Xiling's safety. She was far more concerned about his well-being. Xiao Yu approached with a cold gaze, inquiring, "How did you manage to arrive here?" Upon seeing Xiao Yu catch up, Wang Mei was immediately filled with joy, exclaiming, "We are searching for our master's whereabouts. Do not overlook anything further." Xiao Yu glanced around, somewhat perplexed. "Where are Li Yunma and the others?" Wang Mei curled her lips in disdain. "That fellow, haha, claims that Lu Rue is gravely injured and must return to receive treatment." Xiao Yu remained silent, for that fellow had never regarded him as a brother. This was perhaps for the best, as it allowed him to pursue his interactions with Lu Rue without any psychological burden. Just then, Xiao Yu suddenly heard the sounds of battle emanating from the northern mountain peak. Lu Linger exclaimed excitedly, "It's master." The three hurriedly took flight towards the commotion. Before they could approach, they spotted the enormous golden-scaled talisman hovering above the distant summit. On the other side, a purple fairy apparition appeared behind Zhang Xiling, the nature of which was unknown. Yi Jiro, panting heavily, urged the golden-scaled talisman, wary of making any reckless moves. If Zhang Xiling were to evade her talisman, all would be lost. However, as her magical energy continued to drain, a strand of hair at her temple turned white once more. This state could not be sustained for long. A solution must be found. Opposite her, Zhang Xiling wielded the ghostly wolf chain, flanked by the purple fairy apparition and encircled by a shadowy black wolf. Gazing at the golden-scaled talisman above, her eyes glinted with murderous intent. "Having killed so many disciples from my faction, do you think you can escape?" Yi Jiro's expression turned anxious as she noticed Xiao Yu and the others approaching from behind. "Zhang, my friend, we have no deep-seated enmity. Why not call it a day? I am willing to bestow this golden-scaled talisman upon you. Yi Jiro, vow never to set foot in your Hehuan Sect again. I swear before heaven, I am willing to turn our conflict into peace. I implore you to show mercy." Xiao Yu coldly shouted from the side, "You can even lay hands on your own parents. The words of a person like you are less fragrant than the farts of my master. Strike now." After Xiao Yu spoke, Wang Mei and LV Linger followed suit, continuously launching fireball talismans behind Yi Jiro. Yi Jiro was immediately taken aback, her expression one of panic as she activated a defensive artifact. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Xiling unleashed the ghostly wolf, moving with astonishing speed. In an instant, She closed the distance to Yijiro. Instinctively, Yijiro commanded the golden scales to strike at Zhang Xiling, exclaiming, "Die!" With a face full of fervor, Yijiro screamed. Her hair sprouting a streak of white, clearly expending all her strength. One strike cleaved Zhang Xiling in two. However, as she regained her senses, she realized that her full-force attack had only struck an illusion. In the next moment, Zhang Xiling appeared right before her. The surrounding air was thick with an unsettling sweetness, causing Yujiro to waver unsteadily. As the ghostly wolf chain ensnared her completely, Yujiro's talisman gradually descended, transforming into a floating talisman. Zhang Xiling deftly plucked it and stored it within her spatial bag. Then, with a fierce tug on the ghostly wolf chain, anguished cries echoed from within it. Blood oozed from the gaps in the chain, a sight that made Xiao Yu's eyes widen with excitement. "Yijiro! I've captured Yijiro! And she is still alive! Incredible! His master is truly formidable! A powerful display, indeed!" With an expression of sheer excitement, Xiao Yu dashed towards Zhang Xiling, exclaiming, "Master, your disciple has arrived late. I beseech your forgiveness." Wang Mei and El Linger chimed in from the side, urging, "Master, we must hurry. Just moments ago, Junior Brother Xiao has slain Lin Su. The Xianling sect will soon send people here." As Zhang Xiling spoke, she prepared to strangle Yujiro with the ghost wolf chain. "Ah, fellow Taoist, spare my life. Please, have mercy." Yujiro cried out, her face contorted in despair. Xiao Yu was immediately filled with panic. He would never allow this wretched woman to perish so easily. He had yet to avenge Xiang. Master, please do not kill her. I have recently been studying the art of refining foundation establishment pills. This Yujiro has committed countless atrocities, if I can bring her back. I'm certain I can concoct a number of foundation establishment pills." Wang Mei echoed fervently, "Indeed, Master. I have also reached the late stage of qi refinement. Yijiro is a heinous villain who has slain so many of our disciples. Allowing her to die so easily would be a grave injustice." Zhang Xiling remained unmoved, firmly grasping the ghostly wolf chain. Yijiro, at the 8th level of foundation establishment, posed a significant threat if she were not eliminated. The consequences of her potential rampage would be dire. Just then, Xiao Yu, with a dark expression, produced a vial of elixir. "Master, I possess a second-tier spirit-dispelling pill." Bound and helpless, Yujiro screamed in terror upon hearing the name of the spirit-dispelling pill. "Kill me. Just kill me." Zhang Xiling cast a sidelong glance at Xiao Yu, her heart brimming with an inexplicable fury. Upon witnessing the scene, Xiao Yu hastily retrieved 3 scattered spirit pills, which Zhang Xiling coldly flicked into Yijiro's mouth. Yijiro's expression trembled. In that instant, her magical power seemed to dissipate. It felt as though she could summon no trace of her former strength, as if she had been reduced to an ordinary mortal. Despite still being at the 8th level of the foundation establishment stage, how could this be? No. What are you planning to do to me? My master will not let you go unpunished." The next moment, she saw Xiao Yu produce a jade gourd, and a realization struck her. "Ah, if you dare, kill me. How dare you, you insolent wretch." Chapter 58. The thoughts are obscured. After Xiao Yu placed Yujiro into the jade girl gourd, he suppressed the tumultuous excitement within and presented Yujiro's storage bag to Zhang Ziling. Zhang Ziling cast a cold glance at Xiao Yu once more. And after taking the storage bag, she quietly inquired, "What is your relationship with Wang Mei?" Xiao Yu was momentarily taken aback. "What do you mean by that?" "She is my senior sister." At that moment, Wang Mei knelt down. "Master, I assure you, I have maintained a pure and innocent relationship with Junior Brother Xiao. We have certainly not overstepped our bounds. Please, Master, discern the truth." Meanwhile, Lu Ling kept her head lowered, not daring to speak. Her current association with Xiao Yu was far from untainted, yet which woman would dare to voice such matters? Zhang Xiling, observing her 3 disciples, summoned a floral petal flying artifact and guided them upward. As they soared towards the branch sect, her brow furrowed in contemplation. Xiao Yu, behind them, was already impatient to return to the alchemy chamber. He needed to deal with Yijiro slowly and meticulously. The mere thought of that wretched woman slaughtering Xiang's entire family ignited a fierce desire for vengeance within him. He envisioned using a red-hot iron spike, or perhaps 2 heated steel bars, preferably barbed ones. He fantasized about severing her limbs, ensuring she remained alive, yet deprived of sustenance. She would no longer partake in the delicacies enjoyed by Bai Yue. Such a wretched creature deserved only the most abhorrent of fare. After all, with so many mouths to feed at home, there would be enough for Yijiro. He could even follow Bai Yue's example and pluck out Yijiro's eyes. No, it was imperative that this woman understands her place. He would wait until she was in the judgment chamber to reveal his identity. For now, he could not afford to be complacent. There was also Yi Mei, who had yet to be brought into the judgment chamber. Once she was captured, he could savor the situation at leisure. "Xiao Yu, this time, your contributions have been significant." Zhang Xiling spoke expressionlessly ahead, her tone tinged with an unusual quality. Xiao Yu cast a sidelong glance at Lu Linger before shifting his gaze to Wang Mei. Although Wang Mei could assist in concealing the matter, the truth regarding Lu Linger would eventually come to light. Thus, it was better to confess willingly. "Master, I, your disciple, have erred. After your departure, the medicinal effects had yet to dissipate, and inadvertently, I harmed the severely injured sister Linger. Upon hearing this, tears cascaded down Lu Linger's cheeks, prompting her to quickly turn her head aside. Zhang Xiling clenched her fist tightly around the hem of her skirt, observing the now recovered Lu Linger, and exhaled slowly. Fear not. We are all of the same sect. You have rescued Linger on 2 occasions, which is commendable. You 3 must support one another and refrain from infighting. Should I discover anyone daring to bully a fellow disciple, I will not spare them. As Zhang Xiling spoke, blood suddenly seeped from the corner of her mouth. Clearly a manifestation of the side effects from the blood rejuvenation pill. Xiao Yu instinctively looked up, but Zhang Ziling hastily turned her head to the side. Even though she now understood that sharing cultivation techniques with Xiao Yu could facilitate healing, she remained reluctant. She was certainly skeptical of Wang Mei's words. Years ago, she had taken Wang Mei as her disciple out of pity, having seen her face marred by cruelty. Zhang Ziling had hoped to guide her towards a better path. However, Wang Mei had always been prone to deception, and it seemed she had developed feelings for Xiao Yu. Moreover, Lu Ling'er was now aligned with her. Zhang Ziling felt a surge of pent-up frustration that threatened to escape, and in the next moment, she forcefully pressed her hand against her chest, suppressing the turmoil within. Xiao Yu, with a visage marked by concern, spoke, "Master, I possess both a chi recovery pill and a hemostasis pill." Zhang Xiling replied, "I am unharmed." She then cast her gaze towards the direction of the sub-branch, lost in contemplation. What thoughts occupied her mind? As their master, she should not be perturbed. Lu Ling'er was merely a victim of Xiao Yu's momentary disorientation, and there was no cause for anger. Moreover, Xiao Yu had healed Lu Ling'er. What reason was there for ire? Yet, how far had Wang Mei and Xiao Yu's relationship progressed? Had she known this sooner, she would have consented to Xiao Yu's intentions from the outset. After all, he was now at the late stage of qi refinement and would soon reach foundation establishment. Placing him as her peer? How vexing. What was she truly contemplating? Had she not proclaimed that only upon reaching the golden core stage would she seek a companion? With her 2 disciples developing feelings for one another, should she not feel elated as their master? Upon arriving at the sub-branch, Zhang Xiling unceremoniously thrust the 3 of them into the alchemy chamber before silently soaring towards the half-destroyed administrative hall. Xiao Yu raised his head with a hint of concern. Wang Mei hurriedly transmitted a message to him. Master must have gone to recover. She seems to be in an unusual emotional state. Xiao Yu surely disowned this. Zhang Xiling surmised that she harbored some resentment within. The fact that Zhang Xiling was willing to risk her own safety to save her disciple's life signifies that she is a woman of deep loyalty and affection. With her primordial yin being usurped, it is likely that her heart's resolve has been compromised. Xiao Yu surmised that Zhang Ziling would find it difficult to accept his involvement with another woman. Otherwise, her current expression when glancing at him would not be so disconcerting. Observing Yu Hu Lu, where Yi Zhiro resided, Xiao Yu exhaled slowly. Before addressing that wretched woman, he needed to pay a visit to Zhang Ziling. Take care of Sister Ling. Do not let her act foolishly. I shall return shortly. With that, Xiao Yu set forth towards the Zhongwu Hall. At that moment, Zhang Ziling, who had returned to her quarters in the Zhongwu Hall to cultivate and mend her injuries, was plagued by visions of Wang Mei expressing concern for Xiao Yu. This was soon followed by images of the maidens in Xiao Yu's alchemy chamber. She found herself bewildered by her own emotions. Previously, she had laughed off Xiao Yu's musings on love and affection, considering him merely a junior and treating his words as jest. However, ever since her primal essence had been taken from her, her state of mind had shifted. As she raised her hand to circulate her energy, spiritual essence began to flow through her damaged meridians, accompanied by an unprecedented surge of pain. A sudden gasp escaped her lips as she coughed up a mouthful of blood that she had been suppressing. What was happening? Even consuming a blood-exploding pill could not possibly result in such severe after-effects. The unexpected turmoil caused beads of sweat to form on her forehead. As she resumed her energy circulation in an attempt to calm her turbulent emotions, memories of Xiao Yu flooded her mind. In those moments, he had been delirious, consuming numerous blood-exploding pills and Hehuan pills for her sake. He had acted to save her, and Tihi? A strand of spiritual essence lodged itself painfully in her heart. Zhang Ziling, filled with reluctance, clenched the hem of her skirt. Acutely aware that she might be succumbing to inner demons, her thoughts were clouded and uncooperative. What a jest, merely a primal essence. He is but a junior. And I harbor no feelings for him. Zhang Ziling, in utter despair, gripped her skirt tighter, as visions of Wang Mei embracing Xiao Yu resurfaced in her mind. At that moment, she felt on the verge of madness. Once plagued by inner demons, her path of cultivation would be irrevocably hindered. Just as she teetered on the brink of collapse, Xiao Yu unexpectedly enveloped her from behind. Zhang Ziling, as if struck by lightning, hurriedly recoiled, exclaiming, "Do not touch me." Xiao Yu paid no heed to the surrounding matters. He extinguished the lamp with a breath and then approached Zhang Ziling, saying, "Master, it will take at least a month for the effects of the blood-exploding pill to subside. If word gets out about your injury, our branch will be doomed. Surely, you do not wish for others to learn of your condition, do you? If my presence displeases you, I could cover my face. Or you could render me unconscious and manage the situation yourself." Zhang Ziling's eyes widened in shock as she exclaimed, "Get lost. Leave this instant." In a fit of anger, Zhang Ziling unleashed a powerful palm strike. Xiao Yu, with an air of fearless defiance, held his head high, and charged forward. Zhang Xiling expected him to evade. Xiao Yu believed she would not genuinely strike him. Yet, she delivered a swift slap directly upon his crown, causing Xiao Yu to roll his eyes in exasperation. With a sudden, resounding thud, he collapsed to the ground, blood streaming from 5 orifices. Zhang Ziling's face contorted in disbelief. How could you not dodge? Are you foolish? Xiao Yu's mind was a whirlwind. He genuinely believed that the other party would not dare to strike him. Fortunately, he possessed the 9-yang divine body. Otherwise, that blow would have been fatal. Nonetheless, this situation was not without its merits. Let her be flustered. After all, he now found himself nestled in her embrace. To die beneath the peony, a ghost of charm, how delightful. Zhang Xiling hastily offered him healing elixirs. Xiao Yu remained there, his expression filled with deep affection as he spoke. If you truly despise me to the point of wanting to end my life, I would not hold it against you. For my feelings for you, Lingo, are genuine. Do you know why I always address Lu Lingo as senior sister Linger? It is because your name also contains the character Ling. In truth, I long to call you that, Ziling. At this, Zhang Ziling's irritation flared, and she retorted, you spend your days spouting nonsense. Do you think I am unaware of the women you've pursued? Have you come to your senses? If so, then leave at once. Shall you feign weakness? Gazing at her with open eyes on her lap, I haven't woken up. Zhang Xiling, are you leaving or not? With a look of helplessness, Xiao Yu remarked, Master, you are injured. If tomorrow the spies within our sect detect your unstable aura, the Xianling sect may launch a full-scale assault, and our branch will suffer significant casualties. I can serve as your furnace, and once I establish my foundation, I can assist you in condensing your golden core. Zhang Xiling raised her hand to strike again. However, upon seeing the blood still lingering at the corner of Xiao Yu's mouth, she stood up resolutely, declaring, if you refuse to leave, then I shall. Do not harbor foolish dreams of becoming my partner. You must eliminate all the women around you. How could Xiao Yu willingly comply? Wasn't this a challenge to his conscience? He promptly replied, Master, dawn is approaching. Are you certain you do not wish to tend to your wounds? By the way, what if you happen to be pregnant? Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiling instinctively glanced at her abdomen. This could spell trouble. It was indeed a possibility. After all, these past few days were critical. Just then, the crowing of a rooster echoed from a nearby rooftop, and a sliver of white light appeared in the east. Dawn was imminent. Xiao Yu let out a weary sigh. Since my master is so insistent, I shall take my leave. Zhang Xiling clenched her right fist tightly. Yesterday's fierce battle at the branch had taken its toll, resulting in the deaths of 2 elders. Today, it was certain that the sect would send someone to investigate. If they discovered her injuries, it could spell trouble. If what Xiao Yu said was true, and a traitor had informed the Xianling sect, the consequences would be dire. As she watched Xiao Yu prepare to depart, Zhang Xiling shouted in exasperation, Come back. This is your last warning. If you dare to disclose this matter, I shall expel you from the sect. Half an hour later, Xiao Yu returned to the alchemy room with an air of arrogance. Upon his arrival, he contemplated confronting Yi Jiro to settle scores. However, after a moment's reflection, he decided to first attend to his daily tasks, feeding Bai Yue and assisting his mother-in-law, Han Qiushui, with her ailment. Once these responsibilities were fulfilled, he promptly released Yujiro from her confinement. Yujiro appeared flustered, glancing around anxiously in search of an escape. Yet, having consumed the dispersing spirit pill, she bore no distinction from an ordinary person. The alchemy room was now filled with an assembly of onlookers. Huang Xiang and Zhang Lan had already changed into fresh attire, standing on either side to firmly shut the door. Huayan entered, carrying a large basin filled with water, the purpose of which remained uncertain. Upon seeing Huayan, Yijiro's expression quivered. Senior sister, you are not dead? Huayan responded with a cold laugh. Do you wish for my demise? I have heard that you have slain the other disciples, have you not? Yijiro hastily shook her head, exclaiming, No. Senior sister, please listen to me. Huayan, disinterested in her protestations, retrieved 3 packets of Hehuan powder, lirenine, and infone powder, pouring them into the basin. Yijiro's countenance trembled as she turned her gaze toward Xiao Yu, only to be momentarily struck dumb. This man seemed familiar, as if she had encountered him before. The sensation was unsettlingly close, yet elusive, leaving her unable to recall the specifics. Xiao Yu's lips curled into a smile as he gestured animatedly. Li Qingyun approached, holding a box of recording orbs. Qingyun, be sure to place the recording orbs carefully. The scene will be quite grand later, and we must not forget to capture it. Upon hearing this, Li Qingyun set one recording orb on the table beside Yujiro. She then hung another orb on the curtain of the bed. After pondering for a moment, she placed 2 additional orbs on the stool in front of the large basin. Yijiro's expression turned anxious. What are you all planning to do? Please, do not act recklessly. Xiao Yu wore a playful smile on his face. Although Yijiro's appearance could not rival that of Bai Yue, her figure was undeniably remarkable. She possessed a pear-shaped physique, reminiscent of the voluptuous legs found in comic illustrations. Her hair was elegantly styled in a lofty bun, and her delicate brows were akin to exquisite paintings. With a countenance like a peach blossom and lips as if brushed with vermilion, she exhibited a graceful poise, akin to willowy catkins dancing in the breeze. Clad in resplendent garments, adorned with flowing ribbons, her figure was strikingly impressive, despite her features bearing a resemblance to a cunning villainess. Observing the flustered expression on Yijiro's face, Xiao Yu grinned and reassured her, "Fear not, I shall not harm you, nor will I bring you any misfortune. From the very first moment I laid eyes upon you, I found myself captivated, my dear. Would you consider becoming my companion on this journey?" Yijiro, feeling a surge of anxiety, glanced at Xiao Yu, perplexed by his intentions. Could it be that he had gone to such lengths to rescue her solely with the aim of forming a partnership? Xiao Yu chuckled softly. "If you are willing to be my companion on this journey, I shall procure the antidote for you. I will take you away from this place. I have long admired the female cultivators of the Jade Maiden sect, which is why I rescued Huarlian. I find all of you women to be truly exceptional. I have never encountered a maiden as exquisite as you." With a serious expression, Xiao Yu spoke earnestly, yet Yijiro evidently did not believe him. Nevertheless, she couldn't help but smile. "Oh, I see. Do you truly wish to become my partner in this journey? Then, would you be able to set me free?" Xiao Yu pretended to be impatient and said, "Well, it's not impossible. However, many women these days are quite deceitful. If you wish for me to release you, that is fine, but you must first keep me entertained for a while. As long as you please me, I shall set you free." Yijiro responded with an awkward smile, thinking to herself that as long as she could preserve her life, she would willingly accompany him for days and nights on end. What did appearances matter when survival was at stake? If it were merely to this extent, she certainly had no fear. "My friend, are your words truly sincere? What if you were to go back on your promise?" Xiao Yu chuckled. "How could that be? I have always conducted myself with utmost integrity. If I were to deceive you, I would no longer be a good person. Now, first, put on this battle robe." Chapter 60. This place is truly a paradise. Yujiro, with an affectionate expression, donned the exceedingly unusual attire. Subsequently, she found herself embraced by Xiao Yu. Meanwhile, Huangxiang and Zhang Lan had been waiting patiently nearby. Xiao Yu gestured towards the reflective pearl beside him and remarked, "Qing Yun, why not direct this pearl towards Miss Ye's face?" Li Qingyun hurriedly approached. At that moment, Yujiro finally realized that this fellow intended to capture an image. If this reflective pearl were to be circulated, how would she ever? Instinctively, she stood up. However, Xiao Yu swiftly grasped her arm, reassuring her, "Do not worry. Do not worry. I shall not show this to anyone else. I simply delight in collecting. How could I possibly display my woman to others? Remember to smile, all right? Do not wear that sorrowful expression. It looks dreadful." Yujiro glanced around at the onlookers, her expression trembling. Yet, she ultimately embraced Xiao Yu. Soon, she sensed something amiss, for Huangxiang and Zhang Lan approached with a large basin, intent on submerging her within it. Xiao Yu comforted her with a warm smile, saying, "Do not be afraid, do not be afraid. I truly hold deep affection for you. This is our sect's way of expressing love. Fear not, it will soon pass." Yijiro, anxious lest Xiao Yu become enraged, forced an awkward smile. She then seated herself in the large basin. In the next moment, she sensed something amiss. Just as she attempted to rise, Huangxiang yanked her back. Yijiro's expression turned frantic, still doubting Xiao Yu's words. If she were captured in a moment of vulnerability, it would give the other party leverage against her. Upon noticing her attempt to flee, Xiao Yu approached her directly, seizing her hair with a firm grip. "Am I not saying it? Don't be afraid. Smile for me," he barked menacingly. "Otherwise, I will make you regret it." Yijiro managed a nervous smile. At that moment, she was but a mortal, devoid of any magical power to wield. Xiao Yu noticed her smile was somewhat distorted. Grasping her hair with his left hand, he forcefully slapped her face with his right. "I command you to laugh. Smile for the recording orb. Do you not understand? Do you wish to perish?" Xiao Yu, uttering these words, brandished a cleaver. Startled, Yijiro quickly plastered a charming smile on her face, exclaiming, "No, no, please don't kill me. I am laughing, I am laughing." Xiao Yu brandished the knife before her face, his voice chillingly cold. "Smile like that for me in a moment. If you dare to scowl or cease your smile, I shall undoubtedly sever your arm. Go ahead, test me." Xiao Yu spoke as he brandished the knife, tracing it lightly along her arm. Yijiro, visibly anxious, nodded fervently, her fear palpable. For the next 2 hours, however, she maintained a fade of laughter, her mirth excessive. By noon, Li Qingyun arrived, carrying a tray laden with food. Xiao Yu and others gathered there to dine. While Yijiro's magical powers were suppressed, yet her cultivation remained intact. Xiao Yu's cultivation had ascended to the 9th level of qi refinement. If he so desired, he could, today, elevate himself to the foundation establishment stage through Yijiro. However, at this moment, vengeance consumed his thoughts. He would finish his meal first, and then leisurely plot his course. Yijiro, exhausted, managed a feeble smile. Her energy had been severely depleted. She too yearned for sustenance. Observing the group across from her, indulging in their meal, her ire intensified. Those despicable scoundrels had the audacity to employ a recording pearl, denying her even a morsel of food. How dare they treat her thus? Should she manage to escape, she vowed to make them suffer in ways unimaginable. They were feasting? Perhaps, if they were preoccupied, she could seize the opportunity to flee? Yijiro swallowed nervously. Glancing at her torn black silk attire, she instinctively clenched her fists. She had to run. Seizing the moment while Xiao Yu and his companions dined, she dashed outside. Careful not to be overly exuberant, stumbling along the way. What a wretched bunch, depriving her of even a brief respite for 2 hours. And they had recorded her. What if someone were to see those recordings? Never mind. She would simply claim that she was an imposter crafted by their adversaries. It was all a fabrication. As Yijiro fled, she suddenly spotted a familiar woman in the courtyard. Upon seeing Yizime, who was anxiously gazing at Zhao Hongya, her eyes widened in shock. Sister. Yizime, oblivious to Yijiro's presence, remained fixated on Zhao Hongya. Ever since Xiao Yu had captured her, she felt an overwhelming sense of bliss. As long as she complied and refrained from fleeing, the women here treated her with kindness. This place was akin to paradise, a dream she had long cherished. Sister Hongya, I actually saw you once before at the Hehuan Sect. Your father is Elder Zhao of the Hehuan Sect, correct? We are truly fated, she exclaimed, presenting a flower to Zhao Hongya. Zhao Hongya, noticing Xiao Yu approaching with a relaxed demeanor and a group of followers, frowned and retorted. Did you not pursue Qingyan this morning? Why do you seek me again? Your words are nothing but nonsense. With a mischievous grin, Yizime embraced Zhao Hongya, saying, I find you even more charming than Qingyan. May I adorn you with this flower? Before she could present it, Yijiro strode over and slapped her across the face. What are you doing? Yizime froze momentarily, and upon recognizing her sister, instinctively knelt in fear. Sister. Sister, what are you doing here? Yijiro's expression darkened, radiating an aura of disappointment and fury as she growled. What are you up to? A dog cannot change its nature. Yizime trembled in instinctual terror, her face paling, her body quaking as if she had encountered a specter, her visage filled with dread. Upon witnessing this, Xiao Yu strode forward and seized an iron rod, striking it directly against Yijiro's teeth. Instantly, 2 of her front teeth were shattered. Yijiro's expression turned to one of fury as she glared fiercely at Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu chuckled coldly. Has it offended you that Zimei is here socializing? What an air of superiority. Damn it. Upon witnessing her sister being struck down by the opponent, Yizimei's expression turned anxious. What on earth is happening? Xiao Yu wielded an iron rod and relentlessly struck at Yijiro's teeth, one by one. The absence of teeth made the act all the more amusing. At first, Yijiro glared and cursed, but after enduring a couple of blows, she began to plead for mercy. I was wrong. Please, stop hitting me. I truly regret my actions. Meanwhile, Yimimi, who was present, was utterly bewildered. What has happened? How has my sister ended up in this predicament? Xiao Yu embraced the toothless Yijiro, smiling as he turned towards Yizime. So how do you feel, Zime? Are you still unable to recognize your own faults? Once you acknowledge your mistakes, I shall permit your sister to accompany you. If memory serves me correctly, she has perpetually bullied you and even caused the demise of your parents, has she not? Are you afraid of her? Do you not yearn for vengeance? Why should you continue to be subjugated by her? Suddenly, vivid images of her sister murdering their parents flooded Yizimei's mind, contorting her expression in anguish. In the past, she was powerless against her adversary. However, the circumstances had changed. Within this alchemical chamber, even foam must bow low. Fine. I admit my wrongs. I should not have taken lives. I was coerced by this woman. If you allow me to deal with her, I shall confess to all my transgressions. The detection of Yizimei's self-repentance prompted her assimilation into the judgment chamber. Upon witnessing this, Xiao Yu swiftly retracted Yizimei. He then proceeded to lift Yijiro, gripping her hair as he dragged her backward. While I might lead others to repentance, and perhaps grant them the opportunity to harbor malice towards me, you are different. I desire to make your existence a living hell. Xiao Yu, uttering these words, forcefully thrust Yujiro's head against Axiong's gravestone. Yujiro's complexion turned ashen, with a torrent of blood oozing profusely from her forehead. Xiao Yu relentlessly slammed her head against the gravestone, each impact resulting in a spray of blood. The ensuing events would undoubtedly etch themselves into her memory for eternity. Prepare yourself for a fate worse than death, you wretched being. Chapter 61. I merely took the lives of a few mortals. Yujiro's head was thrust repeatedly against 3 gravestones ahead of her. The excruciating pain nearly rendered her unconscious. With each collision, she felt something jarring within her skull. Amidst the agony, Yijiro finally discerned the name inscribed on one of the gravestones, Axiong. A fierce instinct for survival ignited in her eyes as realization dawned upon her. Gazing at the gravestone before her, she recalled the identity of the man behind her. How could this be? Wasn't he the one she had slain? No wonder he harbored such animosity towards her. She had severed his limbs and blinded him before his very eyes, killing the woman he cherished. So that was the truth, but how had he survived? She had shattered his skull. As Yijiro pondered this, Xiao Yu seized her pinky finger. I shall not permit your demise, you vile creature. With that, he twisted her pinky backward. Panic surged within Yujiro, her pupils dilating. Please, I beg you. No. No sooner had she uttered these words than a sharp, crystalline crack echoed through the air. An intense wave of pain surged through her. Her pinky was wrenched to a horrifying 160 degrees, dangling grotesquely from her hand. It was broken. My hand. It hurts. Oh, my hand. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Xiao Yu remained unmoved, firmly grasping Yujiro's ring finger. He exerted more force, and once again, the image of Xiang's smile flooded his mind, evoking memories of a beautiful past. With renewed strength, he broke it. Amidst her agonizing screams, he seized her middle finger. Yujiro, her face contorted in pain, cried out in despair. Rather than endure such torment, death seemed a true liberation. She struggled to rise and flee, but before she could escape, a sharp pain shot through her calf. Looking down, she found herself collapsed on the ground. Her severed left foot lying beside her. Ah, it hurts so much. My foot. I was wrong. I truly was wrong. I should not have killed you. Woe is me. Someone save me. Who will come to my rescue? Yujiro wailed in a frenzy. Xiao Yu ambled forward, wielding a machete with a nonchalant demeanor. A cold smile playing upon his lips. Why the tears? When you severed my limbs, I did not weep. Now that the tables have turned, you find it unbearable? Were you not fond of tormenting mortals? Does this sensation not thrill you? He paused, his tone mocking. Fear not, I shall not permit your demise. I will tend to your wounds shortly, and then we shall repeat the process. At his words, Yujiro was overcome with despair, her body trembling as terror enveloped her. Xiao Yu gazed at her demeanor, chuckling coldly. He set aside his blade and lifted her into his embrace. Half an hour later, Yujiro's injuries had completely healed. Thanks to the power of the 9-yang divine body, Xiao Yu once again grasped her pinky finger. It was with this very hand that Xiang was slain. No matter how Xiao Yu twisted the situation, he felt an overwhelming sense of dissatisfaction. He proceeded to kindle a fire, placing items upon it to roast. Yujiro, in a state of utter despair, cried out, "Why must you do this to me? Just end my suffering. I can no longer endure this pain in my hands. I merely took the lives of a few mortals. Why must you treat me so cruelly?" Her face was a portrait of anguish. She was genuinely terrified, fearing that he might once again grasp her fingers, brandishing a blade to sever her limbs, only to heal her afterwards, subjecting her to the torment anew. If such was to be her fate, she would rather embrace death. Why must this be my plight? I only extinguish the lives of a few insignificant beings. To us cultivators, who truly cares about the existence of mere mortals? What is it that you truly desire? Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu's expression grew increasingly scornful. Gazing at Yujiro, who was curled up on the ground, wailing incessantly, Xiao Yu coldly remarked, "Every individual possesses the right to live. If the strong can arbitrarily strip the weak of their lives, then what I am doing to you is quite reasonable, is it not? I fail to comprehend what mortals signify in the eyes of you cultivators. Do you not trace your lineage back to ancestors who were once mere mortals?" Yujiro clenched her right hand in bitter resentment, fearing that the fingers of that very hand might also be forcibly broken. Mortals are wicked and foolish. Those mortals, upon acquiring power and wealth, treat their kindred with extreme brutality. In the eyes of those affluent mortals, the lower-class mortals are akin to pigs and dogs. So why should we cultivators not regard them as mere ants? Am I mistaken? How do those wealthy mortals perpetrate cruelty against the lower classes? They themselves do not even regard those beneath them as human beings. Xiao Yu chuckled softly, gradually taking hold of Yujiro's right hand. Yujiro's expression was one of panic as she clenched her fist tightly, her teeth gritted in despair. Watching Xiao Yu slowly pry her fingers apart, her desperation deepened. "I was wrong. Oh, I was wrong. Please don't hit me anymore. I truly regret it. I am willing to do anything you say. I am willing to be your furnace. I am willing to serve you in the future. I just wanted to cultivate, just wished to avoid being bullied. I really was wrong. I truly understand my mistakes. Please spare me." Upon detecting Yujiro's self-reproach, it was deemed appropriate to bring her into the judgment chamber. Xiao Yu remained unmoved, continuing to twist Yujiro's fingers with relentless force, methodically bending each one back until they snapped. The exhilaration of vengeance had materialized upon his visage. As he beheld Yujiro, who was once again wailing in distress, Xiao Yu abruptly pressed down on her right arm. He persisted in his torment. "Spare you? Who spared Xiang? Huh? Do you wish to avoid being bullied? Is this your justification for the cruelty inflicted upon the innocent? I may consider sparing you, but only if you resurrect Xiang. Revive her, and I shall grant you mercy." Xiao Yu continued to twist. With a sudden, forceful twist, the previously wailing Yujiro abruptly tilted her head. The excruciating pain seemed to shatter her nervous system. She hung her head in a daze, staring blankly at Xiao Yu. Her expression vacant. For reasons unknown, it appeared as though she had lost her sense of pain. Perhaps overwhelmed by the agony, or perhaps because death had begun to embrace her. Tears streamed down her cheeks slowly as she recalled a childhood afternoon. Back then, she was merely a mortal, just a child, yet her father and brother had inflicted harm upon her. She could not comprehend why her own kin would cause her such suffering. The physical torment had left her spirit scarred. That day, she had taken a hoe and smashed her brother's head. The notion of self-preservation began to take root in her heart. She thought of her father. That wretched dog who deserved 1,000 deaths. "Jiro, my dear daughter, your mother has returned to her family for a few days. And your father has bought you your favorite candied hawthorn." Yujiro vividly remembered her mother's reaction upon discovering the affair between her and her father. She chose to turn a blind eye, for in their household, her father's word was law. Any dissent from her mother would result in brutal beatings. Not long after, she found herself with child. Desperate to rid herself of the unborn abomination, she attempted to escape multiple times, but that man, like a devil, confined her to the woodshed. With her brother deceased, their family line extinguished, he insisted she bear the child. Yijiro, resolute in her defiance, took a cleaver one quiet night and ended the life of that wretched offspring herself. She had lost the will to live. Yet, fate intervened, and her sister Yizime rescued her, leading her to the desolate wilderness. She still vividly recalled Yizime pushing a cart and insisting on taking her away. Misfortune pursued the unfortunate, and the two were soon captured by a female cultivator from the Hehuan Sect. Due to her injuries and the blood on her, Yijiro was spared, while Yizime was taken into a cave. From that moment, her sister became a person of the same broken spirit as herself. Subsequently, they joined the Hehuan Sect. After acquiring their magical abilities, Yijiro returned to her previous haunt and beheaded that man and her mother. Over the years, she learned one crucial truth: the weak will be oppressed. Regardless of moral depravity or losing their humanity, the pursuit of strength is deemed righteous. Betraying masters, slaughtering kin, and indiscriminate killings had become the norm. Reflecting on her past actions, Yijiro felt no remorse. Gradually, she closed her eyes, contemplating that death might free her from suffering. Yet, before long, she regained consciousness, gazing at her body, which had once again healed, her countenance still ashen. Her opponent had healed her once more, leaving her uncertain of the torments that awaited her. In a state of utter despair, she contemplated biting her tongue to end her life. Yet she knew such an attempt would be futile, for she had tried it in her youth. At that moment, Xiao Yu began to cultivate as well. With Yijiro's assistance, his cultivation level had ascended to the second layer of foundation building. He needed to adjust the spiritual energy coursing through him. Raising his hand, he traced a circle, opening the yin and yang. A refreshing stream of spiritual energy flowed through his lower abdomen, gradually circulating to his dantian and spreading through his meridians. He performed a complete cycle of the heavenly circuit before gathering the spiritual energy at his dantian. Feeling the purity of his cultivated power amplified several times, Xiao Yu began to regulate his breath. In the qi refining stage, the focus is primarily on drawing energy into the body and strengthening the meridians. This allows for the casting of simple spells, albeit with limited potency. The foundation building stage, however, is markedly different. Once a cultivator steps into this realm, they embark on the true path of immortality. Not only can they utilize a broader array of spells and talismans, but they can also manipulate magical artifacts remotely with their consciousness and even track and locate targets using their spirit. Xiao Yu raised his hand to release the magical artifact, the Jade Girl Gourd. Sensing the elemental restraints of water and fire within the artifact, he directly projected his consciousness to extinguish the raging flames contained within. Henceforth, this gourd would serve as a sanctuary for the other women, requiring no additional spells for suppression. Subsequently, Xiao Yu retrieved Lin's storage pouch and extracted a mid-grade flying artifact. He stepped onto it and ascended into the heavens, his speed surpassing that of before by an immeasurable degree. Xiao Yu raised his gaze, realizing that from this moment forth, he could rightfully refer to himself as this seat. He was now of the same generation as his master in the realm of cultivation. In the forthcoming days, engaging in further exchanges with Yijiro should facilitate his advancement to the mid-stage of foundation establishment without much difficulty. To ensure a more secure ascent, he contemplated directly promoting Hualien and Wang Mei to the first layer of foundation establishment, utilizing the nine-yang divine body to nurture them both. However, the time frame for this process could be rather lengthy. Next month, he was scheduled to accompany the grandson of the fire monk to a certain secret realm, while also assisting his master in the quest for a treasure. Wait a moment. Wasn't that secret realm accessible only to those in the qi refinement stage? Given his current cultivation level, he would likely be unable to enter. With his enemies now captured, perhaps the wisest course of action would be to retreat and consolidate his strength for a while. Moreover, he had a desire to learn the art of weapon forging. Glancing at Yijiro, who lay half-conscious on the ground, Xiao Yu raised his hand and summoned her to the judgment chamber. Before entering seclusion, he decided to examine the judgment rewards for these two women. He activated the judgment buttons for Yijiro and Yizime. In the next moment, two notifications materialized before Xiao Yu. Successfully judged the wicked woman Yizime. Reward: Danfeng Secret Record, electronic version. Successfully judged the wicked woman Yijiro. Reward: Maid Chamber Storage Function. The host may allow other non-evil female characters to voluntarily enter the maid chamber. Upon witnessing this, Xiao Yu was instantly filled with joy. The function of the maid pavilion implied that he would no longer need to carry the Jade Maiden Gourd. Normal women like Li Qingyun and Zhao Hongye could also enter the maid pavilion. This feature was indeed quite practical. The Danfeng Secret Record documented thousands of rare alchemical formulas, including 68 ancient prescriptions, and surprisingly contained the formula for the dust-clearing pill, which assists cultivators in forming their elixirs. Truly remarkable. Xiao Yu raised his gaze, deciding to seclude himself for a while, as there were numerous matters that required his attention. At that moment, Wang Mei entered the room, visibly anxious. She looked at Xiao Yu and whispered softly, "Master, Junior sister Linger has expressed her intention to return. Would you not consider persuading her to stay? It seems that Yi Haoyan has ventured into peril, and junior sister Linger is deeply concerned for his safety. Xiao Yu rested his chin on one hand, pondering the peculiar actions of Yi Haoyan. Was he truly courting death? A flicker of disbelief crossed his mind. Wang Mei spoke with a cold tone, Master. It is highly likely that Yi Haoyan is vying for a spot in the upcoming secret realm. I have long harbored suspicions regarding his intentions, and the Master has not consented to this union. When circumstances deviate from the norm, there is often something amiss. Junior sister Linger has already lost her virtue. Yet he continues to feign innocence. His heart is undoubtedly treacherous. I propose we seize an opportunity to eliminate him, thus preventing him from further deceiving junior sister Linger. Xiao Yu nodded. Indeed, allow me a moment to contemplate. Xiao Yu concluded his thoughts and retrieved the secret manuscript of alchemical formulas. He recalled seeing a particular elixir earlier. One that could compel a person to speak the truth. Yes, the truth pill, crafted from Jinling grass and Renyan grass. It would render a person incapable of uttering falsehoods for an hour. Have that wretched thing consume the truth pill, for I intend to enter seclusion to cultivate my skills. I shall give Lu Linger one final opportunity. I owe her nothing. Once I finish refining the elixir, I shall devote myself to my training. Outside the Zhongwu Hall, Yi Haoyan clenched his fists, his expression dark as he reflected on the events of the previous day, his brows twitching in agitation. That vile creature had the audacity to associate with another. He had certainly overestimated her. Yet, he was no fool. The sect would dispatch a new elder today. One of the 7 beauties of Hehuan. It was likely that Zhang Xiling would be replaced due to yesterday's debacle. Regardless, he would not emerge at a loss. Lu Linger was Zhang Xiling's disciple and now entangled with Xiao Yu. Surely, it would not be unreasonable for him to request a vial of Foundation establishment pills? With Lu Linger's intellect, a few flattering words from him would surely coax her into assisting him. At that moment, Lu Linger approached with small, nervous steps. Yi, brother. Chapter 63. The truth pill. Upon seeing Lu Linger, Yi Haoyan's demeanor instantly brightened, and he stepped forward with an expression of concern. Linger, I have missed you dearly. It has pained me that you have finally consented to meet with me. As he moved closer, before he could touch Lu Linger, Wang Mei interposed herself between them. Lu Linger immediately panicked and hurriedly stepped aside. Yi Haoyan's expression darkened, and he glared at Wang Mei with murderous intent. You again, you venomous woman. Will you never cease? Wang Mei scoffed derisively, her cultivation now at the 9th level of qi refinement, rendering her unafraid of Yi Haoyan. What do you mean by venomous woman? Anyone who stands in the way of your relationship with Lingo is a venomous woman? Is that why you didn't save my master when she was in danger? Do you consider my master a venomous woman? Yi Haoyan seethed, fists clenched, recalling how Wang Mei had incessantly spoken against him previously. If it weren't for her, Lu Linger would surely not have harbored doubts. He had long perceived Wang Mei as a hindrance, repeatedly thwarting his endeavors. Everyone in the sect knew how Wang Mei often bullied Lu Linger. She could hardly be a virtuous character. With this in mind, Yi Haoyan's eyes narrowed. Wang Mei, you wretched creature. What is your aim? Do you not feel envy towards Lingo? How can you harbor such ill intentions? Wang Mei, unfazed, produced a truth pill and approached Yi Haoyan. I shall not waste words. This is the truth pill. Consume it, and you shall speak only the truth. You profess to love Linger. Do you dare to eat it? Instinctively, Yi Haoyan tightened his fists, a flicker of panic crossing his gaze. Wang Mei coldly regarded the speechless Lu Linger, mocking her. Even if you doubt my judgment, you must trust your masteress. If she disapproves, there must be a reason. Sister, let us set aside our past grievances. I do not wish for you to be deceived by those who merely speak empty flattery. Xiao Shidi consumed this medicine for your master's sake and has saved your life multiple times. Yet, you offer him no words of gratitude and instead seek out this scoundrel? Shall we wager? Yi Haoyan dares not consume the truth pill, for he does not love you. He merely seeks to exploit you. A man's words are the least trustworthy. Observe not what he says, but what he does. Lu Linger cast a nervous glance aside, clearly torn. Her reluctance to speak with Xiao Yu stemmed solely from her embarrassment. She could hardly bear to look at him, for the memory of confronting Yi Haoyan loomed large in her mind. Meanwhile, Yi Haoyan, upon noticing Lu Linger's silence, felt a wave of unease wash over him. He scrutinized the truth pill in Wang Mei's hand, sensing something amiss. Wasn't the truth pill red? Why was hers green? Indeed, the truth pill was a second-tier elixir. How could Wang Mei possess one? It must be a trick. With this realization, Yi Haoyan grinned. I say, Wang Mei, should I consume this truth pill? You shall never again appear before us. Dare you accept? Wang Mei retorted with a cold laugh. What have I to fear? Yi Haoyan smirked inwardly. She was merely posturing. He seized the pill and inspected it. As he suspected, it was merely a second-tier recovery pill. Did she think him ignorant? Wang Mei feigned panic, her brow furrowing, internally reveling in her triumph. Her master had cleverly disguised a recovery pill within the guise of a truth pill. Without a second thought, Yi Haoyan consumed the pill. Lu Linger's expression shifted to one of alarm. She feared he had ingested poison. Wang Mei wasted no words, eyeing the self-assured Yi Haoyan and inquiring softly. Do you truly love Sister Lingo? Yi Haoyan blurted out, I do not love her. I merely wish to use her to access the secret realm. I intend to exploit her for elixirs. I aim to squander her spirit stones. Upon uttering those words, Yi Haoyan's face turned to one of horror as he clasped his mouth in disbelief. What had he just said? It dawned on him that something was amiss with this pill. Lu Linger stood frozen, her mind swirling as she gazed at Yi Haoyan, who covered his mouth in shock. Wang Mei continued her interrogation. Who is the woman you cherish most? As Yi Haoyan prepared to declare his affection for his second mother, he instinctively turned to flee. Wang Mei, however, was ready, ensnaring him with a binding whip. Yi Haoyan internally lamented his fate. Wang Mei pressed on, her tone mocking. Speak. Who is the woman you love most? Yi Haoyan trembled, stammering, unable to form words. Yet, regardless of his struggles, he found himself uncontrollably revealing, I love my second mother. I even spied on her bathing when I was young. I think my second mother's, Lu Linger's expression, once filled with self-reproach and shame, gradually darkened. Yi Haoyan continued to blurt out his thoughts, his eyes widening in distress. But Wang Mei was not one to let him off easily. She raised a hand and produced a recording orb, activating it before Yi Haoyan. Yi Haoyan, what kind of person do you see yourself as? Yi Haoyan's expression shattered as he beheld the recording orb in Wang Mei's grasp, wishing fervently that he could end his own life. If this were to leak. I enjoy deceiving women for their money. I previously swindled 300 spirit stones from Elder Xianyuan's female disciple. I have a particular fondness for my second mother. If given the chance, I would certainly eliminate my uncle. I mean it. I once deceived a female cultivator who loved me. She possessed a top-quality magical artifact, which I tricked her into giving me. Subsequently, my father arranged for her to fight in another branch. Then I met Lu Linger, using the top-quality magical artifact to capture her attention. Hearing this, Lu Linger's fury ignited, and she instinctively moved to strike him. Yet, upon seeing Yi Haoyan's face, she hesitated. Wang Mei chuckled coldly. Is this the person you described to your master? A dragon among men? It seems you are merely a phoenix man. The artifact you possess was also obtained through deception. You still harbor compassion? It serves you right to be deceived. Strike him. Upon hearing the words, L. Linger instantly struck out with her hand, delivering a sharp slap. Yi Haoyan's expression turned to one of anger. He intended to deceive her. Yet when he opened his mouth, the truth spilled forth. L. Linger, you shameless hussy. You splattered my face. Have you no dignity? Once uttered, silence enveloped the three. Yi Haoyan sought to explain himself, but again found himself exclaiming, Am I mistaken? Are you not enjoying this? Dare you swear otherwise? L. Linger, her eyes quivering, raised her hand and struck once more. Go to hell. After the blow, she departed, while Wang Mei picked up the recording orb behind her. Behave yourself, or I shall release the contents of this orb. With that, Wang Mei chased after L. Linger, her laughter ringing out. Junior sister, please converse with your senior sister. Don't leave. Hey. Chapter 64. Bai Yue assaults Yi Zhiro in the alchemy room. Xiao Yu was engrossed in his cultivation. Yi Zhiro was consumed by her thoughts, feeling nothing but dread. The bond between her fingers and heart had become painfully acute. Even if Xiao Yu demanded she bow or toil like a beast, she would comply wholeheartedly. Observing Xiao Yu, who had already attained the third level of foundation establishment, Yi Zhiro felt her own cultivation, now reduced to merely the sixth level, rendered her speechless. At this moment, Xiao Yu too was bewildered. Why had Yi Zhiro's cultivation diminished? What of Bai Yue and Yi Zimei? They appeared unaffected. Was the issue solely with Yi Zhiro? Xiao Yu instinctively cast a glance at the nearly lifeless Yi Zhiro on the ground and inquired, How is it that your cultivation surpasses your sister's by such a considerable margin? Yi Zhiro, feeling compelled to respond, understood that any hint of displeasure towards the other party could result in dire consequences. The sensation was indeed overwhelming. To answer your question, master, my cultivation exceeds that of my sister primarily because I have been consuming various deceptive elixirs since the Qi refinement stage. Much of my advancement in cultivation has been achieved through the ingestion of these potions. Xiao Yu, with one hand resting on his chin, contemplated the symbiotic relationship between his nine-yang divine body and the supreme ecstasy harmonizing technique, both of which could enhance one another. Consequently, it could be inferred that Yi Zhiro's previous cultivation was merely inflated. He had now restored it to its rightful state. It was likely to decrease further. He dismissed the thought. As long as his own cultivation ascended, her descent to the Qi refinement stage was inconsequential. With the distant crow of a rooster heralding the dawn, the passage of time marked the arrival of a new day. Xiao Yu, with a look of contentment, stretched lazily, preparing to embark on his daily tasks. Checking the time, he arrived first at Bai Yu's judgment chamber. Though Yi Zhiro beheld Bai Yue, she was devoid of her former pride and ambition, as if her very essence had been siphoned away. With her head hung low, she dared not utter a single word. Upon witnessing the scene, Xiao Yu swiftly grasped Yi Zhiro's middle finger. Overcome with fear, Yi Zhiro immediately burst into tears, exclaiming, I was wrong. I was wrong. Oh, my hand. Bai Yue halted her own tasks, and as she listened to the voice, it struck her as somewhat familiar. Upon closer inspection, Bai Yue clenched her fists tightly. Yi Zhiro? The very same treacherous individual who betrays her own kind? Xiao Yu chuckled softly, indeed. Today, I shall observe your performance. I will refrain from initiating the judgment. You may handle her on your own. Just ensure that you do not kill her." Bai Yu's expression immediately hardened, her face brimming with fervor as she clenched her fists. Though she was unable to see, her excitement propelled her to stand upright. Grasping an iron rod from the ground, she advanced towards Yijiro, swinging the rod with intent towards her arm. As she approached, she seized Yijiro and exclaimed, "Vile wretch, look at you now. Ha ha, heaven has finally opened its eyes. Today, I shall make you pay in blood for your sins." Xiao Yu hurriedly exclaimed, "I warned you not to kill her. Be careful." Bai Yu nodded repeatedly, raising her hand to strike fiercely. Yijiro, struck and dazed, did not dare to retaliate. It appeared that Bai Yu had indeed survived and was captured by Xiao Yu, likely enduring her own torment. Yijiro continued to be pummeled relentlessly. As the blows continued, a sense of defiance surged within her, and she clenched her fists, gazing at the blind Bai Yu with a disdainful smile. "Master, you seem to be faring quite well here, huh?" Bai Yu's brows quivered, her fury igniting. She lifted her fist and delivered a blow to Yijiro's abdomen, shouting, "Vile wretch, how dare you speak?" Yijiro erupted into a maniacal laughter. "Ha ha, master. If you get any angrier, you'll be just like me. You're captured now, ha ha. Do you still consider yourself a saint? Uft, I'm a wretch. Aren't you one too?" Bai Yu's face flushed with rage as she picked up a bowl from the ground and hurled it at Yijiro's head. Each strike seemed a catharsis for her pent-up wrath. Bloodied yet exhilarated, Yijiro laughed with abandon. "Ha ha, even if I die, you won't fare any better. You're a wretch too. What do you have to be proud of, When I asked for spirit stones and magical tools, you refused. You still think you're the sect leader, but I see you as nothing but a wanton harlot." "Ha ha." Bai Yu, infuriated, retaliated with a swift kick. Xiao Yu raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap across Bai Yu's face. "I instructed you not to kill her. Do you not comprehend?" Bai Yu hastily lowered her head. Yes. Yue acknowledges her mistake." With that, Xiao Yu stepped outside. After escorting Han Xiaoshui and Li Qingyun to the maidservants' quarters, he intended to attend to Han Xiaoshui's ailment. However, before he could begin, Han Xiaoshui remarked, "Xiao Yu, I can't help but feel that there has been no improvement this time. It seems ineffective." Xiao Yu hurriedly activated the Nine Suns' divine body, pondering whether it would be effective or if the moment was simply not yet right. After the event concluded, Han Xiaoshui expressed her confusion, remarking, "How peculiar. Why does it seem so remarkably effective today?" Xiao Yu proclaimed with an air of pride, "This indicates that the treatment is indeed effective. Such a method involves a minor course every 5 days and a major course every 30 days. Just wait a month, and you shall witness significant signs of improvement." Han Xiaoshui nodded thoughtfully. Before she could rise, a sudden wave of nausea surged within her, and in the next moment, she clasped her mouth and nose. Hastening to the back, Xiao Yu instinctively shrank her neck. Observing Han Xiaoshui's expression, she couldn't help but wonder if it had indeed happened. Xiao Yu initially intended to feign ignorance, but in the next moment, Li Qingyun at the door also covered her mouth and began to retch. Xiao Yu's expression contorted. He merely sought to heal others, never anticipating such complications. Panic, helplessness, and chaos ensued. How exasperating. Xiao Yu gazed at Li Qingyun, who lay at the entrance, utterly incapacitated. To his surprise, he felt a twinge of trepidation. Soon after, he summoned Hualien, well versed in pharmacology. As she approached, she swiftly assessed the situation and burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Congratulations, my master. How delightful. It is indeed a joyous pulse." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu immediately collapsed onto the ground. My goodness. Opposite him, Han Xiaoshui and Li Qingyun were equally stunned. Han Xiaoshui gazed at her daughter across the way, unable to regain her composure for a long while. She was utterly bewildered. Wasn't it said that having children heavily relies on luck? In modern times, some young couples go for years without conceiving. How could it be that after only a few attempts? Upon considering this, Xiao Yu's face turned pale. Becoming a father. This is a disaster. Upon noticing her mother discussing Xiao Yu, Li Qingyun hurriedly interjected, "Oh, dear mother, my husband is only trying to cure you. Do not blame him. What does it matter? After all, father is no longer here, and the daughter has nothing to say." Han Xiaoshui shot an annoyed glance at Xiao Yu, feeling that this young man was truly insincere. Is he genuinely sincere? "Xiao Yu, tell me, what should we do? I am still not fully recovered. What do you propose?" Xiao Yu instinctively swallowed hard, stating, "Well, it actually does not hinder the treatment." Han Xiaoshui's expression instantly transformed, her eyes flashing with fury. What utter nonsense. Hualien hurriedly interjected in a low voice, "It truly does not affect the treatment. You should give it a try and see." Following her words, Han Xiaoshui's demeanor remained fierce as Hualien glanced nervously at Xiao Yu, her face flushed with unspoken words. Xiao Yu found himself momentarily bewildered. He believed that healing should proceed as it always had. However, glancing at Hualien, who occasionally cast her gaze toward Han Xiaoshui, he took out his pipe and began to fill it with tobacco, a look of melancholy on his face. Observing this, Li Qingyun hurriedly offered her match to help him light it. As he lit the pipe, a spark of determination flickered in his eyes as he fixed his gaze on Han Xiaoshui. "Dear mother-in-law, regardless of your current state, even if you bear a child, Your son-in-law can still provide healing. Having lived here for a considerable time, Han Xiaoshui had come to understand Xiao Yu, to some extent, since she was already expecting. She was resolute in ensuring that her child was born safely. She would never allow herself to harm the child in the name of her own healing. Even in death, she would ensure that the child was brought into the world before she departed. This was the essence of her existence. Nothing else mattered. Not her own life, but the well-being of her child. Observing Xiao Yu's enigmatic demeanor, Han Xiaoshui's expression grew unusually somber. I seek nothing more than the safe delivery of my child. I am indifferent to my own fate. Do not harbor any misguided intentions. I have walked this path before, and some matters should not be taken too lightly. Xiao Yu nodded obediently, contemplating for a moment before extinguishing his cigarette, considering the delicate condition he was in. Yet, despite his resolution, a flicker of hope persisted within him. As he gazed at Han Xiaoshui, who was sipping tea across from him, he blurted out, I have a solution that could aid mother-in-law in her recovery while ensuring the health of the unborn child. It is imperative that we address your illness before the child arrives. A robust and healthy body will undoubtedly benefit the little one. We must avoid the possibility of the child inheriting any ailments from you. Upon hearing this, Han Xiaoshui momentarily halted her teacup in midair, struck by the gravity of the situation. Indeed, this posed a significant concern. But how could they proceed with the treatment? Upon perceiving the potential for success, Xiao Yu swiftly signaled to Li Qingyun to close the doors and windows. Subsequently, with a veneer of filial piety, he approached Han Xiaoshui from behind and began to massage her back, remarking, in truth, esteemed mother-in-law, your ailments primarily stem from accumulated fatigue, compounded by a persistent chill that has plagued you for years. This chill seems to concentrate in your lower dantian. Xiao Yu gestured towards her abdomen, asserting, to eradicate the coldness residing within your mother-in-law's body, mere medication is insufficient. We advocate for a balance of yin and yang, drawing energy into the body. To dispel such extreme and malevolent coldness, one must harness the purest form of yang energy. Hearing this, Han Xiaoshui furrowed her brows. As she gazed at her own abdomen, memories of Xiao Yu's previous treatments flooded her mind. Each session invigorated her blood flow. Indeed, every treatment left her feeling vibrant, often drenched in sweat, akin to an enlightening revelation. However, a deep concern settled within her. She pondered the implications of her illness on her unborn child. The thought of passing her affliction to her offspring was unbearable. She would rather forego motherhood altogether. As a parent, one ought to ensure a healthy birth for their child. Otherwise, bringing them into the world would only subject them to suffering. Such selfishness epitomizes the most egregious form of parenthood. Clenching her right fist, Han Xiaoshui demanded, just tell me how you intend to treat this. Are you certain it won't harm the child? Xiao Yu continued to gently pat his back, speaking with a soft demeanor. Indeed, we have already witnessed the efficacy during the healing process. The vital energy produced by my technique truly counteracted your coldness. Healing is akin to navigating commerce. At times, the front gate of a city is guarded, preventing entry. We can adopt an alternative approach, perhaps by circumventing to the rear entrance. All roads lead to Rome. As long as healing is achieved, there are certain compromises to my original intentions that I am willing to accept. As Xiao Yu reached this point, he suddenly looked earnestly at Han Xiaoshui and declared, of course, with determination, whether or not to proceed with treatment ultimately rests on the will of my esteemed mother-in-law. I am merely presenting the options for healing. Han Xiaoshui's eyes quivered. She, the esteemed first talent of Jiangliqing, had been well-versed in literature since childhood, embodying knowledge and propriety. With the virtues of obedience and chastity ingrained in her from a young age, the thought of resorting to such measures for survival was bewildering. In the past, Li Qingyun's father had only touched her twice. Was this Xiao Yu truly intent on treating her? Should she consider terminating the child? Yet, that would be profoundly unjust to the innocent life that had already begun. Should she not strive for a chance? Beside her, Li Qingyun, blushing throughout, cautiously addressed her silent mother, saying, let us go ahead with the treatment, mother. Han Xiaoshui suddenly slammed her hand on the table, exclaiming, silence. Xiao Yu found himself rendered silent, contemplating the stark contrast between virtuous and wayward women. Had he confided such matters to Wang Mei, she would have extinguished the light long ago. It seemed that Han Xiaoshui had been undergoing treatment for some time now, yet she still maintained an icy demeanor, exuding an air of supreme arrogance. Perhaps it was his own restraint that hindered him. He was unable to employ many of the strategies at his disposal. Unlike Bai Yue and her companions, whom he could manage effortlessly, Han Xiaoshui's discontent could lead to dire consequences. He harbored a fondness for the mother and daughter duo and was reluctant to impose his will upon them. Among these women, the most talented and benevolent were undoubtedly Li Qingyun and her mother. Observing Han Xiaoshui, who was still engaged in animated conversation with Li Qingyun, he pondered the complexities of their interactions. Xiao Yu entered Bai Yu's judgment chamber with an air of resignation, exhaling heavily. After all, it was his own offspring. He intended to have Bai Yue, a seasoned alchemist, examine the situation. If all else failed, he would take his time. Once the child was born, Han Xiaoshui would surely be inclined to be with him. Upon reaching Bai Yu's side, Xiao Yu noticed that the 2 buckets of water were already brimming. Bai Yue was still berating, Yijiro, you treacherous scoundrel. I shall make you pay dearly. I am determined to cleanse the ranks. Xiao Yu chuckled softly. Do not call out, you err. Step outside and assist the master in taking the pulse. Bai Yue was momentarily taken aback. Go outside? In the next moment, she found herself ushered out. Xiao Yu, upon noticing the situation, hurriedly spoke, esteemed mother-in-law, this esteemed individual is a Dan master of the Jade Maiden sect, well-versed in pharmacology beyond our understanding. As your devoted son-in-law, I am also concerned for your well-being, which is why I specifically invited her to help assess your condition and explore alternative remedies. As Xiao Yu spoke, she communicated with Bai Yue through sound, instructing her to emphasize that only yang energy could dispel the cold and to exaggerate the severity of the situation. She was pregnant and wished to protect her unborn child. Han Xiaoshui nodded in agreement. Having an additional physician present certainly provided more reassurance. At that moment, Bai Yue was momentarily taken aback. She had not breathed fresh air for an extended period, and as she felt the gentle caress of the breeze, her heart seemed to lift with joy. After a brief contemplation, she proceeded to take Han Xiaoshui's pulse. Bai Yue's brow furrowed tightly, as if she had discerned something significant. Although she could not see, she could certainly detect Xiao Yu's scent, having become accustomed to it during their daily meals. Upon locating Xiao Yu's position, she quickly conveyed through sound, Master. It seems she is not pregnant. Has she ingested anything unclean recently? It appears to be a gastrointestinal issue, hence the retching. The reason Lianer detected a slippery pulse was likely due to her consumption of numerous unclean items, which had ignited internal heat and provoked her liver fire. Xiao Yu was taken aback, exclaiming, Am I suffering from acute gastroenteritis? Chapter 66. In this place, one can treat whomever they please. Bai Yue continued to communicate telepathically, saying, Master, under normal circumstances, Ms. Han shouldn't have been here for too long. Moreover, if we consider the cycle, given her previous period of absence, it would take at least 2 months for any symptoms of pregnancy to manifest, even under fortunate circumstances. Upon hearing that the other party was not pregnant, Xiao Yu resumed smoking his pipe, which startled him momentarily. Bai Yue, naturally understanding Xiao Yu's implication, hurriedly went to check on Li Qingyun's pulse. The symptoms were identical. Observing Xiao Yu's mischievous grin, Bai Yue transmitted another message, saying, Master, you must be cautious regarding the digestive health of these 2 women. Unlike us alchemists who have reached the Dan stage, consuming the fasting pill allows us to forego meals entirely. Xiao Yu instinctively squinted his eyes, startled by the absence of a child. Bai Yue, understanding the gravity of the situation, quickly turned to Han Xiaoshui, saying, You are experiencing a chill, requiring pure yang energy for relief. I am unable to assist you in this matter. However, the fetus within you is healthy, and this is largely due to the previous treatments. It can be said that Master Zhao's yang energy has effectively countered the coldness, ensuring the well-being of the fetus. Upon hearing this, Han Xiaoshui's expression grew increasingly melancholic. Knowing that the child was healthy, she felt an undeniable responsibility as a mother. Upon witnessing the scene, Xiao Yu promptly withdrew Bai Yue, while Li Qingyun gradually exited the room to prepare a meal. Half an hour later, just as Xiao Yu was bringing Han Xiaoshui into the maid's quarters, intending to partake in a meal, he suddenly heard some commotion emanating from the boiler room. It appeared that there was a disturbance of sorts. Upon approaching, he was astonished to discover Yi Zimei harassing Li Qingyun. Qingyun, do you not yet comprehend my feelings for you? You carry the master's child. Once born, I shall not disdain you. My affection for you is genuine. Li Qingyun's expression flickered with amusement. Yi, please do not jest with me. The master is about to dine, and I have yet to finish preparing the meal. All your fault. Yi Zimei, with a familiar smile, stepped closer and said, Indeed, it is all my fault. Qingyun, you are truly beautiful. From the very first moment I laid eyes upon you. As she spoke, she picked up a boiled egg and began peeling it, her eyes brimming with affection. Upon witnessing this scene, Xiao Yu instinctively recoiled, exclaiming, Yi Zimei, so you have taken to living here, have you? Close the door. Release Wang Mei. With that, Xiao Yu firmly shut the door to the boiler room. Yi Zimei, feeling a bit intimidated, looked at the enraged expression on Xiao Yu's face and hurriedly began to explain. Master, it is not as you say. I could seek out Miss Qingyun, couldn't I? Xiao Yu released Wang Mei with his left hand and Zhao Hongye with his right. I must bring you back to your senses. How dare you occupy this place? Upon seeing the smiling Wang Mei, Yi Zimei was so frightened that tears streamed down her face. Master, I was wrong. I will no longer disturb Qingyun. I promise I won't dare. Xiao Yu sat nearby, smoking a cigarette, while Yi Zhiro, who had just recovered her fingers, was beside him. Yi Zhiro had learned to be more obedient. She realized that in order to please Xiao Yu and avoid any further mishaps with her fingers, she must adapt her behavior. Engaging him in conversation seemed a prudent choice. Master, she pondered, why is there such a stark difference between polishing a mirror and severing a sleeve? I do not comprehend. Upon noticing that Yi Zhiro dared to speak to him, Xiao Yu swiftly broke her ring finger. However, this time Yi Zhiro gritted her teeth and bore the pain. Observing the tears welling in her eyes, Xiao Yu smirked with an air of disinterest, remarking to himself that a woman could not inflict any substantial harm upon another woman. Yijiro, with great effort, continued to bite down on her teeth, fully aware that in order to deter him from further tormenting her fingers, she must exhibit sufficient obedience and compliance. Convincing him that breaking her fingers had lost its appeal. Clenching her teeth, she cradled her broken digit and proclaimed, "Master, you are truly knowledgeable and experienced. I, Jiro, am willing to follow you through life and death. Should you require anything, I shall deceive the other women of the Jade Maiden sect to come to your aid. I will do anything for you. If you fancy that Lady Xiang, I shall devote myself wholeheartedly to my training. Once I become powerful enough, I will certainly find a way to resurrect Sister Xiang." As she held her broken finger, tears streaming down her face, she spoke through her pain. Just then, Zhang Lan, responsible for cleaning outside the alchemy chamber, called out from behind, "Master, a disciple from within the sect seeks you. They say a new elder has been sent to take charge here, and they wish for you to pay your respects." Xiao Yu was taken aback upon hearing this. His master had been replaced? How could that be? Could it be due to the incident involving Elder Meng and his two companions who perished here? Xiao Yu rested his chin on one hand, reflecting on the events of the past few days. Although the extensive casualties were a direct result of Yijiro's assault on the branch sect, the speed at which news reached his sect was astonishing. His master would certainly not report such matters directly, as that would only invite trouble. There should be some effort to manage the intelligence and subsequently devise a method to report it, in order to mitigate the repercussions. Within the sect, if an elder were to mismanage affairs leading to the demise of numerous disciples, it was highly probable that they would be held accountable. Xiao Yu felt an unsettling sense of foreboding. The arrival of individuals from his sect was alarmingly swift. Could it be that they were drawn here by the affairs concerning his master? Was someone leaking information, embellishing the previous events to the sect? Who could it be? The identity of this individual had become less significant. After all, there were already spies from his sect present in this vicinity. Should his master be replaced, it would render this place perilous for him. A strategy must be devised. Please wait a moment. I shall return shortly. Within the maidservants' quarters, Wang Mei observed Xiao Yu outside, instinctively clenching her fists. Should her master be dismissed, Xiao Yu would undoubtedly find himself in dire straits as well, perhaps even facing collective punishment. "Master, we must gather our belongings swiftly. If it comes to that, we shall flee. I suspect there are spies from our sect lurking here. Last time, at least 70 or 80 disciples perished, including 2 at the Foundation establishment stage. Moreover, among the deceased were several with relatives within our sect. Caution is paramount." Xiao Yu nodded. Whether it is the righteous sect or the demonic cult, many connections are often based on personal relationships. If all else fails, we shall conceal ourselves. This place welcomes whoever it pleases. For the sake of caution, we should seek out our master first. Our master's character is pure and kind, and he may fall victim to treacherous individuals. After releasing Hualien and Wang Mei, the group began to organize the materials in the alchemy room. They moved swiftly, leaving nothing behind. Chapter 67. Yi Haoyan has succumbed to a life of dependence. Xiao Yu's expression was one of displeasure. After dismissing everyone from the alchemy chamber, he contemplated for a moment before deciding to also put away the elixirs and herbs within. He gazed at the nearly tidied alchemy chamber. Xiao Yu cast his gaze upon the Xuanwu array. With the sect having replaced his master, it was evident that he could no longer remain in this place. Sooner or later, his secrets would be uncovered. He contemplated following his master's whereabouts, or perhaps departing entirely to seek a refuge where he could solidify his cultivation. Bai Yue's judgment value was on the brink of being fulfilled, and once that occurred, he would no longer need to worry about her schemes. He could then devise a plan to explore Bai Yue's former cave, which housed countless treasures sufficient for his training. Yet, he pondered the current state of his master. Suspecting that he would not choose to accompany him, he decided to wait and see. After retracting the Xuanwu array, Xiao Yu made his way to the administrative hall. The hall had undergone renovations, yet remnants of the gaping wound inflicted by the golden scales remained visible on the walls and beams. 7 or 8 newly arrived cultivators from the sect stood, brandishing array flags, seemingly engaged in the arrangement of some formation. Xiao Yu walked forward with his head lowered. Before he reached the Zhongwu Hall, he spotted Zhao Feiji in an intimate exchange with a man by the roadside, appearing quite affectionate. "Oh dear brother, do be mindful of your surroundings. We would not want to attract unwanted attention." Xiao Yu gazed with a melancholic expression at Zhao Feiji, who was beaming with delight. Could it be that this fellow has truly lost his senses? Just previously, he was urging him to flee, and now. Xiao Yu continued on his way. As he walked, he encountered numerous individuals, almost all of whom were in couples. It seemed as though every face radiated the warmth of spring. Xiao Yu had never witnessed such a harmonious scene at the Hehuan Sect before. In the past, male cultivators walked outside wielding their magical instruments, fearful of being ambushed. The slightest chance of being captured and dealt a devastating blow would spell disaster. Yet now, everything seemed so harmonious. This was not right. It felt profoundly amiss. Xiao Yu was momentarily taken aback and hastily activated the vision of the maid's pavilion. Upon witnessing the scene outside, Hualien and Wang Mei were both left in a state of astonishment. Surely, This could not be a romantic venue. How had so many couples suddenly appeared? As Wang Mei observed the unfolding spectacle, she instinctively began to nibble on her fingernail. Could it be that? Xiao Yu no longer dared to press onward, for an unsettling aura surrounded him. In the past, he would have been approached by several familiar faces eager to engage in conversation. Yet, this time, the crowd remained distant. Wang Mei glanced at the assembly with uncertainty and remarked, "Master, it is likely due to the enchanting mist you released that many among them have come to recognize one another." Xiao Yu felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. Indeed, on that day, he had released an entire bundle of mesmerizing incense to assist his master. It seemed that certain individuals had discovered their true love. Xiao Yu exhaled deeply, covering his face before entering the hall of sect affairs. Why should he care? It was not his concern, indeed. What did it matter to him? Surely, that newly appointed elder would not seek to hold him accountable, would they? At that moment, Xiao Yu felt a twinge of trepidation. If Wang Mei were to create chaos within the sect, for instance, by releasing soul-dulling smoke, what sort of punishment would she face? Wang Mei's brow furrowed in concern. A grave offense, indeed. It could very well result in her being assigned to serve as a furnace for some elder as penance. Or perhaps being imprisoned, subjected to the torturous confinement of the Pipa Bone for over a decade. As Xiao Yu stepped into the hall of sect affairs, he immediately retracted his leg. Goodness, should he flee? But what about his master's current situation? Never mind, it's best to escape. Who knows what capabilities the newly arrived elder possesses? As Xiao Yu turned his face, he had scarcely taken 2 steps when he beheld an elderly figure, Hehuan. At that moment, Hehuan was brimming with confidence, accompanied by a female cultivator from the Hehuan Sect, who was at the 9th level of qi refinement. It was evident that they were newly acquainted. "Oh, isn't this Master Xiao?" Hehuan mocked with an air of arrogance. "Why has Elder Lu been seeking you for so long without success? Where might you be headed?" The female cultivator chuckled softly, wrapping her arm around Hehuan's. "Is this truly the Master Xiao you spoke of, Yishidi? He doesn't seem remarkable at all, merely at the 7th level of qi refinement." Xiao Yu, adorned with a concealment pearl, regarded the female cultivator before him, a smirk gracing his features. One could not deny that Hehuan possessed some discerning taste. It appeared he had managed to charm yet another companion. Had he forgotten how he had been ridiculed before? Did he believe that he could don the green hat only once? Did Hehuan truly think that having a female cultivator at the 9th level of qi refinement as his partner would intimidate him? How foolish, sheer folly. Noticing that Xiao Yu remained silent, Hehuan turned to the woman beside him, saying, "Sister Tang, this is the fellow who has undermined my efforts. I never would have guessed that Sister Lu would engage in such illicit relations with him. All my efforts seem wasted. After all, his master is Elder Zhang, leaving me with no choice but to suffer in silence. Fortunately, I still have you, sister." Sister Tang responded with a cold smile. "I had expected something more substantial. Yet he is merely a first-grade alchemist at the qi refinement stage. What a disgrace. Rest assured, Yishidi, I will certainly inform Master about his attempts to usurp another's partner. My master is not one to confuse matters of significance." Upon hearing someone speak of his master, Xiao Yu immediately erupted in anger, exclaiming, "Who are you referring to? Do you dare to challenge me?" Sister Tang, upon hearing this, scoffed in derision, "Oh, your cultivation may be lacking, yet your bravado knows no bounds. You wish to confront me? With your abilities? You ought to take a moment to reflect upon your own shortcomings." As she spoke, Sister Tang summoned a superior-grade offensive artifact. Xiao Yu pretended to display a low-grade magical artifact, tauntingly saying, "Hehuan, have you begun to rely on others for sustenance? You claim to possess great abilities, yet you profess your love for Lingyu? Is this how you demonstrate your reliance? I must say, this reliance appears rather unimpressive." Hehuan smirked, sensing that Xiao Yu was merely envious of him, desperate due to his own inability to attain such support. Xiao Yu. Sister Tang is a disciple of Elder Lu, who has already reached the 7th level of foundation establishment. Furthermore, she possesses a spirit serpent comparable to a 6th level foundation establishment, far surpassing your master. Are you still unaware that your master has been dismissed? Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu furrowed his brow. Had the orders already been issued? Where had his master gone now? Hehuan smiled with an air of arrogance, his brows raised. "What makes you so confident? Do not presume that your illicit affair with that promiscuous Lu Linger grants you immunity. Do not underestimate others. Today, we shall settle both old and new grievances." Just as Hehuan spoke, Xiao Yu had already retrieved the recording pearl. At that moment, Hehuan's fists clenched tightly as he recalled the earlier scene where he had spoken the truth under the influence of the truth pill, all of which had been captured by Wang Mei. Xiao Yu wasted no time and directly produced the image orb. Within the scene, Hehuan exclaimed, "I have loved my second mother since childhood." Tang Shiji was momentarily taken aback. Gazing at the figure within the image, she appeared somewhat bewildered. Hehuan, having anticipated this moment, remarked with a hint of mockery, "Do you truly believe that by disguising someone to resemble me and employing an image orb, you can deceive others? If the person within that orb were indeed me, I would rather dash my head against the wall. Spare us your feeble attempts at trickery." Xiao Yu had encountered shameless individuals before, yet he had never witnessed such audacity. I see you are keen on donning a second green hat. Sister Tang, is it? Very well, I shall remember you. Chapter 68. The Seven Beauties of Hehuan. Lu Ping'er's Sister Tang regarded him with disdain, wielding her magical artifact with a mocking glint in her eyes. How dare he flaunt his prowess before her, Tang Tian, who was unaware of her master's formidable strength. Among the seven beauties of Hehuan, her master, Lu Ping'er, ranked among the top 3 in terms of power. Zhang Xiling was fortunate to place 6th. When facing her master, even Zhang Xiling had to address her as sister. How could Xiao Yu, a mere 7th-level Qi refinement practitioner, dare to challenge her? If she were to strike him today, it would be justified. After all, Xiao Yu had usurped Yi Haoyan's partner. At that moment, Lu Linger entered the scene. Upon spotting Xiao Yu and Yi Haoyan, she instinctively sought refuge at the side. Yi Haoyan sneered coldly. Well, it seems this couple has gathered. Sister Tang, you must stand up for your junior brother. This Lu Linger previously deceived me out of 1,000 spirit stones. She professed her love for me, only to scheme for my spirit stones and elixirs. Truly lawless behavior. Lu Linger, who had just stepped away, widened her eyes in disbelief upon hearing this. Staring at Yi Haoyan, who wore a contemptuous expression, she wondered if she had mistaken her perception. Was this truly the man she once adored? How had he so quickly become entangled with another woman? Xiao Yu let out a cold laugh. You claim Linger deceived you out of money? How utterly shameless. Dare you swear upon your Dao heart? Yi Haoyan retorted with fervor, his expression one of explosive indignation. As a man of stature, how could I unjustly accuse anyone? Who does not know that Lu Linger has always been by my side? I must have been blinded by ignorance to have believed her deceitful words. Swear? What is there to fear? I, Yi Haoyan, solemnly swear that Lu Linger first cheated me out of spirit stones, and now she is entangled with Xiao Yu. If I speak a falsehood, may I be struck by heavenly retribution. I swear upon my Dao heart. Xiao Yu, do you dare to make the same oath? Can you claim that you have had no affair with Lu Linger? The surrounding disciples turned their gazes towards them, instinctively believing Yi Haoyan's vehement oath implicated Lu Linger in betrayal. Lu Linger, on the verge of tears, pondered how she could possibly explain herself. She was indeed at fault, having had an affair with Xiao Yu. Now that her master had been ousted, how could she defend herself? Xiao Yu gazed at Yi Haoyan, who had sworn an oath with fervent conviction, struggling to comprehend the audacity of such a pledge. Could it be that this fool truly dared to make such a vow? Did he no longer aspire to cultivate immortality? Was he so shameless as to forsake his dignity for the sake of living off others? In that moment, Xiao Yu couldn't help but give a thumbs up. You are so lofty and remarkable. You have truly astonished me. Unfazed, Yi Haoyan raised his fist and shouted, what am I afraid of? I have a clear conscience. My sincerity is as if it were cast to the dogs. What do I have to fear? As their heated exchange continued, a group of individuals approached the stage. All the disciples retreated to the sides, silenced by the presence of authority. The woman on the platform cast a cold gaze upon Xiao Yu and Lu Linger, her voice resonating with a low intensity. Is this the alchemist of the branch? Is this how your master has instructed you? To covet the partners of others within the sect? Xiao Yu gazed at the woman on the stage, then glanced at the gloating Yi Haoyan, and in that moment, he attained enlightenment. Yi Haoyan's father was an elder, and it was likely that he had been up to mischief within the sect. The matter concerning his master's resignation was undoubtedly linked to Yi Haoyan. Observing Xiao Yu's silence, the woman on the stage coldly commanded, upon encountering this esteemed presence, do you not know to pay your respects? Such a lack of decorum. Gouge out his eyes for me. Xiao Yu couldn't help but chuckle. He raised his gaze to meet the woman on the stage. In the next moment, the system's notification sound echoed. A new villainess detected, Lu Ping'er. The host is advised to pass judgment on her promptly. Name, Lu Ping'er. Age, 26. Cultivation level, 7th layer of foundation establishment. Appearance, a striking score of 95, standing at 173 centimeters and weighing 50 kilograms. Qualifications, Serpent Demon. Exceptional with spiritual root character, inherently malevolent, ruthless, and cunning, willing to employ any means necessary to ascend the ranks. Background, one of the 7 beauties of the Pleasure Sect. Hailing from the demon race. Consumed by hatred born from love, she murdered her younger sister out of jealousy for her sister's partner and was subsequently exiled by her clan. Her heinous acts include the devouring of thousands of ordinary cultivators. Lu Ping'er. Xiao Yu was momentarily taken aback. A snake woman? Goodness. A snake. Has no one noticed? A snake woman. At that moment, 2 female cultivators had already descended from the stage, raising their hands as if to pluck Xiao Yu's eyes away. Xiao Yu was poised to unleash a torrent of vengeance, for this insufferable lot sought to compel him into rebellion. They would bear the consequences of their actions. Suddenly, a furious roar pierced the air from outside. Zhang Ziling hastened to the scene, her expression a tempest of discontent as she beheld Lu Ping'er, who intended to impose punishment upon Xiao Yu. It is not for others to meddle in the affairs of my disciple. Zhang Junior sister, what a formidable presence you have. Lu Ping'er smirked disdainfully, her lips curling in amusement. Ah, it is indeed you, Zhang Junior sister. It has been quite some time, and you have grown remarkably bold. How audacious of you to speak to your senior sister in such a manner. No wonder your disciple lacks decorum. It appears she has learned from you. Zhang Ziling, her countenance darkened, positioned herself protectively before Xiao Yu, casting a cold glare at the assembly. Linger is my disciple. I have never consented to Yi Hao Tian's proposal of marriage to her, for I have long since pledged Linger to Xiao Yu. Matters concerning my own disciples are not for outsiders to intrude upon. Dear senior sister, you have traveled far, surely. You do not intend to confront a junior upon your arrival? Lu Ping'er retorted with a grin. Moreover, Xiao Yu is the sole alchemist of our branch. Lu Ping'er continued. It seems you have forgotten, dear junior sister, that I have ascended to the rank of a second-tier alchemist. What merit does a mere first-tier alchemist hold? Are you genuinely seeking a conflict with me today? And let us not forget, it was your negligence that led to the tragic demise of Elder Meng and his companion. Had you been more vigilant, could the intruders from the Jade Maiden sect have infiltrated our ranks? You should return to our sect and acknowledge your failures instead of parading your authority here. Do you desire for our master to personally address you? Fury coursed through Zhang Ziling as she clenched her right fist, her expression one of bitter defiance. This branch had been forsaken, and had it not been for her steadfast leadership, it would have long since been annihilated. Yet now, she was unjustly accused of negligence. Was this the reward for her diligent efforts? Were it not for her, this branch would have perished long ago. Xiao Yu was on the verge of losing his temper when Zhang Ziling hastily communicated with him, urging, do not act impulsively, endure. You are not her match. Her spiritual serpent has already reached the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage. Xiao Yu exclaimed, Master, let us flee. The Hehuan Sect is beyond salvation. With but a word from you, I would carve a bloody path to ensure your escape, even at the cost of my life. Chapter 69. The Pledge of Loyalty. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ziling swiftly turned to look at Xiao Yu. To think he would risk everything to forge a path for her? The last time someone spoke to her in such a manner was her father, prompting a flood of childhood memories. Now, Xiao Yu stood beside her as a fellow foundational cultivator. But did he truly harbor sincere feelings for her? What of Wang Mei and the other maidens? Zhang Ziling's heart began to race with anxiety, and she hastily conveyed through thought, calm yourself. Do you not understand the consequences of causing chaos within the sect? Once the sect places a bounty on our heads, no other demonic sect will take us in. Even if we sought refuge in a righteous sect, we would be branded as demonic thieves, reduced to wandering cultivators without resources or opportunities. Do not act impulsively. Xiao Yu now possesses the invaluable card of Bai Yue, and it is evident that he holds the treatment offered by the Hehuan Sect in disdain. In the past, he lacked strength and cultivation, but the present is markedly different. Wang Mei and Hua Lian have nearly reached the foundation establishment stage, and he himself can contend equally with Lu Ping'er. If his master can merely restrain Lu Ping'er's formidable spirit snake at the peak of foundation establishment, escape today would not be out of reach. However, the formation of the branch sect poses a considerable challenge. Attempting to flee would require a significant cost. As Xiao Yu contemplated strategies, Zhang Ziling stepped forward with a resolute gaze, saying, Senior Sister Lu, given the current dire situation on the front lines, our sect has dispatched you because of the strategic importance of the branch. This is a critical time for us to utilize our resources. And why not grant a junior sister an opportunity for redemption? I am willing to lead my disciples to attack Jiangliushan and establish a forward outpost on the mountain. Lu Ping'er frowned at these words, her expression dripping with disdain as she retorted, Jiangliushan is fortified with a stronghold of the Xianling sect, easily defensible and challenging to assail. Are you attempting to deceive me, junior sister Zhang? Surely, you do not intend to play the coward? Zhang Ziling exhaled slowly, Senior Sister Lu. You surely wish to carve out a realm for our sect as well. If that is the case, I implore you to grant my disciples a chance. I am willing to pledge my life. Should we fail to seize Jiangliushan or perish upon its heights, I shall accept the consequences. Upon your arrival, if we successfully conquer Jiangliushan, our sect will certainly regard you with newfound respect. Yi Haoyan interjected, raising his voice, is Elder Zhang attempting to treat us as fools? The Xianling sect boasts 200 disciples in the Qi refinement stage on that mountain, with Lin Su's father stationed there. What do you propose to use against them? Zhang Ziling fixed her gaze upon Lu Ping'er. Naturally, we require some assistance from Senior Sister Lu. You need only provide me with 50 disciples in the Qi refinement stage. And within 3 days, I shall capture Jiangliushan. Yi Haoyan burst into laughter. 50 against 200? How audacious of you. They have a misty array in place. Merely sending 20 to guard the stronghold would render your forces unable to breach it. I suspect you wish to flee. At this, Lu Ping'er raised her hand. How dare you speak to Elder Zhang in such a manner? All of you, step back. Yi Haoyan instinctively swallowed hard, hesitating before retreating behind Tang Tian. After Lu Ping'er spoke, she regarded Zhang Ziling with a playful expression. The current Jiangliushan is no longer as it once was. Previously, it lacked strongholds and formations. With the Xianling sect's occupation, a base of 200 has been constructed at the mountain's summit. Once the Misty Array is activated, entry becomes nearly impossible. As long as the enemy remains steadfast, Zhang Ziling will find herself at an impasse. However, if the opponents wish to court disaster, she could exploit that very desire. Once the Xianling sect's focus shifts to Zhang Ziling, she could lead her forces to attack the Xianling sect directly. Even if she cannot capture it, she may yet strike back when Zhang Ziling falters, aiming for the conquest of Jiangliushan. No matter how one views it, this is an opportunity. It is rare to have someone willing to take the lead. Since junior sister Zhang is eager to contribute to the sect, I, as the senior sister, cannot be unreasonable. After all, our Hehuan Sect 7 sisters are held in the highest regard by the sect leader. We have always shared a bond akin to sisters. However, as Lu Ping'er reached this point, she feigned a moment of contemplation before smiling lightly. She then picked up a fan and began to fan herself. 50 is indeed a bit excessive. You are aware that our last branch suffered significant losses, and I have not brought many disciples this time. Most are engaged in the frontline battle. I can only send you 30 additional disciples. However, I can offer you a fine mid-grade magical artifact. With this artifact, you will surely shine in your endeavors. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu felt an overwhelming urge to extend his regards to her entire family. Did this woman truly intend for them to meet their demise? How could she shamelessly mention a mid-grade magical artifact? Zhang Xiling bowed her head respectfully, noting that 30 individuals posed a slight challenge. Lu Ping'er, with a bright smile, waved her fan with remarkable grace. Junior sister possesses the celestial fragrance physique. Against a mere 200 adversaries, you will undoubtedly pave the way for victory. When we successfully capture Jiang Lushan, remember to credit the first achievement to junior sister. Xiao Yu was about to unleash a torrent of invective when Zhang Xiling conveyed to him through thought, "Do not act impulsively. I have my own plans." Subsequently, Zhang Xiling clasped her fists and addressed the platform. "In that case, I wish to personally select those 30 individuals." Lu Ping'er responded, "No problem at all. I shall await your triumphant return, junior sister Zhang." After the meeting adjourned, Zhang Xiling led Lu Linger and Xiao Yu to her study. Upon entering the room, Lu Linger, filled with indignation, knelt on the floor, her face aflame with anger. Clenching her fists and holding back tears, she lamented, "It was my folly to trust that scoundrel Yi Haoyan. Master, it is I who have brought you harm. It must be that Yi Haoyan reported to the sect about me. Master, I am truly sorry." Xiao Yu held his pipe with one hand, looking displeased as he gazed at Zhang Xiling. He had genuinely felt the urge to act violently just moments ago. Had he known, he would have dealt with Yi Haoyan decisively. Zhang Xiling exhaled slowly, regaining her composure before speaking. "Xiao Yu, do not act impulsively. I understand your exceptional talent. Within a decade, your future will be boundless. Do not jeopardize your path to immortality over trivial matters. What does it matter if you win in a moment of bravado? You must consider the consequences. Even if we were to flee now, where could we possibly go? Henceforth, refrain from uttering any words that suggest a departure from our sect." Xiao Yu's expression darkened with displeasure. "Sooner or later, I shall make Lu Ping'er kneel, and that Tang Tian as well. This is the first time I have been so enraged. Master, you truly possess remarkable restraint. 30 individuals confronting 200. Is this not a death wish?" Zhang Xiling surveyed the surroundings, her countenance grave as she spoke. "Initially, we merely feigned an attack. I have received news that Lin Su has perished, and his father, Lin Tianhai, is amassing forces for what appears to be a significant offensive against the branch. It is likely to occur in the next few days. We shall wait for their assault on the branch before launching a surprise attack on Jiang Lushan." Xiao Yu was momentarily taken aback, gazing incredulously at his master. When had his master become so astute? Did this imply that his master intended to lead them in a hasty escape? Prepare yourselves, at the stroke of midnight. Accompany me to Jiangliushan. Chapter 70, Yi Haoyan's Mother. Upon finishing her statement, Zhang Xiling summoned Lu Rui, Li Yunma, and others, even calling upon Zhao Feiji. She had gathered all those she trusted, despite their abilities not being particularly exceptional. Upon seeing her sister Lu Rui, Lu Linger wore a sorrowful expression. As Lu Rui approached, she immediately noticed Xiao Yu, swallowing hard as if a vivid image had flashed through her mind. Xiao Yu fell into silence as well, since his master had made arrangements. He could begin to devise his own plans for the future. Given that Lu Ping'er dared to provoke them, he would not hold back. Although he was currently unable to confront Lu Ping'er, he was confident that dealing with Tang Tian would be effortless. The mere thought of Yi Haoyan, who had sworn a deceitful oath with his Dao heart, made Xiao Yu tighten his grip on his pipe. That scoundrel had genuinely taken him by surprise today. To swear an oath of dependency in such a manner was truly ruthless. Thus, he resolved to seek out Tang Tian before departing at midnight, intent on adding another layer of reproach to Yi Haoyan's reputation. No matter whom he chose as a Dao partner in the future, Xiao Yu would seize them all, one by one. At that moment, Li Yunma beside him suddenly interjected, "This is utterly intolerable. Yi Haoyan is truly despicable for daring to toy with us. I just saw someone from the Yi family arrive. It seems to be Yi Haoyan's mother. It infuriates me. How can Elder Yi treat our branch like this? Why do those old hounds hiding in the main sect not come to the front lines? It's infuriating." Xiao Yu was momentarily taken aback upon hearing this. "What did you say? Yi Haoyan's mother has arrived? What is her purpose?" Li Yunma replied, "What else could it be? Naturally, she has come to ascertain whether her precious son has been wronged. Such connections are truly repulsive." Xiao Yu's expression turned playful as he glanced at Zhang Xiling before hastily bowing his head in contemplation. I shall return to the alchemy chamber to tidy up. You all carry on with your tasks." Zhang Xiling, fearing that Xiao Yu might stir up trouble, quickly transmitted a message to him. "Do not harm Yi Haoyan. His father is on the verge of breaking through to the golden core stage and has a close relationship with the sect master. If he were to perish, we would all be implicated. In such a case, our sect would undoubtedly dispatch personnel to investigate and interrogate us. Xiao Yu chuckled softly, assuring, rest assured. I would never take his life. Xiao Yu finished speaking and dashed away, grinning from ear to ear. Yi Haoyan's mother has arrived. Ha. This troublesome fellow is asking for trouble, isn't he? Well, let him not blame Xiao Yu for his actions. Yi Haoyan's father is formidable, is he? He cannot be killed. Can he? Then let Uncle Xiao take it upon himself to teach him a lesson in humanity. Xiao Yu swiftly arrived at the task commission office adjacent to the administrative hall. Wang Mei and Hua Lian from the maidservants' pavilion had already surmised Xiao Yu's intentions. The two of them were laughing uncontrollably. With a mischievous grin, Wang Mei covered her mouth and said, Master, Yi Haoyan's mother must be 60 this year. Are you certain? Xiao Yu's expression was resolute. I am certain that it is futile for anyone to come today. Damn it, I must assert my position as his elder. From now on, I shall have him address me as his stepfather. Regardless of whether he is 60 or 80, I am not incapable. What do I care? What is there to fear? When the lights go out, it is all the same, is it not? Xiao Yu spoke as he began to glance around. Before he could locate Yi Haoyan, he spotted Tang Tian. Upon seeing Xiao Yu, Tang Tian beamed with a wide smile and exclaimed, I was wondering who it could be. So it is you. Junior brother Xiao. What brings you here? Seeking to plead for someone, perhaps? Xiao Yu glanced at Tang Tian's insipid demeanor, feeling a dwindling interest. His primary objective now was to capture Yi Haoyan's mother. He intended to take her away tonight. Upon noticing Xiao Yu's disregard, Tang Tian was immediately incensed. Upon witnessing this, Xiao Yu promptly clasped his fists and spoke, Sister Tang, I have wronged you in the past. Please accept this bottle of cleansing elixir as a token of my sincerity. In truth, Sister Tang must surely understand Yi Haoyan's intentions. There is no enmity between us, and some matters I find difficult to articulate. I trust that you are a good-hearted woman, and for the previous incidents, I, as your junior, sincerely apologize. Upon concluding his words, Xiao Yu bowed his head. Tang Tian, seated across from him, was momentarily taken aback. What is happening? However, upon catching sight of the entire bottle of cleansing elixir, her expression shifted. After glancing around to ensure no one was watching, she hastily pocketed it. Indeed, your thoughtfulness is quite rare. In the future, refrain from speaking of matters that should remain unspoken. Fearful of being discovered in her acquisition of this boon, Tang Tian quickly departed. Xiao Yu's lips curled into a slight smile. You say I am undermining others? Then let it be. Just then, he spotted Yi Haoyan accompanied by a woman approaching the task commission area. His eyes widened in astonishment. The woman, adorned in splendid attire, resembled a wealthy matron. Her garments were resplendent, exuding an air of nobility with each graceful step. The exquisite embroidery of her clothing, interwoven with golden and silver threads, radiated an unmistakable aura of distinction. As she moved lightly, the jingling of her accessories sounded like ethereal melodies gracing his ears. Her brow bore an imperiousness that commanded respect. Yet her smile was tinged with amiability, evoking both reverence and familiarity. On her finger sparkled a magnificent gemstone ring, which Xiao Yu immediately recognized as a rare storage ring. This woman was none other than Zhang Honglu, the mother of Yi Haoyan. Upon detection, a new villainess was identified. Name, Zhang Honglu. Age, 62. Cultivation level, second tier of foundation establishment. Appearance rating, 90. Height, 166 centimeters. Weight, 103. Gene attributes, golden wood and water. Spiritual roots. Disposition, extremely protective of her child, doting, domineering, and unreasonable, often leveraging her age for authority. Background, Madam of Elder Yi from the Harmonious Sect. Malicious behavior. In her relentless pursuit to aid her son Yi Haoyan, she does not hesitate to suppress other disciples, having harmed over 30 individuals. Upon gazing at the visage of the other, Xiao Yu's eyes lifted with intrigue. Despite having reached the venerable age of 60, the individual appeared no older than 40. Their physique could only be described as remarkable. The hair, still streaked with gray, suggested they had not been free from the concerns of Yi Haoyan. Strangely enough, Xiao Yu found himself perceiving Yi Haoyan in a somewhat favorable light. How peculiar it was. It is no wonder that one often hears the adage to not hold grudges against the young. At that moment, Zhang Honglu directly presented a task scroll to the consulate disciple, declaring, This is the new mission I have issued. Procure 10 flawless cleansing marrow pills for my son and 3 foundation establishment pills. The disciple, taken aback, stammered, Madam Yi, given the current military strife. Elder Lu has stated that personal tasks cannot be assigned to disciples. With a fierce expression, Zhang Honglu retorted, What? Is my son not fighting for the cause? Are you instructing me on how to conduct my affairs? The disciple quickly lowered his head, hastily clarifying, No. It's just that we do not possess cleansing marrow pills. Only alchemist Xiao has them. Upon hearing this, Yi Haoyan's eyes brightened with realization. Indeed, mother, since Xiao Yu is not far from his end, why not procure some pills from him? I know precisely where that lad's alchemy chamber is located. Let us go. Xiao Yu had already returned to the alchemy room ahead of time, setting up the formation and preparing the second-tier bewitching pill. Haha, come here, my dear son. Chapter 71. Yi Haoyan's ambition. At this moment, Zhang Honglu was following Yi Haoyan towards the alchemy room, where Yi Haoyan, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Mother! It was that scoundrel who undermined me and lured away Linger. That woman, Lu Linger, even swindled my spirit stones. It infuriates me to no end. Mother, you must stand up for me." Zhang Honglu's expression darkened as she fanned herself with a paper fan. Naturally, anyone who dares to bully my Zhang Honglu's son is courting death. As soon as I received your message, I rushed over without delay, here to support you. They have gone too far. That Zhang Xiling even dared to incite her disciples to harm my Haoyan. Humph, her days are numbered. Yi Haoyan's face lit up with enthusiasm as he walked with a spring in his step. How dare they oppose him? Those fools surely do not know who the 7 beauties of Hehuan are. In the Hehuan Sect, aside from the sect master and a few honorary elders of the Golden Core stage, the next tier consists of the law enforcement elders, of which his father is one. He oversees all affairs of the sect, including tasks, personnel, resources, promotions, and punishments. Even the 7 beauties of Hehuan were appointed by the sect master and the law enforcement elders. Moreover, his father is on the brink of reaching the Golden Core stage. Once he attains that level, he will be promoted to honorary elder, second only to the sect master. Who dares to take away Yi Haoyan's woman? Huh, they are simply asking for trouble. At that moment, Zhang Honglu quietly inquired, "Haoyan, this Xiao Yu is a first-tier alchemist, correct? His cultivation is at the qi refining stage?" Yi Haoyan replied, "Yes. He seems to be in the mid-qi refining stage. He was previously Elder Wu's disciple and could concoct first-tier pills even before reaching qi refining. His alchemy room must be filled with numerous pills. Mother, please help me procure some." Upon hearing this, Zhang Honglu's fan gradually came to a halt, her expression revealing a hint of shock. "He can concoct first-tier pills at the body refining stage? Are you certain?" Yi Haoyan nodded, albeit somewhat confused. "Yes. I have investigated thoroughly. Is there anything wrong?" Zhang Honglu's eyes gleamed, and her lips lifted slightly. "That means he possesses talent for alchemy. Haoyan, I think it would be better not to kill him. Let me place a soul binding on him, ensuring he will forever concoct pills for you. What do you think?" Yi Haoyan looked reluctantly towards the alchemy room. They were nearly there, yet his mother had changed her mind. Before he could respond, Zhang Honglu hurriedly added, "Don't be foolish. Lu Linger is merely a dispensable harlot. You must not let small matters overshadow the bigger picture. I believe Zhang Xiling took him in as a disciple precisely because he can concoct pills. Don't forget, Zhang Xiling never accepts male disciples. This indicates that his alchemical skills must be quite high. What use is killing him? It is better to keep him as your servant, allowing him to concoct pills for you for eternity. Besides, when you reach the foundation establishment stage, you will need foundation establishment pills. Let him concoct those for you. If he fails, we can just castrate him." Upon hearing this, Yi Haoyan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Zhang Honglu continued with a venomous smile. "Do not let small losses hinder your long-term goals. Almost every elder in the sect has connections to alchemists and weaponsmiths. You must cultivate your own trusted subordinates in advance. Once you reach the foundation establishment stage, I will find a way for you to become a law enforcement elder. With Xiao Yu helping you concoct pills, you can win over even more hearts." The more Yi Haoyan listened, the more sense it made. Indeed, what was Lu Linger worth? If she left, then so be it. If he became a law enforcement elder, he could even summon Zhang Xiling. Wasn't she opposed to his relationship with Lu Linger? Let her come and see for herself. Yi Haoyan began to envision a bright future, his smile widening. "Haha, mother, you truly are my beloved mother. I almost jeopardized everything. The alchemy room is right here. Mother, let us hurry inside." Zhang Honglu, upon hearing this, surveyed the surroundings to ensure no one was watching before whispering, "Haoyan, you have enmity with Xiao Yu. To avoid gossip, you should wait outside. I will go in alone. You guard the entrance. No one is allowed in. Just say I am here to inspect the pills, in case someone is hiding something." Yi Haoyan was overjoyed, promptly taking his position at the door with his magical artifact. His mother had already reached the second layer of foundation establishment. Dealing with a mere Xiao Yu should be a piece of cake. When the time came, he would summon Lu Linger, allowing Xiao Yu to witness his revenge firsthand. Zhang Honglu entered the alchemy room, her head held high as she surveyed the layout. The medicinal garden, boiler room, shelves, bedroom, and study. She then directed her gaze towards the alchemy room, where smoke was rising. As she stepped inside, a sweet aroma of medicinal pills wafted through the air. Wait, he is actually concocting a cleansing marrow pill? This fragrance must belong to a flawless quality pill. Zhang Honglu had previously questioned why Zhang Xiling would accept a man as a disciple, as it was entirely contrary to her usual style. Indeed, this Xiao Yu possessed talent for alchemy. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu, who was in the midst of concocting pills, noticed the approaching figure. Now in the mid-foundation establishment stage, he had no trouble dealing with Zhang Honglu. However, for safety's sake, he chose to proceed cautiously. After all, she was the wife of a sect elder and likely possessed life-preserving means. If he failed to eliminate her and she escaped, it would be troublesome. Today, he was determined to become Yi Haoyan's stepfather, even if it meant playing the fool or severing his own arms. He must vent this pent-up frustration. Xiao Yu thought to himself, Zhang Honglu? Does she think I will not pay my respects? With an icy tone, Zhang Honglu looked down at Xiao Yu, speaking with an air of superiority. Xiao Yu feigned panic as he tossed the second-grade hypnotic powder into the alchemical furnace. Ah, Lady Yi, esteemed senior. What brings you here? He then bowed deeply, a sycophantic smile adorning his face. I am Xiao Yu, your humble disciple, and I beg your forgiveness for not welcoming you properly. He continued, I was just engrossed in studying the formula for the Foundation Establishment pill and momentarily lost focus. I beseech your pardon for this lapse. Upon hearing his words, Zhang Honglu's expression brightened. Oh, the formula for the Foundation Establishment pill? Such bold claims. How goes your research? Xiao Yu was acutely aware of the other party's intentions, undoubtedly concerned about the future of his wayward son. The research was progressing well. With an additional 6 months granted to his disciple, he believed he could refine a foundational elixir of slight imperfection. The success rate should stand at approximately 30%. Zhang Honglu's eyes sparkled with surprise, realizing that this seemingly insignificant branch harbored a budding alchemist. Today, she must impose a soul-binding restriction upon him. Oh, is that so? Come forward, and let me take a closer look at you. Chapter 72. Xiao Yu versus Zhang Honglu. Xiao Yu feigned respect as he lowered his head and approached, fists clasped in front of him, careful not to betray the intoxicating scent of the soul-dulling incense that lingered in the air. This second-grade incense had been refined by Bai Yue, its aroma reminiscent of the cleansing elixir. The opportune moment for its effects had yet to arrive. He needed to lower his opponent's defenses. Before reaching her, Xiao Yu suddenly knelt on the ground with a thud, panic etched across his face as he cried out. Disciple is guilty. I implore Senior Zhang to spare me. I truly had no intention of coveting Sister Linger. This matter was orchestrated by our esteemed master. I beseech your understanding. I am but a humble disciple in the Qi refinement stage. How could I dare to covet Brother Ye's partner? I am powerless in this situation. Senior, how could I possibly defy the master's orders? I urge you to see the truth. Zhang Honglu scoffed, a smirk curling her lips. She then picked up her fan and began to fan herself lightly, saying, Oh, is that so? When did I claim to have come for this matter? Why the haste? I merely represent our sect to inspect the alchemical reserves of this branch, to prevent any spies from pilfering them. Xiao Yu continued to cry out on the ground. Senior Zhang, please see clearly. I implore you to spare me. Your disciple is willing to heed any of your instructions. I have been coerced. Zhang Honglu let out a cold laugh, then slowly approached Xiao Yu, her eyes brimming with mockery. She had no interest in discerning the truth of his words. Even if they were genuine, what of it? The fault lay in his unfortunate choice of adversary. With that, Zhang Honglu lowered her fan and extended her right hand towards Xiao Yu's brow. Xiao Yu remained with his head bowed, a somber expression gracing his lips. Why had the situation not yet escalated? At that moment, Zhang Honglu suddenly shook her head, her vision becoming increasingly muddled. She took 2 deep breaths, and her gaze towards Xiao Yu shifted dramatically. In an instant, Xiao Yu raised his hand and unleashed his ultimate move. The ecstasy divine light erupted forth. Zhang Honglu's expression trembled as she instinctively raised her magical fan to defend herself. In the blink of an eye, her mid-grade magical fan was obliterated by Xiao Yu's single strike. Zhang Honglu's eyes widened in disbelief, her voice quivering. You are at the 6th level of Foundation Establishment. Who are you? What is your purpose in my Harmony Sect? After uttering these words, she felt a wave of disorientation wash over her. This was bad. She had been poisoned. The soul-confounding smoke. There was no time to ponder further. Zhang Honglu turned to flee. The power to destroy a mid-grade magical artifact with a single move was far beyond her capabilities. Yet, before she could escape the alchemy room, a green formation suddenly materialized around it. Zhang Honglu's brows furrowed in alarm as she beheld the abruptly erected Xuanwu array, her complexion paling. She hastily pressed her fingers against the acupoint on her neck and drew forth a copper mirror to shield herself. Who are you, truly? Xiao Yu smiled playfully and said, Who am I? I am the husband you lost many years ago, and I am also the future stepfather of your son, Hehuan. I had my suspicions about which scoundrel dared to target my master. It turns out it was your little rascal. However, I no longer wish to stoop to his level, for I do not enjoy engaging in petty squabbles with children. Upon concluding his words, Xiao Yu wasted no time and unleashed the Qianxiang Wanmei diagram. With a single flash, Zhang Honglu let out a piercing scream. At that moment, Wang Mei and Hua Lian also dragged Hehuan into the fray. Hehuan, witnessing the unfolding scene, felt his legs weaken. Xiao Yu, how have you reached the 6th layer of Foundation Establishment? This is disastrous. Zhang Honglu's consciousness was fading, gazing at Xiao Yu. She realized that her fate today was likely sealed. Xiao Yu, do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? I am the wife of the law elder. If you were to kill me, you would surely be hunted down by the Hehuan Sect. The entire demonic path would pursue you relentlessly. Your master would also be implicated. You are still young, and the road ahead is long. One must never act impulsively. Xiao Yu grinned and said, When did I ever claim I wish to take your life, my dear? I am more concerned for your well-being than anything else. The sensation of being poisoned is surely unpleasant, is it not? Allow me to present you with a choice. Will you enter into my magical artifact? Or would you rather witness your son perish before your very eyes? Upon Xiao Yu's utterance, Wang Mei pressed a knife against Hehuan's throat. In a state of terror, Yi Haoyan cried out, "Mother, save me. Please help me." Zhang Honglu's expression trembled as she beheld her beloved son in such peril, her heart sinking. "Xiao Yu, if you dare to harm a single hair on my child, I will ensure you meet a fate worse than death." In response to her words, Wang Mei struck her across the face, causing Yi Haoyan to see stars. He could scarcely comprehend how Xiao Yu had two formidable aides at the peak of the qi refinement stage. Zhang Honglu, her heart torn, watched her son being assaulted. Her face etched with defiance. "Release him. If you wish to take anything, direct it all at me." At 60 years of age, she was confident that no harm would befall her, especially with two stunningly beautiful accomplices by their side. What could they possibly do? Surely, they were merely seeking to gain some advantage. Xiao Yu coldly chuckled, raising his hand to gently rest upon Zhang Honglu's forehead. "Should you dare to flee, I assure you, your son's head will roll." Zhang Honglu instinctively bowed her head. She was certain that her adversary would not dare to harm her. If she were to perish, the extinguishing of her soul lamp would undoubtedly summon her husband's wrath. In that eventuality, the entire branch would meet its doom. Xiao Yu abruptly advanced towards the maid's pavilion, only to find that the other party refused to comply. In a fit of rage, he struck fiercely. "Damn it! Are you seeking death? Wang Mei, castrate Yi Haoyan for me." Zhang Honglu, taken aback, hastily pleaded, "No, no, no. I will enter your magical instrument." Yi Haoyan stood there, weeping, utterly terrified. He watched as Xiao Yu took his mother away, unsure of her whereabouts now. Meanwhile, Zhang Honglu, who had already entered the maid's pavilion, sensed that something was amiss. "What is this place?" Xiao Yu gazed at Yi Haoyan across from him, a smile gracing his lips. He lifted his hand and fed him 3 forget-me-not pills directly. "Ha ha, my dear son, just stay at home and wait. My desire to kill you is waning." Subsequently, Xiao Yu unceremoniously tossed Yi Haoyan to the entrance of the alchemy chamber. At midnight, he followed Zhang Xiling to Jianglu Mountain. Zhang Honglu in the maid's pavilion could never have imagined that Xiao Yu would do such a thing to her. "Ah, you despicable wretch, may you meet a miserable end. I will not let you off easily. Just wait." Wang Mei, witnessing the scene, struck again with a resounding slap. "Old harlot, what are you barking about? Outside." Xiao Yu chuckled. "Now tell me, am I not Yi Haoyan's father?" Chapter 73. The bewildered Yi Haoyan. Zhang Honglu's expression was one of fury as she glared menacingly at Xiao Yu and his companions. How dare they administer her a dispersing elixir? The crafting of such a pill is notoriously challenging and exorbitantly priced. Does he truly have the audacity to invest such resources? Do not think that capturing me allows you to threaten my son. I assure you, if anything were to happen to me, his father would never let you off the hook. Look at you, in such a pitiful state. Besides tormenting me, what else can you do? Do you think I am like those young girls, ready to perish over trifles? Huh, how absurd. You dare to act so brazenly before me?" As she spoke, Zhang Honglu wore an expression of utter disdain, her left lip curling in a sneer of contempt. Each glance she cast at Xiao Yu was laden with mockery. She then nonchalantly flicked her sleeve, as if dismissing the entire matter. Huo Yan, observing the situation, felt a twitch in her eyes. What did she mean by comparing herself to those young girls in such a dramatic fashion? Was this a veiled insult? How dare this old harlot speak so boldly? Xiao Yu gazed at the other party's expression of utter disdain, feeling an increasing thrill. This is what makes it truly entertaining. "Madam Yi, it appears I have underestimated you. As expected of someone as experienced as you, with your vast knowledge. After all, a lady as exquisite as yourself must have conducted considerable research. However, it is evident that you have overestimated both my limits and your own worth. Do you believe this is the end?" With a wave of his hand, Xiao Yu summoned the 4 nuns of Lingxin to bring forth 3 large jars filled with the intoxicating brew known as Lively Maiden's Song. Upon witnessing this, Zhang Honglu wore a disdainful expression, her face a portrait of scorn. What did she think this was? Was it merely a matter of drowning her in liquor? Did they truly believe they could extinguish her spirit? What was there to fear? These wretched beings would undoubtedly refrain from taking her life. If her soul lamp were to extinguish, the entire branch would meet its demise alongside her. Zhang Xiling would certainly not survive either. Unless Xiao Yu was a complete fool, she had no reason for concern. Moreover, her original plan was to seek out her husband in 3 days, as long as she did not make an appearance. He would surely come looking for her. At that juncture, these individuals would face the consequences of their actions. With this thought in mind, Zhang Honglu's resolve solidified. She had expected something grand, but this was all they had to offer? Before she could finish her taunt, she noticed the 4 nuns of Lingxin replacing some nearby orbs. As she observed them swapping in new, reflective beads, the realization dawned upon her that this room had been prepped with surveillance orbs. This meant that the previous scenes had already been captured. Infuriated, she shouted, "Destroy those orbs at once. What are you planning? Do you have any idea who my husband is? Are you truly seeking your own demise?" Xiao Yu let out a cold laugh as he swiftly seized a large bowl of wine. The 4 nuns, Ling Xin and her companions, hurriedly restrained Zhang Honglu. Upon seeing the newly acquired recording pearls, Zhang Honglu's expression turned frantic. If such items were to circulate and reach her husband, even if he sought vengeance on her behalf, the Yi family would never allow a woman who had been disgraced to remain as the esteemed matriarch. The cultivation families have always valued their reputation. You dare. I won't drink. I refuse to drink. She protested, struggling against them. Before she could finish her sentence, Xiao Yu pinched her nose and forced the wine down her throat. Gulp, gulp, gulp. The contents of the bowl visibly diminished. Zhang Honglu's face flushed with anger. Just as she finished one bowl, Xiao Yu poured another. I won't drink. Yet. She continued to swallow it. Gradually, her mind began to feel hazy. I can't drink anymore. But another bowl followed suit. After 3 bowls of wine, her vision blurred. Something seemed to be burrowing into her mind, an unfamiliar sensation. There was something in the wine. She had overindulged and stared apprehensively at the recording pearls across from her. The initial panic on her face morphed into deeper unease. This man intended to use the recording pearls to blackmail her. His true aim had never been her son, Hehuan, but rather her all along. Everything here was meticulously tailored for her. In her drunken stupor, Zhang Honglu's rosy complexion glowed faintly. Her cheeks resembling the hues of twilight, and her eyes half closed, weighed down with fatigue. She understood that she could not lose consciousness, otherwise, it would be catastrophic. What do you want? Do you seek spirit stones? We can discuss this, she pleaded, her voice tinged with desperation amidst her daze. I am the wife of Elder Yi. You must consider your master, she added, but as soon as she finished speaking, Xiao Yu presented yet another large bowl of wine. I prefer the disdainful expression you wore earlier, Madam Yi. Finish this cup, and there is still another waiting for you. Since you wish to have a proper conversation, let us begin with 3 bowls as punishment. Zhang Honglu's trembling hands brushed through her hair, her lips quivering. When she looked back at Xiao Yu, her eyes still held a flicker of anger. Observing this scene, Hualien could no longer contain herself and struck. Slap. Zhang Honglu's cheek burned from the sting. Her head spinning. In the next moment, Xiao Yu pressed the bowl against her face, the rim digging painfully into her chin. I want tea drink. I can't drink anymore. But gulp, gulp, gulp. 3 more bowls went down. Zhang Honglu collapsed to the ground like a lifeless fish, belching from the alcohol. Her mind swirling with thoughts. The next morning, outside the alchemy room, Hehuan, having consumed a forgetting worry pill, remained fast asleep. As the melodious chirping of insects filled his ears, he slowly opened his eyes. Upon awakening, he stretched languidly, yawning with satisfaction. What a delightful sleep. Upon realizing he was in the alchemy room, he was momentarily puzzled. The alchemy room? How did I end up here? Confused, Hehuan stood up. Recalling that he had attended Elder Lu's council the previous day and had sought out his mother, intending to have her eliminate Xiao Yu. He also planned to capture El Linger to avenge past grievances. How did he wake up here? He pondered for a moment before heading toward his mother's quarters. As he approached the room, he called out, Mother? Are you awake? Mother, are you there? After several unanswered calls, he entered the room. Upon opening the door, he spotted a storage bag on the table. Could it be a message from his mother? Inside, he discovered exactly 666 spirit stones and a letter. My dear son, circumstances arose, and I had to leave. Don't worry. Hehuan read the letter with confusion. His mother still referred to him as dear son? How amusing. I was hoping Mother would teach those 2 wretched individuals a lesson, but if she has matters to attend to, so be it. She is probably busy with the frontline issues or preparing for the upcoming secret realm. Excitedly, he thought about how he would soon acquire his own spirit beast. Once the secret realm opens, I will finally have my own. Hehuan chuckled to himself, sitting on the bed and leisurely sipping tea. However, upon tasting the cold tea, he set it aside. In that case, I should personally summon Sister Tang to find Xiao Yu and his group of cannon fodder. If they hesitate to fight, I will need to encourage them. He laughed heartily, feeling like a genius. Yes, those fellows would surely be too frightened to attack the mountain. I might as well employ a strategy of driving the tiger to swallow the wolf and keep an eye on them from behind. If they dare to flee, I'll report them to the sect and capture them all. The more he contemplated, the more exhilarated he became, feeling like a true mastermind. I am undoubtedly born to be a strategist. If I were to command from the front lines, I would have already decimated the righteous sect. Hehuan grinned broadly, his enthusiasm propelling him forward. Arriving at Tang Tian's residence, he softly called out, Sister Tang, are you awake? Tang Tian, preparing to head outside, paused upon seeing Hehuan. What is the matter, Yishidi? Hehuan eagerly approached her. I suspect that Zhang Xiling and her group may flee out of fear. Should we follow them to investigate? If they truly attack Jiangliushan, we will need intelligence. Tang Tian chuckled softly. Yishidi is indeed insightful. My master has already assigned me to oversee the battle. Why not accompany me? Hehuan beamed with joy, excitement radiating as he followed Tang Tian into the skies. After a swift journey, they discovered Zhang Xiling's encampment in the northern valley of Jiangliushan. Hehuan's expression turned sardonic. This is hardly a strategic position. They have set up camp here, clearly showing their cowardice. Meanwhile, having been busy all night, Xiao Yu emerged from the tent, stretching lazily. As he yawned, he noticed Hehuan hovering above, and a smile spread across his face. His mind was filled with thoughts of Zhang Honglu. This woman was unlike any other. She possessed an extraordinary vigor. Now, she had been brought to the judgment room to face justice. It wouldn't be long before Hehuan would gain another sibling. Xiao Yu had long been disinterested in having offspring. However, This time he resolved to transform himself. Once Zhang Honglu's judgment value was fully reached, and she had completely submitted, he would allow her to take the child within her to the Yi family. He would then seek an opportunity to incapacitate Yi Haoyan, ensuring that the child Zhang Honglu carried would one day become the head of the Yi family. Indeed, a direct assault on the very roots of the Yi family was in order, eradicating them from their origins. Observing from above, Yi Haoyan noticed Xiao Yu's smile upon seeing him, which brought him great amusement. He believed that Xiao Yu had finally recognized his prowess and was now intimidated by him. Xiao Yu, what brings you such joy? Upon witnessing the other party smile while conversing with him, Xiao Yu reciprocated with a grin, exclaiming, I am genuinely delighted to see senior brother Yi. Yi Haoyan instinctively perceived Xiao Yu's demeanor as an attempt at flattery. After all, who within the sect was unaware that his father held the esteemed position of law enforcement elder? Previously, Xiao Yu had likely shown him disdain due to his ignorance of the prevailing hierarchy, perhaps not grasping the gravity of the situation until it was too late. When his mother, Zhang Honglu, had arrived the previous day, even Zhang Xiling had bowed her head in deference. It was evident that Xiao Yu had received a stern lesson from his master, rendering him more compliant. Observing the beaming Xiao Yu before him, Yi Haoyan raised his head with a sense of pride, declaring, we are here to oversee the operation, to prevent certain individuals from shirking their duties and fleeing. Should anyone dare to defy my orders, I shall not show them mercy. Xiao Yu laughed heartily, increasingly finding Yi Haoyan more agreeable. Yesterday, Zhang Honglu had remarked that Xiao Yu was more of a man than Yi Haoyan's father, even affectionately calling him Xiao Yu, my dear. At this moment, Yi Haoyan appeared to Xiao Yu as merely a child. What reason does an elder have to be angry with a child? Tang Tian, after casting a couple of glances at Xiao Yu, chose not to speak and instead proceeded directly to Zhang Xiling's tent with the order token. Yi Haoyan, with immense pride, raised his head and taunted Xiao Yu once more. Now you realize how formidable I am, don't you? My mother is not someone to be trifled with. No matter how impressive your master is, can he compare to my mother? This is the consequence of crossing me, Yi Haoyan. From now on, when you see me, you shall address me as senior brother Yi and pay your respects. Otherwise, I shall ensure you know the extent of my mother's prowess. Xiao Yu's lips curled into a smirk as he raised his thumb in a sycophantic gesture, exclaiming, your mother is truly remarkable, indeed. In the past, I was blind to her brilliance. Yi Haoyan coldly snorted in response. Humph, I will settle the score with you later. With that, he strode into the grand tent. Xiao Yu gazed at Zhang Honglu, clad in a bodysuit, within the courtroom, his emotions surging. This Yi Haoyan was indeed a remarkable son. Early in the morning, he had brought Tang Tian along. Xiao Yu had been contemplating how to alleviate his boredom today, and now he had something to occupy himself with. After a moment's thought, he followed into the main tent. Upon entering, he overheard Zhang Xiling assert, we must indeed launch an offensive, but not at this very moment. Prior to any attack, we must dispatch scouts. I cannot simply send all disciples to their demise, can I? Since we are here, I must take responsibility for those beneath me. Tang Tian's expression was grim. My master is currently the head of the branch. She issued a stern command this morning that your assault team must attack Jiangliushan before sunset. Otherwise, it would be a violation of the sect's orders. Moreover, it would breach military directives. You are aware of the implications. Zhang Xiling clenched her fist against the armrest, unable to fathom that Lu Pinger had even sent individuals to monitor her. Did she wish for her demise? Zhang Xiling was beginning to contemplate withdrawing from the sect. Reflecting on Xiao Yu's previous remarks, the sect was ostensibly aware of everything. They merely turned a blind eye. They allowed the underlings to bully the weak. The sect had treated them as cannon fodder on numerous occasions. Even if opportunities arose, they were exceedingly difficult to seize. Opportunities were not all created equal. The favorable ones were never theirs to grasp. Only perilous chances were afforded to them. Should they actually achieve merit, the accolades would ultimately belong to those above. Zhang Xiling exhaled slowly, pondering whether the Hehuan Sect was truly beyond salvation. Upon noticing her silence, Tang Tian raised her command token. Today, I shall oversee the battle here. Whether you send scouts or launch a surprise attack, I shall not concern myself with your methods. I demand to witness your grand assault on Jiangliushan before sunset. Otherwise, you shall face the consequences in our sect. Chapter 75. No more tolerance left. Zhang Xiling exhaled slowly, observing Tang Tian's aggressive demeanor below. She realized she was in a dire predicament. Initially, she had planned to wait for Lin Tianhai to strike the branch before making her move. However, Lu Pinger had sent people to watch her. This was troublesome. Just then, Zhang Xiling noticed Xiao Yu entering from behind. Upon seeing his sinister smile, she felt an ominous premonition. Hastily, she transmitted a warning to Xiao Yu. What are you doing? Do not act recklessly. She has a command token. Behind her, Wang Mei had already shut the tent flap, standing guard at the entrance with a serious expression. Inside the tent, Tang Tian sensed something amiss. Why did Zhang Xiling keep glancing behind? Was there an issue? As she turned, she saw Yi Haoyan had collapsed, seemingly struck unconscious by some form of magic. Tang Tian instinctively widened her eyes, brandishing her command token, her face aflame with anger. Impudence. In the next moment, she felt Xiao Yu's formidable spiritual power, Foundation Establishment Level 6. Remarkable. Wait, there was another at Foundation Establishment Level 4? Glancing at the guard, Wang Mei, Tang Tian's expression trembled. How could this woman, who previously was not even at the Qi refinement stage, now be at Foundation Establishment Level 4? Among this group, 3 were at the mid-foundation stage. They had concealed their true abilities all along. What are your intentions? What do you seek? Do not think that by killing me, you will rest easy. My master will not spare you. Xiao Yu firmly grasped Tang Tian's hand and declared, why would I kill you? I certainly have no intention of doing so. Master, this woman has repeatedly bullied us. Allow me to interrogate her thoroughly. Zhang Xiling observed Xiao Yu, who had already taken action, her expression darkening. This rascal never contemplates the consequences of his actions. Xiao Yu was well prepared. No worries, master. I have concocted the forgetting worry pill. We can simply feed it to her later, or even cast her onto the territory of the Hehuan Sect, and see what happens. Ha ha ha. Let us feed her the forgetting worry pill, and then throw her outside. Tang Tian's expression quivered. This fellow was indeed shameless. How dare he plot against her? Zhang Xiling, upon hearing Xiao Yu's words, instinctively frowned. Perhaps we should refrain from throwing her outside. I recall you have the ability to assume the appearance of others, right? Coupled with the concealment pearl I previously bestowed upon you, it should render you undetectable. Xiao Yu, just incapacitate those two and administer some sleeping medicine, allowing them to slumber until tomorrow afternoon. Don't forget the forgetting worry pill, as I suspect Lin Tianhai will mobilize his forces against our branch tomorrow. For today, we should remain hidden. Upon hearing this, Tang Tian's expression trembled. Zhang Xiling, do you realize what you are doing? Smack. No sooner had she spoken than Xiao Yu delivered a resounding slap to her face, causing her to see stars. She could hardly fathom that, despite wielding the command token, these people would dare to conspire against her. To possess the token was akin to being in the presence of the sect master. It was no different from betraying the sect. I will ensure you all regret this. I will make you all regret this. Zhang Xiling, you treacherous wretch. How could such a vile creature emerge from our sect? Do you honor the sect's nurturing of you? Tang Tian continued to shout, while Zhang Xiling grew increasingly incensed. A traitor? If everyone in the sect were as dedicated as she, how could they have descended to such a state? A traitor indeed? Enraged by Tang Tian's nonsensical accusations, Zhang Xiling strode over with a fierce expression. Xiao Yu couldn't help but chuckle. No way could it be his master. In the next moment, Zhang Xiling sprang into action, delivering slaps with fervor. One strike to the left, another to the right. It was her first time slapping someone, and that someone was someone she despised. Yet, strangely, she felt a thrill coursing through her veins. Accusing me of betraying my own? She fumed. After hurling insults, she unleashed a kick, landing squarely on Tang Tian's face. Tang Tian stood no chance against the might of a foundation-building strike and was instantly brought to the brink of unconsciousness. Upon witnessing this, Xiao Yu hurriedly fed the other party 2 recovery pills. Master, this is not how you should conduct yourself. You mustn't strike them. You cannot leave any marks or traces upon them. You need to exercise caution, otherwise, we shall be exposed. Zhang Xiling, upon hearing this, found the reasoning compelling and promptly produced a 10-centimeter-long silver needle. Xiao Yu immediately thought of Rong Mama. Was it truly necessary for his master to be so cruel? Why had he not considered using a needle before? If this object were to pierce someone, the wound would be scarcely noticeable. A simple medicinal pill would suffice for recovery. Zhang Xiling was evidently infuriated by the accusations against her, accused of betraying her own sect, of being disloyal. As she gazed at the deceitful woman before her, Zhang Xiling had never felt such rage. She was on the verge of tears. After years of dedication to the sect, she found herself relegated to the role of cannon fodder. A mere junior in the Qi refinement stage wielding a command token had the audacity to flaunt her authority. Zhang Xiling had never endured such humiliation. Gripping Tang Tian's arm, she swiftly jabbed a needle into her waist. The pain was unbearable, causing Tang Tian to cry out. The agony was so intense that she could barely move. Zhang Xiling, her expression filled with fury, withdrew the silver needle and menacingly pointed it at Tang Tian's other side. Terrified, Tang Tian pleaded, Elder, I was wrong. Please, don't do it. I truly know my mistake. Xiao Yu and Wang Mei, witnessing Zhang Xiling's ruthless approach, fell silent. Realizing he had underestimated her, Xiao Yu thought that this woman, when angered, was beyond comparison to any man. In the next moment, he watched as Zhang Xiling aimed the needle at the delicate flesh beneath Tang Tian's fingernail. Good heavens, master, must you be so merciless? Don't drive her to madness. The forgetting worry pill would then be of no use. But Zhang Xiling paid no heed. Reflecting on the oppression she had endured during this time, she tightened her grip on the needle and exclaimed, I betray my own? I bring shame to the sect? If it weren't for me, the branch would have been obliterated long ago. I risked my life to save so many disciples. If Elders Meng and the others hadn't plotted against me, they wouldn't have met their demise. I have devoted myself entirely to the sect, and this is how you repay me? You wish for my death, don't you? Tang Tian, her face contorted in fear, cried out, Elder, I truly erred. Please don't pierce me. My master will kill you. At these words, Zhang Xiling trembled. Murderous intent etched across her face. Whether I live or die is inconsequential. But today, you shall not escape unscathed. I have endured for far too long. No more tolerance. Enough is enough. With that, she plunged the needle once more. Xiao Yu winced in pain, urging, quickly, put up the soundproof barrier. We mustn't be overheard. Chapter 76. The few disciples were completely enraptured in their wickedness. Wang Mei and Xiao Yu hurriedly set up the soundproof cover and shadow concealment array, anxious to prevent any external eavesdropping. Meanwhile, Hehuan remained lost in his dreams, seemingly hearing someone wailing in agony. Was it the wretched cries of Xiao Yu and Lu Linger, those two scoundrels? Ah, I was wrong. I was wrong. Please, don't stab me, elder. I truly regret it. He pleaded, his hand throbbing in pain. A smirk involuntarily crept across the lips of the unconscious Hehuan. Who dared to challenge him? This was their fate. Zhang Xiling, in her first fit of madness, was exhilarated beyond measure. How exhilarating it was to exact revenge. Had she known her disciple possessed forgetfulness pills and various other despicable elixirs, she would never have allowed herself to be bullied to such an extent. Observing Tang Tian writhing on the ground, Zhang Xiling's expression quivered as she directed another needle towards Tang Tian's groin. Xiao Yu felt a wave of unease wash over him. Goodness! Even he, Xiao Yu, would never resort to such malevolent tactics. What kind of grave injustice had his master endured to warrant such actions? Wang Mei, standing nearby, was fervently whispering, Master, don't harm her face. Please, refrain from using sharp instruments. They will leave scars. If you seek further satisfaction. Zhang Xiling furrowed her brow at these words. She was, after all, a virtuous individual. How could she possibly engage in such morally reprehensible acts? Just then, Hehuan, who had been beside them, suddenly awakened. He recalled the commotion and, upon opening his eyes, beheld Zhang Xiling with one foot on Tang Tian's back, one hand gripping Tang Tian's arm, and the other wielding a glowing silver needle. Poised to act. Upon seeing that Hehuan had regained consciousness, Xiao Yu swiftly delivered another slap, causing Hehuan to lose consciousness once more. Half an hour later, Zhang Xiling, with a countenance full of righteous indignation, proclaimed, This matter must not be disclosed to anyone else. It would tarnish my reputation as a teacher. Xiao Yu hurriedly clasped his hands together in a gesture of respect, assuring, Master, rest assured. This matter shall remain confidential. We have always been virtuous individuals. Wang Mei nodded emphatically, affirming, Indeed, among the 7 beauties of Hehuan, our master is the most benevolent. Who doesn't know of our master's kind heart and beautiful spirit? Zhang Xiling instinctively swallowed hard, reveling in the exhilarating prospect of vengeance. Yes, this matter must remain a secret. Remember to administer the forgetting worry pill generously. Xiao Yu, you are prudent in your endeavors. This task is entrusted to you. We must ensure that no clues are left behind. Xiao Yu clasped his fists and exclaimed, Do not merely speak of flaws. Even the feet of a chicken cannot remain concealed. Xiao Yu, having spoken, promptly placed Tang Tian and Hehuan into the Jade Maiden gourd. He then turned and employed the yin-yang borrowing life technique to transform into the likeness of Hehuan. With that, he soared towards the branch hall. Along the way, he encountered no obstacles. Everyone he met respectfully addressed him as Brother Yi. Thus, he returned to Hehuan's residence, first releasing Tang Tian. Brandishing a needle, he menacingly warned, Soon, I shall usher you into another realm. If you wish to avoid the sting, you would do well to comply. Do you understand? Tang Tian's expression quivered, for she was genuinely terrified. Upon witnessing the scene, Xiao Yu raised his hand and summoned the other party into the maid's pavilion. Observing Tang Tian's demeanor, he unhesitatingly removed his shoes. Surprisingly, Tang Tian exhibited an unusual compliance. Clearly, in comparison to this situation, the torment of being pricked by needles was akin to a hellish ordeal. Tang Tian gazed at the nearby memory crystal, fully aware that her fate was sealed. Even if she were to regain the memories lost to the forgetfulness pill in the future, her adversaries possessed leverage over her. It appeared that this group were all at the foundation establishment stage. Should they decide to confront her master, there might indeed be a chance of victory. Xiao Yu gazed at Tang Tian with an air of arrogance and remarked, In truth, your appearance is rather mediocre. In terms of looks, you cannot compare to our Liener. And regarding physique, you fall short of Wang Mei. The sole reason I am acting this way is simply to place a second cap upon my dear son. Why should I concern myself with the rest? At that moment, Tang Tian felt an overwhelming hatred for Hehuan. It dawned on her that his influence was the reason for her current predicament. The realization that Hehuan was the source of her troubles left her feeling utterly devastated. The thought of consuming the forgetfulness pill, only to awaken and find herself once again at the mercy of Hehuan, sent her spiraling into despair. She was acutely aware that once she erased this memory, her nature would compel her to seek out Xiao Yu and her companions once more. They would undoubtedly torment her anew. She felt utterly trapped. Rather than endure such a fate, she turned her gaze to the crystal orb before her, and with a heart full of grievance, she knelt on the ground, pleading, I was wrong. I promise to heed your words from now on. I no longer wish to be a pawn of Hehuan. May I join your ranks? I truly understand my mistakes. Xiao Yu observed the expression on the other person's face, a subtle smile gracing his lips. He bit his own finger and pressed it directly against Tang Tian's forehead. Instinctively, Tang Tian lowered her head, aware that he intended to place a restriction upon her soul. Yet, she did not retreat, for she wished to avoid an unclear demise in the future and did not desire to be used by Hehuan any longer. Xiao Yu could scarcely believe that Tang Tian was so cowardly. He had effortlessly placed a restriction on her soul. With merely a thought, her life could be extinguished. Yet, this power came with its own perils. What if Tang Tian, in a moment of desperation, divulged their secrets to others? Even in death, she could drag them into a predicament, which was indeed concerning. As this thought crossed his mind, an idea struck Xiao Yu. He quickly produced a foundational elixir and placed it before Tang Tian. Since she had chosen to align herself with him, she would henceforth be his woman. Unlike that scoundrel Hehuan, Xiao Yu was not merely a man of empty words. He would provide tangible proof of his commitment to his woman. Xiao Yu spoke as he presented a medium-grade magical artifact along with 1,000 spirit stones. Tang Tian's gaze was firmly fixed on the foundation establishment pill. This was the elixir she had long yearned for, one she had persistently requested from her master. Yet, her master had steadfastly refused, insisting that only through merit could one obtain such a prize, lest the other disciples feel discontented. As she stood on the brink of a breakthrough, the foundation establishment pill held paramount significance for her. Upon noticing the woman's growing affection, Xiao Yu retrieved 2 foundation establishment pills, proclaiming, "Call me master, and I shall provide you with pills, spirit stones, and magical artifacts as you desire. Should you fail in your foundation establishment, you may still seek more pills from me. The specifics shall depend on your performance." Tang Tian gazed at the 2 foundation establishment pills, her eyes igniting with fervor. "Master, I humbly pay my respects and am willing to traverse fire and water for you." That night, Hehuan, feeling somewhat drowsy, scratched his face. It seemed he had dreamt of his mother giving birth to a brother, one who bore a resemblance to Xiao Yu's rather unappealing visage. With disgust, Hehuan opened his eyes, struggling to shake off the remnants of the unsettling dream. Why would he dream of such a thing? Perhaps it was due to the incessant sight of Xiao Yu's unsightly face over the past few days? Upon fully awakening, Hehuan found himself in a state of confusion. How had he ended up here? Was he not intent on seeking his mother to deal with Xiao Yu? Had he not planned to capture Lu Linger to avenge his previous humiliation? How could he have fallen asleep again? Rising once more, he searched for his mother but found no trace of her. How peculiar. It was then he noticed a storage pouch left on the table by her. He remarked, "Has my mother left yet another storage pouch for me? Why do I say yet another?" With an air of arrogance, Hehuan seized the storage pouch and examined its contents. His eyes widened at the sight of 666 spirit stones, a grin threatening to break forth. How dare anyone compete with him, Hehuan, for women? Such ignorance of their own mortality. Surely, once his mother was done with her tasks, she would return to him. At that point, he would settle the score with Xiao Yu, ensuring that his tormentor would wish for death. Even the sect leader would be of no consequence. As for Lu Linger, he was determined to make her pay in front of Xiao Yu. That wretched woman had the audacity to treat him this way. She clearly no longer wished to remain in the Hehuan Sect. Meanwhile, back on the front lines, Xiao Yu was in the interrogation chamber, questioning Zhang Honglu. He was intent on uncovering details regarding Hehuan's origins. "Speak. Does Hehuan have any sisters? Any women he fancies? Who in the Yi family shares a close relationship with him? Will you divulge this information or not?" As Xiao Yu finished speaking, he struck again, leaving Zhang Honglu's face swollen and her expression one of utter despair as she cried out, "Please make Wang Mei stop. I will talk. I will say anything." Behind her, Wang Mei wore a sinister smile, taunting, "Do you dare to retort?" At that moment, she was about to. Xiao Yu hurriedly raised his hand, exclaiming, "Wait a moment." Wang Mei let out a cold huff, gradually placing the items in her hand aside. Zhang Honglu's expression quivered. These individuals were anything but ordinary. She felt that it would be better to perish than endure this torment. When would this nightmare ever conclude? How was one to escape this place? What fate awaited her in the end? Xiao Yu wore a playful smirk as she approached Zhang Honglu and seized her by the hair. Zhang Honglu, now paralyzed by fear, dared not utter a word of reproach. She could hardly bear to contemplate the extent of her transformation. Had she known, she would never have crossed paths with Xiao Yu. Had she realized, she would have remained more subdued. As she reflected upon her former arrogance within the sect, she recalled the misdeeds she committed in her son's name. A deep sorrow etched across her face. She lamented the consequences of her actions. This was indeed retribution. In her quest to secure resources and opportunities for her son, she had caused the demise of no fewer than 20 disciples from the Hehuan Sect, many of whom were promising talents of good character. All of this, simply because their fates intertwined with her son's future. Was this the essence of karma? She understood all too well that if Hehuan's father were to see the recording of Xiao Yu, her life would be irrevocably shattered. Her husband's mother had never favored her, perpetually embroiled in disputes, harboring disdain for her. Should this news reach the Yi family, her fate would be even more dire. As she gazed at Xiao Yu, tears streamed down Zhang Honglu's face in rivulets. "I will say anything. I implore you. Just do not let this matter become public. If I am cast aside, my son will be rendered powerless. His father has several other wives and sons. Xiao Yu chuckled coldly. Do not speak to me of men. I inquire as to which women have shown kindness to Hehuan. Does he still have a sister? An elder sister? Or perhaps a betrothed? Zhang Honglu instinctively swallowed, her throat aching faintly. There is Haoyan's grandmother, Yin Xiao. Upon hearing the mention of Yi Haoyan's grandmother, Xiao Yu instinctively recoiled. Wang Mei, infuriated, immediately stepped on Zhang Honglu's abdomen, exclaiming, You shameless hussy. Are you serious? Zhang Honglu, racked with pain, cried out in protest, I am not fabricating anything. The one who treats my son the best is indeed his grandmother. I swear, I am not lying. In that moment, Wang Mei was poised to strike her with a stick. The next second, Xiao Yu, trembling, raised a hand and said, Wait. The nearby Hualien and Ling Xin, along with the other nuns, stood in stunned silence. Everyone turned to look at Xiao Yu, bewildered. Xiao Yu, this is. Xiao Yu's expression was somber as he gazed at Zhang Honglu and softly inquired, Could you tell me about his grandmother? What does she look like? How old is she this year? Zhang Honglu's lips trembled as she replied, The old lady is 120 years old this year, but she began her cultivation quite early. She started at the tender age of 7 or 8. Her appearance suggests she is merely in her 40s. She has reached the 9th level of foundation establishment. Xiao Yu chuckled softly upon hearing this. He had previously heard that some families of cultivators possessed profound legacies, with children beginning their body refinement at a tender age. By their teenage years, they would already be in the qi refinement stage. If cultivation commenced early, their appearances would likely remain youthful. Even at the age of 120, they could appear decades younger than Bai Yue. Zhang Honglu continued to speak. His grandmother, Yin Xiao, has cherished Haoyan like a precious gem since he was a child, granting him whatever he desired. On ordinary days, if I were to mention my son Heyer in her presence, the old lady would be displeased, even going so far as to say that I, as his mother, should be more considerate. She is currently at our clan, the Yi family. If you wish to entice her, I can certainly devise a plan. Xiao Yu's expression was one of exhilaration. This was no longer merely an assault on their birthplace. It was a direct attack on their very source code. Since this insufferable brat intended to obliterate him, he would not hold back. Perhaps he should straightforwardly have Yi Haoyan refer to him as grandfather from now on. Meanwhile, Hualien, struck by a sudden thought, hurriedly approached and inquired, Does Yi Haoyan have a great-grandmother? Xiao Yu was momentarily taken aback, instinctively turning around. Zhang Honglu shook her head, saying, His great-grandmother passed away last year, having failed to advance to the nascent soul stage. Her lifespan had been entirely exhausted. Xiao Yu sighed in regret. What a pity. Very well, compose a letter home and summon his grandmother. Write it now. I shall observe as you do so. Upon finishing his words, Xiao Yu produced a pen and paper. Observing this, Zhang Honglu softly implored, Master, could you please refrain from divulging my affairs? I shall devote myself entirely to serving you, like an ox or a horse. After listening to her, Wang Mei raised her hand, causing Zhang Honglu to shut her eyes in fright. Xiao Yu was acutely aware of the mindset of such a wicked woman. If she had already begun to relent, it was time to dangle a tantalizing prospect. Observing that the progress of her judgment had reached 68, he contemplated his next move. Xiao Yu's expression was benevolent as he remarked, You will likely find it challenging to make any advancements within the Yi family. However, if you choose to follow me, I guarantee that within a year, you shall achieve the golden core stage. Surely, you do not wish for any harm to befall your son? Madame Zhang Honglu felt a wave of panic wash over her. Zhang Honglu's judgment progress surged to 75. My lord, as long as you spare my son, I would gladly face countless deaths rather than oppose you. Please, my lord, show mercy towards Haoyan. Zhang Honglu's judgment progress increased to 78. Xiao Yu, without further ado, delivered a few slaps, and then rewarded her with sweets. Half an hour later, Zhang Honglu gazed in astonishment at her cultivation level, which had ascended to the 5th layer of foundation establishment. How could her cultivation have surged so suddenly? Could it be attributed to Xiao Yu? Xiao Yu softly reassured, I admire intelligent women. I have already granted you certain advantages. You know what must be done. Zhang Honglu, in utter astonishment, knelt down. Such prowess in this individual. Henceforth, these women would undoubtedly transform into exceptional masters. This is a momentous opportunity. An extraordinary chance indeed. Zhang Honglu's judgment progress escalated to 100. Honglu pays homage to her master, ready to brave any peril for you. Chapter 78, Celestial Herb. Upon observing that Zhang Honglu's judgment value was at its peak, Xiao Yu couldn't help but break into a grin. The thought that Yi Haoyan had not only caused him numerous grievances, but also sought to usurp his linger and had plotted against his master infuriated him. He resolved that Yi Haoyan must meet his demise, yet not at this moment, for he had yet to savor enough of life as pleasures. He intended for Yi Haoyan to thoroughly experience the intricacies of existence. Hearing Xiao Yu's intent to kill her son, Zhang Honglu felt a sharp pang in her heart, and tears streamed down her face. Throughout her life, she harbored but a single desire, for her son to thrive. However, she was acutely aware that Xiao Yu would likely not spare him. In that moment, Xiao Yu gently lifted his hand to stroke her hair and asked, "Why do you weep? If he dies, we can simply have another, can't we?" Zhang Honglu continued to sob, kneeling on the ground, repeatedly bowing her head. "Master, I am willing to offer anything. Please, spare Haoyan. This is my only plea." She expressed her readiness to divulge all the secrets of the Yi family, to lure those women out. Hualien was about to berate her when Xiao Yu interjected, "Secrets? What secrets does the Yi family possess?" With a panicked expression, Zhang Honglu wiped her tears and replied, "In the upcoming Myriad Demon's secret realm, there exists an extraordinary treasure, the 9 Revolutions Life and Death Herb. I am aware that his father possesses a magical artifact capable of locating that treasure." Upon hearing the mention of the 9 Revolutions Life and Death Herb, both Hualien and Wang Mei's expressions froze in astonishment. Xiao Yu also noticed the change in their expressions, instinctively furrowing his brow. Hualien's voice trembled, as if in disbelief. "The 9-turn rebirth herb, the celestial plant that can transform flesh into bone? It is said that the recently deceased can be resurrected by this miraculous herb."